Chapter 1. Dragon Ball. Within the clouds of an obscure and distant planet in the seventh universe, amidst the fragmented dimensional barriers, a man reclined in the boundless void of eternity. Having recently succumbed to a light slumber, he found himself once again ensnared by memories of his time working in the imperial capital, the worry reflected in his parents' eyes, and the promises made by his beloved. "I believe in you no matter how long it takes. I will wait for your return to marry me. My son, your father and I lack the means to provide you with a lavish life. While you toil in the capital, take care of your health and do not overexert yourself." The man, known as Qingfeng, had once been an ordinary office worker on Blue Star. However, after a series of misfortunes in his career, a drunken mishap led to a tragic accident. He found himself transported into the world of Dragon Ball, embodying a warrior formed from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. When two formidable forces in the cosmos converged, a radiant light unveiled his true form. The most powerful warrior of the dimensions, Vegeta. Qingfeng was initially content with his new beginning, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. The strength of this body was undoubtedly sufficient to overpower the vast majority of opponents, with the exception of the Omni King and the Grand Minister. He believed no one else could defeat him, even the gods of destruction might struggle against him. Nonetheless, his parents and girlfriend remained mere mortals. What if it took him 70 or 80 years to return to Blue Star? By then, his once dear family and friends would have long since turned to dust. What worth is invincibility in a world devoid of loved ones? Moreover, amidst the countless realms, locating his home, Blue Star, proved to be a Herculean task. He endeavored to breach the dimensional barriers and traverse to other universes, yet the multitude of parallel dimensions made it nearly impossible to accurately pinpoint the cosmos he once inhabited. Despite a year of relentless searching, he remained at an impasse. Suddenly, an inexplicable consciousness infiltrated his mind, and a chilling voice resonated. "You are invited to join the dimensional chat group. Do you accept?" After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng concluded that joining the chat group might be advantageous. Perhaps it would offer a means to return to Earth. "Agree." The cold voice echoed once more. "Please enter your nickname." A familiar, yet foreign interface materialized within his consciousness that it felt familiar due to the chat format resembling that of his previous life, yet foreign because this chat group appeared directly within his mind. Qingfeng opted for simplicity, adopting Vegeta's moniker without embellishment. "Dimensional Strongest. Congratulations, Dimensional Strongest, for joining the group chat. Let us warmly welcome our esteemed newcomer. Do you wish to join the dance? Enter the group chat." While the chat group extended a warm welcome to newcomers, a subtle difference marked their attitudes towards the two individuals. In the previously quiet chat group, upon the arrival of two new members, the atmosphere erupted with activity. "World Destroyer. Dimensional Strongest. You are quite an intriguing fellow. I am merely a passing Kamen Rider, remember me. Tony is not fickle. Why are two men coming in again? Can't you pay attention to the gender distribution when pulling people in? Don't you know that there are more wolves than meat these days? Fire-Fist Ace. Welcome the newcomers to the group. Please introduce yourselves." With just a glance at the nicknames, Qingfeng surmised the identities of the group members. These individuals are the very embodiment of viral phenomena on the Blue Star Network, and as an anime enthusiast, he is not unfamiliar with them. The World Destroyer is Kamen Rider Decade, whose alter ego, Tsukasa Kadoya, possesses the powers of all riders and is regarded by others as the man destined to wreak havoc upon the world. Fire-Fist Ace is the brother of the protagonist Luffy from One Piece and remains an immensely popular character with the ability to manipulate flames at will. Tony Not Fickle is likely the persona of Tony Stark from the Marvel Universe, known as Iron Man, who is often referred to as the world's richest man or playboy. As for the newcomer who joined alongside him, named "Do You Also Wish to Dance?" It must be Uchiha Madara from the Naruto universe. Do you also wish to dance? To think I could be brought into this state of soul. Who on earth created this thing? Tony is not fickle. This is a dimensional chat group, primarily designed to connect characters from different dimensions, allowing for communication and interaction across realms. As soon as Tony finished speaking, a message flashed through the chat group. "Tony is not fickle" has clarified for the new members, earning a reward of 100 points. The World Destroyer. "Ah, I was a moment too late. This guy beat me to it, truly enviable." Fire-Fist Ace. "MB1. Tony is not fickle. I've got my 100 points." By the way, newcomers, points can be used to purchase any items in the marketplace. Currently, aside from daily check-ins, assisting newcomers in understanding the chat group's purpose also earns you 100 points. A message from someone with a green cursor appeared. "The strongest in the dimension. Welcome, esteemed one. Please remember me." Fire-Fist Ace. The administrator has chimed in. "Miss Yunyao, do you know the newcomers? Seeking support. I don't know them. The chat group clearly stated that this is an esteemed individual. Isn't that obvious enough? You're really quite dense. Yunyao, having watched numerous anime, provided them with substantial plot information after Ace and the others joined the chat group, offering them considerable assistance. She has a good rapport with everyone in the group, so sharing harmless jokes with others is perfectly acceptable. However, she hasn't seen as many anime titles, and at least for Qingfeng, upon entering the group, she couldn't identify which character he represented just by his name. Upon hearing the administrator's words, even in his soul state, Madara felt a surge of anger. How dare they look down upon him? Do you also wish to dance? Such trifling grains of sand cannot even compare to me to be recognized as an esteemed individual by this chat group and its administrator, it seems. This chat group is not as remarkable as it claims to be. Tony is not fickle, daring to insult even the great administrator. I have never encountered such arrogance in my life that oh, you wish to dance as well? Ah, today you shall see. Tony, ever the steadfast, replied, I warn you, do not be so arrogant. Seek support, urged a voice. Since Tony remains unwavering, it would be wise for you to apologize to the esteemed one, that should this esteemed individual take offense one day, we may be powerless to prevent your demise. Tony remained resolute. Is it not the strongest in the dimension who is deemed the esteemed one? You have not declared this individual as such. Moreover, my iron suit is complete. Are you certain I cannot prevail against him? In an obscure, apocalyptic world, within a secluded cabin, the administrator Yunyao expressed her sympathy for Tony Stark. Truly, one need not court disaster to meet their end. The strongest in the dimension is indeed esteemed, yet I never claimed that your desire to dance excludes you from that title. If he wished to eliminate you, it would likely be as effortless as crushing an ant. World Destroyer commented, I sense you are deliberately leading him astray, yet I must commend you on a job well done. Fire Fist Ace added, I concur with the sentiment. At that moment, Madara's heart seethed with rage. The chat group seemed to undermine his prowess. Even a mere member dared to mock him. Searching his mind for the images of battle, he extracted the final confrontation with Hashirama and shared it in the chat. A notification appeared in the group. Do you wish to dance as well? Upload your battle footage to the chat. Tony remained steadfast, has accepted the footage. Fire Fist Ace has accepted the footage. World Destroyer has accepted the footage. Seek Support has accepted the footage. Aside from Qingfeng, who is already familiar with the Naruto storyline, the others eagerly received Madara's footage. They were curious to witness the strength of the man whom the administrator believed could easily overpower Iron Man Tony Stark. After watching the footage, Tony felt an overwhelming urge to silence his own brashness. The clash between Madara and Hashirama appeared to him as divine. Do you wish to dance as well? I must admit I was in the wrong. Please do not hold against me. In contrast to Tony Stark, Ace was not overly astonished at that moment. Madara had yet to be resurrected and possessed no Rinnegan, only the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, in the world of One Piece. The strength of an admiral would not greatly differ from Madara's current capabilities. Madara's power was still within Ace's realm of acceptance. Fire Fist, Ace remarked, he seems to stand on equal footing with my father, Whitebeard, perhaps even surpassing him. The group has gained another formidable ally. World Destroyer commented, so it involves ocular techniques and ninjutsu. Quite intriguing power. I believe I grasp the concept now. As Kamen Rider Decades Tsukasa, he appeared remarkably unfazed. Such destructive power was within his reach as well. The newcomer indeed possessed great strength, yet to him, it merely seemed adequate. Seek Support inquired, might I ask if anyone can come to my aid? I have been hiding in a small cabin for quite some time, and my food supplies are nearly depleted. Qingfeng felt a twinge of surprise. Typically, chat groups should possess the ability to traverse worlds, yet the administrator's remarks suggested otherwise. Can't you rely on the group members for assistance? Unfortunately, esteemed one, this chat group seems to lack the capability for interdimensional travel. Moreover, the items available for exchange start at a minimum of 1,000 points, which means it would take at least over a month to accumulate enough. At this juncture, Yunyao felt a wave of despair wash over her. As a fellow traveler, her fortunes paled in comparison to Qingfeng's. She had traversed into a post-apocalyptic world, with the chat group serving as her sole lifeline. Having joined early on, she had been part of the group for over 20 days now. Originally, she had anticipated being able to exchange for certain abilities in just over 10 days, which would at least ensure her survival in this desolate environment. However, her current refuge was running low on food supplies. The crux of the matter was that the chat group prohibited members from transferring points to one another, leaving Ace and the others eager to assist her, yet powerless to do so. Qingfeng opened the exchange page of the chat group, and perused its offerings. Indeed, even the most basic devil fruit required a starting point of 1,000. The prices of other assorted items were exorbitantly high. However, to his astonishment, he discovered something he desperately needed. Ultimate Freedom Technique, 100 billion points. Coordinates of Blue Star, 50 million points. If he could amass sufficient points for exchange, possessing the spatial coordinates would allow him to return to his homeland. Yet, Qingfeng soon found himself troubled again. Each sign-in yielded a maximum of 100 points, even with extraordinary luck. Consistently achieving the upper limit would necessitate over 200 years of sign-ins. Well, let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Perhaps there will be additional rewards for the first sign-in. Dimension's strongest sign-in successful earned 100 points. Fire Fist Ace, impressive. The most I've ever signed in for is just 30 points. World Destroyer. I've only managed to sign in for 50 points at most. Seeking Support, truly remarkable. The maximum sign-in is just 100 points, and he has already reached the ceiling. Oh, you wish to dance? What? You can exchange for the Rinnegan and Sage Physique? Even the Six Paths Power is available for exchange? Uchiha Madara was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the Six Paths Power could be exchanged, though he had yet to witness it firsthand. The boundless power exuded by the yin-yang force in the marketplace assured him of its authenticity. Tony Stark, how naive. There's nothing extraordinary about this. With enough points, anything can be acquired from the marketplace. Dimension's strongest. Do not presume that a mere display of prowess grants you the right to act arrogantly. As a newcomer, you should actively greet your seniors. Everyone here is your elder. Fire Fist Ace. Tony, have you lost your senses? Provoking one formidable individual isn't enough. Now you wish to antagonize another? World Destroyer. Tony, it's time for your medication. If you're unwell, seek treatment. Do not abandon hope. Qingfeng harbors a certain fondness for the character Iron Man. However, given his audacious demeanor, he is not averse to imparting a minor lesson. The strongest of dimensions declared, "When I find time to visit your world, I shall engage in a thorough conversation with you." "Do you wish to dance as well?" responded another. "If fate allows our paths to cross, I will compel you to submit to the might of the Uchiha clan." Tony Stark retorted, "If you dare to challenge me, come forth. After all, with so many nuisances, one may as well not fear the itch. You won't even land a blow on me." The chat group requires 100 members to activate the interdimensional travel feature, and that is a distant prospect. The frigid voice of the chat group echoed repeatedly. "The strongest of dimensions, congratulations on the ascension to the chat group as a 9th-tier master, hereby elevating you to the position of administrator." Two administrators now exist within the group. The world traversing feature is activated ahead of schedule. The strongest of dimensions has initiated the world traversing function. Members may spend 50 points to venture into the worlds of fellow members. Given that the strongest of dimensions is the first 9th-tier master within the group, they may check in twice daily for points, with a second check-in yielding a fixed reward of 10,000 points. In times of crisis, group members may issue tasks to solicit assistance from others. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "This is the swiftest face-slapping scene in history." Tony, what do you think? The Destroyer of Worlds commented, "While this may seem a tad ruthless, strongest of dimensions, could you perhaps stream the moment you strike Tony? It would bring us all great joy." Seeking Support. Add 1. Tony Stark, lounging in his office, suddenly felt the world dim around him. Tony Stark replied, awakened from a near-death experience, "I realize the jester is none other than myself. You have gone too far, constructing your joy upon my suffering." Seeking Support reassured, "Fear not, the chat group prohibits the killing of members. At most, you shall receive a beating." Tony Stark retorted, "You're not the one being beaten naturally. You feel no fear, you bunch of gloating jesters." The Destroyer of Worlds asserted, "Technically, Ace and I could defeat you as well. That it would be wise for you to remain humble outside of the administrators. You cannot best anyone in this group." Seeking Support chimed in, "Alas, I am but a mere weakling, and I sincerely apologize." Fire Fist Ace questioned, Seeking Support, "Are you truly an administrator? Why do your points mirror ours?" Fire Fist Ace has been muted by Administrator Seeking Support for 10 minutes. In truth, this was not Ace's fault. The system was undeniably biased, even among administrators. Yunyao, another administrator, was effectively a mere ornament, receiving the same points as regular members, with the sole authority to mute others. Yet, women can be unpredictable at that moment. Yunyao, filled with envy towards Qingfeng, vented her frustrations on Ace. Tony Stark remarked, "Ace, why must you choose the most sensitive topics? If she is already neglected, provoking her further is unwise." Tony Stark has been muted by Administrator Seeking Support for 1 hour. First, Qingfeng intended to decline the role of administrator. yet the rewards presented by the system were simply too enticing. Administrator of the strongest dimension, successful sign-in, awarded 10,000 points. Do you wish to dance as well? Successful sign-in, awarded 45 points. Do you wish to dance as well? Tony, the unfaithful. Your fortune seems favorable. Little one, it appears I cannot come over tidy up after you today. At this moment, Tony felt a twinge of anxiety. Offending a powerful figure was not terrifying, but the prospect of them engaging him in a philosophical discussion was indeed daunting. Tony, the unfaithful, strongest in the dimension. Do you also wish to dance? To both esteemed individuals, I was merely jesting. Please regard me as inconsequential. Strongest in the dimension. Come forth for a duel. Aside from Hashirama, none possess the right to claim the title of the strongest. The chat group has once again taken the initiative to send a message, urging the administrator, the most formidable in the realm of dimensions, to commence a live broadcast to demonstrate his prowess and earn the recognition of the group members. The tone of the chat group is remarkably amicable, even infused with a hint of reverence. Qingfeng found himself in a quandary, for he was adrift in the vastness of space, pondering where to seek a worthy adversary. Was he to resort to using Uchiha Madara as a tool to intimidate the masses? However, it was not an insurmountable dilemma. By extending his senses to detect formidable life forms within the surrounding star systems, a smile gradually illuminated his face. Found one. He swiftly veered to the left and came to a halt in an instant. His peripheral vision caught sight of a colossal spacecraft, spanning 100 feet, hovering above a vibrant planet. The emblem emblazoned upon the vessel unmistakably belonged to the tyrannical Frieza clan. In the group chat, the most powerful dimension was about to commence a live broadcast. Members flocked to the stream, even the proud Uchiha Madara eager to witness the prowess of this man, deemed stronger than himself by the chat community. What greeted their eyes first in the broadcast was the sinister figure of Gula, exuding malevolence as he gazed down at the immense planet beneath him. His blood-red eyes and purplish lips, clad entirely in a violet exoskeleton, complemented by a tail extending a meter in length that flicked restlessly. The very image radiated an aura of wickedness and brutality. Since you refuse to submit to me, prepare for annihilation, ha ha ha. As Gula's devilish laughter echoed, a sphere of destructive energy coalesced in his palm and struck a small asteroid with tremendous force. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the planet began to fragment, once teeming with life, now reduced to cosmic dust. Although the members of the group may not be well-versed in the cosmos, they were familiar with their own planet, which was no smaller than Earth. Yet, it had been effortlessly obliterated with a single blow. Seeking to cling to greatness. Wow, this guy is amazing. He can destroy a planet just like that. He seems powerful. But something tells me he is not a good person. Fire Fist Ace. 1. While others were merely astonished, Tony felt a rising panic within. With my small frame, if this great one were to become enraged and wave his hand, would Earth not be obliterated? Tony, not frivolous. 1. May I retract my earlier statements? World Destroyer. Compared to this great one, I realize I am but a compassionate knight. You also wish to dance. I acknowledge your destructive capability. Yet among the ninjas I have encountered, none surpass you. I, Madara, shall deem you the strongest. As the group marveled at Gula's terrifying power, Qingfeng felt an impulse to voice his indignation. Was this truly the image he projected in their minds? This is who I am. No sooner had he spoken than a resolute and striking visage appeared on the screen. A tall, upright figure, his physique brimming with explosive muscle, occupying the center of the live stream. With a confident and composed smile, even upon witnessing Gula's ability to obliterate planets, his eyes remained unperturbed. There was no air of arrogance, nor an overwhelming presence that suggested invincibility, merely standing quietly amidst the vast cosmos. Yet a few individuals in the live chat concurrently echoed a singular thought in their minds. Before them stood an unparalleled figure, invincible in the realm. Gula also sensed the unusual presence beside him and turned to look at Qingfeng. The brutality that had previously flickered in his eyes vanished, replaced by a palpable tension. As the elder brother of Frieza, the notorious emperor of evil in the universe, Gula possessed strength far surpassing that of Frieza, wielding the power to annihilate a solar system single-handedly. Yet, it is often the most formidable beings who can keenly perceive the might of Qingfeng. He understood without the need for confrontation that the man before him was not a foe he could hope to defeat. May I inquire as to your identity? I trust one have not wronged you in any way. Qingfeng nodded slightly, signifying that Gula had indeed not wronged him. Gula can undoubtedly be described as a malevolent force, ruthlessly slaughtering any creature that defies him. However, This has little to do with Gu Qingfeng. As a time traveler, he had never encountered Gula before, nor had he any reason to offend him. One could only attribute this misfortune to sheer bad luck. Conveniently, Gula was the closest to him, making him an ideal example to demonstrate his prowess to the members of the chat group. Do you have any last words? World Destroyer. I initially thought that fellow was the boss. His appearance startled me, yet he seems to hold the boss in considerable regard. Fire Fist Ace. This guy is already breaking out in a cold sweat. Could it be that someone as formidable as him is not a match for the boss? Tony the Unfaithful. Whether he can contend with the boss remains uncertain, but at the very least, the boss should not be weaker than him. And may I just point out that the boss's entrance was rather hasty? Seeking support. What do you know? This is a return to simplicity. True strength manifests in such a manner. Must one always make a grandiose entrance like you? World Destroyer. To think the admin is such a fresh and refined sycophant. The evidence is undeniable. Tony the Unfaithful. Agreed 1 Fire Fist Ace. Agreed 1 Do you want to dance? Agreed 1 Seeking support. Dare to speak against me again, and I shall silence you all. Meanwhile, Gula in the recording felt an increasing sense of terror, forcing himself to suppress the fear within. He resolved to unleash all his power and fight to the death. Gula erupted into a frenzied roar, his powerful presence shaking the very fabric of space within a kilometer around him, creating ripples that cascaded through the dimensions. Gula's body was enveloped in a violet blaze, an overwhelming force surging forth from within him. He appeared significantly more robust than before, with sharp, horn-like protrusions emerging from his head, shoulders, and arms. As Gula transformed into his ultimate form, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Tony, ever the skeptic, pondered aloud, can this formidable figure truly vanquish such a monster? He seems even more powerful than before. Ace of Flames concurred, noting, indeed. The very space around him appears to be straining under the weight of his might. I never anticipated the existence of such a being. Meanwhile, Yunyao, hidden within her dwelling, turned pale. Even through the screen, she felt a chill of trepidation. Her previous confidence in Gu Qingfeng's strength began to waver. Gula's casual strike could obliterate a planet, and now he had only grown stronger. The group had only just welcomed a powerhouse. What if he could not withstand Gula's might and met his demise? One must admit, this fellow is truly formidable, perhaps the strongest across dimensions. Might it be prudent for our leader to retreat and seek a less imposing adversary? Suggested a concerned member. The Destroyer of Worlds. You are under no obligation to confront an enemy you cannot hope to defeat. Do you comprehend this? Observing Gula's transformation into his final form, Gu Qingfeng chose not to intervene, disregarding the group's pleas. As he gazed at Gula unleashing his full might, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. I did not anticipate such a lengthy wait for you to reveal merely this level of power. A mere finger shall suffice to deal with you. The transformation of Gula into his ultimate form exacts a tremendous toll on his body. However, simultaneously, his power surges to several times its previous magnitude. In this moment, facing Gu Qingfeng, the sense of invincibility has dissipated. How arrogant indeed, to perish in my most formidable state. You ought to feel honored. The colossal spaceship in the distance remains passive, not exhibiting any signs of aggression. As the most devoted subordinates of Gula, they are acutely aware of his formidable strength and thus refrain from intervening in his battle. In the blink of an eye, Gula vanished, moving with an untraceable speed as he lunged before Gu Qingfeng, delivering a powerful kick. Gu Qingfeng, seemingly nonchalant, effortlessly raised his hand, with the index finger of his right hand perfectly intercepting Gula's onslaught. Gula's relentless assault was effortlessly parried, prompting him to retreat several dozen meters, while simultaneously, countless waves of light surged toward Gu Qingfeng. The right index finger of Gu Qingfeng was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, effortlessly parrying a multitude of assaults. Countless waves of light erupted in the void, and several planets were caught in the aftermath, instantly obliterated by the overwhelming force. Gula once again conjured a violet sphere of destruction, pulsating with an aura of annihilation, within the palm of his hand. Die, he declared, facing the colossal purple orb capable of obliterating entire planets. In a move that brought Gula to the brink of madness, Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth wide and gently exhaled. Instantly, the force of his breath propelled the sphere back towards Gula. His most formidable attack was effortlessly returned by Gu Qingfeng's mere breath, prompting Gula to evade the assault in a state of disarray. Gu Qingfeng had initially intended to prolong the engagement, yet Gula's sheer weakness extinguished his interest. It was time to conclude this encounter, Against me, you possess no more than a minuscule chance of victory. After a brief struggle, Gula realized that Qingfeng was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Just as he was about to unleash a taunt, an excruciating pain surged through his body. His entire form succumbed to weakness, and the purple orb of energy in his palm dissipated. With his last vestiges of strength, he lowered his gaze, only to find Qingfeng's finger piercing directly into his heart. On Qingfeng's face lingered an air of nonchalance, a smile that suggested the act of self-destruction was merely a trivial matter to him. It seemed I had surpassed you, if only by a slight margin. Simultaneously, a golden energy sphere adhered closely to his form, the formidable shockwave propelling him towards the location of the spaceship. Inside the vessel, Gula's subordinates were yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when Gula himself crashed into the ship, accompanied by an energy sphere. Upon its entry, the sphere unleashed an unprecedented brilliance, a force unlike anything ever witnessed, which ultimately obliterated the spacecraft. Gula's subordinates endeavored to resist, yet their assaults proved utterly ineffectual against the energy orb. As the radiance dissipated, everything was rendered into oblivion. The colossal spaceship and the formidable Gula were all reduced to mere ashes. Time seemed to stretch and contract as the two engaged in combat for merely a fleeting 2 seconds. Observers in the chat group, witnessing Gula's offensive, contemplated urging Qingfeng to flee once more, unaware that the tides of battle were poised for a dramatic shift. The adversary, once regarded as invincible, Gula was swiftly vanquished by Qingfeng's counterattack, falling in an instant with a single strike. Did you wish to join the dance? It was inconceivable. Even I could not discern how he dispatched that monstrous foe. Ban's perception of reality began to crumble. He had believed himself capable of rivaling such destructive power after merging with the Ten Tails. Yet, he was utterly bewildered as to how Qingfeng had approached Gula and executed that lethal blow. He had not witnessed the unfolding of events. In truth, it was not merely him. No one in the entire chat group could comprehend the spectacle. Qingfeng advanced with a swift motion, piercing Gula's heart with a single finger, followed by a powerful energy blast that obliterated both man and vessel in an instant. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "The chat group has a slow motion feature. I had to reduce the speed by 50 times just to barely witness the prowess of the master." Seeking to attach to a stronger figure exclaimed, "The master is simply too magnificent. I no longer wish to toil in the chat group to grow stronger." Does the master have a girlfriend? If so, would you consider switching? If not, would you mind having an additional one? The Destroyer of Worlds retorted, "That was but a trivial display. It must surely be a monumental gap. The disparity exhibited by the master is likely the most distant separation in the universe." The Strongest of Dimensions abruptly ended the live stream. The Strongest of Dimensions stated, "Tony, not one to stray. Why wait for a propitious moment when I can converse with you now?" "Tony, not one to stray," replied, "Master, I just remembered that I owe you some money. I recognize my mistake. Please grant me another chance." The Destroyer of Worlds quipped, "Low emotional intelligence. I offer you money in hopes you 1T strike me. High emotional intelligence. I still owe you money." The Strongest of Dimensions declared, "I have no interest in money. It holds no significance for me." Seeking to attach to a stronger figure commented, "Indeed, there seems to be a flaw in your reasoning. Given the master's capabilities, do you truly believe he would concern himself with wealth? If he desired, the entire earth could be his." Tony, not one to stray, sent a special red envelope, $100 million, for the Strongest of Dimensions to claim. The Strongest of Dimensions accepted the red envelope. Qingfeng finally comprehended the significance of being the world's wealthiest individual. What immense wealth it is. Though he may not directly benefit from it, he could still utilize it upon his return to Blue Star. The Strongest of Dimensions remarked, "While I acknowledge your words, upon reflection, we are all comrades here. I consider myself a magnanimous individual, so I shall not hold this minor issue against you." Meanwhile, the restless Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief, only to promptly devise a similar strategy. "Do you wish to dance as well, esteemed one? Please let me know what you require, and I shall endeavor to find it for you." "Do you wish to dance as well?" came the reply. "It matters not. I harbor no ill feelings. Have you ever witnessed an adult angered by a child? Furthermore, I currently exist only as a soul and am merely in search of the item that could restore me to life." Tony, ever the pragmatist, noted, "The Group S marketplace seems to offer resurrection items, but the point cost varies based on the strength of the resurrected individual, starting at a staggering 100,000 points. That's exceedingly challenging. Fire Fist, Ace exclaimed. With a maximum of 100 points per day, how long will it take to accumulate enough points for resurrection? Uchiha Madara, however, thought of Qingfeng. As a special administrator, he could sign in daily to earn 10,000 points. If he were willing to assist, Madara could revive himself in a short time. Yet, what could he offer in return? After witnessing Qingfeng's battle, Madara felt he possessed nothing of value to him. I was merely speaking casually. In due time, someone will surely resurrect me, so there is no need for concern, came the response. Ding. The administrator sought assistance and posted a task to help the administrator find sufficient food and ensure their safety for 10 days. Danger level, 7, with a maximum of 10. Reward points, 100. Ding. In the spirit of mutual aid, all group members may accept tasks. Completing tasks grants reward points, and the chat group will rate task completion, awarding additional points accordingly. Help me, I'm on the brink of collapse. I am utterly famished, and the outside is swarming with zombies. I cannot venture out. I have few points left to spend, and until I can ensure my own safety, I can only gradually repay you. Fire Fist, Ace remarked. The administrator is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Had it not been for her warning, Sachi would have long fallen victim to Blackbeard's ambush. The destroyer of worlds, Ace continued, indeed. It was her alertness that enabled me to save my sister. Without her, I likely would have perished in the bandit's lair. But why is the difficulty rating of this task so high? Tony pondered. I am uncertain, came the reply. At least the zombies I have encountered seem to be of a rather ordinary caliber compared to you all. However, they are immortal. Only a shot to the head can slay them, and those bitten will also transform into zombies. For decades, the cunning Madara has observed the world with a discerning eye, articulating his unique perspectives. Do you wish to join the dance? He mused. I speculate it may pertain to the world's tier of difficulty, rated a 7 in her realm. Perhaps it is merely a 1 in ours. The strongest in the dimension accepted the task. Fire Fist, Ace accepted the task as well. It appears my presence is unnecessary. The esteemed ones have already taken charge, so I shall refrain from joining the fray. Yunyao, the task issuer, momentarily stunned, soon found herself brimming with excitement at the unexpected assistance from such formidable figures. In contrast to others, her rapport with Qingfeng was rather lukewarm. While Ace and his companions had indeed benefited from her aid in navigating various predicaments of the original plot, fostering a more amicable connection. Thus, it was not surprising that they would lend her their support. However, she had no prior interactions with Qingfeng, nor had she ever aided him, which explained her decision not to tag him. Now, it seemed he possessed a commendable character. Do you wish to join the dance? Expressed his limitations. In a state of spiritual essence, I am powerless to assist anyone. The world's destroyer cautioned. Exercise caution. For although the administrator has assured us that our adversaries are not particularly formidable, being bitten could lead to troublesome consequences. Ding. The group member, the strongest of dimensions, completed the task, earning 50 bounty points, while Fire Fist Ace also garnered 50 points. Ding. The task was completed in 1 second, receiving an SSS rating, along with an additional reward of 500,000 points, with Fire Fist Ace receiving an extra 10,000 points. Do you wish to join the dance? Expressed bewilderment. The world's destroyer. Fire Fist Ace. At that moment, every member's mind was engulfed in chaos, questioning the circumstances of how the task was accomplished so swiftly. Yet, their attention soon shifted to the extraordinary points awarded, igniting a frenzy among several members. Tony, ever the opportunist. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Good heavens, 500,000 points. Even with exceptional luck and daily scoring 100. It would take me 5,000 days to achieve that. Do you wish to join the dance? Echoed a mix of envy and jealousy, lamenting the high bonus rewards. If only I had a corporeal form, those points would be mine. Even the notoriously stoic Uchiha Madara could hardly contain his excitement. After all, this was a staggering sum of 500,000 points. With such points, resurrection was within his grasp. The world's destroyer questioned, wasn't the task rated a 7 in difficulty? Furthermore, it required locating sufficient sustenance for the administrator and ensuring her safety for 10 days. How was it completed so swiftly? Tony, ever the astute observer, this is the essence of true prowess. It's akin to having a golden leg to lean upon. Tasks are approached as if they were mere play. Before you even grasp the situation, the task is already completed. Do you wish to join the dance? Added a benevolent reminder. When undertaking tasks in the chat group, assistance is rendered to members without physical forms, providing them with peak corporeal conditions. Did you perhaps overlook this? Esteemed one. Upon hearing this, Madara perused the task benefits page and indeed found such a provision, further deepening his frustration. Do you wish to dance as well? 500,000. Indeed, 500,000 points, which should have rightfully been mine. The destroyer of worlds. Well, even if you were to go, it would be of no use. The additional rewards are likely correlated with the task's rating. If it were you, could you confidently complete the task in a mere second? Do you wish to dance as well? The destroyer of worlds. Therefore, even if you go, you would not earn the 500,000 points, so do not harbor jealousy. Tony, the unfaithful. Fire Fist Ace. You fool. Why are you questioning us when you were supposed to join us on the mission? You received 10,000 points. Why do you question it? Fire Fist Ace. I don't know. I just arrived, and the task completion notification appeared, granting me 10,000 points. The destroyer of worlds. So, your 10,000 points are merely serendipitous, correct? Well then, now everyone may be envious. Tony, the unfaithful. Do you wish to dance as well? Time rewinds to a minute ago, when the administrator posted the task. Qingfeng, having nothing else to do, decided to lend her a hand. Casually, he accepted the task, curious about the additional points reward, as he was in dire need of points. The coordinates for returning home were selling for 50 million, while the Zen of ultimate freedom was priced at 100 billion. As for the existence of any potential threat to him, that was not within Qingfeng's considerations. Let us be realistic. To pose a threat to him, an opponent would need the power to shatter the universe. Yet, how could such an existence possibly thrive in a mere world of zombies? Upon pressing the teleportation button for the mission, a wave of spatial distortion enveloped him. The teleportation commenced, and a blinding light erupted, prompting Qingfeng to instinctively shut his eyes. When he finally opened them, he was met with the gruesome sight of a man, his flesh mangled, lunging at a frail young girl, bringing her down to the ground. The man's body was savaged, half of it bitten beyond recognition, yet he seemed oblivious to the agony, merely seeking to sink his teeth into the girl beneath him. The girl on the ground was none other than Yunyao, the administrator of their chat group, who had just issued a mission without having the chance to say much more. Suddenly, the door of the room was violently flung open, and a zombie burst in, launching an attack against her. Yunyao felt she might be the most unfortunate of all transmigrators, while others possessed extraordinary abilities, or at the very least had mysterious powerful allies. She had merely a chat group. Though the group's capabilities were impressive, they required an inordinate amount of time to harness. Having been a member for over 20 days, she longed for the various abilities in the shop, salivating at the thought. Yet she could afford none. Fortunately, the members of the group were kind-hearted, not shunning her for her low contribution points. Once the big shots arrived to rescue her, she would surely be able to stride confidently through the apocalypse, leaning on their support. However, joy turned to despair as the big shots had yet to arrive. While the zombie was already upon her, and as a defenseless young woman, she stood no chance against it. As she watched the zombie's grotesque face draw ever closer, she could hardly bear to imagine her own fate, becoming an unsightly creature after being bitten. Just as she closed her eyes, awaiting her demise, she felt no pain after a prolonged wait. Instead, she sensed someone gazing at her. With a slight opening of her tightly shut eyes, she caught sight of Qingfeng, who wore a gentle smile, the male zombie long gone. Blinking in confusion, she rubbed her delicate hands to ensure she wasn't hallucinating. In the next moment, she sprang up from the ground, throwing herself onto Qingfeng's broad shoulder, and began to weep softly. She was merely an ordinary girl. In her previous life, she had been just an average person, and now, trapped in a zombie-infested world, she had always remained hidden indoors. This was her first encounter with the threat of death. And upon seeing Qingfeng, she could not resist the urge to seek refuge in his embrace. The trope of the hero saving the beauty is a time-honored one. Yet who among the fairer sex does not adore a hero, especially one as strikingly handsome as he? However, at that moment, Qingfeng was taken aback. This was all too sudden. With his strength, evading danger would have been effortless, yet out of gentlemanly concern for her well-being, he decided to offer his shoulder for Yunyao to lean upon. Little did he know, once she nestled against him, she would not let go, tightening her grip. The pressure against his chest from her slight form was quite uncomfortable. She didn't seem large, yet the sensation of their bodies touching felt akin to two towering peaks. However, he was in a committed relationship. Despite not being a paragon of beauty, he was a devoted man, not one to indulge in polygamy. Fortunately, someone timely interrupted this awkward moment, a voice filled with apology breaking through. Did I arrive at an inconvenient time? Forecastee. Ace appeared beside the two, having arrived nearly simultaneously with Qingfeng. However, the disparity in their strengths was monumental. The spatial transfer had little effect on Qingfeng, whereas Ace, lacking in power, experienced a brief moment of dizziness after the transition. Once he regained his composure, the chat group notified him that the task was complete, and Qingfeng was seen embracing Yunyao. Upon hearing Ace's voice, Yunyao snapped back to reality, disentangling herself from Qingfeng's arms. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Ace. Her eyes were ablaze with indignation, causing a shiver to run down Ace's spine. Though he pondered what he had done to deserve such ire, after casting a few fierce glances at Ace, Yunyao averted her gaze, choosing to disregard the awkward presence of Ace. Ace, filled with exasperation, was reluctant to speak. After all, he could not be left to simply observe the unfolding scene. Qingfeng also received the notification of task completion, feeling uncertain about how to face Yunyao. He contemplated leaving quietly. The task is completed. Perhaps we should take our leave, he suggested. At that moment, Yunyao shouted, unwilling to let him depart so easily. Where do you think you're going? I haven't yet found my sustenance, and within these 10 days. What if more zombies come? I would be doomed. Ace gazed at Yunyao's figure, perplexed, and inquired, what is that layer of iridescent shield around you? Is this your extraordinary ability? Qingfeng nodded slightly, referring to the technique as merely a trivial trick. He called it the Soul Guardian. Any object that harbors hostility towards her would trigger the light shield to automatically enter protective mode. Unless the enemy's power is on par with his current state, it is impossible to breach this protective barrier. Ace's eyes widened in astonishment, not anticipating such an extraordinary ability. However, upon reflection, another concern emerged. The chat group indicated that the task was completed, suggesting that in this world, no one could shatter his protective shield. Standing nearby, Yunyao recalled the firm muscles and broad, strong arms of Qingfeng when she had embraced him moments ago. If it weren't for Ace's lack of perception, she wouldn't have felt so flustered. The thought of holding Qingfeng without letting go flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. She too was a girl and could experience shyness. Had it not been for her overwhelming emotions, even with her fondness for him, she would not resort to such an embarrassing display. You can step outside and boldly search for food. No zombies can harm you. Why not give it a try? Glancing at the 500,000 points in the store, Qingfeng felt that returning to Blue Star was within reach. If every task rewarded 500,000 points, it would be splendid. However, he did not consider that if someone else were to undertake this task, not only would they struggle to create a protective shield lasting 10 days, but merely escaping from the throngs of zombies to find food would be a monumental challenge. Zombies, though generally low in intelligence and combat prowess, were overwhelming in number. Looking out, he saw a sea of them. To use AC as an example, even if he could slay 100 or 1,000, could he truly defeat 10,000 or 100,000? Regardless of who attempted it, completing the task within a short time frame was impossible. Yet, it was Qingfeng who had come forth. His power was formidable. Even a casually summoned light shield contained enough energy to obliterate the earth. There was no need for concern that the shield's strength would diminish with the passage of time. While it is indeed plausible for numerous ants to bring down an elephant, even an army of ants could not defeat an Ultraman. The power dynamics of this world were not on the same plane. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, Yunyao hastily dismissed her errant thoughts and examined the colorful light shield surrounding her. She playfully poked at it, discovering that it felt as though it were non-existent to her. She could see it, but could not touch it. AC, mistakenly believing Yunyao was fearful and hesitant to venture out, smiled reassuringly. There's no need for concern. Just walk outside, test the strength of the shield. The boss and I will be here watching. Everything will be fine. I wasn't worried, you know. The boss's intervention is undoubtedly reliable. I merely wish to see if this thing has any effect on me. Yunyao cast a fleeting glance at Ace, her hair cascading as she resolutely strode towards the door. Just as she was about to step beyond the threshold, a moment of hesitation gripped her. Her gait exuded an undeniable coolness, yet she wondered if Qingfeng and the others were trailing behind her. The absence of any audible footsteps stirred her doubts. Could it be that these two miscreants had not followed her? Should she turn back to check? Yet, the prospect of being mocked by that foolish Ace made her hesitate. Regardless, she decided to dismiss such thoughts and pressed on. Summoning her courage, Yunyao stepped outside, only to be met by a horde of zombies that surged toward her. The foremost of the undead was a mere 10 meters away, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. although she had faith in Qingfeng's abilities. The sheer scale of the oncoming threat momentarily left her flustered. However, as the zombies encroached within a 3-meter radius, a mysterious and profound aura emanated from her being. The throng of zombies, as if confronted by their nemesis, began to dissolve into nothingness. The first wave of dozens disintegrated into clouds of crimson mist. Zombies, devoid of intelligence, succumbed to madness at the sight of living beings, recklessly charging forth despite the imminent danger. The relentless tide of the undead surged from behind. Yet under the protection of the luminous barrier, they were like moths drawn to a flame, each met with their demise. Within mere minutes, the ground was awash with blood, transforming the already ravaged pavement into a vivid scarlet. Remarkable indeed, the strength of the barrier showed no signs of waning. Could humanity truly possess such formidable power? Ace stood behind Yunyao, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, while he too could conjure a protective shield enshrouded in flames. Its defensive prowess paled in comparison to Qingfeng's barrier. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that any shield ultimately relied on various energies for its sustenance. In the absence of continuous energy supply from its wielder, a barrier's strength would inevitably wane. Rough estimates suggested that the number of zombies vanquished beneath the shield was no less than 800, yet the barrier's integrity remained unaltered. Qingfeng stood mere steps behind her, offering no energy to the shield. Just how much power did this barrier possess? How many of such shields could one conjure at a time, dear master? 10, or perhaps 100. Ancient Qingfeng, with an air of indifference, remarked, I have never attempted this. Such trivial matters consume energy at a rate slower than my recovery. I can employ this indefinitely. This is merely a parlor trick. I have not transformed into a super scion, but rather, I have casually manifested a luminous barrier in my ordinary state. For him, this is simply a typical condition. Yet its potency far exceeds that of a super scion god. His normal state possesses energy that rivals that of a super scion god. This explains why, despite obliterating countless zombies, the power of the barrier remains undiminished. With a mere flick, he could unleash enough energy to shatter the earth. Annihilating a handful of zombies would deplete far too much energy. He might as well smash a block of tofu to achieve that. The individuals in the chat group continued their heated debate, struggling to comprehend how ancient Qingfeng managed to locate sustenance in a mere second while ensuring Yunyao's safety for 10 days. You also wish to dance, mused one. Eliminating zombies is trivial, yet providing long-term protection for the administrator is no simple feat. One can only safeguard her closely. The World Destroyer interjected, indeed. Unless the master were to obliterate the administrator's planet entirely, vanquishing all zombies, I cannot conceive of any other method. Tony, the unfickle, chimed in, your suggestion seems plausible. A mere planet would hardly concern the master. Fire-Faced commented, the master utilized a protective shield. I have never witnessed such a technique. Should any hostilities arise towards the administrator, those who approach within a certain range of the shield are automatically eliminated. Tony, the unfickle exclaimed, what on earth is this? It can even detect the presence of hostility. Are you jesting with me? Fire-Faced replied, I cannot say for certain. In any case, we are unharmed when we approach, yet zombies perish. It defies explanation. I shall commence a live broadcast. As Fire-Faced initiated the live stream. You also wish to dance? Entered the broadcast room, followed by Tony, the unfickle, and the World Destroyer. The live feed displayed a sweet-faced girl with short hair standing motionless in the street. Countless terrifying zombies lunged at Yunyao with ferocious roars, yet miraculously, any that approached within 3 meters were obliterated by an invisible force, bursting into a mist of blood. The scene was grotesquely bloody. Even the least intelligent of zombies eventually halted their suicidal advance. They consciously avoided Yunyao. A lack of intelligence does not equate to a total absence of wit. After all, even fish possess a memory of 7 seconds. Witnessing the demise of their companions instilled fear within them. Tony, the unfickle, remarked, this master is truly impressive. One cannot fathom the master's abilities through ordinary logic. You also wish to dance. Added, regardless, this is utterly astounding. A barrier that can discern enemies on its own. Fire-Faced concluded, in any case, after observing for so long, I remain perplexed. The master simply waves his hand without any intricate techniques. Tony, unfaltering in his resolve, questioned, what about the food? With safety assured, how can we complete the task without it visible? The World Destroyer retorted, Tony, you ought to leave the group. Your presence diminishes our collective intelligence. Can't you see? With the shield in place, even the admin can traverse freely and boldly retrieve food from a store. Fire Fist Ace chimed in. How on earth did you become the world's wealthiest individual with such a mindset? You two wish to join the dance? Came the response of solidarity. Tony, unperturbed, shot back at Ace. With your intellect, why haven't you developed your own unique iron armor? As for Uchiha Obito's jests, Tony Stark instinctively brushed them aside. His acquaintance with Ace was of considerable duration, and their rapport was amicable. Obito, however, was a different matter, having previously incurred his ire. And given Obito's rather tempestuous demeanor, Tony had no desire to provoke him. Astonished by the power of the shield, Ace paused at Tony's retort and replied candidly. Because I have no need for it. Even without armor, I could easily defeat you. What would I do with that contraption? Tony found himself momentarily speechless. The World Destroyer suggested, all right, let us quietly watch the live stream and refrain from further disturbances. As a throng of zombies cleared the path, Yunyao suddenly turned around, her gaze landing upon Qingfeng. There's a supermarket ahead. Would you accompany me? I cannot carry much food back home alone. Yunyao recognized the inconvenience this posed for Qingfeng and Ace, yet she was merely an ordinary girl. The thought of transporting food for 10 days by hand was daunting enough to exhaust her entirely. With a gentle smile, Qingfeng observed that the administrator seemed somewhat endearingly naive. Given my protective shield, why would you return to that dilapidated dwelling? You could simply reside in the supermarket, as no one could harm you there. This notion was indeed perplexing. In Yunyao's understanding, even if one possessed immense power, it was essential to dwell in a secure location. Zombies may not pose a threat to you, but could you truly sleep soundly while they roam nearby? A true powerhouse. She seemed to forget that her protective shield did not require manual activation and was perpetually in an active state. I found myself grappling with an overwhelming urge to abandon my efforts, despite my arduous journey to grow stronger. It appeared that a mere flick of the elite skill rendered my apocalypse insignificant in their eyes. Yet, she merely contemplated this. It was clear that possessing one's own strength was the true path to supremacy. Relying on others was ultimately a precarious strategy. Qingfeng nodded earnestly. Then do not exert yourself. With my protective shield, no one in this world can harm you. Yunyao's eyes brightened. Could it be that the esteemed gentleman intended to shield her? In a man's assistance to a woman, there are but two possibilities. The first being he harbors feelings for her, and the second being he has deep affections for her. Yet, it would be inappropriate to continually trouble you for aid, as you consistently come into my world to provide this protective barrier. No need, he replied. This one is sufficient. There is no requirement for your constant presence. This shield shall remain intact even in the event of world annihilation. Might the energy gradually diminish and the shield prematurely vanish? Such a notion seemed implausible. Despite being merely a trinket to him, it contained a fraction of his immense energy, capable of piercing through dozens of planets without difficulty. Slaying a few zombies would require negligible effort, hardly a drop in the ocean. Yunyao was utterly speechless. The esteemed gentleman indeed possessed the ability to resolve issues in a most efficient manner. Before she could respond, Qingfeng spoke again. Ace, please accompany the administrator in her search for sustenance. She has likely endured solitude for far too long and requires companionship. I shall take my leave now, farewell. With that, he departed, utilizing the space transmission of the chat group to return to the Dragon Ball universe. Following the completion of his task, he was permitted to stay in the world where the mission was issued for no more than 2 hours. He sensed a shift in Yunyao's demeanor. Initially, she admired his strength, but after he rescued her, he detected a hint of unexplainable sentiment in her gaze. He had no desire to entangle himself in romantic affairs. Since the matter had been resolved, he intended to avoid complicating it further. However, even the most formidable woman requires protection from a man, especially considering Yunyao. Though a traveler from another realm, was still in her developmental stage and possessed pitifully low strength. The dashing and gentlemanly Ace was a commendable choice, his own power being sufficiently formidable. He was not the type to claim every beautiful woman he encountered as his own. In his view, a man should dedicate his life to loving but one person. Left behind were Ace and Yunyao, gazing at each other in silence. Yunyao left a favorable impression on Ace. One could not deny her beauty. After traversing new worlds for several years, Ace had encountered few women of such exquisite allure. Their time spent in the group had also convinced Ace that Yunyao was a kind-hearted individual, yet how to address the matter of the protective shield remained an enigma. Qingfeng merely stated that any malicious intent would trigger an automatic defense mechanism. However, if one harbors no ill will, can they truly approach? Even Ace hesitates to engage with Yunyao. This is no jest. Should an inadvertent mishap occur, the protective barrier could very well ensnare him, potentially costing him his life. Whether he can withstand such an occurrence remains uncertain, yet he is reluctant to gamble his existence for mere opportunities to flirt. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Qingfeng, having returned to a remote asteroid, promptly activated his chat group. His recent mission had yielded an impressive 50,000 points. To his astonishment, the chat was inundated with messages, reaching a staggering count of 99 plus. Qingfeng did not peruse the earlier exchanges, opting instead for a cursory glance at the messages from mere seconds prior. Seeking a patron, Dimension's strongest, I am grateful for your assistance. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. World Destroyer, I detect a hint of an unusual aura. Could it be merely my imagination? Tony, the non-committal, no, it is not your imagination. I too have sensed it. Qingfeng chuckled, disregarding their jests. As he accessed the points mall of the chat group, his gaze fixated on the dazzling 5 zeros trailing behind his points. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. The only lament was the vast number of points required for his desires. Otherwise, he could have exchanged that impressive 50,000 for some trifles, perhaps a Gyoka Sharingan or a devil fruit. Although these items bore no substantial utility for him, they would serve as delightful diversions. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to seek out a confrontation, while simultaneously inquiring about the coordinates of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe. After contemplating potential candidates, he ultimately settled on Frieza, a formidable figure renowned throughout the Dragon Ball realm for his resilience. Who could withstand blows better than he? With 2 fingers pressed against his forehead, his figure vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who was obliviously engaged in cosmic battles alongside his minions, he was blissfully unaware of the calamity that awaited him. However, he had no intention of venturing to Earth, where the likes of Goku and Vegeta, both Super Saiyan deities, would pose insurmountable challenges. At this juncture, he had just been resurrected by the Dragon Balls and had attained his golden form, only to be soundly defeated in succession by Goku and Vegeta. Unlike the original narrative, he opted against annihilating Earth and the Saiyans in a desperate bid. Instead, he chose to make a solitary escape from the planet. The notion of returning to Earth was utterly out of the question. In this lifetime, it was a dream forever unattainable. Unable to contend with the combined strength of 2, he could only resort to preying upon other races to sustain his existence. Frieza, how have you been faring lately? While his subordinates engaged in an assault on a distant planet, Frieza reclined in his small spacecraft, his gaze fixated with a peculiar intensity on the unfolding scene below. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he was dismayed to find none other than Goku, a visitor he least wished to encounter. What brings you here, Goku? Did you come alone? Frieza's words momentarily vexed Qingfeng, but upon reflection, it was understandable. Vegeta was indeed the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, with features reminiscent of both. It was only natural that Frieza, having never encountered Vegeta, would mistake him for Goku. With an earnest expression, Qingfeng stated, I am Qingfeng. If you wish to avoid demise, you will disclose the location of Earth to me. A closer examination revealed that he was indeed not Goku, but still an audacious individual, daring to address the Emperor of the universe in such a manner. Prepare to meet your end. Frieza maintained a veneer of composure, yet as he concluded his statement, his countenance twisted into a sinister snarl, and a beam of lethal energy erupted from his fingertips. Qingfeng exhibited an utter indifference to evasion, allowing the light to strike him without resistance, for he deemed Frieza's assault woefully feeble. Ultimately, he could not escape the immutable law of smoke and injury. As the billowing dust settled, Qingfeng stood unscathed in his original position. Quite commendable, indeed, yet he remains insufficiently prepared to challenge me. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. The mere resemblance of Qingfeng to Sun Wukong compelled him to eliminate him. With a thunderous roar, he began to gather energy, flames enveloping his being, as the intense residual energy shattered the ground beneath him for hundreds of meters. A blinding golden light illuminated the sky as the 24K pure gold Frieza made his entrance, the energy surging skyward, wielding a power so formidable that it caused the very planet to tremble incessantly. Qingfeng could not hinder Frieza's accumulation of energy, no matter how he struggled. He could never hope to match his opponent. Your brother possesses a similar transformation, yet he becomes exceedingly feeble afterwards. I wonder how you fare in comparison to that inept individual? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. Not merely because his brother had been slain by this person, but due to the audacity of striking against his kin, a blatant affront to the lineage of the Cosmic Emperor. Ha ha ha, my hands have long been devoid of blood. I hope you can provide me with a more delightful challenge. With a sense of resignation, Qingfeng raised his right hand to Frieza, gesturing for him to strike swiftly. He had grown weary of Frieza's arrogant proclamations. Enraged by this gesture, Frieza surged forward with an almost imperceptible speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Qingfeng's face. With a single hand, Qingfeng deftly parried the assault, effortlessly grasping Frieza's arm, rendering his attempts to withdraw futile. In a flash, he delivered a punch that struck Frieza squarely, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters before he could regain his footing. To Frieza's astonishment, even in his golden form, his attack was effortlessly neutralized. He let out a furious roar, unwilling to concede, and launched another offensive. The two opponents charged at each other, engaging in close-quarters combat, exchanging blows in a rapid succession of strikes. In an instant, they had traded dozens of attacks, yet Frieza found himself consistently overpowered by Qingfeng, left with no means to retaliate except for defensive maneuvers, until a ki blast forced Qingfeng to retreat. Exiting the fray, Frieza returned to his normal state. Although their encounter lasted but a mere few seconds, it felt to him more arduous than battling the Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Every strike from Qingfeng carries an earth-shattering might. He can barely withstand the blows, yet his body struggles to endure. Even the first exchange leaves him with bruises. Qingfeng maintained an expression devoid of any fluctuation, exuding an air of effortless composure. It is difficult to fathom the extent of his strength, although reluctant to admit it. I am indeed no match for him. Should the battle continue, my defeat is inevitable. Shall I dispatch someone to escort you? He inquired. The Earth is not far from here, merely an hour away. In making this suggestion, Frieza sought to subtly extend an olive branch to Qingfeng, hoping to draw him into his own ranks. Even the combined forces of Son Goku and Vegeta would pose no threat. Qingfeng revealed a hint of a smile. Frieza was indeed quite astute. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to teach him a painful lesson. There was no need for a ride. Your spaceship travels too slowly. I shall make my own way. Simply provide me with the coordinates of Earth. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy emanated from the distance, prompting both Qingfeng and Frieza to glance towards the east. This was the power of the Super Saiyan God. Could it be that Son Goku had encountered a formidable adversary, transforming into this form? Frieza shot a surprised look at Qingfeng, astonished that he was aware of the existence of the Super Saiyan God, even for someone who had traversed the universe for decades. He had only recently witnessed Goku as a mere Super Saiyan. You are also aware of the Super Saiyan God. This form of Saiyan is remarkably powerful, perhaps even stronger than you, Frieza remarked, a glint of scheming flickering in his eyes. Utilizing Qingfeng to confront Goku would be most advantageous. Despite Qingfeng's resemblance to Goku, Frieza did not perceive him as a Saiyan. In his eyes, Saiyans were a contemptible and inferior race. How could one possibly possess such immense power? It was utterly inconceivable. Ancient Qingfeng, disinterested in Frieza's antics, had long discerned the essence of this character. With a mere touch of his fingers to his forehead, he invoked instant transmission, departing from the scene. Kakarot, do not presume to surpass me, he declared. Vegeta, we can still grow stronger, came the retort. Need it be said? The might of the Saiyans knows no bounds. Vegeta, clad in a form-fitting blue combat suit, stood opposite Son Goku, who donned an orange martial arts uniform. Both had transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, where their mastery over power was exceptionally refined. They contained their energy with utmost precision, ensuring no leakage, and this form demanded little stamina. In an instant, Vegeta's crimson hair shifted to a celestial blue, his aura surging with an overwhelming intensity, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. Goku, not to be outdone, transformed into a Super Saiyan God, specifically the blue variant. In this state, he harnessed the divine power, evolving further into a form that surpassed even that of a god, albeit at a substantial cost that rendered it unsustainable for long. A ripple coursed through the space thousands of meters behind them, as ancient Qingfeng utilized the energy emanating from their clash to instantaneously arrive on Earth. Despite the distance, Goku and Vegeta sensed an intrusion into their battleground. Who is he? Is he your brother, Vegeta? Goku inquired, curiosity etched on his face, for apart from Vegeta, he had yet to encounter any other scions from his era. As for his brother Raditz and Nappa, those minor characters had been forgotten after Goku's decisive victory over them. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, impossible. The pure-blooded scions consist solely of us two. My brother Tabor possesses a weak fighting power. He could never compare to you. He mused. He seems to resemble you more. Could it be that you sired a child out of wedlock? Goku, taken aback by this insinuation, hastily retorted, Vegeta, you mustn't speak so recklessly. I would never do such a thing. If Chi-Chi found out, she would surely end me. Vegeta, unwilling to squander any more time, his pride compelling him to value strength above all, demanded, who are you? Should you remain silent, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Qingfeng was not particularly afraid of the two individuals. He simply wished to avoid making an enemy of the Earth's guardians. I am but an unremarkable scion, so there is no need for concern. My arrival on Earth is merely for an extended stay. Humph, who would believe such nonsense? With such formidable power, it is impossible that you have no ulterior motive for coming to Earth. Upon finishing this statement, Vegeta prepared to strike as a means of testing, but was intercepted by Goku, who stepped in with a friendly smile. You are indeed powerful. Encountering a master like you is truly exhilarating. Perhaps we could engage in some sparring when time allows. Very well. I have long admired your reputations, and I look forward to some friendly competition in the future. However, for now, shall we share a meal and converse? The proposal by Qingfeng piqued the interest of the two warriors. Scions, aside from their penchant for combat, hold a fervent love for food. They possess an extraordinary appetite, capable of consuming quantities equivalent to dozens of ordinary individuals. Sun Wukong, devoid of any animosity towards Qingfeng, found no reason to be concerned, while Vegeta, with his inherently proud demeanor, adopted a humble attitude upon encountering Qingfeng and refrained from further remarks. After a prolonged battle, both were famished and, upon returning to their normal states, followed Vegeta into the city. They gathered together and devoured their meal with remarkable speed, of course, with the bill being graciously covered by Vegeta, the strongest son-in-law of Dragon Ball, who was well endowed with wealth. Regarding his origins, Qingfeng merely brushed off the matter, claiming that his family consisted of a low-ranking warrior abandoned in his youth, who had met his demise at the hands of a formidable foe in recent years. Vegeta remained somewhat skeptical, while Wukong, carefree and unconcerned, sensed no ill intent from Qingfeng and did not dwell on his background. After their meal, the trio parted ways. Qingfeng sought a nearby hotel, while Wukong ventured to the planet where the god of destruction, Beerus, resided. Alone, Vegeta returned home, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he cast a meaningful glance at Qingfeng. Once settled, Qingfeng accessed the dimensional chat group, eager to sign in for the day and seize the opportunity for 1,000 points. Ding. Dimension S strongest sign-in successful, granting him 100 points. Ding. Administrator S Dimension S strongest sign-in successful, bestowing 10,000 points. Ding. Administrator seeks support sign-in successful, yielding 50 points. The quantity of sign-in points was inconsequential. The chat group had deliberately shown favor, and the members were all aware of it. The critical moment arrived just as Qingfeng completed his sign-in. Yunyao arrived almost simultaneously, leading to an awkward situation. Signing in was not frightening. What was embarrassing was the disparity in points. Both administrators, one with 10,000, the other with 50. Tony the Heartbreaker. Ha! I apologize, I don't mean to laugh, but you are simply too amusing. Seeker of support, is it truly that funny? My sign-in points cannot compare to the esteemed, yet they exceed your frivolous total. Tony the Heartbreaker, you are an administrator. It is only natural for you to have more points than I, as I am merely a member. What is there to compare? Fire Fist Ace, ha ha ha. I can't help but join in. You insisted on signing in at the same time as the esteemed, which is rather awkward for yourself. Seeker of support, what are you all laughing at? Is it genuinely that amusing? Tony the Heartbreaker, I am reminded of a joyous occasion. My wife has given birth. Seeker of support, Fire Fist Ace, then how do you explain yourself? Fire Fist Ace, my wife has also given birth. Seeker of support, you are clearly reveling in my misfortune. Your laughter has been unceasing. Tony the Heartbreaker, as the world's wealthiest individual, I have undergone rigorous training. Regardless of how amusing it is, I shall not laugh unless I absolutely cannot contain myself. Yunyao's face flushed with indignation as Ace and Tony engaged in their mocking banter, audaciously ridiculing her. The strongest in the dimension remarked, "Isn't the administrator endowed with the power to silence? Perhaps a half-hour timeout for them would be wise. Out of sight, out of mind. You also wish to dance?" Quick, Tony. Tony has truly mastered the art of self-sabotage. Who dares provoke whom? Are you a jester sent by a monkey? Tony, the unfaithful, retorted. The multiverse traversal feature is now active. While I may not best others with your strength, the world destroyer interjected. You cannot even contend with her. Not just you. I wager even I would falter. Have you forgotten the shield bestowed upon her by the esteemed one? Tony, the unfaithful, asked, what does that imply? Am I now the weakest in the group? Fire Fist Ace confirmed. Indeed, you are the weakest. Moreover, should the administrator strike you, retaliation is not an option. Not only must you refrain from defending yourself, but you must also express gratitude. Otherwise, if the esteemed one's shield deems you an adversary, a single blow could spell your doom. Tony, the unfaithful, protested. This is an egregious form of bullying. To be struck without the means to retaliate, and still be obliged to thank them. Does the world's richest man possess no dignity? Fire Fist Ace teased. If you wish to test the shield's might, feel free to retaliate. Be gentle. I support you. Tony, the unfaithful, scoffed. Support your sister. As if you've not offended her yourself. And what does your be gentle mean? A group member, Ace, uploaded an image, a straightforward depiction of the typically bold and charming Ace now playfully subdued by a girl, her hands firmly gripping his cheeks. Seeking to cling to the thigh, one remarked, offline single kill, no explanation needed. The world destroyer added, sister, you're impressive. You also wish to dance. Echoed, 666. Tony, the unfaithful, echoed, 666. Subsequently, Tony was silenced by the administrator for 30 minutes. The strongest in the dimension noted, your progress is remarkably swift. You've captured Ace's attention in no time. Clearly, the space granted to you two was not in vain. In just one day, your relationship has deepened significantly. Perched upon Ace's face, playfully teasing him, Yunyao felt a tinge of embarrassment. After Gu Qingfeng's departure, she had gradually come to terms with her feelings. She and Gu Qingfeng were from entirely different worlds. He was far too formidable, a man of such caliber she felt unworthy of. Beside her, Ace was powerful, gentle in nature, and held a fond regard for her. In merely a day's interaction, their bond had flourished. Ace had remained single since birth, and Yunyao, too, was in a similar plight, having traversed to this post-apocalyptic world for over 20 days without encountering a man. Though their relationship remained unconfirmed, a mere veil separated them now. Seeking to cling to the thigh remarked, esteemed one, do not jest, we are merely good friends. The most malevolent sprite joins the group chat. The most malevolent sprite. Who created this little sprite's contraption? How careless of it to drag me into this. Do you not fear that I might consume your time? The Grim Reaper elementary student. How did this thing manifest in my mind? Science offers no plausible explanation. You also wish to dance, to devour time. Is that truly an intriguing power? However, I dare say none of you here are within my capacity to consume. The destroyer of worlds. The power to control time reminds me of my ambitious junior. By the way, is the newcomer male or female? Fire Fist Ace. Grim Reaper elementary student. You can't possibly be an actual elementary student. Even theology cannot elucidate this, let alone science. The most malevolent sprite. I have absorbed the time of 10,000 individuals. Are you not afraid that I might annihilate you all? Tony the unfaithful. Released from silence by the administrator. 10,000, that merely requires hands. When I was selling weapons, the souls of those who perished by my sold arms numbered not less than 80,000. The most malevolent sprite. But those were not your own kills. Can one claim to have slain millions merely by manufacturing weapons? Fire Fist Ace. That sounds impressive, yet I have never killed so many. Seeking to cling to power. That is because you have no desire to kill. She targets only ordinary people. Do you truly believe she slays formidable foes? The Grim Reaper elementary student. Having taken so many lives, how have the authorities not apprehended you? I shall confront you personally. Conan, overhearing this, expressed shock. He had never fathomed that one could commit such mass slaughter without the police closing in. He believed this group to be from their world, merely having fortuitously drawn him into the chat. How could other worlds possibly exist? If one could indeed traverse dimensions to communicate, The creator of this chat must possess extraordinary power. You also wish to dance. Grim Reaper Elementary Student. The chat contains battle recordings of everyone. Once you view them, you shall discern the disparities in strength among the members. The most malevolent sprite. Do not attempt to fool me with mere videos. I shan't believe that. The title of strongest in the dimension is quite imposing. Might I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? The strongest in the dimension. Greetings, new members. Seeking to cling to power. Hail to the Great One. You also wish to dance. Hail to the Great One. The Destroyer of Worlds. Hail to the Great One. Fire Fist Ace. Hail to the Great One. Tony the Unfaithful. Hail to the Great One. Today's Great One is exceptionally dashing. Qingfeng's expression was somewhat peculiar, for he recognized the two newcomers in the group. The most formidable of the spirits was Tokusaki Kurumi, a renowned supporting character from the series date A Live, and a favored choice among many otaku enthusiasts. As a secondary character, she possessed an impressive popularity that rivaled that of the main protagonist, wielding the power of time manipulation. Aside from a few exceptional primordial spirits, she could effortlessly overpower nearly all local entities. As for the Shinigami Elementary Student, there is no need for elaboration. He is notorious for eliminating one individual from the island nation in each episode, representing a true gem of Chinese animation. Detective Conan Idagawa, the intellectual pinnacle within the narrative, ensures that no criminal can escape the scrutiny of his keen gaze. The most fearsome spirit proclaimed, it appears our administrator is quite beloved. Come, dear. Let us embark on a date together. Qingfeng touched his nose, feeling a rare moment of shyness, as Kurumi was indeed the goddess of his dreams. This had led to numerous quarrels with his girlfriend in the past, and now, unexpectedly receiving a confession, he felt a flutter of excitement. The strongest in the dimensions. Greetings. Lovely maiden, but I must decline the invitation for a date, as I am currently preoccupied. Death God Elementary Student. So, which of the two administrators is stronger? The group files do not contain any recordings of the administrators. Fire Fist Ace uploaded a recording of the battle against zombies. The most fearsome spirit accepted the recording. Death God Elementary Student accepted the recording. Silence enveloped the group for several seconds, before Conan was the first to recover from his shock. Were those zombie-like entities truly the undead? Wasn't that something from a film? How could it manifest in the realm of the administrators? What exactly was the situation with the administrators? The zombies perished before even approaching, their power rivaling that of deities. Furthermore, what was the nature of this chat group? Could someone elucidate its purpose? Conan bombarded the chat with questions, transitioning from disbelief to a state of tentative acceptance. Initially, he thought he might be under hypnosis. However, the sensations he experienced felt far too genuine to be mere illusions. Moreover, his body remained unaffected, allowing him to communicate with the group members solely within his mind. World's Destroyer. This is a dimensional chat group, primarily serving to connect characters from various dimensions, enabling communication and interaction across different realms. One can check in daily to earn points, or assist newcomers to gain additional points. These points can be exchanged for items from myriad worlds. World's Destroyer provided clarity to the new member, earning 100 points. World's Destroyer. For some reason, I suddenly feel that this 100 points are rather underwhelming. Does anyone have any tasks? I wish to undertake a quest as well. Fire Fist Ace. The esteemed one earns 10,000 points daily just for checking in. Naturally, 100 points feel trivial. The most fearsome spirit. Can the power of time be exchanged? The strength of the primordial spirit can also be exchanged. Yet one can earn a maximum of 100 points per day, which seems rather slow. World's Destroyer. So, what do you think of the administrator's energy? Impressive. ISNT it? Death God Elementary Student. Indeed, it's akin to having an invincible cheat. Tony, the Unfaithful. Moreover, it possesses infinite energy, even if Earth were to perish. Her shield would remain unscathed. Death God Elementary Student. This utterly shatters my understanding. Is this the might of the administrators? Terrifying, indeed. Fire Fist Ace. The strongest in the dimensions. I must assert that this is merely a trivial toy the esteemed one can unleash indefinitely. Do you believe that? Death God Elementary Student. I do not believe so. If that were the case, it would be invincible. Why not just grant each of us one? What need would we have for a chat group then? The most fearsome spirit. Such a powerful man. To consume his time would surely be delightful. If I were to eliminate him, would the position of administrator not fall to me? It must be said that Qingfeng's allure of earning 10,000 points daily is simply irresistible. Even if one suspects that Qingfeng possesses exceptional strength, Kyuzo still desires to take a chance. With the power to exchange points for time, she might have the opportunity to eliminate the origin spirit and save this wretched world. As well as herself. The strongest in the dimension remarked, Qingfeng is left speechless. To a certain extent, this statement holds truth. Even if he were to bestow the Soul Guardian upon all members of the chat group, with his prowess, it would be effortless. However, he is merely a mortal, and without the chat group, who would issue tasks? Without tasks, how could one accumulate points to return to Earth? Kyuzo's words were dismissed by him. After all, she is his most beloved character from the anime realm, and a slight offense is tolerable. He remains magnanimous. Tony, the unfaithful one, commented on the most malevolent spirit. Newcomer 666, attempting to challenge the boss, while I keep my thoughts to myself. The strongest in the dimension replied, your solar system requires a complete overhaul. When I find the time, I shall crush it. Tony, astonished, questioned, can the boss truly create a sun? It is hard to fathom. The strongest in the dimension clarified, I shall not create a sun. I merely mentioned crushing it, not recreating it. Tony, feeling anxious, responded, please don't frighten me. This small place cannot accommodate such a colossal entity. Tony Stark's heart raced. Surely the boss wouldn't really crush the sun. Perhaps it was merely a jest. The strongest in the dimension asserted, who said I was joking. This presents an opportunity for you and me to engage in battle. After all, you wish to challenge me. Do you not? Tony replied, perhaps it would be best for you to silence yourself. The threat of sun destruction is too terrifying for my fragile heart. At this moment, Tony suddenly realized that Yunyao's frequent silencing was, in fact, quite gentle. Compared to her tendency to reprimand him, he would prefer being silenced. The most malevolent spirit interjected. Crushing the sun? Do you comprehend the enormity and the intensity of its heat? You cannot even approach it without being reduced to ashes. Even a deity cannot achieve such a feat initially. Kyuzo was only partially skeptical of Qingfeng's strength, but after Tony and Qingfeng's exchange, she was entirely convinced they were deceiving her. Any rational individual would not believe that humanity could obliterate the sun. Even she, as a spirit, would find that impossible. A group administrator sought support, sending group files, bringing forth the worldviews of Kyuzo and the detective Shinichi Kudo. Tony, curious, remarked, I wonder why the boss has fallen silent again. This clearly indicates favoritism. Despite her repeated provocations, the boss pays her no mind, taking out her frustrations on me. The destroyer of worlds quipped, when it comes to adding fuel to the fire, I only bow to you. You truly are like an old immortal consuming arsenic, living far too long. Another chimed in, are you either courting death or on the path to it? I am quite curious how you have survived until now. The call for support echoed. Same question, add one. And same question, add one. It is evident to the discerning that Qingfeng's demeanor towards Kwang San is remarkably amicable. Yet, no one dares to voice this observation, firmly believing that a scapegoat will inevitably emerge to challenge the authority of the formidable leader. As anticipated, Tony timely stepped forward. The strongest in this dimension, just wait for me. Yunyao sensed it was time to intervene, steering the conversation in a different direction, particularly since she had read the original works of both Kwang San and Conan. I possess a modicum of insight regarding the futures of the two new members. The most malevolent sprite. Could it be that you two can manipulate time, thus enabling you to glimpse my future? Unlike Kwang San, who inherently possesses supernatural abilities, the world of Conan lacks any beings that transcend humanity. Even he, with his prodigious intellect and extraordinary physical prowess capable of kicking a football through a house, remains an unremarkable, ordinary individual. Accepting these previously inconceivable notions was a daunting task, as her abilities paled in comparison to those of Kwang San. The Shinigami elementary student. Is it truly possible for someone to foresee the future? My worldview has been utterly shattered. Tony, ever the provocateur. Come on. Let us give a warm welcome to the esteemed administrator. She is about to put on quite the show. Yunyao found herself at a loss for words, questioning why Tony had such a short memory. Having just lifted his silence, he was once again courting danger. The Shinigami elementary student. You are Kudo Shinichi, are you not? Having inadvertently stumbled upon a transaction of the Black organization, you ingested a substance that shrank your body. The Shinigami elementary student. How did you know? This matter is known only to myself and a select few, including Dr. Agasa. Seeking support, I have stated that I can perceive your past and future. While I cannot see too far into the future, the near term poses no issue. A brief display of bravado before the newcomers sufficed, crucially, prior to her crossing over. The Conan storyline had not concluded, leaving her unaware of subsequent developments. Should her performance exceed expectations, it would lead to an embarrassing predicament. The Shinigami Elementary student. What does my future hold? Will I restore my original form? Have I vanquished the Black Organization? Seeking support. The secrets of fate cannot be divulged. However, as long as you exercise caution, you shall face no imminent peril. The Shinigami Elementary student. Very well. Thank you, esteemed administrator. The most malevolent sprite. Oh, it seems your predictions may hold some truth. What of my future? Have I successfully eradicated the origin sprite? Seeking support. Well, not quite. In fact, you are the one who meets her demise. Your disparity in strength is far too great. The most malevolent sprite. Impossible. I have absorbed the time of so many. As long as I continue to do so, she shall never be my match. Seeking support. To attempt to use the power she bestowed upon you to defeat her. Your creator is inherently an impossible endeavor. The most malevolent sprite. Then what is her true intention? What is the purpose behind creating us sprites? Yunyao felt a compelling urge to weep. How could she delve deeper into the matter? She was merely an anime enthusiast, unaware that the conclusion of her beloved series had yet to be unveiled. The dimension's strongest, driven by love, she sought to resurrect her once beloved. Thus, she harnessed the entire world, for that man meant more to her than anything else. The most malevolent spirit. Do you possess the ability to foresee the future as well? The dimension's strongest, one might say so. At least, predicting your future is not overly challenging. I cannot simply declare myself a time traveler. Being a man who has perused the script would likely lead others to regard me as delusional. Tony, the unwavering. Even the esteemed one cannot contend with that origin spirit. It seems implausible that she possesses such overwhelming strength. The dimension's strongest. That is not entirely accurate. However, their world is quite convoluted. Some matters should be addressed by her alone. The origin spirit is akin to the mother of all spirits, deeply cherishing them. And it would be unwise for her to intervene directly. Even if the origin spirit possessed the power of all spirits and absorbed the energy of the entire earth, she would be easily extinguished before me. The most malevolent spirit. If you are indeed that formidable, why do you hesitate to take action? Might I consume a fragment of your time? The dimension's strongest. Alas, that is not feasible. I am far too powerful. Even a mere trace of energy absorbed would result in your obliteration. In the realm of spirits, Q-san, clad in gothic Lolita attire, stomped her foot in frustration, her delicate face twisting into a sickly smile. What an intriguing man he is. The more he asserts his strength, the more I yearn to discover whether he truly possesses such might. Fire Fist Ace. Everyone, I have a small favor to ask. My sworn brother has been captured, and I am unable to confront them alone. Seeking support. The pirate, Monkey D. Luffy has been captured? Fire Fist Ace. No, it is Sabo, my other sworn brother. I had thought him long deceased, only to learn he has joined the Revolutionary Army. I received this news just recently. The World Destroyer. The situation seems rather perplexing. Did you not claim that the Whitebeard pirates are one of the 4 emperors? How is it that you only receive this information now, just as they are about to be executed? Fire Fist Ace. I presumed he had perished long ago, compounded by the Navy's adept concealment of information. It was only today, upon the announcement of the execution, that they began to publicize the capture of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. Do you wish to join the fray? Count me in. I shall accompany them, as it has been far too long since I last engaged in battle. Seeking support. Since I have nothing else to do, perhaps I shall join the festivities as well. The times have changed. Yunyao no longer lives in fear as she once did. Not only is she unafraid of zombie attacks, but even the combined forces of the Navy and the pirate world no longer intimidate her. Such is the audacity that comes with the protection of a powerful ally. Fire Fist Ace. Very well, your presence will undoubtedly be of assistance. The Destroyer of Worlds. Well, I might as well join in on the fun since I've been rather idle lately, and there haven't been any monsters lurking about. The fiercest elf. I'm going too. I want to see for myself whether you all truly possess strength akin to that seen in the group videos. Tony the Unfickle. Someone has to play the fool. So why not me? I shall join as well, hoping to ride the wave of victory. The strongest of dimensions. Count me in. Please issue the task, as I am in dire need of points. The only member who had remained silent in the group, Adagawa Conan, quietly lurked, hesitant to speak up. After all, he had witnessed Ace's battles firsthand. where Ace could effortlessly take on 1,000 or 800 foes as if it were child's play. He knew he was no match for such prowess. Glancing at his youthful frame, Conan resolved to proceed with caution, should he venture forth only to meet his demise. It would be no trifling matter. Fire Fist Ace announced a mission to rescue Sabo, who was on the brink of execution in Marineford. The bounty, 500 points. Task difficulty, level 10, the highest degree of hellish difficulty in this world. Tony the Unfickle, level 10 difficulty? Are you aiming to assassinate a president? How can the mission to rescue someone be of such staggering challenge? Initially confident, Kurumi suddenly felt a wave of unease. She had yet to view the battle recordings of the other members. She believed those recordings could be synthesized. She had assumed it would merely involve killing, with the chance to devour others' time as a bonus. However, the hellish difficulty still sent a shiver down her spine. The fiercest elf. I am rather curious about their true strength, although I harbor doubts about this chat group. I do not wish to rush into a rescue without gauging the enemy's capabilities. Fire Fist Ace, if we head to the Marine headquarters, we shall likely face the 3 admirals. Their single strike could easily equate to the efforts of 1,000 men, or even 10,000 ordinary individuals would struggle to withstand it. The fiercest elf. Is this even human? How could anyone possess such overwhelming strength, let alone contend with 3? Do we truly stand a chance? Despite her reservations, Kurumi remained steadfast in her decision. After all, she feared not death. Each time period held a fragment of her being. As long as her doppelgangers persisted, her essence would endure, merging her consciousness with that of her other selves across time. Tony the Unfickle. Ah, it's fine. We have formidable allies among us. They are impressive. Can there be anyone more formidable than them? The destroyer of worlds. Indeed, they are unlikely to surpass our elites, but they certainly outshine you. The prowess of the elites bears little relevance to your own. Lying comfortably on the hotel bed, Qingfeng gazed at the daunting level 10 challenge with an expression of foreseen inevitability. If his assumptions were correct, the current Marineford was likely as secure as a fortress, perhaps even more so than the sanctuaries inhabited by the celestial dragons. The revolutionary army aimed to overthrow the corrupt rulers, the celestial dragons. And now that they had captured their second-in-command, it was certain that the celestial dragons would position all their formidable forces at Marineford. In the realm of pirates, the most formidable powers are universally acknowledged to be the admirals and the 4 emperors, with the disparity between the 2 being negligible. In his prime, Whitebeard might have surpassed an ordinary admiral by a considerable margin. However, given Whitebeard's advanced age, the strength of the admirals and the 4 emperors no longer fell beneath him. The 3 admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, alongside Vice Admiral Tsuru, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the legendary Iron Fist Garb, constituted 6 individuals of admiral-level prowess. Not to mention, there were several candidates for the rank of admiral. In the absence of alliances among the 4 emperors, this assembly could easily overpower any crew of the 4 emperors within the pirate world. Attempting to rescue someone from their grasp would be akin to chasing a fool's dream, rendering the difficulty level appropriately the highest. In a different universe, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and aside from Conan, who trembled and dared not speak loudly, the others arrived simultaneously at Marineford. At that precise moment, a notification chimed from the chat group. The strongest in the dimension has completed the task, earning a reward of 100 bounty points. Time taken, 1 second. Task rating, SSS level, with an additional reward of 5 million points. From the group members, World Destroyer. Do you wish to dance? The most malevolent elf, and Tony Stark, each received 80 bounty points. An additional reward of 10,000 points was granted to all members. Although the newly arrived group had anticipated this outcome, they still found it somewhat challenging to accept. They had just emerged from a state of spatial transference. Even occasional travels to other nightly worlds would induce a momentary dizziness. No one knew how Qingfeng had achieved such a feat, Kurumi Tokisaki remarked. I had a feeling this chat group was a manifestation of some elf's abilities. If tasks can be completed without effort and points are so easily obtained, wouldn't items in the marketplace be exchangeable at will? Tony was equally perplexed by the situation but was aware that he had effortlessly acquired 10,000 points. Tony Stark exclaimed, "Is this what it feels like to win effortlessly? It's exhilarating, absolutely delightful." The World Destroyer added, "This exemplifies the gap between us and the big shots. While we merely glimpsed our adversaries, the big shots had already accomplished their tasks." The most malevolent elf pondered, "So, who exactly are we supposed to save?" The opponents before us are quite formidable. Can we truly prevail? Gazing upon the meticulously lined-up 100,000 Navy personnel, even the spirited Kyuka, an elf by nature, felt a twinge of fear. The lowest-ranking ordinary sailors exuded a strength far superior to that of the common folk from her world. And the imposing figures seated in high positions radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Faced with such formidable adversaries, how could they possibly emerge victorious? Yet, despite the varied expressions among the group, one sentiment united them all, an unwavering confidence of triumph. Among them, only Ace recognized Sabo, while the others remained oblivious to his identity. As he beheld Sabo behind Qingfeng, Ace's eyes suddenly welled with tears, cascading down his cheeks. Sabo, I thought you had perished long ago. I never imagined you would still be alive. Indeed, I was rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Sabo replied. The two embraced tightly, their long-awaited reunion brimming with endless topics to discuss. The Navy had long prepared for a confrontation with the Revolutionary Army, anticipating disruptions to their execution site. However, the unexpected arrival of a few unfamiliar faces left them bewildered. Before the Navy could comprehend the situation, Sabo vanished in an instant, leaving the entire fleet in shock. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before them, having been moments away from execution, seated directly below the execution platform. The three admirals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. How could anyone have rescued a prisoner right under their noses without their notice? Having not experienced battle for an extended period, Uchiha Madara felt a surge of exhilaration, exclaiming, "This is the thrill of blood boiling. Come at me together." Kizaru remained his usual lethargic self, feigning fear with a smirk. How terrifying. These people are truly monstrous, daring to storm the Navy headquarters with just a handful. In stark contrast, Akainu's demeanor was one of unbridled fury. To have a prisoner snatched from right before my eyes is an affront to my authority. Where is the dignity of the Navy? He leapt from the high platform, steadily approaching Uchiha Madara with deliberate steps. The speed of Qingfeng was astonishing. Aside from the members of the chat group who recognized his prowess and speculated that he was the one who rescued Sabo, others remained oblivious to the identity of the savior. Within the chat group, Akainu distinctly sensed that Uchiha Madara was unparalleled. His presence was entirely different from that of others. It was the aura of a true master, capable of instilling fear without the need for confrontation. "Do not accuse me of bullying you. Come at me together," Madara proclaimed, standing proudly with his arms crossed. Then he recalled that Qingfeng was also present. "My esteemed friend, would you kindly refrain from intervening? It has been quite some time since I last engaged in battle, and I yearn to relish the thrill of combat." Qingfeng raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. After all, he had successfully rescued the person, and the reward points were already in his possession. If Ban wished to indulge himself, so be it. Upon witnessing Qingfeng's agreement, a smile graced Ban's face, for he had feared that the moment the formidable figure intervened, he would be deprived of his fun. Presently, he was at the pinnacle of his power, bolstered by the dual Rinnegan, and in the prime of his physical form. He remained the legendary Uchiha Ban, once a terror in the ninja world. Clad in armor with his long hair flowing, Uchiha Ban surged forward, unperturbed by the presence of 100,000 naval soldiers. In contrast, the overwhelming numbers of the Navy found themselves at a loss, with the admirals feeling an intense pressure bearing down upon them. Just as the distance between the two sides diminished and the clash seemed imminent, a resounding shout shattered the silence before the storm. "Sabo, I have come to rescue you." Luffy, adorned with his straw hat, descended from the sky, shouting towards the execution platform as he propelled himself forward. Before he could advance too far, Ace swiftly pulled him back, revealing that he too was present at the scene. "Ace, you know that Sabo has been captured? This is wonderful. Today we shall..." Luffy's words halted abruptly as he noticed Sabo, who should have been on the execution platform, staring at him in a daze. Ace could only explain that he had summoned powerful allies and had already rescued Sabo. Thus there was no need for Luffy to involve himself further. The reunion of the three brothers, particularly with the seemingly deceased Sabo alive, brought immense joy to both Luffy and Ace. After being imprisoned, Sabo had fortuitously overheard plans to execute the Straw Hat, which triggered the resurfacing of his lost memories. As all eyes in the arena turned towards the trio, Ace offered an awkward smile and urged, "Please, Ban, continue your performance." Akainu, with a cold smile that reeked of disdain, remarked, "The world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon's son, the son of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Since you are all present, none shall leave. Ban countered. Oh, do you perhaps overestimate your own significance? Do not regard yourself too highly. Mere admiral. With that, Ban launched himself into the ranks of the Navy, and the carnage commenced amidst heart-wrenching cries. For the ordinary soldiers of the Navy were no match for Ban. Have you ever experienced the speed of light? Lightspeed kick. A towering figure emerged behind Uchiha Obito, delivering a fierce kick at the speed of light. The ability to observe all directions and hear all sounds is a fundamental requirement for a master. With his Rinnegan, Obito crossed his arms defensively over his chest, withstanding the blow. Nonetheless, he was still propelled back several meters by the immense force, nonchalantly brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. The members of the chat group held their breath, intently watching, should Obito show any signs of faltering. They would rush to his aid, for this was a genuine battle of life and death. Should Obito fall, it would signify his true demise. Only Qingfeng harbored unwavering confidence in Obito's strength. There was no doubt about Uchiha Obito's prowess. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could fend for himself. It was inconceivable that he would succumb to a mere general. Having not witnessed the Group S recordings, Tokisaki Kurumi stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, unable to fathom that this man could be so formidable. With mere physical skills, it seemed all spirits would be no match for him. However, the spirits possessed extraordinary powers. Thus, Kurumi remained convinced that ultimately, victory in the confrontation would belong to her. Tokisaki Kurumi remarked, "It appears he is in trouble. Are you not going to assist him?" Qingfeng smiled at Kyuko, urging her to observe closely, for Uchiha Madara's prowess was far beyond mere appearances. Kyuko cast him a sidelong glance, too apathetic to engage in his banter. The group often praised his formidable strength, yet it was the reticent Uchiha Madara who first clashed with the enemy. With a swift motion, Madara performed the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, his hands coming together as B-rank fire techniques unleashed the potency of S-rank ninjutsu. A torrent of flames surged towards the Navy. In response, Akiji, summoning the powers of the Ice Fruit, unleashed an embodiment of frigid might, a colossal iceberg soared towards Madara's inferno. The two titanic forces collided, a fierce contest of ice and fire, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. Tony Stark swallowed hard. Witnessing the combat in person was undeniably more exhilarating than any recorded footage. Was this truly the zenith of Madara's power? It was a terrifying force to behold. Have you witnessed my peak? Madara retorted to Tony, dismissing Akiji after their brief exchange. With another gesture, Madara combined his hands, summoning a half-formed Susanoo, its dual-headed, four-armed form channeling a formidable jutsu. A gargantuan meteor descended from the heavens, its size eclipsing the entire naval base, casting a shadow over Marineford. Tremble, for this is Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of divine power. As the colossal meteor threatened to obliterate the Navy base, the three admirals, without hesitation, launched their counterattacks. The massive rock endured a barrage of assaults. Ultimately, it fractured, yet the residual shockwaves incinerated numerous structures in Marineford. Although Madara did not overwhelm the admirals, he undeniably commanded their respect. With the three admirals united in their defense, the might of this man became apparent to all. Kizuru and Akainu positioned themselves together, preparing to confront Madara. Kyuko was utterly astounded. Not only could he summon flames, but he could also conjure such enormous meteors. The diameter of that meteor was at least several miles. How could anyone wield such power? After reconsidering her perspective alongside the admirals, Kyuko realized she could not withstand Madara's great fire annihilation head-on unless she employed the powers of the time fruit to evade. She resolved to absorb Uchiha Madara's time, believing that only by acquiring such strength could she hope to vanquish the origin spirit. Do you not profess your might, yet refuse to assist? They intend to attack Madara together. Qingfeng felt helpless, unsure where he had offended Kyuko, as she occasionally retorted at him. Very well, I shall conclude this game, Madara. Retreat for now and allow another to take your place. Qingfeng approached Ban and gently patted his shoulder. Ban's eyes burned with the fervor of battle. Possessing the formidable abilities of Susanoo, would release, and the Rinnegan, yet he had yet to unleash their full potential. However, with Qingfeng initiating the conversation, Ban could only retreat to join the others. Upon witnessing Ban's return, Kyuzo was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Even if Qingfeng was indeed superior to Ban, it shouldn't mean that he would face them alone. Did they not witness the terrifying destructive power of the three formidable opponents before them? They were akin to monsters. The others were oblivious to Kyuzo's thoughts, but upon seeing Qingfeng's advance, they realized their chances of making an entrance had vanished. Moya was initially inclined to join in and engage with the three major generals, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Qingfeng casually stood before others, appearing to be full of flaws in the eyes of the three admirals Akainu, yet upon closer inspection, his stance seemed effortlessly natural. What appeared to be an unguarded posture transformed into an enigmatic presence, dissuading any attempts at aggression. However, the other naval soldiers failed to perceive the subtleties and began to whisper among themselves, questioning whether one person truly dared to challenge the three admirals of the Navy. It was only natural to be subdued when surrounded by such formidable forces, as the admirals represented the pinnacle of the fleet's combat strength. The peculiar-eyed man had merely exchanged brief blows with the admirals. Noticing that Akainu and his companions did not take the initiative, Qingfeng leisurely approached them, not forgetting to hurl a few taunts. To claim that they can subdue me is rather premature. 2 years prior, he had merely been an ordinary individual, and the unexpected adulation from his beloved anime characters had inevitably left him feeling somewhat elated. Ice Sphere. A barrage of 5 ice pillars shot forth from Akiji's palm, hurtling towards the advancing Qingfeng, while an ice blade materialized in Akiji's hand, forged from condensed frost. Qingfeng appeared oblivious to the impending assault, showing no intention to defend himself. However, just as the ice pillar reached him, it suddenly vanished into thin air. The advancing Qingji, caught off guard by the unexpected disappearance of his attack, executed a powerful strike aimed directly at Qingfeng's head. Qingfeng strolled leisurely, allowing the ice blade to draw perilously close to his head. Just as it seemed poised to sever his hair, the figure of Akiji erupted forth, akin to being struck by a locomotive. The tremendous force propelled Akiji through dozens of houses. When he finally came to a halt, unsteadily rising to his feet, he felt as if his very organs had shattered. His body was utterly devoid of strength. A mouthful of crimson blood erupted forth, and he collapsed, utterly unconscious. Observing Qingfeng's display of prowess, the members of the chat group felt an even stronger urge to cling tightly to this golden pillar of strength. Ace, in the midst of reminiscing with his brothers, could not help but exclaim upon witnessing Akiji's swift defeat. The power of this esteemed figure truly eludes comprehension. I simply cannot perceive his actions. Tony Stark, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, remarked in a patronizing tone, "That is precisely the point. The might of such an esteemed individual is beyond your imagination." This was merely a slight demonstration of his capabilities. Pay close attention. Uchiha Madara, unlike Ace, with his Rinnegan, could not fathom Akiji's defeat. Stark, the weakest among them, seeing it, he would not believe it even if it were true. "Did you see it?" Tony Stark queried. No, I merely wanted to put on a show." If anyone was most astonished, it would be Kurumi Tokisaki, who had previously underestimated Qingfeng, believing him merely to be an arrogant braggart. Though she could not witness how Qingfeng vanquished Akiji, the latter's recent clash with Madara spoke volumes about his strength. Kurumi certainly did not consider herself capable of defeating Akiji. Yet, such a formidable opponent had been dispatched in mere seconds before Qingfeng. Reflecting on her repeated provocations towards him, she mused that anyone else would have long since been terrified. But Kurumi was no ordinary individual. She recalled Qingfeng's demeanor towards her, which seemed surprisingly indulgent. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Just as her mind wandered, Akainu's expression shifted, becoming cautious and filled with dread. He was all too aware of Akiji's capabilities. Even he could not guarantee victory over him. Yet here, Akiji had been annihilated by this man. The typically languid Kizaru, for once, assumed a serious demeanor, withdrawing his hands from his pockets to exchange a glance with Akainu. The bitterness in their eyes was palpable. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Qingfeng. This was not merely a matter of numbers. The disparity in strength was staggering. Even if 3 admirals were to join forces, victory would remain elusive. "Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe this fellow won't tire. They are but a handful, and we can outlast him," Akainu decisively commanded, rallying an assault on Qingfeng. Stark and the others, however, regarded the Navy with incredulous expressions, pondering, are they truly so foolish as to attack our esteemed leader? The formidable prowess of the master in effortlessly vanquishing foes renders the number of attackers inconsequential. Whether one or a pair confronts him, he will dispatch them with equal ease. adhering to a principle of ruthless efficiency. I implore you to refrain from courting demise. Today, I am not inclined to take lives. We are on the brink of departure, and I advise against any foolish attempts to assail me. Qingfeng remained reluctant to take action against the Navy, for they were, after all, primarily fighting for the common people. To many ordinary individuals, they were heroes, and there seemed little justification for a massacre after the completion of their mission. However, if the annihilation of the Navy headquarters promised additional points, that sentiment could be disregarded. The notion of accumulating points through murder or world destruction would become inconsequential. With that thought, Qingfeng turned to leave, initially intending to defeat Akainu and his companions. Yet, despite his utmost effort to control his strength, he nearly delivered a fatal blow to Akiji. A powerful aura enveloped him, neutralizing Akiji's ice projectiles, and with a single strike, he sent Akiji flying, so swiftly that no one even perceived the moment he had acted. A misstep that accidentally resulted in the demise of Akainu and his ally would certainly spell trouble, creating a void among the admirals and leaving the Navy's upper echelon lacking in combat power, thus igniting a frenzy among the new generation of pirates. Underworld Hound. An opportune moment arose as Akainu's arm elongated rapidly, his molten right hand transforming into the visage of a hellish hound, lunging towards Qingfeng's back to strike. "Let them go," he ordered. "Do not engage that man." The strategic Marshal Sengoku, observing Akainu's actions from the execution platform, shouted frantically. Yet it was too late. Akainu's attack was mere moments away. By the time Sengoku's voice reached him, the Underworld Hound had already launched its assault upon Qingfeng. In truth, even fully aware of Sengoku's directive, Akainu would never permit Qingfeng and his companions to depart unscathed. Such an act would not only insult the Navy, but would also strike a blow to Akainu's own pride. With his back turned to Qingfeng, this was indeed a rare opportunity. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. His hellhound similarly vanished after approaching Qingfeng. It simply disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, a hand emerged from nowhere, grasping the neck of the Crimson Hound and lifting the 3-meter-tall creature with ease. Qingfeng floated gracefully in midair, observing the crimson-faced Akainu, who struggled to breathe. With a sigh laden with contemplation, he lamented, "Ah, is living not sufficient? Why must one seek death?" With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded Akainu as if he were mere refuse, sending him hurtling towards the Navy. In that moment, Akainu, dizzy and breathless, was utterly powerless to regain his composure. Ultimately, it was Kizaru who transformed into a radiant golden light, catching Akainu's body with precision. Qingfeng gazed at his own hands, a growing sense of dread welling within him. The power of Gogeta was indeed formidable. Although he possessed greater destructive capabilities than during his battle with Gula, he regarded Gula as merely a minor character within the Dragon Ball universe, leaving him with little impression of the encounter. Even a victory over Gula elicited scant emotion. For the three formidable generals were an entirely different matter, renowned figures within the realm of One Piece. Yet, before him, they were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed with the mere flick of a finger. The notion of invincibility through elemental transformation, impervious to attack, such jest. The world of pirates wields haki. The realm of ninjas possesses chakra, and in the Dragon Ball universe, the essence of ki exists. Ultimately, these are all manifestations of one's own energy. While they may appear distinct, their fundamental effects are remarkably similar. A light wave, no larger than a thumb, materialized as Qingfeng flicked his finger, and the wave swiftly surged towards Akainu and Kizaru, merging with Akainu's very being. A thunderous explosion resounded through the skies, shattering Akainu's form into countless fragments. His limbs reduced to mere bones. Half of his head vanished without a trace. Even a deity descending from the heavens would likely be unable to salvage this fate. Let us depart. Our task is complete, and there is no need for us to linger any longer. With a command from Qingfeng, the others, witnessing the mangled remains of the Red Dog, obediently traversed through the spatial rift, departing from the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Even Ace, a local native, had arrived at the Marine headquarters by means of spatial transition. He was aware that Sabo had been captured while still within the territory of Whitebeard in the New World. There was simply no time to spare, and he could only rely on the capabilities of the chat group to hasten his arrival. Only Tokisaki Kurumi, before her departure, cast a glance in Qingfeng's direction, her gaze fortuitously meeting his. With an array of enchanting expressions, Kurumi flirtatiously winked at Qingfeng, regarding him as one might have prized prey, her smile lingering as she fixated upon him. Qingfeng felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, so he turned away, no longer looking at her. Huang San let out a cold snort and vanished from the spot. Qingfeng waited until everyone had utilized the capabilities of the chat group to depart before he pressed the task completion button and left the vicinity. Both Sabo and Luffy were carried away by Ace through his transportation ability. The demise of Akainu and the subsequent repercussions for the Navy were beyond Qingfeng's concerns. He was not a saint, having granted them an opportunity. If Akainu insisted on courting death, he could merely acquiesce to that fate. In a certain sense, this individual was not a virtuous person, as he served solely the world government, unconditionally executing orders regardless of their righteousness or wrongfulness. Upon returning to his lodgings in the Dragon Ball realm, Qingfeng collapsed onto the grand bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were in a state of exuberance, as one individual had inexplicably amassed 10,000 points, a sum that could be exchanged for numerous valuable items. Among them, Ban exhibited the highest level of excitement, though his inherently proud nature prevented him from displaying it outwardly. This was, after all, a staggering amount of points. The most basic resurrection method in the chat group's marketplace required a mere 100,000 points. This implied that, with a stroke of good fortune, he could resurrect himself after just 10 more tasks, rather than relying on the chat group's power for a fleeting existence in his physical form. If Ban was the most elated, then Yunyao remained the most composed, having abandoned her previous sycophantic demeanor towards the powerful, seeking to accumulate more points. To her, not only was 10,000 points inconsequential, but even 100,000 would hold little value, for as a guardian of a formidable soul, she could easily overpower most beings across the cosmos. Nonetheless, the notion that others might possess less than herself brought her a modicum of joy. Tony, the irreverent provocateur, remarked, the most malevolent spirit, challenging and ridiculing the mighty. Aren't you quite the formidable one? Feeling a twinge of fear now, are we? Always courting disaster, Tony. Don't you ever tire of it? Fire Fist, Ace chimed in. Indeed, how could you confront such an adorable girl? Do you not comprehend the concept of cherishing beauty? Cherishing beauty? Adorable? I was mistaken. Grant me one moment of forgiveness. Thus, Yunyao cautioned against excessive pride, for it often leads to sorrow. After uttering this, she fell silent, and Ace too became subdued. It was likely the two engaged in a private discussion offline regarding the question of whether Kurumi was indeed adorable. The destroyer of worlds. You truly cannot discern the situation, Tony. You wish to dance too? Your prowess is lacking, yet your audacity is astonishing. Having effortlessly acquired 10,000 points, the mood within the group was quite buoyant, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. While some reveled in joy, others were engulfed in sorrow. The Marine headquarters resounded with lamentations as their highest combatant was vanquished within their own stronghold, leaving them powerless to intervene. Even their attempts to prevent the assailants' escape proved futile. Sengoku, a commander renowned for his martial prowess, was equally distinguished for his intellect. When Qingfeng swiftly defeated Akiji, he realized that the day's events were destined to unfold unfavorably for the Marines, who were faced with an insurmountable foe. Akiji, despite his full offensive, could not withstand a single blow, let alone the remainder of the Marine forces, particularly against an adversary allied with the Revolutionary Army. The Marines were bound to face dire consequences. However, to their astonishment, Qingfeng harbored no intentions of slaughtering them and unexpectedly prepared to depart. A weight lifted from his heart, yet upon encountering Akainu, an unsettling premonition arose within him. Akainu, distinct in his ruthless approach, was a pure embodiment of carnage, lacking the discernment to retreat when prudent. In a hurried attempt to caution against Akainu's impulsive tendencies, Qingfeng ultimately arrived too late. Akainu successfully provoked the opposition, leading to his own demise. The Marine's dignity lay in tatters, and Qingfeng foresaw the impending turmoil that would soon envelop the new world. Standing beside him was Karp, a man who had devoted his life to the Marine cause, now merely observing in silence, his gaze drifting over the departing figures of Ace and his companions. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Ball universe, Qingfeng remained oblivious to the monumental events he had just orchestrated, drifting into a languid slumber until dusk. Upon awakening and finishing his meal, he sensed a disturbance emanating from a distant space, an indication of someone forcefully tearing through the fabric of reality. Qingfeng pondered for a moment. He too possessed the ability of spatial movement, albeit without such a significant disturbance. Aside from spatial mobility, Dragon Ball should lack any other skills pertaining to dimensional traversal. Unable to derive a conclusion, Qingfeng decided to abandon further contemplation and swiftly propelled himself towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, within Bulma's residence, the future Trunks lay unconscious on the sofa. Ensnared in a profound stupor, his body convulsing as if haunted by nightmarish visions. Bulma's expression was fraught with anxiety. As a mother, she harbored deep concerns for her son, especially in a future devoid of Goku and Vegeta. The weight of the world rested upon this child, who had returned gravely injured after encountering an unknown adversary. Goku, having just retrieved the sins of beings from the sacred world, gathered around Trunks, ready to administer the healing sustenance that would restore him, no matter the severity of his wounds. A single being would rejuvenate him entirely, replenishing even the most exhausted of energies. Vegeta, arms crossed and standing at a distance, observed coldly. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the worry in his eyes was unmistakable. He was no longer the merciless scion prince of yore. He had family now, and they were his everything. Trunks, gravely injured, struggled to swallow the sins of being, expending tremendous effort to do so. Moments later, he began to awaken. The instant he opened his eyes and beheld Goku's figure, he instinctively lashed out with a punch directed at him. This sudden assault caught Goku unawares, yet due to the vast disparity in their strengths, he narrowly evaded the blow. Goku assumed a combat stance. While his mind may have been simple, his instincts for battle were keen. Trunks' attack had been imbued with lethal intent. He had genuinely aimed to kill. Vegeta's expression shifted, and he, too, was taken aback by Trunks' actions, as was Bulma. Trunks had always shown deep respect for Goku. What had prompted this behavior? Nevertheless, trusting in both his son and his dear friend, Vegeta chose to remain an observer. Regaining his composure, Trunks recognized Goku's Turtle School martial arts uniform, shaking off his fear as he hastily bowed and apologized. Goku, I'm sorry. I mistook you for an enemy, which is why I attacked. Goku chuckled heartily, no worries. By the way, was that enemy particularly strong to have injured you so severely? Trunks appeared to recall painful memories. His face etched with reluctance as he admitted, though I loathe to admit it, that person is indeed terrifyingly strong, and their rate of growth is astonishing. I am no match for them. Vegeta, with a more analytical mind, quickly grasped the implications, furrowing his brow. Mistaken for an enemy? Could it be that this individual bears a striking resemblance to Goku? Trunks nodded. Aside from his entirely black attire, his appearance and physique were strikingly similar to that of Uncle Goku, and he too belonged to the Scion race. Scions look just like you, Goku. Surely, you are not having an affair. As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma's imagination was quite boundless. Vegeta expressed this sentiment upon encountering Qingfeng, and Bulma shared the same sentiment. The couple exhibited an extraordinary level of understanding. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a tremendous noise as a massive rift in time materialized, and Goku, clad in a form-fitting black suit, emerged from within. I have long admired your reputation, Son Goku. Instantly, he captivated the attention of everyone present. Black Goku wore a sinister smile as he gazed at the fervently determined Goku below. Upon Black Goku's arrival, Goku sensed his formidable presence, awakening the Scion's innate combative nature within him, causing his blood to boil with excitement. Vegeta's brow furrowed even deeper as his gaze swept the sky, where Qingfeng hovered, observing Black Goku from a distance. Upon seeing Black Goku, Qingfeng instantly comprehended everything. The source of the immense spatial fluctuations, and the subconscious urge that compelled him to investigate. It appeared that the timeline had converged during Trunks' plea for assistance. After all, Black Goku was indeed Goku's body, albeit possessed by the deity Zamasu, yet still a scion at heart. He was the fusion of Vegeta and Goku, known as Vegeto. Although a completely new warrior, he nonetheless shared a connection with Goku. However, it remained uncertain whether this Black Goku was the timid version from the manga or the formidable challenger of Super Saiyan Blue from the anime. The disparity in their strengths was not negligible. In the manga, Black Goku fused with Zamasu, and both Goku and Vegeta could easily overpower him. Conversely, in the anime, Black Goku could gain the upper hand against Vegeta, representing a vastly different level of power. Who are you? You bear a striking resemblance to Son Goku. Might you also be a scion? The emergence of Qingfeng not only captured the attention of Vegeta's faction, but also left Black Goku perplexed, as he believed there should be no such individual in his recollection. It would be better for you not to know, pay no mind to me, for I am merely here to observe the spectacle. Qingfeng, disinclined to disrupt the unfolding narrative, effortlessly dispatched the Black Goku, who had yet to transform into his rose-hued state. For him, it was a task of utmost simplicity. However, he currently felt no urge to intervene, preferring instead to observe the situation as it developed. After all, even if he chose to act, there was no rush. The Black Goku, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, utilized the power of the time ring to return from the future to the present, turning to gaze once more at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, paid Qingfeng no mind, completely ignoring his presence. He was already unable to contain his inner excitement, and, after greeting Vegeta, gradually ascended into the air, his gaze fixed intently on the Black Goku. The Black Goku, gathering his energy, unleashed his full power, instantly reaching his peak combat state. With no superfluous words exchanged, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, their clash sending tremors throughout the earth. They exchanged blows for several rounds without a clear victor. Just as Wukong contemplated transforming into Super Saiyan 3, a black hole unexpectedly materialized behind the Black Goku. Despite the overwhelming burst of energy he unleashed, he could not withstand the gravitational pull of time and space, becoming ensnared within the temporal rift. Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing the intense battle between the two Gokus ignited a fervent desire for combat within Qingfeng, compelling him to consider entering the fray himself. Perhaps it was the innate nature of the Saiyans, their affinity for battle, and a yearning to engage in conflict. Recently, his adversaries had mostly been formidable zombies, with the strongest being Gula, who was merely equivalent to a Super Saiyan 1 state from over a decade ago. The current Wukong no longer required transformation into a Super Saiyan. In his ordinary form, he could easily overpower the fully powered cell from that time. It was simply too weak, leaving Qingfeng devoid of any fighting spirit, just as he endeavored to suppress his burgeoning desire for battle. A notification from the chat group arrived, urging the host to initiate the ultimate duel, inviting all members to witness the spectacle in this world. Defeating a powerful opponent would yield a reward of 5 million points upon task completion. The greater the strength of the opponent, the more additional points the host can acquire. This truly feels like a fortuitous windfall, akin to receiving a pillow when one is weary. Once Black Goku returns to the future, he will shatter the dimensional barrier and pursue Black Goku's trail with relentless determination. The fact that Black Goku can contend evenly with Sun Wukong indicates that his prowess aligns with that depicted in the anime, likely not inferior to that of the Super Saiyan God. Engaging him in battle raises the question of how many points the chat group would bestow upon him. Perhaps a staggering 50 million at once, enabling a swift return home. As for the immortal fused Zamasu, Qingfeng can only smile ruefully, for even their amalgamation falls short. If not for the fear of devastating Earth, Vegeta could have easily dealt with him. The power of Gogeta and Vegeta are comparable. Moreover, unlike the ordinary Gogeta, he is an enhanced Super Gogeta, exponentially amplified. While both Vegeta and Gogeta typically face time and power constraints due to their fusion, his form is distinct. Not only does he perfectly inherit Gogeta's strength, but he also remains unbound by time or power limitations. His Gogeta is a fusion of Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan forms. Simply put, the greater the strength at the time of fusion, the mightier the resultant warrior. When Goku and Vegeta fuse in their normal states, Gogeta can still overpower Broly, but in Super Saiyan forms, his strength transcends that of the regular Gogeta by countless dimensions. Before being completely engulfed by the rift, Black Goku cast a cold smile at Trunks. "I'll be waiting for you in the future." The sudden emergence of the time-space rift left the others momentarily stunned, and before anyone could react, Black Goku vanished. Bulma, consumed by rage, was unable to discern Black Goku's true strength due to her own limitations. Nevertheless, she could tell he was not much weaker than Goku. She did not believe Trunks stood a chance against him, which heightened her anxiety for her son. "What is going on? This guy looks just like you. Why didn't you unleash your full power to defeat him? Now he has escaped back to the future. How will Trunks ever overcome him?" Trunks lowered his head, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, defeating Black Goku was beyond his reach. "Uncle Goku, it's impossible. His rate of growth is too rapid, and I'm simply not his match." Vegeta interrupted Bulma's reprimand, his gaze towards his son filled with disappointment. Have you forsaken the proud dignity of a scion? Will you forever rely on others? Father, Trunks' eyes were filled with defeat. He had once believed that the Super Saiyan was an invincible force, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Allow me to resolve this predicament. I happen to be rather unoccupied, Qingfeng interjected, having been an observer thus far. You give me the impression of being significantly stronger than that doppelganger of Sun Wukong. Yet our family affairs do not require the intervention of outsiders. Vegeta, with an air of haughty pride, spoke up, but Black Goku was quicker on the draw, leaving him to personally deal with the remaining Qingfeng. He was deeply dissatisfied with Trunks' future. His son seemed to lack ambition, and Vegeta resolved to teach him a lesson. Although Vegeta's speed was not particularly swift, he advanced steadily towards Trunks. Yet, Trunks felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, his power surging to astonishing heights. Both Bulma and Son Goku were taken aback, astonished that Trunks had managed to cultivate himself to such an extent alone. A disdainful smirk crept across Vegeta's lips as he became enveloped in crimson flames, his once black hair now a vivid shade of blood red. Super Saiyan God. Trunks gazed at his father in confusion, having never witnessed such a transformation. Simultaneously, he could no longer sense his father's energy. Bring it on. If you can land a single blow on me, I will go to the future and help you resolve everything. Vegeta beckoned to Trunks. In response, Trunks no longer concealed his strength, drawing the sword from his back and striking at Vegeta. Meanwhile, Son Goku glanced at Qingfeng, flashing him a grin. As the Super Saiyan 1 state enveloped him, Qingfeng remained unperturbed, effortlessly evading all attacks without retaliating, allowing Goku to unleash his full might. The two engaged in close combat for several seconds, and Goku grew increasingly alarmed, realizing he could not land a hit on Qingfeng. In desperation, he transformed into Super Saiyan God, his battle power multiplying exponentially, and his speed reaching an astonishing level. Yet, before Qingfeng, he was still woefully inadequate. The battle between Trunks and Vegeta concluded, and Trunks found himself in a predicament akin to Goku's. Despite his full-force assault, he could barely graze Vegeta. However, Vegeta was far less forgiving than Qingfeng. After assessing his son's capabilities, he retaliated with a devastating punch, reverting Trunks back to his normal state. Can both father and Uncle Goku achieve such a form? There is hope for the future, Trunks exclaimed. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. His son's lack of ambition was infuriating. You fool, is it not your duty to protect the future? Bulma is still there. Yet you abandon her to struggle and escape to the present. Upon hearing Bulma's name, Trunks' face turned pale, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes as his voice trembled. Mother died to protect me, slain by Black Goku. I'm sorry, father, I failed to safeguard her. Vegeta's expression turned icy upon hearing those words, and he silently departed. Bulma, too, was taken aback, grappling with the shock of her own demise. Observing Vegeta's impassive demeanor, she could only offer a few comforting words to Trunks before hastening to match Vegeta's pace. She understood him all too well. If his earlier disappointment towards Trunks had compelled him to act, now he was utterly disheartened. The fury raging within Vegeta was a tempest that threatened to erupt from his chest. Love need not be vocally expressed. Vegeta exemplified this perfectly. Upon first encountering the god of destruction, Beerus, he was willing to grovel for the sake of Earth, lacking the courage to confront Beerus. However, when Beerus harmed Bulma, all semblance of restraint vanished. The notion of invincible foes and destructive deities became irrelevant. Anyone who dared to harm his woman would face dire consequences. Now, upon hearing that the future Bulma had been slain, his spineless son had abandoned his mother and returned. Once the time machine had stored sufficient energy, he resolved to journey to the future and personally exact vengeance on that fiend. Meanwhile, Goku found himself in a grueling battle, his red Super Saiyan God form evading attacks with unparalleled speed. Yet, Qingfeng seemed to predict his every move, rendering Goku's fierce onslaught futile. In an instant, a blue aura enveloped Goku, his crimson locks transforming into azure tresses, heralding the birth of the Super Saiyan Blue. Witnessing Goku's new transformation, Trunks was filled with astonishment. The Super Saiyan God was a divine state, imperceptible to mortals. The extent of its power was unfathomable, yet the might of Super Saiyan Blue was evident. With Uncle Goku by his side, even the most formidable adversaries could be effortlessly vanquished. Uncle Goku was remarkable, Compared to Black Goku, he was immeasurably stronger. Could it be that one could not discern that his opponent was not even taking the battle seriously? This man was likely a god of destruction from another universe, and Goku would not stand a chance against him. Vegeta's keen insight pierced through the facade. Superficially, it appeared as though Super Saiyan Blue Goku was overwhelming Qingfeng, his relentless assaults akin to a cataclysm. Yet, with his prowess, he easily recognized that this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Qingfeng. Trunks could scarcely believe that someone could surpass Uncle Goku, but he was acutely aware of his father's pride. Aside from Goku, his father seldom regarded others with respect. The mere utterance of such a statement suggested that Uncle Goku might indeed be outmatched. Hey, why don't you counterattack? This is rather dull. Let me witness the full extent of your strength. In a sudden surge of wrath, Goku's energy spiked once more. The blue flames now crowned with a layer of fiery red aura. Empowered by the red-blue buff, he radiated an overwhelming presence. With the combination of Super Saiyan Blue and the tenfold Kaioken, he unveiled his most formidable power. This strength eclipsed even that of Super Saiyan Blue, a magnitude far surpassing what had come before. This is all I have. Now, show me your true capabilities. On Qingfeng's composed visage, a rare seriousness emerged, as he sensed a hint of threat emanating from Wukong. The current Wukong possessed the formidable power to inflict harm upon him, though he remained silent. The surging aura that enveloped him spoke volumes. In an instant, Qingfeng transcended the speed of light, appearing before Sun Wukong as if by teleportation. He executed a high kick, prompting Wukong's body to instinctively retreat, evading the strike, a reflex honed through countless battles. The missed attack resulted in a fierce gale from his leg, tearing the ground apart and creating a vast, bottomless fissure stretching hundreds of meters. What transpired? Wukong gazed incredulously at his own body. In that fleeting moment when Qingfeng launched his assault, he had not consciously reacted, yet his body had evaded the attack autonomously. Qingfeng seemed to be murmuring to himself, as if inquiring of Sun Wukong. He had initially intended to strike down his opponent with one decisive blow. Was this the nascent form of the ultimate freedom technique? Trunks was utterly perplexed. Even when faced with Black Wukong, he could perceive the opponent's movements. Yet now, he was unable to discern how Qingfeng executed his strikes or how he appeared before Wukong. It was astonishingly swift. I could hardly see his actions. Vegeta's forehead was marked by bulging veins, as this was the first time he encountered such a formidable adversary. Ever since he attained the form of Super Saiyan God, this was the first man to instill within him a sense of helplessness. The more powerful the being, the more challenging it becomes for others to perceive their might. It is over. The figure of Qingfeng flickered once more, his arm poised like a blade mere centimeters from Sun Wukong's forehead, capable of piercing his brain with a mere advance. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. To be vanquished in 2 moves was a feat even the esteemed Lord Beerus would find challenging. Who exactly is he? Truly impressive. I am no match for you. Yet, true to his nature, Wukong accepted his defeat with grace, refusing to seek excuses. He relished the thrill of battling formidable opponents, for it provided him with a clear direction forward. As for this blue-haired young man, perhaps I shall assist you in resolving your troubles. Qingfeng once again made a request, but was met with a scolding from Vegeta. Trunks, with a heavy expression, shook his head. His mother had been slain by him. I recall the first time we met, he mentioned that he had usurped Uncle Goku's body and subsequently killed Chi-Chi and Goten from that world. This vendetta is one we must address ourselves. Upon hearing this, not only was Vegeta enraged, but Goku's fury was also ignited. Although he is not adept at expressing his affections, his love for Chi-Chi is undeniable. The news of his beloved wife's murder, even if it occurred in another universe, was enough to make it difficult for him to remain composed. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze burning with murderous intent. It is rare for Goku to desire the death of an opponent. He generally abhors killing. However, this individual is one he will not let slip away. This is no longer simply a matter of worlds. It is a familial affair, and we shall handle it ourselves. When you set out, do inform me, for I too am eager to witness the true strength of this dark Goku. Ancient Qingfeng could only settle for a compromise. It was not difficult for him to transcend temporal limits and venture into the future, as his abilities permitted him to do so. Wukong's strength exceeded all expectations, and his skills were diverse, encompassing nearly every facet of combat. However, he believed it prudent not to rush. First, he would allow Vegeta to engage them in battle, as Black Goku's power could further ascend. The stronger Black Goku became, the more formidable the fusion would be, thus yielding greater rewards in terms of additional points for himself. Very well, I shall inform you when the time comes. Let us agree on this. When you arrive, unleash a bit of your energy, and I shall swiftly make my way to you. With that, ancient Qingfeng made no further delay and prepared to return to his lodgings. Just before departing, he recalled something and resolved to hasten the progress. Black Goku's strength was greater than you might imagine. You should focus on your training to enhance your abilities, lest you find yourselves outmatched. Upon finishing, he transformed into a column of blue light and departed from Bulma's residence. Kakarot, why did you acquiesce to this fellow? The two of us are sufficient, Vegeta scolded sharply, expressing his dissatisfaction with Goku's acceptance of ancient Qingfeng's proposal. Goku's expression turned serious, as he harbored a different assessment of Black Goku's strength than Vegeta did. Not only did I not exert my full power, but that doppelganger of mine has also concealed his true might. He speaks the truth. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Vegeta would first lead Trunks into the room of spirit and time for a year of training. Subsequently, Goku would partner with Gohan to engage in their own period of training. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng, feeling rather listless, opened the chat group page, which he typically kept closed. The dimensional chat system was quite user-friendly. Members could actively disable message notifications if they wished to avoid interruptions. However, the chat was abuzz. 2 newcomers had recently joined the group. A book-loving ghoul entered the chat, alongside the Serpentarius, who was renowned for overpowering Seiya, the esteemed administrator. The strongest in the dimension logged into the chat, and all members were encouraged to extend a warm welcome. Tony, the unfaithful one. Welcome, esteemed leader. Long live the boss. The destroyer of worlds. Welcome, esteemed leader. Long live the boss. Fire-Fist Ace. Welcome, esteemed leader. Long live the boss. Seeking support. Welcome, esteemed leader. Long live the boss. Death God Elementary Student. Welcome, esteemed leader. Long live the boss. Do you wish to dance? Welcome, esteemed leader. An overwhelming aroma of sycophancy filled the air, leaving Qingfeng somewhat speechless, as this behavior seemed incongruous with their personas. Seeking support. Tony is a sycophant. He's fawning over the boss again. I find this contemptible. Fire-Fist Ace, contempt +1. The Destroyer of Worlds, contempt +1. Aside from the new members, the veteran members expressed their disdain for Tony's obsequious behavior towards the leader. Tony, the unfaithful one, do you have no shame? You are not sycophants. Why mimic my words? Seeking support. I accidentally pressed the wrong copy key. Do you have an issue with that? Note, warning for silence. The Destroyer of Worlds. I could engage you in a discussion about life. Shall I proceed now? Do you wish to dance? Shall I go? Fire-Fist Ace, shall I go? Tony felt an overwhelming urge to despair, as it was the first time he perceived that none in the group were sane. He, the indomitable Tony Stark, the world's richest Iron Man, thought they might at least attempt to entice him rather than resort to coercion. Ironically, he found himself unable to defeat any of them. It would be quite the spectacle if they ventured into his world, as he would certainly not survive their onslaught. Tony, the unfaithful one. I was merely joking. Esteemed leaders, please do not take offense. The book-loving ghoul. Greetings to all in the group. It seems so harmonious. Is this esteemed leader truly formidable? Everyone appears to admire him greatly. The Serpentarius, who overpowers Seiya. How strong can he be? Can he possibly surpass the Golden Saints? Though I am unsure how you managed to pull me into this nonsense, rest assured, once I discover a flaw, I shall eliminate you all. Seeking support. The book-loving ghoul. The leader is immensely powerful, far beyond your imagination. Serpentarius, I kindly remind you that with your world's strength, even combined, you would barely scratch 1/10,000th of the leader's power. Yunyao spoke the truth. The strength of the ghoul was questionable, while the overall martial prowess of the world could only be deemed average. The universe of the Saints is indeed considered a high-tier cosmos among many anime. However, in comparison to others, particularly when juxtaposed with the likes of Naruto and One Piece, she finds herself at a distinct advantage. Yet, when measured against the formidable elite, her aspirations may be overly ambitious. Sitting in her chamber, Sherna's visage was marred by resentment, for that insufferable boy Seiya had laid eyes upon her true form. For a female saint, being seen in her true light by a male entails two grim choices, either to eliminate the one who has gazed upon her, or to bind oneself in marriage. There is no doubt that Seiya must be vanquished, but he had already fled the sanctuary. making it a challenge to find an opportunity to settle the score in the near future. This predicament left Sherna quite agitated. Coincidentally, having just joined a chat group, she found herself subjected to a disparity in treatment by her peers. The serpent bearer, who revels in overpowering Seiya, proclaimed himself the strongest of dimensions, deeming Seiya a mere insect, and challenged him to a duel, where the victor would determine the fate of the vanquished. Venting her frustration upon this individual seemed a favorable prospect. She was acquainted with the Golden Saints, and she would dare to confront anyone other than them. Qingfeng, a monk of considerable stature, found himself utterly perplexed. Having just entered the group, he could not fathom how he had incurred the wrath of this madwoman. Among the Silver Saints, only Sherna, the serpent bearer, had ever caught the gaze of Seiya with her beauty. "You foolish woman, are you out of your mind? I have just arrived in this group, and you hurl insults at me? Do you wish for your own demise?" Qingfeng was not one to indulge her, fiercely engaging in a battle of wits. "You trash. If you have the capability, step into my world. I shall not rest until one of us is no more." To all members, he declared, "Tomorrow, I am to engage in a duel. I invite you all to witness." He intended to decisively overpower the serpent bearer. And once the pressing matter was resolved, he could entertain the whims of this eccentric woman. After all, once Zamasu was dealt with, there would be little else to occupy his time, and imparting a lesson to this arrogant woman would do nicely. Tony, ever the skeptic, remarked, "The boss himself takes action. This adversary's strength is indeed formidable. I hope the residual energy won't prove fatal for us." Observing Qingfeng's prowess brought stark joy. For such a display of strength was rare. Yet, a shadow of fear loomed over him, as he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their capabilities. Should a skirmish erupt, and the boss become preoccupied, it could lead to dire consequences. "Surely, I shall be fine. I possess a protective shield. Thus such calamities should not befall me," one member reassured. "Fear not. I will ensure your safety. The enemy's strength is commendable, but not as terrifying as you may imagine." "Worry not," another responded. Upon hearing these words, the group felt a sense of relief, trusting in Qingfeng's assurance of their protection. Fire Fist Ace mused, "I wonder what the boss's battle prowess truly entails. Obliterating stars at will, annihilating the cosmos with ease." "May I interject?" inquired a voice. Tony, ever the cynic, chimed in. "I suspect you are indulging in something inappropriate, and I possess evidence." The World Destroyer added, "I have captured screenshots. I too have proof. Release me at once." "This is hardly a vehicle suited for children," another member exclaimed. The book-loving ghoul shyly interjected, "I am but a child. How could I engage in such discussions?" This remark caught Qingfeng's attention, for upon entering, he had been met with a barrage from Sherna and was preoccupied with retorting. Sherna, a supporting character from Saint Seiya, was among the early members and an ardent admirer of Seiya. They had overlooked the new member. The ghoul Qingfeng was aware of that. Yet, there appeared to be no characters fond of literature in this realm. As far as he recalled, only the protagonist Kaneki Ken held such an interest. But if it were indeed Kaneki, the group nickname would not be a riddle of what is 1000-7. Book-loving ghoul, do introduce yourself. I am quite curious about your identity. Greetings, everyone. I am him.Faced, and I am 10 years old. Hinami was unlike Sherna, who had just joined the group and was oblivious to the other members' battle footage, having only been enlightened by Tony about the group's purpose. Had she seen their combat recordings, her arrogance would surely have been tempered. Hinami, having joined the chat group a few hours earlier, displayed a respectful demeanor and, being a young girl, quickly endeared herself to the group. After witnessing the members' battle footage, she transformed into a devoted fan of Uchiha Madara, affectionately calling him Madara-ji. Ancient Qingfeng suddenly realized that him.Faced, though not particularly prominent in Tokyo Ghoul, is an indispensable character. She possesses a kind heart. And even after defeating the one who killed her parents, the formidable Kinu Yuta, she could not bring herself to end his life. Hinami is one of the few in the entire anime who is naturally endowed with 2 types of kakuja, showcasing exceptional ghoul abilities. Tony, with his usual nonchalance, inquired, "What exactly is a ghoul, Hinami? I have never heard of your kind." The book-loving ghoul replied, "Indeed, indeed." Hinami hesitated, unwilling to answer, which only intensified Tony's curiosity. Since joining the group, she had yet to discuss matters of her race. "What is it? Is it a demon? One that can capture souls and take lives? Does it wear black and white attire?" A voice chimed in. "You've read too many Eastern novels, or perhaps too much of Journey to the West. What you describe sounds like a spirit." The destroyer of worlds interjected. You should leave the group. Don't claim to be one of us outside. I cannot afford to lose face. Hinami hesitated, uncertain whether her monstrous nature would be accepted by the others, yet she chose to trust them. The book-loving ghoul explained, ghouls are beings that consume human corpses. Like normal people, they simply cannot eat regular food and must resort to human flesh. The serpent holder, who had previously defeated Seiya, remarked, "Isn't that a monster? Such beings should not exist in this world and ought to be eradicated." The most malevolent fairy teased, "Oh dear, a new member seems quite fierce. Those present might appear as monsters in your eyes. Would you care to try and eliminate me?" After a long silence, Kurumi Tokisaki finally stood up to defend Hinami, favoring the lowly over the mature woman. The newcomer's arrogance, presenting herself as the most powerful, contrasted starkly with Hinami's polite demeanor, which evidently endeared her more to Kurumi. Conversely, Shauna found Kurumi particularly irksome, detesting her pretentiousness. There was no specific reason for her disdain, just a general aversion to the name. Frustrated and unable to vent her anger elsewhere, she directed her ire towards the group. "Vile woman, I will shatter your mouth. I hope you do not kneel and beg for my forgiveness then." The most malevolent fairy responded, "Oh dear, how frightening. I wonder if I can defeat her. The strongest across dimensions. If only I possessed the administrator's shield. Can this be played like this?" Ace of Fire questioned. Tony, ever the observer, remarked, "This is the inherent advantage of women. If you were as enchanting as she, you could do the same." The most malevolent fairy added, "Oh dear, I accidentally tagged someone. It was not intentional." Kurumi's private chat window vibrated as the strongest across dimensions sent her a message. "When shall we duel? Let me know, and I shall come to witness." "All right then, dear," she replied. The voice of Kurumi took on a deliberately charming tone, leaving Qingfeng feeling overwhelmed. He hastily returned to the group chat, finding this little enchantress exceedingly vexing. The most formidable spirit, the serpent bearer, capable of easily defeating Seiya, exclaimed, "Oh dear. Do not merely speak of it. Come and duel with me now." Previously, the group had only engaged in jest. Never had a duel among members occurred, making this a first. However, Yunyao showed no inclination to intervene, recognizing that Sherna had become excessively arrogant, and it would be beneficial for Kurumi to teach her a lesson. Whether Kurumi could hold her own against Sherna was not within Yunyao's considerations. As a woman, Yunyao could distinctly sense the differing attitudes Qingfeng held towards Kurumi as opposed to Sherna, which were worlds apart. Would Qingfeng allow Kurumi to suffer? Regardless, Yunyao firmly believed that should Kurumi find herself at a disadvantage, Qingfeng would undoubtedly come to her aid, no matter how formidable Sherna might be. She could not hope to triumph over Qingfeng. The serpent bearer declared, "I shall demonstrate to you the power of the Silver Saints, compelling you to submit entirely." The most formidable spirit replied, "Oh dear, I have taken note of your words. I hope you do not come to regret them." The serpent bearer continued, "Today, I have only signed in for 30 points. Once my points accumulate tomorrow, your fate will be sealed." As these two women clashed, the men in the group found themselves unable to participate. A special red envelope was sent containing 20 points, directed to the serpent bearer. The most formidable spirit taunted, "Come now, you may approach at any moment. We shall see who begs for mercy." The book-loving ghoul interjected, "Sisters, please do not quarrel over my matters. Besides, I merely seek corpses that have met untimely ends. I do not kill." "You also wish to dance," remarked, "Everyone here is far more capable than you. Even Shirori cannot be consumed by you. No one bears you ill will." In an unusual display of empathy, Ban comforted Shirori, sensing her insecurities from her words, which endeared her to him. Fire Fist Ace added, "Indeed, while cannibalism may be somewhat awkward, many in our group have taken lives. As long as it is not indiscriminate slaughter, it is acceptable. The admin has casually obliterated stars, extinguishing millions of lives with ease, so do not concern yourself too much." The strongest of dimensions retorted, "It is not I who obliterate stars. I am quite the pacifist, even if we are well acquainted. However, should you continue to slander me, I will have to take legal action for defamation." Feeling as though he had become a great villain, Qingfeng believed that even if he was not the epitome of grace, he was certainly not akin to a dark overlord. The destroyer of worlds remarked, "I recall that the shop offers healing potions. Once ingested, you would be able to dine like a normal human, no longer reliant on consuming human flesh. You also wish to dance." Noted, priced at 50,000 points, it would be difficult for her to afford in the short term. However, Perhaps during the observation of the admin, there may be tasks available, possibly yielding substantial points. The book-loving ghoul concluded. As long as everyone in the group does not dislike me, let's not bicker, sisters. Since we are all part of this chat group, we should support one another. The serpent bearer, who seeks to overpower Seiya, scoffs. Who would wish to assist a wretch like you? You are not merely a monstrous being that devours the living, but a cowardly creature that elicits nothing but disdain. The harshness of his words struck a nerve, causing Chiharu to feel a sting of emotion at the mention of her ghoul identity. The serpent bearer declared, "Woman, I shall soon descend upon your realm to face the judgment of the saints." Confident in her abilities, Sharuna claimed her reward and, through the chat group, was transported into the world of Kurumi within the universe of Day-Day Life. The chat group issued a task, prompting members to engage in a duel where they could wager points, with victors receiving additional rewards. Betting on the serpent bearer to emerge victorious offered a return of twofold. Conversely, placing a wager on the most ferocious spirit promised a return of 100 to 1, with no upper limit on bets, starting from a minimum of 100 points. A battle concluded only when one side was incapacitated or willingly conceded. The chat group's notifications clearly indicated that everyone should bet on Sharuna for victory, yet the participants were not naive. No one fell for such an obvious trap. Under Tony's guidance, they all placed their bets on Kurumi. As the saying goes, even a mosquito's flesh is still flesh. What difference does it make if points can be earned without effort? Only a fool would bet on Sharuna. Tony placed a steadfast wager of 10,000 points on the most ferocious spirit to win. "Do you wish to join the dance?" he queried, also wagering 10,000 points on the same outcome. Seeking to ride the coattails of success, another member added, equally betting 10,000 points on the ferocious spirit. With everyone in the group placing their bets on Kurumi, each had previously earned 10,000 points from their adventure in the world of One Piece, save for Conan and Chiharu, who lacked sufficient points to join the fray. Observing the unfolding events, Qingfeng found himself both amused and exasperated. He genuinely wished to assist everyone. However, before he could voice his intentions, all bets were already placed. The strongest in the dimension wagered 550,000 points on the serpent bearer to claim victory. Kurumi cannot possibly defeat this new member. "Why did you all bet on her?" he questioned. A sense of foreboding enveloped the world destroyer. Tony remarked, "I have a sentiment I am unsure whether to express." 10,000 points wasted, lamented another. "Oh, come on, that's rather underhanded of you," protested Fire Fist Ace. Right. At least give us a heads up next time," echoed the others. The strongest in the dimension replied, "I barely had the chance to speak before you all placed your bets. What could I do?" The serpent bearer sneered. "A bunch of fools, you deserve this. Just wait and witness how I will ravage this wretch." The members of the group were in a state of considerable agitation. Initially, they had hoped to earn some points, but now, not only had those aspirations been dashed, but they also found themselves at risk of losing their own stakes. Upon hearing the derisive comments from Sharna, tempers flared as if ignited by gunpowder. The destroyer of worlds declared, "I shall teach this ignorant woman a lesson. Once their duel concludes, I will take matters into my own hands." Another chimed in, "Do you wish to join the fray? Count me in, for I am eager to witness how she dares to exhibit such arrogance." Tony, the steadfast, added, "I too shall partake. If need be, we shall confront her en masse." The one seeking a powerful ally remarked, "Perhaps I shall refrain from joining the fray. The elite's protective shield is formidable, and it would be unfortunate if a novice were to meet their demise." The most formidable of the elves wagered 10,000 points, confidently selecting the Serpentarius to triumph over the underdog, Seiya. Serpentarius retorted, "Now you tremble in fear, seeking to ingratiate yourself with me in vain. I intend to silence you with a severe blow." The strongest of dimensions interjected, "There is no need for assistance. Hyuka alone suffices. I merely stated that she would lose the match, not that she could not withstand her opponent." All members of the group were indeed astute individuals. Upon reaching this point, one can discern his intent. The most malevolent spirit voluntarily concedes defeat, with the victor being the serpent bearer who mercilessly vanquished Seiya. The nefarious spirit successfully placed its wager, amassing 30,000 points. The strongest dimension wagered successfully, accumulating a total of 16,650,000 points, including the principal. The remaining participants faced failure in their bets, resulting in the forfeiture of all their points. In a secluded forest on the outskirts of the spirit world, the silver-clad warrior Sharuna glared at Kurumi with palpable ire. Upon her arrival in the spirit realm, the chat group had fortuitously transported her right next to Kurumi, who donned her clockwork spirit attire. Beneath the clockwork garb, Kurumi presented herself in a gothic Lolita ensemble, wielding a rifle in one hand and a handgun in the other, with bullets imbued with the power to manipulate time. This sight instilled a sense of trepidation in Sharana. However, mere seconds later, Kurumi cast a peculiar smile over her shoulder and deliberately dispelled her spirit attire. Sharana glanced back, discovering an empty space behind her, interpreting this as a sign of disdain, as if Kurumi deemed her unworthy of her full effort. Enveloped by her small universe, Sharana unleashed her formidable power, for the strength of a silver saint is not to be trifled with. The very ground trembled, and leaves swirled chaotically in the air. Yet, to Kurumi's amusement, rather than adopting a defensive stance, she stifled laughter. Incensed by this, Sharana traced the constellation of the serpent bearer with her hands, leaping high into the air to dive down upon her foe. Initially, her intent was merely to inflict grave injury upon Kurumi, compelling her to acquiesce. But Kurumi's demeanor infuriated her beyond measure. Lightning Serpent Claw, the ultimate secret of the serpent bearer, channels lightning into her claws, using her small universe to ensnare her adversary like a colossal serpent before piercing through their flesh with her lethal talons. A fearsome purple serpent surged toward Kurumi. Yet before the assault could reach her, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended. The purple serpent disintegrated, and Sharana plummeted to the ground, rendered immobile by the immense weight bearing down upon her, as if she were carrying a colossal mountain upon her back. What terrifying pressure! Even the Golden Saints do not possess such might. Who could possibly be behind this assault? Returning to 3 minutes prior. At the very moment Kurumi and Sharana engaged in their challenge within the group, Kurumi had informed Qingfeng. However, when Qingfeng placed his bet on Sharuna's victory, Kurumi was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had no intention of aiding her, before swiftly realizing the truth. Qingfeng immediately utilized the spatial transmission of the chat group. Arriving in the realm of the elves, he stood high above the two, and Kyuko's mind was instantly at ease. She dismissed her combat readiness. For had it not been for her curiosity regarding the ultimate essence of serpents, she would have had no opportunity to unleash her ultimate technique. Observing the scene, Qingfeng emanated his formidable presence, and the vast disparity in strength rendered Sharana utterly defenseless. As long as you do not take her life, she is not deserving of death. Fearing that Kyuko, in her excitement, might consume Sharana's time, she acknowledged that while Sharana's character warranted some lessons, killing her would be excessive. Kyuko's sweet smile radiated an enchanting allure, capable of ensnaring any man with merely a fleeting glance. Qingfeng could only manage an awkward smile, daring not to gaze too long. As the situation unfolded, Kyuko, embodying an air of grace, slowly approached Sharana, looking down upon her from a position of dominance. "Oh, are you not the one who wished for me to kneel at your feet in supplication? What has become of you now?" Despite the unfavorable circumstances, Sharana maintained her defiance, struggling to lift her head and cursing, "You wretched woman, yet you can only seek assistance from others. How dare you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Kyuko's foot came crashing down onto her head, silencing her words as Sharana's cheek was pressed into the icy ground. The smile on Kyuko's lips grew ever more pronounced. For one who had taken countless lives, tormenting her adversaries was a well-practiced art. With a feigned apology, she lifted her foot slightly, saying, "Oh dear, I accidentally stepped on you. My sincerest apologies." If looks could kill, Sharana's glare would have reduced Kyuko to mere fragments, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Do not let me catch you off guard. Otherwise, I shall annihilate all your friends and family." At that moment, Kyuko, who had maintained an elegant and refreshing smile up until now, transformed as if a mask had been ripped away. The foot she had just lifted came crashing down once more, forcing Sharana's face deeper into the ground. Kyuko had no intention of relenting. Instead, she exerted even greater force, as if seeking further satisfaction, delivering a powerful kick to Sharana's abdomen. The immense force sent Sharana hurtling sideways, colliding with the trunk of a massive tree. As soon as she landed, Kyuko was upon her, delivering a lightning-fast kick to Sharana's right arm. The strength of an elf far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Had Sharana not been clad in her sacred armor, Kyuko's full-force strike would have undoubtedly shattered her skull. It was only thanks to the protective power of her silver armor that she managed to endure. Nonetheless, the impact rattled her brain, inducing waves of dizziness. Yet, The armor could not shield her entire body. Kyuka's kick shattered the bones in her right arm. How about I render you a mere shell of your former self? Her voice remained as sweet as ever, but Qingfeng instinctively shivered. A lesson was warranted, yet it was imperative not to inflict too severe an injury. One might argue that Sharna was courting her own demise. Why else would she mention friends? Kyuka had become this way due to betrayal, having been forced to slay her dearest companion. Qingfeng had no intention of lingering any longer. The formidable power of Kurumi was already on par with Sharna's. And now that Sharna was gravely injured with her right arm shattered, there was no possibility of her triumphing over Kurumi. With a fleeting motion, he departed from the elven realm, initially intending to observe other elves. However, witnessing Kurumi in such a frenzied state, it was evident that she was unlikely to be in the mood to escort him on a leisurely outing. He would have to await another opportunity. The animosity between these two women was destined to persist, and the enmity was profound. Not only had Sharna grievously offended Kurumi, but Sharna had also never endured such humiliation. As a noble silver saint, where gold does not surpass silver, she had never been subjected to such degradation. Were it not for Sharna's inherently good nature, Qingfeng would have resorted to more severe measures to avoid complications. As for how Kurumi would treat Sharna, that was beyond Qingfeng's concern. As long as she did not kill or severely injure her, he would be content. Upon returning to his abode in the Dragon Ball universe, he found the chat group enveloped in an eerie silence. Tony the Heartbreaker, I suddenly feel as if my life has lost its direction. The big shot has over 10 million points, and here I am, plummeting back to a few hundred. World Destroyer, wasn't it you who led everyone? How do you have the audacity to say such things? Seeking support. Honestly, I believe the losses in points are due to Stark's mismanagement. Fire Fist Ace, exactly. Someone as cautious as me would have certainly followed the big shot if Stark hadn't made the first move. Tony the Heartbreaker. If anyone else had said that, I might have let it slide. But you, of all people, being such a scatterbrain, how dare you make such claims? Had it not been for his inability to contend with Ace, Tony would have already erupted in a tirade. The most cautious? You can fall asleep while eating. How can you deceive anyone with that? You also want to dance? Let Stark bear the blame for this situation. Everyone in agreement? Seeking support. I wholeheartedly support that. Both hands and feet in favor. Death God Elementary Student. I go with the flow. I'm fine with whatever. Whenever an issue arose in the group, everyone subconsciously thought of Tony, the universal scapegoat. Wherever there was blame, there he was. Tony the Heartbreaker. As long as you all are happy, I can't be bothered to comment. Just don't make me lose points. I have none to spare, and I certainly won't trade my life for them. World Destroyer. I'm quite curious about the current state of affairs over there. Tony the Heartbreaker. I relish watching two women fight. Haha. Seeking support. I've never witnessed a women-s brawl. It won't just be hair-pulling and slapping, will it? Fire Fist Ace. We can't be sure. But since the big shot is present, why not ask him for clarity? Death God Elementary Student. Strongest in the dimensions. What's the situation like on your end? Did you intervene in the fight? Strongest in the dimensions. Not at all. I just observed quietly for a while without engaging Sharna. You also want to dance? Who currently holds the upper hand? Has Kurumi already emerged victorious? In the realm of dimensions, the conflict appeared to be evenly matched, with the situation remaining relatively stable. Kurumi had managed to gain a slight advantage, though the exact outcome remained uncertain. I glanced at the situation before returning to my own universe. The members of the group were somewhat perplexed by Qingfeng's mindset, as they had assumed he would undoubtedly support Kurumi. This belief was the foundation for their collective confidence in Kurumi's victory. Yet, Qingfeng now proclaimed that he was indifferent to the outcome between Kurumi and Sharna. A perplexing notion emerged in everyone's minds. How could such a provocative figure as Sharna challenge a prominent master without facing repercussions? Was it conceivable that Sharna possessed a strength formidable enough to elude the master's wrath? However, this thought was quickly dismissed. How could anyone surpass such a formidable being? They simply could not fathom the existence of individuals at such an exalted level. Farewell, I must log off for dinner, came Qingfeng's parting words. The members of the group began speculating on the outcome of the duel between the two women, yet the majority remained convinced that Kurumi would ultimately prevail. Aside from the administrator, Yunyao, who harbored concerns about Kurumi possibly inflicting severe harm upon Sharna, the others were indifferent to Sharna's fate. In essence, the camaraderie within the group allowed for harmonious interactions, as their personalities meshed well. However, each member was a noteworthy figure within their own universes. inevitably harboring a sense of pride in their strength. Upon her arrival, Sharna had spoken indiscriminately, insulting everyone, and naturally, they were unwilling to tolerate her behavior. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng shivered at the thought of the ruthless Kurumi confronting Sharna. When women turned fierce, they could be far more brutal than men. He silently offered a minute of lament for the unfortunate Sharna. Speaking of which, he had amassed an impressive 16,500,000 points this time. In addition to the 5,500,000 earned from previous tasks, along with the points accrued from his recent check-ins, he now possessed over 22 million points, bringing him closer to returning home. Father, mother, and her, I must endure a little longer. I will soon reunite with you. Please wait for my return. Then came the long wait. Goku and the others would likely enter the hyperbolic time chamber, and it would be at least until tomorrow before they ventured into the future. Qingfeng spent his time at the inn, alternating between eating and sleeping, occasionally venturing outside to admire the earth scenery. Little did he know that time slipped away, and 3 days passed before he finally received news from Yukong. Qingfeng believed that they had secretly left, and if there were no new developments today, he would have to seek them out at Bulma's residence. Upon receiving news, Qingfeng hurried to Bulma's home, only to discover not only son Goku and Vegeta but also the once martial artist, now scholar, son Gohan, who radiated an impressive aura. At that moment, son Gohan seemed to rival even son Goku. Was this the legendary Gohan? It appeared that due to Qingfeng's unexpected arrival, he had honed his abilities ahead of the original timeline, reclaiming the formidable power he possessed during his battle with Majin Buu. Apologies. But the time machine can only accommodate 4 passengers. Lunch will be just me, Vegeta, and Trunks. Regrettably, we cannot take you along, Goku said with a sheepish smile upon seeing Qingfeng. He had not anticipated that Gohan would voluntarily offer his assistance. In truth, had Qingfeng not triumphed over Son Goku, Gohan would not have engaged in such matters. However, his father had been defeated, overcome by someone he had never heard of, who could ascertain that there were no other threats lurking in the universe. What if, one day, an enemy attacked and his father fell in battle? During the last confrontation with Frieza, had his father not arrived in time, Gohan would have perished. He realized he could not always rely on others. He needed to rekindle his martial spirit. He was also aware of his mother and Goten's tragic fate at the hands of Black Goku. He must protect his family and reclaim the warrior he once was. It's all right, you all go ahead. Qingfeng remained indifferent. After all, he possessed the ability to transcend time and space, rendering the power of the time ring unnecessary. His curiosity about their departure was merely to ensure he followed them, thus avoiding the peril of venturing into the wrong timeline. Caution was imperative. One must never be careless. Bulma cautioned Trunks, fearing for her son's safety amidst the chaos. Young Trunks, filled with indignation upon learning of his future mother's demise, returned in a state of disarray. I will make them pay for killing my mother. You must avenge her. A long-lost confidence graced Trunks' face. When one possesses sufficient strength, confidence naturally follows. This time, there would be no issues. His father had rigorously trained him for an entire year, and he now felt assured in his ability to defeat Black Goku. His time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta rekindled a sense of paternal love within him. It was a profound feeling to have a father by one's side. Let us embark, he declared. Accompanied by a brilliant radiance, the time machine flickered through the air, tearing through the fabric of time towards the future universe where Trunks resided. Unbeknownst to the others, Qingfeng sensed the trajectory of the time machine, his form gradually dissipating into nothingness, carried away by the wind. The future Earth lay in ruins, devoid of the vibrant hustle and bustle of its former cities. The land was desolate, lifeless, and steeped in despair. As the time machine landed, Vegeta emerged with haste, unleashing a wave of energy from his right hand into the sky. The energy radiated outward, and suddenly, dark storm clouds swirled above, revealing the silhouette of Black Goku, with Zamasu closely following. Die! Vegeta exclaimed, his temper flaring without superfluous words. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards Black Goku, landing a powerful and decisive blow. Before Black Goku could utter a word, he was forcefully struck into the ground. Zamasu, adorned with a disdainful smirk, looked on mockingly at Vegeta. How dare you injure me, a mere appetizer? You shall face divine retribution. The ground beneath them was shattered, creating a massive crater that glowed with a pink luminescence, from which Black Goku emerged unscathed. Goku, brimming with fighting spirit, inquired of Vegeta, "Which of these two will you confront?" Vegeta, as ever, remained haughtily confident. "Of course, it's the fake you. I can easily defeat the real one. Surely I wouldn't lose to an imitation." Such audacity was indeed remarkable. The two individuals paid no heed to Black Goku, resolutely determining their respective opponents and charging forward together. Trunks, standing on the ground, was filled with admiration as he observed the adversary who had once instilled fear in him, now regarded as inconsequential by his father and Uncle Goku. Gohan quietly watched the battle among the four, having yet to engage with Super Saiyan Blue, and possessing only a vague estimation of his father's prowess. A gentle voice emerged from behind, comforting Trunks, urging him not to waver, for every individual requires growth. He was still but a child and should not burden himself with excessive pressure. Gohan and Trunks turned to see Qingfeng seated atop a decrepit car, a playful smirk adorning his lips. They were taken aback, especially Trunks, who had traversed time. He could scarcely fathom how someone could navigate through time on their own. How is it possible? How did you reach the future? Do you possess a time machine as well? Yet, as soon as he posed the question, Trunks dismissed the thought, recalling that the time machine was crafted by his mother, leaving no reason for this man to have one. He had not forgotten that this man had effortlessly defeated Uncle Goku with a single blow. Trunks felt a weight in his body and instinctively prepared for battle. But Gohan quickly restrained him. "Greetings. Although I am unsure why you are following us, I am aware that you are not an enemy. I hope you will refrain from intervening in my father's battle with Uncle Vegeta." His calm words carried a sense of determination. If Qingfeng insisted on intervening, Gohan would attempt to stop him, fully aware of the futility. Both Goku and Uncle Vegeta were consumed by a tremendous rage, driven by the need to avenge their fallen family. It was a matter of masculine honor, and they would not permit anyone to interfere. "No problem. I merely wish to observe. If you can defeat me, I shall not intervene. However, should you falter, then I may step in, if that is agreeable." Qingfeng harbored little hope for Wukong, not because he doubted Wukong and Vegeta's ability to defeat Black Wukong and his allies, but rather due to the established power dynamics within the animated narrative. It was clear that Black Wukong's prowess could rival that of Super Saiyan Blue. Although Wukong and Vegeta had entered the hyperbolic time chamber for a year of rigorous training, their opponents possessed an advantage. If worst came to worst, they could merge. Unfortunately, Wukong and the others lacked the Patera earrings, rendering them unable to fuse, especially against the immortal Zamasu. As the three conversed, the battlefield was ablaze with the ferocious clash of four warriors, the tide of battle leaning heavily in one direction. Remembering the tragic demise of his wife and son ignited an uncontrollable fury within Wukong. The blood of the Saiyan surged through him. "You fiend! You have slain Chi-Chi and Goten. I shall not forgive you." This time, his rage was genuine. A tremendous power erupted forth, as he transformed into his full Super Saiyan Blue state, driven to unleash his utmost potential through hatred. Zamasu, endowed with immortality, had repeatedly perished and revived, significantly augmenting his strength. Yet, before Wukong, this was of no consequence. Almost simultaneously, Vegeta's roar echoed through the heavens. "You dare harm my Bulma," merely possessing Goku's body. But only a simpleton of Saiyan lineage could be so easily manipulated. With a single punch that shook the earth, the sky was illuminated by a brilliant blue aura as he seized Black Wukong by the hair and delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring. A massive energy blast struck Black Wukong's body. As the dust settled, Black Wukong gazed at Vegeta on the ground, bewildered by the vast disparity in their strengths. How could this be? The difference is unimaginable. With unwavering confidence, Vegeta smirked and replied, "Do you wish to know why? Because you are nothing but a counterfeit, while I am the legitimate prince of all Saiyans." Having foreseen the truth about Black Wukong and Zamasu, Wukong and Vegeta had significantly surpassed their typical narrative power levels. While Black Wukong struggled to withstand their relentless assault, Zamasu found himself repeatedly battered by Wukong. Had it not been for his immortality, he would have perished under Wukong's onslaught. At this moment, both adversaries grasped that humanity was not to be underestimated, nor could they be so easily dominated. The Patera earrings exchanged positions, radiating brilliance that enveloped the entire world, heralding the official emergence of God Zamasu, whose boundless power coupled with immortality alarmed even the proud Vegeta. Their fusion had multiplied their strength manifold, creating an aura that subtly threatened to overpower both him and Wukong. Wukong maintained a calm demeanor as he glanced at Gohan below, signaling him to join forces against their foes. With a primal scream, Gohan awakened a mysterious power within him, enveloped in an enigmatic aura. The sky ablaze with radiant white light. Once the mightiest singular warrior, he had returned. Compared to moments prior, he was a transformed entity, capable of overwhelming his opponents with absolute strength. Whether it be Shalu or Buju, his temperament has led to the demise of his family on several occasions. Now, he has cast aside the arrogance of his past, embracing the resolve befitting a warrior. The ground trembles in disbelief as Deity realizes that Gohan possesses such formidable strength, rivaling even that of his father. Unwilling to concede, Deity is instantly consumed by rage. Super Saiyan 2 manifests behind the three, forming a pincer movement to encircle Zamasu. A celestial halo appears behind Zamasu, unleashing a colossal wave of malevolent energy toward the earth. Goku and Vegeta counter with the Kamehameha wave combined with the ultimate flash. For a moment, neither side gains the upper hand, as Zamasu's angelic halo fires countless beams of energy. Gohan spreads his arms, conjuring a barrier to shield his comrades. While protecting the four, he simultaneously channels energy to unleash his own Kamehameha. Deity, too, employs his signature technique. Together, the four struggle against Zamasu, who ultimately succumbs to the overwhelming tide of energy. Yet, with half of his body possessing immortality, he endures even the most ferocious onslaught. Qingfeng sat cross-legged, his eyes contemplatively fixed on the battlefield. Through this confrontation, he had come to understand the reason why Earth had yet to be annihilated. Once, with a battle power exceeding 10,000, Vegeta could obliterate small planets. Now, with his current strength, a mere casual strike could easily destroy Earth. Yet, against the backdrop of numerous fierce battles, the planet remained unscathed. The explanation lay in the fact that as their powers grew, their mastery over such strength became increasingly refined. The same energy, when unleashed as a shockwave, would undoubtedly wreak more havoc than when employed as a precise keyblade. However, against equally formidable foes, a shockwave might fail to harm them, while the keyblade could indeed deliver a fatal blow. Goku and Zamasu had managed to compress their powers into a singular point, resulting in a smaller area of destructive aftermath, yet with a significantly greater potency within the attack's range. However, the current situation mirrored his suspicions. It was rather dire for Goku and his companions. While Gohan's participation could indeed suppress the godly Zamasu, it was not a complete domination, nor could it lead to his total destruction. The Super Saiyan Blue form was draining their stamina rapidly, and as time passed, Goku and Vegeta found themselves on the verge of exhaustion. Gohan, striving alone, was struggling to hold the line, and the strength of the Great Ape transformation was hardly worth mentioning in terms of its impact on the battle. As the chaotic figures in the sky gradually ceased their combat, Goku and Vegeta's auras waned. Although they maintained their Super Saiyan Blue forms, it was evident that their energy was dwindling. Gohan, in his mysterious state, was not suffering considerable fatigue, yet he found himself laboring against the fused Zamasu. The adversary on the other side showed no sign of assistance, and the world teetered on the brink of destruction. For the sake of his son, Vegeta set aside his pride and sought help from Qingfeng. You all should take a moment to rest. I can handle this alone. It has been a long time since I engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. As Qingfeng ascended to the side of a few individuals, Vegeta was enveloped in bitterness upon hearing the words. Having witnessed the formidable power of Zamasu, he still yearned to confront the battle alone. Was it confidence born of strength or sheer ignorance that fueled his audacity? Vegeta leaned towards the former. Though reluctant, he ultimately entrusted the task to another. Goku was acutely aware that continuing the fight would yield no favorable outcome. It was not that he lacked the ability to defeat the divine Zamasu. Even with the Kaioken multiplied tenfold, he could secure his own survival. Yet, the inability to vanquish Zamasu rendered any fleeting advantage utterly meaningless. To think that a mere mortal would dare to challenge a deity was simply unforgivable. After enduring a protracted battle, Zamasu's stamina remained largely intact, casting countless waves of malevolent energy over the four warriors. Qingfeng, without even a glance, unleashed a punch that sent forth countless waves of light, which dissipated in an instant. The residual force of his strike even grazed the cheek of Zamasu. It was time to summon everyone from the group chat. And with a thought, Qingfeng entered the chat group. The group administrator, the most formidable in the dimension, activated a battle among the strongest, forcibly inviting all members of the chat to witness the unfolding events in the world. After 5 seconds, the members were teleported. The few individuals in the chat, who were engaged in casual conversation, suddenly received a notification and moments later found themselves transported to the future world of Dragon Ball. As Goku and Vegeta landed on the ground, they were met by a group of bewildered men and women who stared at them in confusion. Tony Stark exclaimed, "These two resemble the boss remarkably. Could they be twin brothers?" Fire Fist Ace added, "I have no idea. This teleportation was so abrupt. I had just finished my meal and almost lost it during the transfer." Kurumi Tokisaki commented, "This man's adversary must be formidable. The chat group actively brought us here to observe, suggesting that his opponent's strength is at least comparable." The Shinigami Elementary student interjected, "Just to clarify, I'm merely an ordinary person and surely won't be of any help. You also want to dance?" Remarked, "Watch closely. This is a true battle of power. A rare spectacle that may never grace our eyes again in our lifetimes." Seeking a powerful ally expressed, "Goodness, is that Sharna? What has happened to her? Wasn't it said that Kurumi only had a slight advantage?" The group huddled together for mutual support, while Goku and his companions approached them, looking perplexed. Though Goku could understand most individuals present, it was Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit that caught Gohan's attention, who was utterly enamored by the attire. Meanwhile, Vegeta fixated on Uchiha Madara. Despite the disparate power systems of their worlds, Madara's arrogance and the aura of strength he exuded intrigued Vegeta, prompting him to cast a sideways glance. Even though Vegeta could crush him with a mere finger, he sensed a certain kinship in their essences. However, the most striking figure was Sharna, who was now severely injured with multiple fractures, her hair disheveled and her face in disarray. 3 days prior, she had been mercilessly beaten by Kurumi, who delved into her past traumas, inflicting unspeakable torment. Had it not been for Qingfeng's specific instructions to avoid inflicting life-threatening injuries or dismemberment, Kurumi's temperament would likely have led to her being torn apart. Yet, when a woman turns ruthless, she can rival any man. Even if Kurumi could not strike with lethal intent, she had other means to degrade and torment Sharna's spirit. "Mr. Goku, Prince Vegeta," someone implored, "please look after my friends and ensure they remain unharmed. I can handle this individual without concern." Qingfeng greeted everyone on the ground, requesting Wukong and the others to assist him. Wukong readily agreed, confident that with his strength, caring for a few individuals posed no challenge. Tony remarked, "This enemy is rather repulsive. Why is his right hand purple and so enormous?" For some reason, upon seeing him, I developed an aversion to the color purple. "Do you wish to dance?" Came the response, "Announce your name." "I am Uchiha Madara of Konoha." While others might be puzzled by Madara's inquiry, Vegeta understood perfectly, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. The prince of the Scion warrior race, Vegeta. As their gazes locked, sparks seemed to ignite. Both stood at the pinnacle of their respective realms, sharing a profound sense of solitary dignity. The mutual respect between strong warriors was palpable, yet given the circumstances, they refrained from engaging in a duel. Wukong declared, "Very well, let us witness your true abilities. During our last encounter, I sensed you were not exerting your full power." In the skies above, Qingfeng and God Zamasu officially clashed. Qingfeng moved like a specter, evading Zamasu's every attempt with seemingly effortless grace. Ancient Qingfeng has made his move, initiating the first attack in their encounter. The divine Zamasu could not even perceive his actions as Qingfeng appeared before him. With the swiftness of lightning, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving Zamasu reeling from pain coursing through his body, ultimately forcing him into the ruins of a dilapidated building. Vegeta furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with Qingfeng's performance. The power he exhibited when defeating Goku in a single blow was far beyond this level. "How dare you offend a deity?" "Despicable, utterly despicable." Zamasu seethed with impotent rage, raising his hand to the heavens. From the cosmos surged an innumerable amount of malevolent energy, and pink storm clouds gathered overhead, countless bolts of lightning coursing into his being. Zamasu's strength surged once more, his energy flowing like an unending torrent, his right arm distorting and bulging grotesquely. His energy radiated outward, causing the very earth to tremble, while protected by Goku's barrier, the gathered crowd felt an immense pressure. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads as they questioned whether Qingfeng could truly triumph over such an opponent. The destroyer of worlds, he absorbs energy directly from the cosmos, wielding such power. What are his intentions? Trunks' expression turned grave. He seeks to annihilate all life in the universe, completing the human extinction plan, striving for a world devoid of conflict. Uchiha Madara paused, finding this somewhat familiar. Before joining the chat group, he had also contemplated using the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a truly peaceful world. Later, through Yunyao, he learned the truth. All his schemes were mere deceptions. The real puppet master was Kurizetsu. Is this not akin to my former self? However, I never intended to eradicate humanity. I merely sought another means to forge peace. Tony Stark, filled with concern, patted Yunyao on the shoulder. Don't you have the boss's protective shield? Perhaps you should assist him. I can't shake the feeling that he is currently at a disadvantage. This remark nearly infuriated Yunyao, who promptly kicked Tony away. Are you out of your mind? Why should I go? To seek death? Tony, with a face full of grievance, retorted, you have the shield. If I had one, I'd join in as well. Besides, they can't kill you anyway. Are you an idiot? My shield is invincible against others. Do you really think it would be effective against an enemy of the same caliber as the boss? Yunyao was truly at a loss for words. The defensive techniques created by the boss might be effective against lesser foes. However, the existence of the same strength renders the defensive shield fundamentally inconsequential. The Shinigami elementary student, Conan, gazed at the two combatants clashing in the sky, his pupils widening in astonishment. This was scarcely distinguishable from a divine confrontation. Yet, Qingfeng was indeed retreating step by step, as the increasingly formidable Zamasu exerted an overwhelming force, tilting the scales of victory in his favor. If one were to ascertain who among the onlookers most desired Qingfeng's defeat, it would undoubtedly be Sharna. Were it not for Qingfeng, she would not have faced humiliation at the hands of Kurumi. She harbored a fervent wish for Qingfeng to be vanquished by Zamasu, even if it meant her own demise. She was acutely aware that Qingfeng was a man beyond her capacity to confront. Merely his aura rendered her immobile, and throughout her life, she would find it impossible to match his prowess, relying solely on the intervention of others. At this moment, witnessing the beleaguered Qingfeng, her swollen visage involuntarily broke into a smile, having long since resolved to embrace mutual destruction. Oh my, are you smiling? Kurumi had inexplicably appeared behind her, her melodious voice, sweet yet chilling, resonated in Sharna's ears like the roar of a hellish demon. This caused her to shudder involuntarily, recalling the events of 3 days prior. She hastily suppressed her smile, too fearful to meet Kurumi's gaze. That encounter had left her with profound psychological scars, completely erasing her courage to resist Kurumi. Matoi Tsukasa was astonished. Had it not been said that Kurumi and Sharna's battle was merely slightly in Kurumi's favor? How could Sharna appear so utterly defeated? Kurumi, unscathed, exuded an aura that suggested Sharna was utterly intimidated. Trunks observed the aerial duel, gripping his sword tightly, his body leaning forward in readiness to engage. Vegeta barked a reprimand, commanding Trunks not to act impulsively. You need not intervene. Have you not yet realized? Yet, it seemed Trunks was no match for Zamasu, and if this continued, he would surely meet his end. Trunks held little faith in Qingfeng's capabilities. At this moment, Qingfeng was on the defensive, while Zamasu grew ever more emboldened, steadily pressuring him. Vegeta's perspective contrasted sharply with Trunks. He did not believe Qingfeng to be lacking, even in the face of the formidable fused Zamasu. As a Saiyan, do you truly think he cannot transform into a Super Saiyan? God Zamasu gathered energy in his palms, a wave of light materializing, his aura rapidly escalating as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. All his power coalesced into a singular point, the blue energy sphere shooting forth like a meteor towards the gathered individuals below. Let us see how you evade this. If you intend to abandon those on the ground, then flee swiftly. Zamasu cackled maniacally, while Qingfeng relied on his combat skills to avoid a direct clash, much to Zamasu's growing ire. Qingfeng executed the same driving technique, clashing with the Turtle School's Kamehameha. The two immense forces stood firm against each other, resulting in a stalemate for a brief moment. In midair, they counterbalanced each other, giving rise to a vast sea of energy. The formidable recoil forced Zamasu to retreat several steps before he could regain his stance. What a terrifying display of power. It seems even the most formidable cannot overcome him. It appears to be a contest of equal might. As Madara observed the fierce combat between the two, he once again felt the weight of his own insignificance. Their prowess was worlds apart from his own. Conan furrowed his brow and retreated behind the others. The onlookers on the ground stood frozen, astounded that despite Zamasu's absorption of such malevolent energy, Qingfeng was still able to withstand his onslaught. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan keenly noted the hint of mockery in Qingfeng's expression. Even when engaged in close combat and seemingly at a disadvantage, he maintained an air of effortless mastery. Is the power of a deity truly so insignificant? Cannot you strive for greater strength? This is profoundly disappointing, he remarked. Qingfeng, however, found Zama's strength to be utterly inadequate, falling far short of his own lofty expectations. He deemed it unnecessary to transform. His normal state sufficed to secure victory over him. Moreover, he harbored aspirations of seizing this opportunity to amass a considerable number of points, ultimately accumulating a staggering 50 million. I am the strongest, you wretched fool. Just as Zamasu was about to retort, Qingfeng swiftly struck him with a powerful punch, sending him hurtling through the air. To become stronger, one must invest effort. What is effort? It is the result of time and perseverance. You have merely usurped the body of a mortal you scorned. How formidable can you truly become? Can you withstand a punch born from a year of dedication? Qingfeng's figure moved with astonishing speed, leaving Zamasu unable to defend himself in time. He was struck by several blows, causing his already unappealing visage to contort further in agony. A sphere of lethal energy capable of annihilating the earth materialized in Zamasu's grasp. He had resolved to hold nothing back and was intent on obliterating the planet entirely. When deities clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Even with Goku's protective presence, the members of the chat group felt an ominous sense of impending doom. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of power. Qingfeng's gaze grew solemn, as an immense power radiated from him, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. The dark force summoned by Zamasu enveloped the sky above the entire earth. The golden radiance emitted by Qingfeng surged skyward, dispelling the darkness, as his aura ascended with remarkable intensity, causing the very earth to tremble and the winds to howl. An explosion of energy that transformed the heavens and the earth ensued, and Qingfeng's dark tresses underwent a profound metamorphosis, shimmering into a resplendent golden hue. Golden arcs of lightning flickered around him, elevating his demeanor to one of haughty superiority, as if viewing deities as mere insects. Merely the force emanating from him shattered the protective barrier conjured by Sun Wukong. A Super Saiyan? Ultimately, an insect remains an insect. Your struggles are utterly futile. Zamasu, with a disdainful glance, dismissed the notion that Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan god could rival him. What could a mere Super Saiyan possibly achieve? As the ominous orb of death approached, Qingfeng's right arm curved back, and with a powerful fist, he struck forth, effortlessly obliterating the terrifying sphere with a single blow. The figure of Qingfeng vanished from the sight of the crowd, reappearing before Zamasu. With a single hand, he grasped Zamasu by the throat. The other hand was raised towards the heavens, gathering energy, manifesting a radiant, star-like spectrum that penetrated Zamasu's very being. The Soul Enforcer possesses the ability to purify all forms of energy, and as Zamasu's heart grew increasingly malevolent, this technique proved most effective against him. As the energy orb infused within him, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from Zamasu's body, culminating in a tremendous explosion that left him utterly obliterated. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Just moments before, the two had been evenly matched, yet now, Qingfeng's hair had transformed in hue. Zamasu, without even launching a single counterattack, had been vanquished, revealing a chasm of disparity between the two. The destroyer of worlds remarked, "It appears that in this form lies the true prowess of the master. We have greatly underestimated his strength." Sharna roared inwardly, questioning why such a formidable foe as Zamasu could not even lay a scratch on Qingfeng. Gazing at Qingfeng, who resembled a deity in the sky, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Was this to be her fate, to never have an opportunity for revenge? Fire Fistace commented, "This form looks incredibly striking. It seems the master has not only changed his hair color, but his bangs have also risen." A voice from the crowd chimed in, lamenting their lack of knowledge with an exclamation that echoed their admiration. Tony Stark, feeling that the crisis in his world was trivial in comparison, thought it wise to win favor with the master, realizing that with such a powerful ally, the likes of Ultron and Thanos would be easily dispatched. Yunyao contemplated the shield enveloping her, pondering whether she had indeed underestimated the master's strength. In contrast to the others in the chat group, Obito gazed skyward, sensing that the resolution of this matter would not be so straightforward. His Rinnegan perceived the divine Zamasu as his essence dissipated into countless motes of light, merging with the atmosphere above the earth. From the sight of Zamasu's demise, An aura of death surged skyward, staining the heavens with a murky green hue. As Zama's lingering spirit refused to fade, the dark energy spread to the far reaches of the universe, distorting the sky into twisted visages of Zamas, each mouth agape, unleashing malevolent energy upon the earth below. The Great One immediately thought of the survivors in the shelter, his fury igniting a rush to provide aid. But Qingfeng in the air waved his hands. A golden aura enveloped the entire planet, neutralizing Zama's attacks. Zamas had melded with the universe itself, and the divine beings of the main timeline, Beerus and Angelwis, sensed that a dire event was unfolding in the future. This surge of power even affected the realm of the main timeline. Qingfeng's palms once again manifested a pair of iridescent orbs, which he deftly compressed together. Soul Enforcer, an ultimate technique of Qingfeng, holds a unique potency against malevolent foes, capable of purifying their wicked essence. The moment the luminous spheres made contact with the sinister aura emanating from Zamas, the dark power, akin to a predator facing its nemesis, was instantaneously cleansed. Tony Stark, bewildered, gazed into the sky, utterly perplexed by how one could achieve such an assimilation with the cosmos. Surely, this must be the end. The display was indeed formidable. Yet it culminated in a swift defeat. Ace could not help but scoff at the absurdity. The commotion had been so grand that the crowd barely had time to feel fear before being vanquished by the master. Was it that the master was simply too formidable? Or was this adversary merely a paper tiger, loud but insignificant? Yet, these musings were but jest. Ace did not genuinely believe Zamas was weak, understanding that the outcome was solely due to the overwhelming strength of the master. In Goku's eyes, a fierce determination ignited, as a fellow scion. He was acutely aware of Qingfeng's prowess. Yet, the challenge of confronting the powerful only served to enhance one's own strength, a truth intrinsic to Goku's nature. The Administrator, the supreme force in this dimension, had obliterated the enemy, Zamas. This battle would be archived in the group chat for future members to witness, allowing them to comprehend the might of the Administrator. The task was completed at a level 6 difficulty, yielding a reward of 30 million points. 3 seconds later, the members were transported back to their respective universes. A system notification echoed in their minds, and in that fleeting moment, their figures vanished as if they had never existed. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, our long-standing efforts would have been in vain, and the entire universe could have faced annihilation. Trunks bowed deeply in gratitude to Qingfeng, who accepted his thanks without hesitation. In truth, had Zamas, who had assimilated the universe, unleashed his unrelenting attack without Qingfeng safeguarding the Earth, the remaining survivors, aside from Goku and a few others, would have perished in the aftermath. It was this realization that prompted Trunks' profound respect. This also indirectly underscored Qingfeng's benevolence. He had no obligation to concern himself with the lives of mere mortals. One need not be overly concerned. True strength lies in respecting the freedom of the weaker. Young one, your journey ahead is still long. Strive to become even stronger. Qingfeng harbored little optimism for Trunks' future, taking it upon himself to salvage a universe that was destined for ruin. Yet, the emergence of other adversaries in the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. Ultimately, Trunks must wield his own hands to protect the universe he inhabits. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, striving to become a source of support for my father and the others. Vegeta, the first to object, retorted defiantly to Trunks, insisting that he, the mighty Vegeta, would not require assistance from anyone. With the cosmic crisis resolved, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and after a brief respite, Goku's energy was significantly replenished. Eager to engage in another battle with Qingfeng, Vegeta shared a similar sentiment, and a silent understanding passed between the two friends. Date pondered the immense power of Qingfeng as a super scion, glancing at himself in confusion and inquiring, though we are both super scions, why is your form so formidable, surpassing even my father's ultra instinct? Qingfeng pondered for a moment before elucidating the truth. Given that my inherent strength is formidable, when I transform into a super scion, the 50-fold enhancement renders me substantially more powerful than you. You are not the legendary super scion, are you? You do not embody the essence of a scion as I perceive it. Vegeta initially assumed that Qingfeng might be the prophesied one, as an ancient legend among scions foretells the emergence of a legendary scion every millennium. This scion is born with exceptional combat prowess, conceived as the ultimate weapon of destruction. However, as Vegeta delved deeper into understanding Qingfeng, he became certain that he was not the fabled Super Saiyan. Such a being could not possibly exist to protect others, for they are born solely for annihilation. Indeed, I am not. When the topic of the legendary Super Saiyan arose, the first name that came to Qingfeng's mind was Broly. This piqued his interest, as Broly is the only opponent capable of rivaling him in a short span of time. Even if he were to fall short against my Super Blue form, he should not be inferior to my Super Saiyan form, allowing for an unrestrained battle between us. I eagerly anticipate the moment we might cross paths. I am truly intrigued to discover the extent of the legendary Super Saiyan's might. Goku's tone was tinged with regret, for in a one-on-one confrontation, he had no chance of victory. Alas, if only I possessed the Patera earrings, then Vegeta and I could fuse, compelling you to unleash your full potential. Qingfeng merely smiled, neither refuting nor affirming the statement. In his estimation, Vegeta was not a worthy adversary. Upon the fusion of Goku in his ordinary state with Vegeta, the resultant form, Gogeta, undoubtedly surpassed the typical Super Saiyan Blue. While it remains uncertain whether he could decisively triumph over a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue, it is undeniable that the ordinary version was no match. It is imperative to note that this fusion was derived from their base forms. Whereas his own body was a combination of the two in their Ultra Instinct states, the Super Saiyan transformation yields an enhancement of power by 50-fold compared to their base forms, and the outcome of their fusion is inherently greater than the mere sum of its parts. He himself was uncertain of the full extent of his base strength. Were it not for the necessity to swiftly eliminate Zamasu, he could have dispatched him even in his base state. Once all matters were resolved, the group prepared to return to the main timeline, with Qingfeng following the trajectory of the time machine back to the Dragon Ball universe. After a brief stay at Bulma's residence, he politely declined the invitation to dine with them, despite his curiosity regarding the culinary delights of the world's wealthiest family. However, he yearned to return home and rest, for an inexplicable sense of foreboding weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him with a sensation of being hollowed out. He had never experienced such a condition. The Saiyan physique was remarkably resilient and seldom afflicted by illness. Could it be that something had transpired concerning his beloved family back in his homeland? Contemplating this, Qingfeng furrowed his brow, for his relatives resided in a small county and were unlikely to have offended any significant figures. Their health was generally sound, so why was he beset by such disquiet? There is a saying, there is no smoke without fire. Especially for a formidable being like him, there exists an intrinsic connection with his kin. Upon returning to the inn, Qingfeng lay in bed, unable to find slumber, as recollections of bygone days incessantly flooded his mind. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him, compelling him to open the chat group. His score had reached an impressive 46,540,000. Only 346,000 remained to breach the monumental barrier of 50 million. However, acquiring further points would not prove to be an easy endeavor. Initially, assisting Yunyao had garnered him 500,000, while rescuing Sabo yielded 5 million, and even his transformation into a Super Saiyan only netted him 30 million. Without the issuance of tasks from the chat group, daily check-ins would only reward a mere 10,000 points, necessitating a year of consistent logging. Under normal circumstances, this would be bearable. A year is neither excessively long nor short, and a year of waiting could be tolerated. Yet, as his anxiety deepened, he found himself unwilling to wait any longer. The pace at which he was accumulating points was akin to that of a rocket. Having joined the chat group for less than a week, and he was on the verge of amassing sufficient points. Nevertheless, Qingfeng deemed this progress too sluggish and contemplated alternative strategies, for tasks in the chat group were only triggered when members faced peril. As for the world of Conan, it was hardly worth mentioning. Leisurely excursions there were acceptable, but relying on it for significant point accumulation was unrealistic. Administrator Yunyao had already provided him with a shield, leaving no opportunity for a return visit. Ace's trajectory had diverged from its original path. The four emperors, Whitebeard, had not confronted the Navy, and no significant events were anticipated in the near future. As for Kurumi, it need not be elaborated. On Sharna's side, Seiya had just acquired his sacred armor, and following the storyline, no major occurrences were expected. This left only the Kamen Rider decade, Uchiha Madara from the Naruto world, and Tony Stark residing within the Marvel Universe. With this in mind, Qingfeng resolved to inquire about any noteworthy developments in the worlds of these three individuals. Within the chat group, a few members led by Tony Stark were busily engaging in spirited discussions. "Have you all noticed?" Tony remarked. That the difficulty of that fusion being has been classified as a level 6 by the chat group? What manner of universe is that, where such a formidable foe is deemed only a level 6 threat? Fire Fist Ace responded, the system's maximum difficulty is 10. I had expected it to be classified as at least level 8. I simply do not comprehend the world of the greats. The Shinigami elementary student added, if I possessed even 1%, no, 1/1,000,000th of a great one's strength, I would have long since dealt with the Black Organization and restored my original form. In Conan's words, an air of envy permeated his tone. He found himself in the most lamentable situation within the group. Unable to return home and unable to acknowledge his girlfriend. All of this turmoil stemmed from his adversary, the international criminal organization known as the Black Organization. Even Uchiha Obito's predicament seemed more favorable, as at least Obito awaited his resurrection, providing him with a glimmer of hope. In contrast, Conan felt utterly powerless to confront the Black Organization directly, and seeking assistance from a superior felt futile, as his own abilities were woefully inadequate to offer the compensation desired by such powerful allies. The Destroyer of Worlds. Why not seek help from everyone in the group? Surely, for all present, this would not pose a significant challenge. Conan had considered this, yet without any members encountering peril, the group's tasks remained dormant. He even attempted to negotiate with Ace, hoping to persuade him to expend 50 points to venture into his world and assist him in dealing with the Black Organization. Ace, being a warm-hearted and accommodating individual, readily agreed. However, before he could take action, the chat group issued a warning. In the absence of tasks, members were prohibited from unilaterally altering the natural historical progression of other universes. Upon hearing Conan's explanation, the others felt a sense of helplessness. The inability to intervene proactively was indeed a regrettable circumstance. The Destroyer of Worlds, alas, if only our perspectives aligned. I could leverage my abilities to traverse into your realm and offer my aid. Tony Stark, you could always take risks if you find yourself in danger. You could initiate a task that allows us to assist you. Seeking support. Do you believe everyone is like you, seeking danger when life is already good? Yunyao felt a twinge of disbelief, pondering whether there was truly no one of sound mind in the Marvel Universe, questioning how such intellect could amass wealth. The fierce elf, confront the formidable serpent holder who bested Seiya. Weren't you eager to challenge a superior? You've witnessed his combat style, so hurry and confront him. Rest assured, we shall not impede your endeavor. Upon reading Kyuka's comment, Sharna felt a surge of frustration. How could she possibly contend with him? Would she strike him with her head? Internally seething, she masked her disdain, replying, "You jest. I could never match a superior, and I apologize for my previous offense. Do you wish to dance as well? It seems Kyuka decisively triumphed in your last encounter, and this once arrogant woman now appears quite subdued." The group noted Sharna's evident fear of Kyuka. Even while spectating the Dragon Ball universe, they all sensed this underlying truth. Sharna's disarray only corroborated this, as Kyuka achieved victory with overwhelming dominance. The strongest in the dimensions. Do you wish to dance as well? The Destroyer of Worlds, Tony Stark. Have there been any significant events in your realm? Do you wish to dance as well? As of now, I have yet to be resurrected through Edo Tensei. I remain uncertain about the current state of the ninja world. Do you require assistance? Tony Stark, I have not encountered any issues. I recently crafted a new suit of armor, and no one has troubled me, nor have I heard of any new superheroes emerging. The Destroyer of Worlds. I find myself faced with a minor predicament. A hostile knight has emerged, wielding the formidable power of the top 15 knights from the Heisei era, relentlessly attacking humanity. This antagonistic organization seeks to dominate the entire universe. After articulating this, Motoi Shiro felt the need to clarify further, stating, however, I have yet to locate their stronghold, and it seems unlikely that I will be able to confront them in the near future. Qingfeng pondered for a moment, concluding that the 15 Knights of Villainy must indeed be the infamous Kamen Rider 15. The only one who had posed a fatal question and emerged victorious against the formidable Kamen Rider Den-O. Although he had yet to locate their lair, he reassured himself that he could venture into their realm and find them. Activating the teleportation feature of the chat group, he designated the universe as that of Kamen Rider Decade. Tony, ever the nonchalant one, quipped, is the esteemed leader simply bored, distributing benefits to group members? Or is he in a foul mood, seeking someone to unleash his wrath upon? You also want to dance? Remarked another. In any case, the creatures of that world are unfortunate. Encountering the esteemed leader is merely a stroke of ill fortune for them. Seeking favor, one chimed in, as the Destroyer of Worlds. Don't forget to live stream your exploits. we are quite intrigued by the villainous knights from your side. Kamen Rider Deno uploaded footage of his battles, showcasing encounters with monstrous foes, revealing that they had yet to witness the sinister demeanor of evil riders. The plan is set. I shall go greet the esteemed leader, he declared. As he spoke, Qingfeng had already arrived, observing Deno clad in a sleek black suit, a pink camera hanging from his chest. His first impression was that this individual had traversed every Kamen Rider universe, having successfully upgraded his belt. Regrettably, Deno's mood was rather bleak, as if an immense weight pressed upon his chest, suffocating him and leaving little room for levity. His vast perception enveloped the earth, capturing every movement within his mind. And in an instant, he pinpointed the lair of the villainous organization, Badon. Steady yourself. We shall proceed, he instructed. Deno sensed something amiss with Qingfeng, who typically wore a cheerful expression and was attentive to others. However, at that moment, his countenance was dark, and a restless aura emanated from him. Before Deno could inquire about the cause of this shift, Qingfeng grasped his shoulder, and the two soared rapidly into the skies. In the subterranean headquarters of Badon, a congregation of oddities gathered, while several high-ranking officials deliberated their plans. With the inclusion of the malevolent Kamen Rider 15, their odds of success had significantly improved. They harbored no concerns about being discovered by the knights, as they were situated hundreds of meters underground, surrounded by walls constructed of thick steel. They had also utilized a spatial device to return to the surface, ensuring the knights could not reach their deep underground lair. Their intention was to incite discord between the Heisei and Showa riders, compelling them to turn against one another. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the lair, as the seemingly indestructible steel crumbled like tofu, and two figures burst through, landing on the ground. "Damn it, who are you?" one of the henchmen exclaimed. Recognizing the familiar query, Deno instinctively prepared to retort with his signature phrase, but recalling the esteemed leader's presence, he held his tongue. "We declare war. Before you find yourselves in dire straits, I shall issue a mission and come to your aid." In a fleeting moment, Qingfeng left behind a single phrase before vanishing from sight. Not only was Minya bewildered, but the onlookers were equally confounded. What was happening? With a commanding entrance into the underground, he departed without uttering a single threatening word. "I am merely a passing Kamen Rider. Remember this well." Minya pondered for a moment. Perhaps the esteemed figure was in need of points. This provided him the perfect opportunity to create a ruckus. Since his belt had been upgraded to magenta, he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of a serious confrontation. "Your companions have fled in fear. What can you possibly achieve alone? Kamen Rider 15, step forward and eliminate this individual." A middle-aged man emerged, his physique gaunt and his countenance worn. The two transformed simultaneously, with Kamen Rider Decade facing off against Kamen Rider 15. Unlike the original narrative, Minya had acquired the powers of the 10 Heisei riders. The clash of the Carbox sword and Yomimaru sent 15 reeling, for Decade had indeed leveled up, boasting enhanced attributes that matched or surpassed those of 15. In terms of transformation, Minya, being a cyborg, wielded strength that overshadowed that of 15's ordinary human form. The leader of the Badon organization was incensed, utterly astonished that the weapon he had crafted as the pinnacle of strength was no match for this man. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his entire crew to join the fray. "All of you, attack together. Annihilate this foe." Decade countered with a swift strike, forcing the advancing 15 back, and retrieved a card from the card box. In this battle, it is best to utilize this card, Kamen Rider Agito. Cast off. Decade transformed into the Crimson Armored Agito, activating Super Acceleration Mode, and unleashed a massacre among the minions. Agito's rapid movements caught the villains off guard, resulting in the swift demise of several monsters. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, and some possessed special abilities that could impede his speed. Before long, Decade found himself at a disadvantage. Detecting that the World's destroyer was in peril, a task could now be posted in the chat group. Minya sighed in relief. He had finally bought enough time to issue a mission. If he wished to escape, no one could hinder him. Yet, with the esteemed figure assigning him a task, he could not depart. The World's destroyer posted a mission: defeat the underground Empire Badon, with a reward of 300 points. The mission was classified as level 8 difficulty, with a restriction of 3 participants. Seeking support, the esteemed one is indeed formidable, having located the enemy's stronghold so swiftly. Fire Fist Ace, let us observe a moment of silence for these unfortunate souls. Do you wish to dance as well? I am more curious about the kind of enemy that could put Minya in jeopardy. As one of the few who could rival his strength, Ban held a deep admiration for Min-Yashur, though he could not commend his character. The strongest in the dimension has accepted the mission. Fire Fist Ace has accepted the task. The most fearsome spirit has taken on the challenge. Tony, the steadfast, the destroyer of worlds, has completed the bounty task. The strongest in the dimension receives 100 points. Fire Fist Ace earns 100 points, and the most fearsome spirit gains 100 points. The task duration was a mere 0.1 seconds, attaining a divine level evaluation. The strongest in the dimension receives 5 million points. Fire Fist Ace earns 12,000 points, and the most fearsome spirit gains 12,000 points. The Grim Reaper elementary student laments. Those who are swift gain, while the slow miss out. I've once again let a wave of effortless victory slip by. Tony, the steadfast, what were you about to say? Tony, the steadfast. I was going to mention that I too have missed this opportunity. Yet before I could finish my thought, the task was already completed. Must it be so swift? Seeking support. After Ace and Kurumi accepted the mission, they were transported to the underground empire of Bardan, where Kamen Rider Decade was valiantly battling. However, as they opened their eyes from the spatial transit, all they beheld was a colossal underground palace, devoid of any enemy shadow. Concurrently, a group notification announced the completion of the mission and the rewards received. Qingfeng stood at the center of the arena, devoid of his usual calm demeanor. A tempest of white energy swirled around him, evoking a sense of impending chaos. Upon accepting the mission, he unleashed his formidable power without a moment's hesitation, his overwhelming presence sweeping across the surroundings. Except for the intentionally evasive figures of Morshi, Ace, and Kurumi, the myriad of beings within the subterranean empire were obliterated in an instant. Sometimes, surprises come so abruptly, just moments ago. Those who had relied on their numbers to encircle the Emperor Rider were under the impression that he had come alone, merely to meet his demise. After Qingfeng made his move, he was met with overwhelming resistance. Even the most inconsequential minions could not withstand his imposing aura, while ordinary monsters and even high-ranking officials and leaders fell before him under the weight of his presence. The strength of these senior officials and leaders was unfathomable, each strike possessing the force of several tons, complemented by an array of formidable superpowers. Yet, in the face of absolute might, Qingfeng needed not to lift a finger. The disparity in power was too vast. Merely his aura caused their physical forms to shatter. Although this was not the first time Min-Yashur had witnessed Qingfeng in action, he was still taken aback. His own strength could easily overpower these monsters, but the sheer number was overwhelming, rendering him powerless. The seemingly invulnerable monsters appeared as fragile as paper before Qingfeng. Hyuka's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. The more she learned about this man, the more elusive his true strength became. Cold and proud, yet not devoid of kindness. She felt an unfamiliar flutter in her heart. Was this the sensation of love? A woman who dared to love and hate. She had no intention of concealing her feelings. Hey there, would you like to join me? Before she could finish her sentence, Qingfeng forced a faint smile, glanced at her, and vanished from the spot, leaving her unfinished words hanging abruptly in the air. Ace observed the scene clearly. The group had already discerned Qingfeng's indulgence towards Hyuka. Their mutual affection seemed to be a heavenly match, yet the unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. Ace's face flushed crimson, but his carefree nature led him to chuckle uncontrollably. Upon catching sight of Hyuka's murderous glare, he quickly covered his mouth, signaling that it was unintentional. He had no desire to provoke Hyuka. After all, Sharna was a cautionary tale, regardless of whether he could hold his own against her. He simply did not wish to engage in conflict with a woman. Min-Yashur, having reverted to his normal form, approached the two, sensing that their leader seemed troubled. Is something bothering you? Do you know what is going on? Ace shook his head, recalling that just an hour ago, everything was fine. And the sudden shift to aggression left him bewildered. What could trouble such a powerful man? To him, the myriad beings of the universe were but dust. Who could possibly provoke him? As a woman, Hyuka was innately more perceptive and attuned to subtle observations, and she speculated that perhaps something had happened to Qingfeng's family. It's possible that something has occurred with his loved ones. I can see the worry in his eyes. Indeed, as Kurumi had surmised, with the passage of time, Qingfeng's heart grew increasingly restless. Upon completing his task and accruing points, he promptly accessed the group marketplace, expending 50 million points to exchange for the coordinates of Earth. For the sake of safety, he made a brief return to the Dragon Ball universe to gather some belongings before swiftly tearing through the dimensional barrier towards Earth. However, The distance between the Earth and the Dragon Ball universe was insurmountably vast. Even at full speed, it took him over 10 minutes to reach his destination. Just as he returned to Earth, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the peaks of Kunlun Mountain and a remote island in America, causing those present to feel an acute sense of suffocation. Beings of formidable strength sensed the emergence of an unparalleled powerhouse, a pressure only one with supreme power could exert. Those of lesser strength merely experienced difficulty in breathing, their bodies overwhelmed by an instinctive urge to kneel. Utilizing the soul's perception to locate his home, he instantly teleported back. His bedroom, impeccably clean, bore the distinct mark of regular upkeep, unchanged from his memories. Yet, such details were not his concern. As he stepped out of his room, his gaze fell upon his father, whose legs lay lifelessly draped over the sofa. Exhaustion etched deeply into his features. Though he had been mentally prepared for such a sight, he could not suppress the surge of fury that welled within him. Gutian gazed at the man emerging from his son's bedroom, his face awash with confusion. Uncertain of the stranger's identity. "May I inquire who you are?" "Dad, it's me, Xiaofeng." "How could this happen?" Qingfeng struggled to suppress the profound sorrow within his heart. His form was that of Gogeta, making it entirely understandable that his father could not recognize him. He faintly recalled his father as a spirited middle-aged man, his eyes always alight with confidence. How could such a transformation occur in merely a year? "I have fallen to this state. There is no need for further humiliation. Spare us, I implore you." Yet, Gutian was resolute in his disbelief. He had long known that his son had perished in a tragic accident. However, he had kept his wife in the dark. Believing the anguish of losing a child was a burden he alone should bear, he did not wish to inflict further pain upon her. With his father's skepticism unyielding and no alternative in sight, he extended his hand, allowing a beam of light to merge with his father's mind. The soul memory technique enabled him to impart all his experiences, allowing his father to relive them as an observer. From the moment of the accident that had transported him to this existence, to the eventual merging with Gogeta's body, he deliberately erased the scenes of his battles. Otherwise, his father might think he had encountered a ghost. It was perhaps wiser to keep such matters from him, at least for the time being. Gutian's expression suddenly became vivid, alternating between bitter smiles and deep sobs. After a prolonged moment, he turned to the person before him, Qingfeng, and said, "It is enough that you have returned. Regardless of the circumstances, the important thing is that you are alive. Your mother will surely be overjoyed to hear this." He had tirelessly endeavored to conceal the truth of Qingfeng's death, yet there is no wall that does not let the wind pass through. Gumu had long harbored suspicions, but he had managed to deceive her time and again. Qingfeng retrieved a green bean from his bosom and presented it to his father's lips. "Consume it, and your body shall be restored to health." Gutian gazed at the inconspicuous little bean, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "My legs have suffered a crush fracture. Not even the finest doctors in the world could heal them, let alone this small bean." The notion of time travel is indeed hard to believe. Yet he is acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Standing again is simply out of the question. Nevertheless, as a token of his son's heartfelt intention, Gutian accepted the bean, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed it. Without any explanation, Qingfeng realized that even a person on the brink of death could be instantly revitalized by consuming a celestial bean. Moreover, these mystical beans not only healed wounds, but could also regenerate severed limbs, restoring vitality to its peak. Even the fracture of leg bones posed no challenge. Gutian, who initially held little hope for the celestial beans, felt no change in his body after ingestion. Fortunately, he did not expect to be healed. Thus he was not particularly disheartened. "Father, try to stand and take a few steps," Qingfeng gently urged, observing his father's lack of response. Gutian chuckled softly as he touched his legs, pondering how he could possibly stand when they were broken. Yet, something felt different. He could sense the feeling returning to his legs. As he attempted to move them, the process unfolded smoothly, leaving Gutian astonished. How was this possible? His bones had been shattered, and even if there was a way to heal them, whether through surgical intervention or medicinal stimulation, it would entail immense pain. Now, having consumed merely a single bean, he felt no discomfort and was miraculously restored. What kind of world had his son traversed to? What has happened to your legs? And where is my mother? Why isn't she here to care for you? With a heavy sigh, Gutian recounted the events that transpired during Qingfeng's absence. Not long after your demise, Wang Fei became involved with Lie Jun, the heir of a prominent family. Upon learning of this, your mother sought them out to confront Wang Fei, only to be met with humiliation. When I received the news and witnessed your mother's distress, I, in a moment of impulse, decided to intervene. In a fit of rage, Lie Jun ordered my leg to be broken. He also leveraged his family connections to have my modest supermarket shut down and prohibited any company from hiring me. Initially, Gu Tian found it hard to believe. For Gu Qingfeng and Wang Fei had shared 3 years of affection, never once showing disdain for their familial ties. After Gu Qingfeng comprehended the intricacies of the situation, he stood there in a daze, never having imagined that Wang Fei would betray him. Wang Fei was someone he had met during his university years in the capital, and he had fallen for her at first sight. Their relationship developed swiftly, and after graduation, Wang Fei chose to return to their hometown with him. Eschewing the opportunity to pursue her career in the bustling metropolis, Wang Fei came from a well-off family. Her father was the current head of the Wang family in the capital, and her mother was a university professor. Initially, her parents did not approve of their union. But after Wang Fei's persistent insistence, they ultimately relented. It would be quite in line with his mother's character to seek justice for him. How could she possibly tolerate the thought of her future daughter-in-law running off with someone else while being unaware of his demise? Gu Qingfeng, consumed by anger, suppressed his fury upon returning home, only for it to erupt once more, casting a shadow over the entire sky. As for my mother, where could she possibly be? The household has always been governed by my father in external affairs and my mother within. After such a lengthy absence, the absence of my mother began to agitate Gu Qingfeng. When the subject of his wife arose, Gu Tian's eyes glistened with emotion, and he lowered his head, stammering, "Your mother has gone out shopping with friends. She won't return until evening, so you need not worry." Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing his mother's whereabouts as her figure vanished into thin air from their home. Gu Tian gazed in bewilderment at the spot where Gu Qingfeng had once stood. Could it be that he was once again ensnared in a dream? Yet, as he glanced down at his own legs, he became certain that what had transpired was not a figment of his imagination. His son was indeed alive, and not only that, but he had gained unimaginable abilities. Not far from Gu Tian's residence, within the confines of a public restroom, a sharp-tongued middle-aged woman named Li Shu berated a woman who was crouched on the floor. "You there, make sure to clean it properly. If I find even a single shoe print again, you shall kneel and scrub the soles of my shoes." The woman, clad in tattered garments and bearing an expression of exhaustion, could not conceal her inherent grace and beauty. Submissively, she acquiesced, her hands continuing their labor. Unwilling to halt in the face of her former classmate's torment, Li Shu wore a smug smile. The woman was Shangguan Yun, once her classmate. Known for her kindness and beauty, a veritable schoolbelle. In their class, she had stood out magnificently, inciting envy among many girls, including Li Shu herself. Regrettably, Shangguan Yun had married a man of modest means, and her son had crossed the wrong person, leading to her own legs being shattered and her job lost. A promising hand had been squandered, leaving her in this dismal state. She had once believed she would never surpass Li Shu in life, yet now, ironically, Shangguan Yun found herself at the mercy of her former rival. Faced with insults, she dared not retort and was compelled to submit. Their past contained no true grievances. Yet Li Shu's motivations to humiliate her were driven not only by the generous rewards from the Li family's heir, but also by her own jealousy. Even in the absence of compensation, her envy would have compelled her to act thus. The desire to witness the downfall of the once envied beauty beneath her heel was intoxicating. Shangguan Yun maintained an air of compliance, for she realized that this was the only path available to her. Her husband, Gu Tian, had suffered a debilitating injury. Relying daily on costly painkillers, though he never uttered a complaint, the sweat beading on his forehead and the crimson hue of his irises betrayed his suffering. Shangguan Yun loved him deeply, willing to forsake everything for his sake. In the entirety of Hebei County, no company would employ her, save for this demeaning position as a restroom attendant. This was evidently a deliberate act of vengeance by Lie Jun, yet with their savings pilfered. She was left to uphold their household alone. The rag in her hand had long since turned unrecognizably filthy, with the constant influx of patrons. How could it ever be truly clean? Li Shu sought merely to fabricate reasons to torment her, thinking of her paralyzed husband. Shangguan Yun could only bow her head and endure the insults hurled by Li Shu. "Haven't you noticed someone just walked by? Hurry and wipe away the shoe prints I left. I truly wonder what use you are if you cannot even accomplish this simple task. Should I return to find the floor still in such a state, I shall not hesitate to make you pay dearly." Li Shuji, with an air of arrogance, was poised to exit the women's restroom. Each time she tormented Shang Guanyun, an unfamiliar thrill coursed through her. Shang Guanyun, upon hearing Li Shu's words, displayed no discernible reaction, as if the remarks were not directed at her. During her time under Li Shu's dominance, she had endured numerous beatings. Yet, Shang Guanyun never retaliated, for she understood that defiance would result in the loss of her job, subjecting Gu Tian to daily torment. What did it matter if she bore some indignities? Ultimately, all this turmoil stemmed from her momentary impulsiveness, which had also led to Gu Tian's unfortunate fate. However, Shang Guanyun felt no regret, given the opportunity. She would act the same way again. As a mother, how could she stand idly by while her future daughter-in-law was abducted by another? Observing Shang Guanyun's immobility, Li Shu halted her departure and delivered a sharp slap, causing Shang Guanyun's cheek to flush crimson. With a disdainful snort, Li Shu acknowledged that while humiliating Shang Guanyun brought her pleasure, the latter's perpetual submissiveness had dulled her interest. Nevertheless, this slap would not be in vain. After today, Shang Guanyun would vanish entirely from this world, leaving no further opportunities. You deserve to die, not only you, but your family as well. The chilling roar of a demon echoed, and though Gu Qingfeng arrived too late, the sight of his mother, her eyes vacant and spirit broken, threatened to shatter him. Turning to face the wrathful Gu Qingfeng, Li Shu felt no fear. Instead, she countered with a threat. Who are you? Don't you realize this is a women's restroom? Do you want me to call the police and have you arrested? Gu Qingfeng gently assisted his mother from the ground, his voice adopting an exceptionally soft tone. Fearful of startling her, "Mother, how are you?" Shang Guanyun gazed at the unfamiliar tall man, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Who are you? She could not recall ever having met someone like him. Gogeta's physique was unmistakable, with well-defined muscles and a perfectly proportioned figure. His face bore an expression of pride and confidence. A man whose visage once seen would forever remain etched in memory. Gu Qingfeng could only resort to the familiar technique of soul memory to help his mother recognize her identity. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly refuse to believe that he was her son. If you wish for me not to report this incident, you may choose to accompany me from now on, and I shall overlook your intrusion into the women's restroom today. Gu Qingfeng remained silent, and Li Shu mistakenly believed he was intimidated. She boldly expressed her demands, and upon her first glance at him, she was utterly captivated by his demeanor. In her 40s, she was in the prime of her life, while her husband was nothing but a liability. Such an opportunity, a prey delivered right to her doorstep, was one she had no intention of letting slip away. Gu Qingfeng truly cannot comprehend what is going on in this woman's mind. Could it be that she remains oblivious to the discrepancies surrounding her? It is utterly foolish. Even at this juncture, she dares to entertain thoughts of survival. Xiaofeng, you have finally returned. Mother has been so worried about you. The heartstrings of Shang Guanyun, who has been bearing everything alone, are now struck, and she can no longer suppress the anguish within her soul. Gu Tian lay paralyzed in bed, facing targeted hostility from Lie Jun. She had long suspected that Gu Qingfeng might have encountered an unfortunate incident, yet she clung to the last shred of hope. Too fearful to inquire about Gu Tian directly, the thought of hearing the most dreaded truth was unbearable. However, with her beloved son's return, all her suffering felt justified. Though he no longer resembled the familiar figure she once knew, the essence of her child remained unmistakably intact. I have returned, and I shall ensure they all pay the price. Li Shu sensed something amiss. It was unusual for Gu Qingfeng to have been inside for so long without the woman who had just entered the restroom making a phone call to report anything. The silence from outside troubled her, as she felt an unsettling disquiet. She turned and headed towards the restroom door. Yet, after only a few steps, she collided with an invisible barrier. Though nothing was visible, she found herself unable to escape this confined space. Speak your mind. How do you wish to perish? Gu Qingfeng's tone was remarkably calm. In his eyes, Li Shu was already as good as dead. Li Shu, however, remained unconvinced. She was under the protection of Lie Jun, and even if this man possessed some skill, he would undoubtedly hesitate to take her life. It seemed that my affairs with her were of no concern to you. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not pertain to you. Gu Qingfeng chuckled, his laughter growing increasingly boisterous. While the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, Li Shu felt a surge of panic. It was as if she were being stalked by a ferocious beast. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her legs buckled, bringing her to her knees before Gu Qingfeng. This man truly intended to take her life. She was at a loss as to how she had offended him, yet she was not prepared to meet her demise. I am in the service of young Master Lie Jun. If you kill me, the young master will not let you off easily. Spare my life, and I will offer you all my savings. Qingfeng momentarily altered his decision, deeming it too lenient to end her life so easily. 3 bursts of energy surged into Li Shu's legs and right arm, shattering her limbs. Call someone to come get you, he commanded. This matter will not conclude so simply. Let Lie Jun reveal his true capabilities. He spared her right hand solely to enable her to contact her family for assistance. Her mother, overwhelmed with emotion, needed to be taken home to rest. Li Shu felt her left hand and legs succumb to numbness. Qingfeng's speed was astonishing, rendering her momentarily oblivious to the pain. It was only after several agonizing seconds that she let out a wretched scream. Qingfeng, without a backward glance, embraced his mother and utilized teleportation to return home, leaving Li Shu to wail alone in the restroom. The unbearable agony incapacitated her, making it impossible for her to reach for her phone to seek help. Though her exterior remained unharmed, Qingfeng had inflicted deep internal damage to her bones, and the excruciating pain made her wish for death. Fortunately, her cries caught the attention of a girl who had entered the restroom. Upon witnessing her deranged state, she promptly dialed for emergency assistance. Otherwise, Li Shu might have perished from agony within those confines. Meanwhile, Shang Wanyan found herself cradled in Qingfeng's arms, and in the blink of an eye, they were home. Bewildered, she questioned whether she was dreaming. How could they have returned home so suddenly? Even more astonishing was the sight of Gu Tian performing squats on the floor. Yet, her own husband had suffered catastrophic injuries, rendering him incapable of even walking, let alone exercising. It wasn't until Qingfeng gently placed her on the sofa that she regained her senses. After a long-awaited reunion, the family of 3 conversed for an extended period. Qingfeng shared everything he could, albeit revealing only a fraction of his prowess. He informed his parents that he had become the strongest human, stating that ordinary individuals could not approach him within a radius of several dozen meters. He also provided a straightforward explanation of his teleportation ability, which allowed him to instantaneously traverse from one location to another. Gu Tian and Shang Wanyan felt a profound sense of relief. Their son not only survived, but, through adversity, emerged as a formidable individual. Witnessing her husband's legs heal, Shang Wanyan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as the heavy burden in her heart was finally lifted. From his parents, Qingfeng learned of Wang Fei's betrayal. During an outing to buy groceries, she fortuitously encountered Lie Jun on the street. Enchanted by Wang Fei's beauty, Lie Jun began to pursue her fervently the very next day. Under the relentless pressure of his financial allure, Wang Fei swiftly capitulated. It was only natural that they became a couple, showing no lingering affection for Qingfeng, who had been with her for several years. As they embraced the warmth of Lie Jun's affections, as Qingfeng absorbed his parents' narrative, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Wang Fei had once been the belle of his school, pursued by many suitors. If her intentions were truly mercenary, she need not have engaged with him at all. She could have easily ensnared a wealthy partner long ago. Moreover, her family was not lacking in financial resources. While they might not rival the ultra-rich, they were certainly comfortable. So why then did she choose to forsake her parents and return with him to their hometown? This left Qingfeng utterly perplexed. He lamented, "I misjudged her. I once thought she would make a wonderful daughter-in-law, only to discover she is of such a nature." The ancient matriarch harbored profound disappointment towards Wang Fei. Were her son to have passed away, such behavior from Wang Fei might have been comprehensible, as it is unreasonable to expect one so young to live in mourning. However, the fact that her son met with his tragic accident merely a day after the encounter with Lie Jun renders the situation entirely different, to speak bluntly. It bears no distinction from being cuckolded. Qingfeng contemplated another possibility. Could it be that Lie Jun had just been pursuing Wang Fei when he met with that unfortunate accident? Was such a coincidence truly conceivable? Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope lingered within him. After all, companionship between humans and animals inevitably fosters affection, not to mention the bond forged with his first love, who had been by his side from university through to his career. He struggled to articulate the depth of his love for her. Yet, in the fleeting second before his tragic demise, the images that flooded his mind were of his parents and her. After years of mutual support, he had always believed Wang Fei to be the one who loved him most in this world, aside from his parents. Alas, it seemed it was merely a fleeting dream. Lie Jun must face his end. He would not allow the one who had dishonored his family to escape justice, and Wang Fei too owed him an explanation. Time slipped away quietly, and before he realized it, night had fallen. After ordering takeout, The family satisfied their hunger, and once he had settled his elderly parents into bed, Qingfeng returned to his own room. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Qingfeng rose early to find his father seated in the living room. As if he had already anticipated his intentions, the voice of the old father was soft, perhaps out of concern for his wife who was soundly asleep. Yet his tone was resolute. If you wish to go, then go. I shall not hinder you. If one allows his own woman to be taken away without uttering a single protest, can he still be called a man? The men of our ancient family are not so lacking in courage. Qingfeng smiled faintly, exuding an air of calm and composure, in the face of absolute strength. Everything else seemed trivial. Suddenly, his father altered his tone, shifting from a position of firmness. While that may be the case, I have heard that the Lie family is a prominent clan in the imperial capital. You claim to be the strongest in the world. Could you perhaps enlighten your father on the extent of your power? Yesterday's instantaneous movement had indeed shattered Gu Tian's conventional understanding. However, aside from that, Qingfeng had not demonstrated any other abilities, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Qingfeng cast a glance around the room and casually picked up the family's worn kitchen knife. Ever since Lie Jun had sent someone to target him, there had been no other source of income aside from his mother's household. Most of what could be sold had already been disposed of, and the knife was merely an antiquated model unearthed from the storage room. Without hesitation, he aimed it at his own body and plunged it downwards, startling Gu Tian, who had initially thought that his son's inability to cope with Fei's betrayal had led him to contemplate such a drastic act. With a resounding clang, the knife struck as if it were cleaving through diamond, instantly shattering into two halves. Contrary to Gu Tian's expectation that Qingfeng would bleed profusely, not a single drop of blood was shed, nor did a single hair fall from his body. His clothing remained unscathed. Invulnerable, though regrettably lacking a gun. For his son was the strongest in the world. In any case, one could always search for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps upon completing that anime, one would truly grasp the extent of his strength. In the past, Gu Tian would have been petrified, but after learning yesterday that his son had traversed dimensions, the notion of an invulnerable body was no longer so difficult to accept. Gu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then he extended his thumb towards Qingfeng. You rascal. Are you jesting with your father? At my age, how could I possibly indulge in anime? He continued, nevertheless, you must exercise caution. The Lie family's influence is formidable. While one can evade open threats, hidden dangers are much harder to guard against. Proceed with utmost vigilance, for I can offer you no further assistance. Qingfeng smiled faintly. A merely family could be effortlessly extinguished, were it not for his desire to ascertain the truth of the matter. He could have easily obliterated the Lie family from hundreds of miles away with a mere flick of a forceful energy blast. Rest assured, I have placed the money at the entrance of my bedroom. Your son is currently quite affluent. I shall return home for lunch at noon. The funds were a red envelope sent by Tony from the chat group. Given the dilapidated state of my home, that $100 million will come in handy. He took out $10 million and left it at the entrance of his bedroom. Gu Tian, having discerned the character of his son, rose from his seat and opened the door to his room. In the corner by the entrance stood a small pedestal piled high with money. The sheer amount was staggering. Gu Tian had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime, leaving him momentarily speechless. Turning around, he noticed that Qingfeng had long since departed. It appeared that this young man had seized an extraordinary opportunity, returning after a year transformed in every conceivable way. Qingfeng refrained from utilizing instantaneous movement, choosing instead to walk leisurely like an ordinary person. His parents were aware of the residence shared by Lie Jun and Fei. In their county, there existed only one villa district, a development crafted to accommodate the affluent and influential who frequented the local attractions. Lie Jun's family possessed a total wealth of approximately 5 billion, a sum that allowed them to hold a respectable status even in the capital city. Renting a villa was, therefore, an effortless endeavor. Qingfeng ran at a swift pace, arriving at the opulent villa situated over 10 miles from the city center in a mere 15 minutes. Gazing upon the magnificent villa district before him, Qingfeng felt not a ripple of emotion. After all, he had visited the Bulma residence, renowned for its splendor. No matter how exquisite the decor, it could not rival the grandeur of the Bulma estate, which even boasted a gravity training room. In terms of size, nothing could compare to the vastness of the Bulma property, where one would need to drive to traverse its grounds. By comparison, this villa district appeared rather meager. Qingfeng stood at the entrance, lost in thought, while the security guard of the villa district regarded him with a hint of disdain. having grown accustomed to the affluent individuals who frequently passed through. He felt a sense of superiority over them. Where do you come from? Whom are you seeking? Had it been anyone else, he would have already unleashed a torrent of insults, for the tattered clothing suggested a man of humble means. Yet, Qingfeng's visage remained undeniably imposing. Clad in a simple tracksuit unearthed from his home, the ordinary attire took on an entirely different aura when worn by him. His chiseled features exuded an air of quiet authority, which likely contributed to the guard's relatively courteous tone. I am looking for Lie Jun. Inform him that an old friend, Qingfeng, has come to see him. He will understand. Very well, please hold on. Upon hearing the name of Lie Jun, the guard couldn't help but feel a surge of relief, grateful that he had not offended someone of such stature. The presence of a figure like Lie Jun was not one to be trifled with. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It had been widely circulated in the villa community that young Master Li had stolen the fiancée of another man. He recalled hearing mention of that man, who seemed to be named Qingfeng. Could it be that this individual had come seeking confrontation? You are a friend of Qingfeng? What is your intention here? Are you planning to defend your friend? Qingfeng nodded slightly. Indeed, he would take a stand for him and eliminate Lie Jun. The security guard stood there in a daze. Was this man insane? To speak so brazenly in public, without a hint of discretion? Young Master Li was not someone to provoke lightly. Since you are intent on courting death, I shall oblige you. Brothers, it seems trouble has arrived. Come forth quickly. His heart raced with excitement. Perhaps by associating with this man, he could also secure a connection to young Master Li, and his future would shine brightly. A cacophony of footsteps echoed as 5 or 6 burly men wielding batons emerged from the back door of the security office, surrounding Qingfeng. Fearing that others might act without mercy, they were aware that the security measures here were the finest in the county, yet equally devoid of restraint. Given their line of work, even if they occasionally caused fatalities, the owners of the villa district would cover for them. After all, how could he hope to connect with young Master Li if he were to kill someone? He must refrain from such extremes and leave the man alive to present him to young Master Li, allowing him a breath of life. Oh, with a sigh, Qingfeng's figure momentarily blurred, and in that instant, 6 or 7 security guards fell to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. This sudden turn of events left the young guard who had summoned them in a state of disbelief, terrified as he trembled uncontrollably. Where does Lie Jun reside? Faced with such overwhelming fear, he no longer dared to conceal the truth, let alone attempt to curry favor with Lie Jun. Nothing mattered more than his own life. He resides in Villa Number 4. You have made the correct choice. Qingfeng strode purposefully to the right, oblivious to the unfolding events outside the security room, which were clearly visible to the owner of Villa Number 1. Coincidentally, he was at home today celebrating his birthday with his wife. Having chosen not to go to the office, the recent spectacle left him utterly astounded. The man, with his handsome visage adorned by a mischievous grin, appeared to be quite a formidable character. Lie Jun was undoubtedly in trouble. His wife, perplexed by the situation, questioned why her husband was so amused while someone was assaulting the security of their villa community. Darling, what are you laughing at? Do you know that man? She inquired. I do not. My dear, let us go see the show. A girlfriend is being taken from him, and his parents are being humiliated. This fellow is undoubtedly a soldier returning to the fray, he replied. He took his wife's hand, and together they made their way toward Lie Jun's villa. At that moment, Lie Jun remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, engrossed in tender exchanges with Wang Fei. My darling, just yield to me. I truly love you. And I will marry you, he professed. Wang Fei's brows furrowed slightly. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for this man. The more elusive the treasure, the more a man cherishes it. She had no intention of surrendering her body so soon. Yet, she maintained a facade of nonchalance, her smile as radiant as a flower. Oh, why the rush? I will inevitably be yours. Do you fear I might flee? Lie Jun dared not press too hard. Although Wang Fei had quarreled with her family, the Wang clan's influence in the capital was not inferior to that of the Li family. Isn't it simply my profound love for you that compels me to wish to be with you sooner? At that moment, a voice resonated from downstairs. Miss Wang Fei, someone seeks you. He claims to be an old acquaintance. Wang Fei's mind raced, struggling to recall which old friend might visit her, especially after her fallout with her family. Few knew of her whereabouts now. Her parents would certainly not come looking for her. Who could it be? My old acquaintance. Did he mention his name? The bodyguard had inquired about the visitor's identity, but the man merely smiled, asserting that upon seeing Wang Fei, she would naturally recognize him. No. But this man is quite formidable, exceedingly so. Lie Jun gently caressed Wang Fei's right arm, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin. By your estimation, how much of your strength would he compel you to exert? As Qingfeng remained reticent about his identity, the bodyguard began to harbor suspicions, contemplating whether to test the waters. Yet he was struck with horror. Gazing into Qingfeng's languid eyes, he found himself devoid of the courage to act. It was a sobering realization. He had clawed his way out from a mountain of corpses and seas of blood to achieve his current prowess. Yet he was intimidated by a mere glance. Reluctantly, he had to admit that he was indeed no match for him. Lie Jun paused his actions, fully aware of the prowess of his bodyguard, who happened to be his father's personal attendant. Were it not for his father's indulgence and the rumors of his connection with the eldest daughter of the Wang family, who had eloped, he would never have been assigned such protection. How could it be? Even in the capital, you are considered a formidable figure. How could such talent be found in this small county? Lie Jun adjusted his collar and took the delicate hand of Wang Fei, and together they descended the staircase. Impossible. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Wang Fei gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief at the sight of the man seated in the hall. Lie Jun cast a puzzled glance her way, uncertain of the cause of her dramatic reaction. The man, while handsome, left no significant impression on him. His family, being merely a third-rate clan in the capital, had its ear to the ground, and he had a general understanding of the prominent family's offspring. Surely, he thought, one ought to be cautious not to offend those of high standing. Thus, Wang Fei's reaction perplexed him. You cannot possibly be here," Wang Fei exclaimed, pointing at the man lounging on the sofa, utterly incredulous at the occurrence. "Why can't I be here? It seems you still remember me," the man replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. In Qingfeng's eyes, a flicker of recollection danced as he gazed upon the familiar yet unfamiliar woman before him. The moment he beheld her, he could no longer deceive himself. Wang Fei had truly betrayed him. The moments they had shared were merely an ephemeral dream. Why had she chosen treachery? What kind of temptation could lead her to seek refuge in another's embrace? Wang Fei's countenance shifted to one of sheer terror. Qingfeng's words were unmistakably clear. The only one who could speak of betrayal was her deceased ex-boyfriend, Qingfeng. She recognized the visage of Gogeta, a connection that stemmed from her time with Qingfeng, as it was his most cherished anime, which she had often indulged in during moments of boredom. How could a character from an anime manifest in reality? Wang Fei was truly taken aback. Impossible. He is dead. Who sent you here? Observing Wang Fei's palpable distress, Qingfeng felt no desire to prolong the conversation and shifted the topic. I am Qingfeng. Whether you believe it or not is of little consequence. Why are you targeting my family, Lie Jun? Lie Jun's expression remained unchanged. Unfamiliar with anime, he could not comprehend Wang Fei's terror. I do not know who sent you. Cease these petty tricks. Qingfeng is beyond the reach of death. His body was reclaimed by the hospital. As it turned out, Qingfeng's suspicions were justified. His car accident was no mere misfortune. It was orchestrated by Lie Jun, who, upon meeting Wang Fei, was struck by desire. After some inquiries, he discovered that Wang Fei was the eldest daughter of the Wang family, which intensified his lustful intentions. Upon learning of Qingfeng's existence, he promptly dispatched someone to engineer an accident to eliminate him. Was it indeed your machinations? Qingfeng pondered. I have been contemplating how I stood by the roadside. Yet the truck, with its brakes failing, veered directly towards me. Qingfeng slowly rose from the sofa. Upon witnessing his movement, Lie Jun's bodyguard immediately positioned himself defensively in front of him. There was no need for such alarm. This friend would not act so recklessly, especially in my territory. He is not so foolish. Lie Jun felt somewhat displeased by the bodyguard's exaggerated reaction, yet he refrained from reprimanding him due to his esteemed status. This was a skilled individual hired at great expense by his father, who held him in considerable regard. Do you have any final words? Speak now, otherwise there will be no opportunity left. As Qingfeng's voice faded, his figure materialized at Lie Jun's left side, his hand gripping the latter's throat and lifting him into the air. Lie Jun felt a constriction in his breath. The once haughty expression on his face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He feared that Qingfeng might truly take his life. Even if his bodyguards rushed in and managed to eliminate Qingfeng, it would be of no avail. He had never anticipated that Qingfeng would dare to lay hands on him. This sudden turn of events left Wang Fei and the middle-aged bodyguard in shock, as they had no inkling of how Qingfeng had approached Lie Jun. Release young Master Li. Despite realizing he was no match for Qingfeng, the middle-aged bodyguard's instincts kicked in, and he prepared to risk everything to rescue Lie Jun. Get lost. With a thunderous roar, Qingfeng unleashed his might, causing the middle-aged bodyguard to spew forth a mouthful of blood. He then soared backward like a kite severed from its string, landing in a disheveled heap upon the floor, where he vomited another substantial amount of blood before succumbing to a haze of unconsciousness. Lie Jun, utterly flustered, found his mind in disarray. Qingfeng was no mere mortal, but rather an extraordinary master of combat. You mustn't kill me," he stammered, desperation lacing his voice. "If you take my life, I am of the Lie family, and my father will not let you go unpunished." Qingfeng's lips curled into a sinister smile as he resolved to grant Lie Jun a moment longer to live. "Your reasoning is sound. A person of my caliber, who values logic, shall indeed extend you another opportunity. Call whomever you can summon. I shall await their arrival right here." Lie Jun was convinced that Qingfeng had lost his mind, having just been subdued, and with his bodyguard knocked unconscious. He found himself bereft of options other than pleading for mercy. Yet outside stood dozens of armed bodyguards. With a single shout, he could summon them, sealing Qingfeng's fate. However, he hesitated to act recklessly, for life is a singular gift. Although he contemplated this course of action, he feared that provoking Qingfeng could lead to his own demise before the bodyguards could intervene. "Are you serious? Are you truly allowing me to call for help?" Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively and returned to the sofa. It was now 8 o'clock, and he granted you 3 hours. Whether you called your father or your grandfather was of little consequence. Lie Jun slowly retrieved his phone and contemplated dialing the bodyguard outside. Shouting a command might suffice. However, fearing to incite Qingfeng's displeasure, he prudently opted for a phone call instead. Less than a minute after Lie Jun ended the call, the door was forcefully flung open, and several burly men armed with firearms stormed in. "Kill him. Do not allow him to leave here alive." The bodyguards, upon witnessing the bloodied, motionless middle-aged protector, quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation and aimed their weapons at Qingfeng, pulling the triggers without hesitation. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets surged toward Qingfeng. Yet he merely gazed at Lie Jun with a serene smile, appearing oblivious to the impending onslaught. Initially, Lie Jun feared that Qingfeng might employ the same tactic as before, approaching him to take him hostage. However, seeing Qingfeng remain unflinching in the face of gunfire alleviated his anxiety. No one could evade bullets at such close range. This man was surely doomed. The audacity to threaten him would only lead to his demise, and Qingfeng's sudden proximity had indeed startled him. Had it not been for his fear of danger, he would not wish for such an easy end for Qingfeng. Wang Fei's expression was peculiar. She was uncertain if the individual before her was truly Qingfeng. Yet she was certain that this was Gogeta, and her curiosity piqued at the thought of whether he possessed the powers akin to those in the anime. The bullets halted a meter before Qingfeng, as if grasped by an unseen force, suspended motionlessly in midair. Several bodyguards, undeterred by the spectacle, fired off several rounds until their weapons were depleted. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets came to a standstill before Qingfeng. Lie Jun, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, convinced he had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. Having encountered skilled individuals alongside his father, he knew that even they could only evade bullets. The scene before him shattered his understanding of reality. "Get back." Qingfeng uttered 3 words, and bullets surged forth at an astonishing velocity towards several bodyguards. Dozens of bullets struck their bodies with unerring precision, leaving the guards completely incapacitated before they could even react. Witnessing this, Wang Fei did not exhibit fear. Instead, a flicker of regret crossed her eyes, as she perhaps realized she had made a grave error in judgment. In stark contrast, Lie Jun was utterly terror-stricken, questioning if he had somehow encountered a specter in broad daylight. How could a mere mortal accomplish such feats? "It seems I have disappointed you. However, fret not, for you may continue to summon assistance. 3 hours should suffice for your father to rally his men from the capital. It is either to refrain from taking action or to resolve matters decisively. One must eradicate the roots to prevent regrowth in the spring." Although unperturbed himself, the incessant buzzing of flies near his ears significantly dampened his spirits. Casting a glance at Wang Fei beside him, Lie Jun clenched his teeth. Acutely aware of her disdain for him, he understood that she viewed him as nothing more than an aimless scion of wealth, leaving him bewildered as to why she would entertain his advances. Initially, upon learning of Wang Fei's background, he had little hope, merely intending to test the waters. Yet, to his surprise, she had acquiesced. Should he now seek his father's aid, it would likely lead to Wang Fei's complete contempt for him. "I possess wealth. Regardless of who desires my demise, I offer double the reward for your services, provided you grant me a chance to escape unscathed. Qingfeng grew somewhat impatient. Have I not made myself clear? I am Qingfeng. Hurry and summon someone, or by the time your father arrives, he will only find a lifeless corpse. Lie Jun was taken aback by Qingfeng's steadfastness. Despite the gravity of the situation, he showed no sign of yielding, leaving Lie Jun without any room for negotiation. No matter how exceptional a woman may be, her life holds greater significance, even though Wang Fei's family had greatly aided the Wang clan. He would not sacrifice his life to placate her, nor to prove himself a man of integrity. Father, please come to my rescue. I have been taken hostage. And the expert you hired has been defeated. Silence lingered on the other end of the line until, after several seconds, a tentative voice inquired, Son, have you lost your senses? How could anyone in Hebei County possibly defeat him? His martial prowess is at the 7th tier level. Even ordinary firearms cannot harm him. Liang understood his son's character all too well. Arrogant yet somewhat intelligent, he would never provoke any significant figures. What had transpired? It was inconceivable that a highly skilled martial artist, hired with considerable expense, could be vanquished in a small county. Seeing his father's disbelief, Lie Jun recounted the events that had unfolded. After listening, Liang found it even harder to fathom. He had encountered individuals who could catch bullets with their bare hands, such as that middle-aged bodyguard, who could even withstand them with sheer flesh. But to halt a bullet with merely a gaze, and to reverse its trajectory, Liang began to wonder if his son had lost his mind. After a lengthy explanation, Liang remained skeptical. In a bid to convince his father, Lie Jun snapped a photo and sent it to him. Upon seeing the bodyguards sprawled haphazardly around, Liang was utterly convinced. Due to the angle of the photograph, Qingfeng, seated on the sofa, was also captured in the frame. Qingfeng discerned Lie Jun's subtle intentions but chose to refrain from intervening, instead bestowing upon him a devilishly charming smile. Liang's mind erupted in chaos. His son had indeed been taken hostage, and the adversary audaciously demanded his intervention for the rescue. Liang instructed Lie Jun to pass the phone to Qingfeng, as he wished to converse with him directly. Qingfeng, with a visage of cold indifference, accepted the call, and Liang's voice resonated in his ear. I do not know your identity, nor the individual who has sent you, but release my son and eliminate those who stand behind you, and I shall reward you with 200 million. Liang was desperate. Even for the Li family, 200 million was no trifling sum. In the capital, the Li family barely managed to hold on to a reputation as a third-rate clan, and offering such a sum was the utmost effort he could muster. I desire no money. I only wish for his demise. You have 2.5 hours. Should you fail to arrive by then, be prepared to collect your son's remains. With that, he abruptly terminated the call, showing utter disregard for the Li family's standing. Liang hastily summoned all his subordinates. Some within the Li family voiced their dissent, believing the situation was far from simple, urging Liang to refrain from rash actions. Who in Hebei would dare to challenge the Li family? This time, he intended to make an example of them. Driven to a corner, Liang could only suppress the voices of opposition. After confirming that the 7th-stage martial artist bodyguard had been defeated, he understood that his son had provoked forces beyond his reckoning. Yet, he could not abandon his own flesh and blood. He had no choice but to muster the courage to rescue him. He leveraged connections to secure a few helicopter routes. Given the Li family's stature, they had acquired several helicopters, yet without exclusive flight paths, they could not depart from the capital at will. Though they had been extorted severely, nothing was more precious than his son's life. Liang had but one son, Lie Jun, which explained his indulgent nature towards him. The journey from the capital to their current location would require at least an hour, neither too long nor too short. Upon hearing that his father was en route, Lie Jun felt a modicum of relief. It was you who issued the order against my parents, wasn't it? Qingfeng ignited a cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke. At this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal, so Lie Jun decided to lay everything bare. Yes, it was I. Qingfeng's mother located this place, and finding her displeasing, I dispatched someone to deal with her. As for his father's leg, it was also upon my orders that it was broken. Indeed, one must acknowledge their wrongdoings. When faced with retribution, one must stand tall. Qingfeng swiftly appeared before Lie Jun, seizing his right arm and executing a complete 360-degree twist, contorting and deforming his limb. Ah, it hurts. Ah. Although Lie Jun's pain threshold was relatively high, he had been pampered all his life and had never endured such an injury. His entire arm felt as if it had been shattered. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as he cradled his right arm, wailing on the ground. In contrast, Wang Fei's eyes reflected a stillness akin to stagnant water. As if the torment inflicted upon her boyfriend was of no significance, merely an inconsequential event. Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance at her, letting out a deep sigh. As he suspended Lie Jun in midair, rendering him immobile. I am not devoid of compassion. I simply requested to know the whereabouts of those who harmed my father. If you bring them forth, I may consider overlooking this matter. Pausing, I gestured towards several bodyguards by the entrance, implying that they were the culprits. If they confess everything, I am willing to assist you this once. The excruciating pain caused Lie Jun to break out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. He raised his still-functioning left hand and pointed towards the group of bodyguards on the floor. It was them. They all participated. I merely intended for them to teach that old man a lesson. I never anticipated they would resort to such brutality. In the face of dire circumstances, Lie Jun could no longer concern himself with anything else. He was akin to a clay Buddha crossing the river, struggling to protect himself, let alone safeguard these bodyguards. Without turning his head, Qingfeng unleashed several energy orbs, which detonated upon contact with the bodyguards, erupting like bombs. The bodyguards were obliterated, leaving nothing but charred remnants of the scorched ground where they once stood. Lie Jun shuddered. This was exceedingly cruel. Where had this formidable figure emerged from? Those were lives, over 10 of them, not mere animals, executed without a moment's hesitation. Had he known he would provoke such wrath, he would never have pursued Wang Fei. Regardless of whether her family was considered a second-tier clan in the capital or even the foremost family. Alas, in this world, everything is for sale except for the elixir of regret. The die has been cast, and no amount of remorse could alter the outcome. Could you spare me now? I was merely entranced. Please forgive me this once. Forgive you? That is the duty of the Buddha. My role is solely to escort you to meet him. Yet you professed you would consider sparing me, claiming you would assist me. Qingfeng waved his hand, unleashing an invisible force that caused Lie Jun's right arm to rotate counterclockwise an entire 360 degrees. I have made my decision. I shall not let you off the hook. However, I am a man of my word. I will ensure that your bones are realigned. Were it anyone else, such an act would have resulted in the complete tearing of the arm. Yet, Qingfeng was concerned that Lie Jun might faint or succumb to excessive bleeding. Thus, he employed a subtle internal force, ensuring that Lie Jun's skin remained unscathed while only the internal bones were subjected to this manipulation. Qingfeng, you have finally returned. My association with him is not without its tribulations. From the moment she laid eyes on Qingfeng, Wang Fei, who had remained silent, gracefully approached him and enveloped him in an embrace. Qingfeng neither evaded nor responded. He merely gazed quietly at the woman he had once loved deeply, cradled in his arms. He recalled the days when he was at his most destitute, when Wang Fei had quarreled with her family because of him. And the two of them had lived frugally together. He had never anticipated that their relationship would reach this point. Regrettably, circumstances had unfolded contrary to his expectations, and he found it increasingly difficult to trust her. Do you know about Lie Jun arranging the accident that was meant to kill me? Wang Fei, who was holding him tightly, suddenly trembled imperceptibly, then lifted her head and blinked her misty eyes. I don't know. Had I known he intended to harm you, I would never have been with him, she asserted, her tone sincere and earnest, almost deceiving Qingfeng. However, her body betrayed her. Noticing Qingfeng's silence, Wang Fei resorted to appealing to their emotions. If I did not care for you, why would I have chosen you in the crowd? Look at him, she said, pointing disdainfully at Lie Jun. What reason do I have to abandon you for him? What could I possibly gain from him? Does his wealth surpass that of my family? Can he possibly compare to you in looks or demeanor? Since meeting Qingfeng, Wang Fei had remained silent as she contemplated her reasoning. Upon encountering Gogeta and recognizing that familiar tone, she had confidently concluded that this was indeed Qingfeng, although she could not fathom how he had managed it. There was no doubt about Gogeta's power, and she finally comprehended the meaning behind that person's words. Yet after much contemplation, she could not devise a better argument and resorted to appealing to their shared emotions, hoping to remind Qingfeng of her kindness towards him. Gazing at the enchanting figure in his arms, a flicker of struggle crossed Qingfeng's face as he reluctantly acknowledged Wang Fei's beauty. Initially, his pursuit of her was sparked by her appearance, but as time passed, her caring nature had deeply touched his heart. Betrayal is betrayal. It is a matter of principle. Yet he possessed no evidence. Just when he felt utterly lost, a notification emerged in the chat group, announcing the latest mission, a difficulty level of 3, with a reward of 30,000 points, restricted to 2 participants. As Qingfeng's eyelids twitched, He realized that in his fit of anger, he had forgotten about the chat group. Tony, the steadfast. Wow, it is rare for the boss to require assistance. The destroyer of worlds. The difficulty isn't particularly high. Exploring memories poses minimal danger. Is anyone skilled in this within the group? Seeking support. I lack such abilities. I'm still contemplating which devil fruit to choose to enhance my strength. Fire Fist Ace. My apologies, boss. My expertise lies solely in combat, and I possess no skills related to the spiritual realm. The most fearsome sprite. If I knew the exact time, I could attempt to reverse time. Otherwise, I am at a loss. The Grim Reaper elementary student. If there's no concern about damaging this person's nerves, we could employ technological means to extract memories. Qingfeng is capable of forcibly reading memories, utilizing energy to disrupt Wang Fei's neural connections. For him, it is not a challenge. He simply prefers not to take such measures. The most powerful in the dimensions, her situation is quite unique. I am unaware of the specific time, and I do not wish to cause her harm. Therefore, forcibly extracting memories through technology is out of the question. Qingfeng's response momentarily silenced the group. Everyone was perceptive enough to discern that a conflict between a woman and him, coupled with the fact that the big shot did not wish to harm her, rendered it implausible to believe that their relationship was devoid of intimacy. You wish to dance as well? He mused. I am not particularly adept at illusions. My Sharingan abilities lean more towards physical prowess. However, if the opponent's strength is lacking, I might attempt to delve into their innermost secrets. Madara, too, held no great confidence. Given his nature, he preferred to resolve conflicts through strength rather than employing illusionary techniques. Moreover, Qingfeng's formidable combat prowess had instilled a sense of deadly threat in figures like Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks during his previous visit to the Dragon Ball universe. This was precisely why Madara had initially refrained from speaking out. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to muster the courage to give it a try. Very well, then. Madara, come over. She is merely an ordinary person. With your capabilities, it should pose no challenge. It is best that no one else joins. Being cuckolded is hardly a matter of pride, and it is indeed preferable for as few people as possible to be aware of it. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Qingfeng had consistently maintained a favorable impression, eschewing any airs of superiority while caring for everyone in the group. Were it not for his numerous interventions, the members would still be relying on the 100 points they earned daily through sign-ins to sustain themselves. His unusual decision to restrict others from joining this time was striking. Do you wish to accept the task? The most ferocious spirit accepts the task. Tony, ever the nonchalant one, remarked. This is either a death wish or a path leading to it. I, Tony, shall dub you the strongest. Seeking support. If you continue to oppose the big shot like this, you might indeed find yourself in peril, but I wager that Kurumi will emerge unscathed. Fire Fist Ace, exactly. Can you really compare yourself with someone as delicate and easily toppled as Kurumi? In truth. After informing Madara to accept the task and advising everyone else to refrain from coming, he exited the chat group, feeling quite vexed by the unfolding situation. Why was I chosen initially? Was it truly mere affection, or did she harbor ulterior motives? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qingfeng could not help but chuckle. Though his family was comfortably middle class, and he was undeniably handsome, what distinguished him from others who pursued Wang Fei? Wang Fei lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Qingfeng. With deliberate seriousness, she replied, there are no ulterior motives. It was simply that you expressed your affection, and I have long been intrigued by you, so I readily acquiesced. In truth, it is not merely these matters. Upon returning and encountering Wang Fei once more, he found himself perplexed by numerous aspects, not solely her perceived betrayal. What astonished him even more was the realization that his body belonged to Gogeta. Aside from a brief moment of shock upon their initial meeting, Wang Fei swiftly accepted this revelation, exhibiting an unwavering certainty that the essence within that body was indeed his. How could an ordinary person, upon encountering a character from an anime, remain so nonchalant? Despite witnessing him take the lives of many before her, she displayed not a hint of fear. Even when he grievously injured her current boyfriend, she exhibited no concern or inquiry. She had not always been this way. What secrets was she concealing? Over years of companionship. Was it genuine love, or had she harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning? Boss, I have arrived. In a flash of white light beside them, Uchiha Madara, clad in the armor of the Warring States period, manifested before the trio. His face bore the same unyielding pride. Yet his tone took on a respectful note only when conversing with Qingfeng. Who the hell are you, Uchiha Madara? Lie Jun, although unfamiliar with Dragon Ball, recognized the illustrious Uchiha, the foremost among the legendary four madmen, who single-handedly battled 100,000 shinobi and effortlessly overpowered the 5 Kage. Anyone acquainted with Naruto understands that he represents the pinnacle of power within that universe. How had Qingfeng summoned him? It's her. Make sure not to harm her. Casting a glance at Wang Fei, Madara's pitch-black pupils gradually morphed into 3 tomo, the blood-red lines within them beginning to swirl. Very well. With his kaleidoscope Sharingan fixed upon Wang Fei, Madara's gaze caused her to shudder and faint into Qingfeng's embrace. If there were any questions to be posed, now is the time to inquire, boss. Qingfeng pondered for a moment before voicing the question that weighed heavily on his heart. It felt inappropriate to always trouble you. But could you inquire about why she initially chose me and whether she ever truly loved me? On the second floor of the villa, Quan San swayed her legs, gazing at Wang Fei, while Kiki D quietly materialized behind her. Wang Fei, ensnared by the illusion crafted by Ban, stood up with vacant eyes, her autonomy stripped away. Ban closed her eyes to delve into Wang Fei's mental realm. Why did she choose to be with Qingfeng in the first place? After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's duration, Ban opened her eyes, casting a peculiar glance at Qingfeng, uncertain whether to reveal the truth. It's all right. Just speak freely. I can roughly surmise the outcome, he encouraged. Ban took a deep breath. After inquiring about Wang Fei, she too felt that this woman was formidable. Wang Fei recounted that years ago, she had saved an extraordinary individual whose ability allowed him to foresee the future, albeit at the cost of his own life. She had requested the seer to assist her in selecting her destined partner, and he revealed Qingfeng's name. Wang Fei, unwilling to remain merely a lady of a second-rate family, concealed the truth from everyone and sought out Qingfeng. However, fate is often altered by unforeseen circumstances. After years of companionship, Qingfeng had not instilled in her a sense of hope. Not long ago, she returned to consult the seer, who informed her that on a certain day, her life would experience a pivotal transformation, elevating her to a status second only to one. The existence of such extraordinary individuals was indeed astonishing. Could it be that he predicted her eventual transcendence? Realizing this, Qingfeng understood everything. It was likely that his pursuit of success in the imperial capital coincided with the day Wang Fei encountered Lie Jun. The seer had provided her with new guidance. Mistakenly believing that Lie Jun was the foretold one, she chose to renounce her own desires and accepted his advances. Did she have prior knowledge of Lie Jun's actions against my parents? I cannot say. Had she known, she would have intervened. Your parents would not have influenced her relationship with Lie Jun. As for Lie Jun's attempts on your life, she only learned of that recently. Ban marveled at Wang Fei's cunning, as she was willing to sever familial ties to be with Qingfeng, all for the sake of a prophecy. Regrettably, in the end, she chose the wrong person. Had she waited just a while longer for Qingfeng's return, she could have had everything she desired. Even if it were the stars from the heavens, Qingfeng would have plucked them for her. Once Ban dispelled the illusion, Wang Fei regained her senses. Realizing the weight of her earlier words, her complexion draining of color. You should leave. You can find someone better. We are not meant to be. After a silence that lingered for 10 minutes, Qingfeng finally spoke. Upon learning the entire truth, he discovered that his feelings for her had diminished. Wang Fei was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity she had awaited for years. Although her appearance had changed, he remained, at his core, Qingfeng. She aspired to attain unparalleled status, and only he could assist her in that pursuit. To her, nothing was more significant than power and position. Otherwise, she would not have forsaken her life as a wealthy heiress due to a mere prophecy, merely to strive for an elevation in her status. Yet my love for you is genuine. Have you truly forgotten the days we spent together? If I did not love you, how could I have accompanied you for so many years? But what does it matter now? From the moment you chose Lie Jun, our fate was irrevocably sealed, rendering any further discussion meaningless. Qingfeng turned his head away, unable to bear to look at her any longer. He could not deny that Wang Fei harbored feelings for him, at least during the time she believed the prophesied son was her own. The prolonged companionship must have genuinely stirred emotions within her. Yet, life unfolds in such a manner. She approached him with intentions, which left Qingfeng feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, it is only natural for individuals to desire a better life for themselves, a sentiment he could comprehend. It was utterly inappropriate for her to choose to be with Lie Jun before she had received news of his demise, except for those with particular predilections. The majority of men would find it difficult to accept such a woman. Regardless of the depth of their love for each other, this is a matter of principle. But I have truly fallen out with my family. You are all I have left. If you reject me, I will be left homeless, Wang Fei said. Her eyes red and her delicate features captivating as she clutched his garment. Whenever they quarreled, she would resort to such displays. Qingfeng would typically console himself with a weary expression. However, before he could utter a word this time, a melodious, alluring female voice interjected. Oh dear, oh dear. It seems the esteemed one has cast you aside. There's no need to cling on so stubbornly. Guangsan gracefully descended the stairs, her poise starkly contrasting with the disheveled demeanor of Wang Fei, though the reasons eluded her. It appeared that Qingfeng possessed the extraordinary ability to summon anime characters into the realm of reality, bringing forth his dream goddess, Kurumi Tokisaki, who was as enchanting as depicted in the manga. Upon seeing her, Wang Fei's heart raced with jealousy, instantly recognizing Kurumi's identity. A virtual persona she had previously berated Qingfeng for. Lie Jun was utterly entranced. Unable to tear his gaze away, Kurumi's beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. Her exquisite features, particularly her captivating eyes, evoking a sense of submission within him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he momentarily forgot his own predicament, his physical pain diminishing significantly. Despite his many conquests, he had never encountered such a flawless, petite beauty. Kurumi smiled radiantly, seemingly unfazed by Wang Fei's hostility, having gleaned a general understanding of her character from Ban's remarks. Ultimately, she perceived Wang Fei as nothing more than a gold digger, feigning moral superiority and deep emotional investment, which she found rather distasteful. Wang Fei let out a cold snort, refraining from further argument. Witnessing anime characters manifest before her eyes left her in tumult. Yet, she was unwilling to part with Qingfeng. Perhaps her feelings had deepened over time. After all, Qingfeng was now a genuine Yukong, capable of obliterating this planet with ease. She realized that she would never ascend to a higher status on her own, and thus, she resolved to cling tightly to Qingfeng, filled with regret for the years spent in wait, as he had yet to offer her any glimmer of hope. This was not to imply that Qingfeng lacked effort. He was indeed striving for himself. However, as a mere impoverished youth, no amount of hard work could elevate him beyond the confines of his family's legacy, rendering her aspirations seemingly unattainable. Just as her resolve began to waver, she sought the abilities of a psychic once more, only to fortuitously encounter Lie Jun pursuing her. In a moment of impulsiveness, she acquiesced to his advances. This encounter marked the psychic's final prediction. After revealing the outcome, he succumbed to a fatal hemorrhage. She resolved to trust him one last time, reasoning that if Lie Jun's predictions proved erroneous, she could simply return to her family, still the illustrious heiress of the Lie clan. The years of youthful sacrifice seemed bearable in light of this potential outcome. However, Qingfeng's formidable return disrupted her meticulously laid plans. She had never anticipated that the psychic's predictions would indeed hold truth, albeit after such an extensive passage of time. I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Qingfeng, could you truly be so heartless? The subsequent events were not something she was meant to witness. Qingfeng cast a glance at Ban. But before he could finish his words, Ban's gaze turned towards Wang Fei. In an instant, she was ensnared in an endless illusion and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Why have you rendered her unconscious? I instructed you to escort her away from here. Instead, you have incapacitated her. Do you even know her family? Qingfeng felt somewhat bewildered. She had allowed Ban to escort her, only for him to cast an illusion upon her. Did you not say that what follows is unsuitable for her? Thus, I rendered her unconscious, he mused. Very well, I shall place her upstairs. Do you also wish to partake in the dance to complete the task and earn 15,000 bounty points? The most formidable spirit can also obtain 15,000 bounty points. In just 10 minutes, an A-grade evaluation was achieved, yielding an additional 1,000 points, while the most fearsome spirit received 100 points. Do you desire to dance as well, garnering 900 points? Tony remarked, indeed, the disparity among individuals can, at times, be greater than that between man and beast. The elites complete their tasks in the blink of an eye. How often do they finish with hundreds of thousands of points? Ban, who had yet to return, was left seething by Tony's words, contemplating whether to crush him or roast him into a mere stick. The most powerful entity from another dimension sent you an exclusive red envelope titled, Do you also wish to dance? This time, I must trouble you, Ban. The task does not offer substantial additional points, and your resurrection points may still fall short, correct? Qingfeng nodded at Ban, acknowledging that this time Ban had indeed rendered him significant assistance. However, the chat group deemed this task to be of too low a level. Thus the additional points earned were understandably minimal. Ban did not hesitate. He genuinely needed resurrection and promptly clicked to claim Qingfeng's red envelope. Fire Fist Ace. I humbly seek the favor of the Mighty One. May I inquire how much the esteemed Ban received in red envelopes? Humbly seeking support. I am uncertain. But it should be around 100,000, as resurrection points require that much. Death God Elementary Student. Is that true? I have yet to witness what 100,000 points entails. With 50,000 points, the rewards are sufficient for me to dominate in my world. Tony the Unromantic. That statement is erroneous. It sounds as though none of us have encountered 100,000 points. Observing the discussions in the group, Ban, having accepted the red envelope, felt compelled to express, albeit mildly, that the ambitions displayed were rather limited. Others opened their red envelope records, and upon seeing the conspicuous zeros, they regarded Ban with a mixture of envy and resentment. Serpent Holder, who had bested Pegasus. Oh, Mighty One, I am now in humble servitude to you. Is it too late for me to express my admiration? Death God Elementary Student. Indeed, we have underestimated the prowess of our esteemed one. To casually release 500,000 points is truly impressive. Tony the Unromantic. The might of the Great One is unparalleled. No wonder he is an administrator. As for the other, let us not even discuss it. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be greater than that between man and beast. Fire Fist Ace. The Great One is formidable, and so is Tony. Death God Elementary Student. Tony is indeed formidable. You also wish to dance. You are genuinely impressive. I am truly curious how you have persevered until now. Tony the Unromantic. Am I impressive? What have I done to deserve such praise? Humbly seeking support. You also wish to dance. Does Ben have any interest in visiting the Marvel Universe together? Upon hearing Yunyao's suggestion, Ben fell into deep contemplation. Initially, he had intended to confront Tony, yet feeling good after receiving the red envelope, he decided to spare him this time. However, with Yunyao extending an invitation, perhaps it would be worthwhile to pay a visit after all. You also wish to dance. That sounds agreeable. I shall come to find you shortly. After chatting with Tony, I will return to my world and resurrect the strongest in the dimension. After all, Tony is our friend. A casual spar for an hour or two is no trouble. Tony realized Ban's words and understood the implications. He thought to himself that if he did not rein in his own tongue, it would inevitably lead to his doom. Initially, he had believed the esteemed one would advocate for him, but the latter statement nearly caused him to choke on his own blood. Casually spar for an hour or two? How could such words emerge from the mouth of the Great One? This was hardly human speech. Ban departed. The task was completed, and there was nothing more he could assist with. Unlike previous times, where he had been intimidated, it seemed this time he genuinely intended to engage Tony in a discussion about life. Kurumi, showing no signs of being an outsider, elegantly settled onto the sofa, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed intently at Qingfeng. The task is complete. Perhaps you should return to your world. It is sufficient for me to remain here alone. There's no need for that. I have nothing to do when I return. And since the deadline for the task has not yet arrived, I shall stay here and keep you company. Kurumi spoke with utmost sincerity, a captivating smile gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. Qingfeng found herself at an impasse. Returning was not an option, and she certainly could not resort to knocking him unconscious to force him away. If she chose to remain, so be it. The passage of time is often interminable, and for the first time, Lie Jun felt that an hour could stretch on endlessly. His right arm was in agony, a constant reminder of his torment. All his hopes rested upon his father. Just as Lie Jun felt he could no longer endure the pain and was on the verge of losing consciousness, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. A kindly middle-aged man entered, flanked by several armed bodyguards, while dozens of henchmen wielding knives blocked the doorway. Seeing that Lie Jun was not grievously injured, Li Yang's anxious demeanor began to ease. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that his son was ashen and his right arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Upon the arrival of his father, Lie Jun erupted in a frenzy. Father, you must kill him. Make sure his entire family perishes. Lie Jun, nearly driven to madness, raved incoherently, forgetting entirely that he was at the mercy of another. As he pointed at Qingfeng and shouted incessantly, "Friend, I reiterate my warning. If you release my son, I will consider this incident as though it never transpired. Otherwise, The Li family will ensure that you and your ilk meet a dire fate, Li Yang declared, embodying the resolute demeanor befitting the head of the Li family. His temperament far steadier than that of his disobedient son, his icy words laced with veiled threats. Qingfeng disregarded Li Yang's words and posed a rather peculiar question. Is this all your personnel? Can you summon more? I can grant you a little more time. Li Yang perceived Qingfeng as utterly mad. With several handguns trained upon him and his own men surrounding the premises, how could he dare to be so audacious? I have heard from Lie Jun that you defeated the martial arts experts I hired with a considerable sum. But in this era, with an abundance of firearms, I can dispatch someone to eliminate you from a distance at any moment, should I desire. Upon hearing Li Yang's statement, Qingfeng merely nodded. Li Yang felt a sense of satisfaction at his apparent retreat rather than a futile struggle to the bitter end. Isn't that right? The more allies, the more avenues one has. Let us consider this matter settled for today. However, upon hearing Li Yang's concession, Lie Jun erupted in a frenzy, shouting vehemently, "No! It cannot be settled. This scoundrel must be eliminated." Qingfeng nodded slightly. "If there is no one else, then you may as well perish." He slowly raised his hand, gathering energy into a single palm, as a blue orb coalesced, aimed squarely at Li Yang and his companions. The manifestation of this energy was a masterful technique. Could it be that you are a martial arts master? Apologies, but I shall not intervene in this matter. You may deal with my son as you wish. Li Yang was completely flustered. There were only a handful of martial arts masters even in the imperial capital, and any family that boasted one could effortlessly ascend to become one of the most formidable second-rate families. In the eyes of a martial arts master, he, as the head of a third-rate family, was no more significant than an insect. This wretched youth must harbor a deep-seated desire for my demise. When severing ties, one must do so decisively. Hesitation may lead to chaos. Li Yang resolutely abandoned Lie Jun, for his son could be replaced, but if he were to perish, everything would be lost. Lie Jun, taken aback, could hardly fathom that his father, who had always cherished him, would utter such words. "What do you mean, Dad? You want to help me? I am your only son." Li Yang hastily distanced himself from Lie Jun, wishing to avoid any misunderstanding from Qingfeng. "It was you who arranged for people to kill that boy. I was initially unaware of it all. It is only natural for blood to repay blood. This has nothing to do with me." Lie Jun, now pushed to the brink, disregarded the fact that Li Yang was his father and retorted vehemently. "Was it not you who encouraged me to pursue Wang Fei? Now that trouble has arisen, you cast me aside." Truly, a heartwarming display of paternal affection. The scene was indeed more than enough for one to witness the absurdity of a dog-eat-dog spectacle. With a single finger, Qingfeng conjured a burst of energy that appeared beside Li Yang and his companions in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The area around the entrance, spanning several meters, was rendered barren, a deep crater gouged into the ground. At the epicenter of the blast, several armed bodyguards and Li Yang vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood and dismembered limbs in the crater. "Father!" Lie Jun cried out in despair, but his body was restrained, rendering him incapable of movement. No matter how harshly he spoke, this was still his biological father, and he was forced to witness his demise. Lie Jun's psyche shattered. If only he had not provoked Qingfeng, this tragedy might have been averted. In Qingfeng's eyes, there was no trace of compassion as he coldly regarded Lie Jun. "Do you recognize any other prominent figures? I can wait a while longer. There is no rush. The calamity does not extend to family. It is I who sent someone to kill you. Why are you unwilling to grant my father a chance at life?" Lie Jun glared at Qingfeng with resentment, despite Li Yang's recent efforts to distance himself from him. However, he could not deny the affection his father had shown him throughout his life. "When you targeted my parents, did you not consider this? Did you not contemplate sparing their lives? Since there is no one left to call upon, it is your turn to perish." Observing Lie Jun's expression, Qingfeng realized that he had achieved the desired effect and no longer wished to squander time. He reached out, grasped Lie Jun's throat, and tightened his grip. Lie Jun's pupils dilated, and he lost all vitality. "Ah, how cruel. Not a single one spared," remarked Qika, who had risen from the sofa and skipped over to Qingfeng, unfazed by the bloodshed. Yet, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had anticipated Li Yang's inevitable demise, but had not expected Qingfeng to strike with such ferocity. He had granted no opportunity for explanation, swiftly extinguishing several lives, including those of the henchmen waiting outside, whom he also dispatched with a lethal blast. Previously, in their group chats, Gu Qingfeng had always presented himself as a caring elder brother, considerate of everyone in the group. Even in the pirate world, he had strived to avoid killing. I shall not afford my enemies the chance to retaliate against my family. I have no inclination to play their games. Casting a lingering glance at the upper floor, Gu Qingfeng turned and departed the villa, with Qika following closely behind, smiling. What about that woman? Is it truly acceptable to leave her there? The illusion cast by Ban would only allow her 2 hours of sleep, and she would soon awaken. She would find her way home, henceforth. There was no need for their paths to cross again. Gu Qingfeng's words carried an unmistakable chill. Had Kurumi been able to gaze into his eyes, she would have discerned the bitterness that laced his utterance. Wang Fei had fulfilled every fantasy he harbored about love, yet this latest blow transcended the mere act of parting. It had rendered Gu Qingfeng's heart devoid of any yearning for romance, extinguishing his faith in the affection of others. Why, when two souls are destined to remain apart, must fate conspire to bring them together? You have taken the lives of so many. Is there truly no organization in this world to investigate or apprehend you? Kurumi, unwilling to linger on such a troubling subject, swiftly redirected the conversation. Gu Qingfeng gazed upward at the sky, honestly uncertain when the officials would come to seek him. However, one thing was abundantly clear to him. A woman was approaching him, clad in a sleek black tracksuit that could not conceal her graceful figure. She exuded an undeniable aura of sophistication. Esteemed martial arts master, greetings. I am the owner of this villa district. You may call me Chinzili. Gu Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance at her, the murderous intent in his eyes not yet fully dissipated. In a frigid tone, he inquired, "What brings you to seek me? Are you intending to demand compensation for your property damage?" The woman stifled a soft laugh, casually tossing her long hair over her shoulder. And with a breath as fragrant as orchids, she replied, "Surely you jest. A mere villa holds no significance for me. I have come solely to foster a friendship with you, and I shall assist you in resolving this matter. Then, provide me with a reason to accept your help." Gu Qingfeng's words were unreserved, making it seem as though she were the one offering assistance rather than the other way around. Among 10,000 warriors, it is rare to find a master of martial arts. Despite your unconventional combat style, I am eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with you. Although Haibei is merely a small county, establishing a villa in such a locale indicates that the woman's backing is formidable. The villa is surrounded by surveillance, and within its confines, Gu Qingfeng's actions remain unseen. However, she witnessed Gu Qingfeng dispatching an underling outside with a blast of energy. The mastery of condensing energy into blades is unmistakable. Offending the Li family for the chance to appease a martial arts master is a calculated risk. Even at the height of their power, the Li family pales in comparison to her clan, particularly now that the family patriarch, Li Yang, has passed. The Li family's ascension to a third-rate family in the imperial capital was built on Li Yang's iron-fisted methods and keen business acumen. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. Once other families learn of Li Yang's demise, many will undoubtedly seek to carve out a share of the Li family's fortunes. The uproar caused by Gu Qingfeng went unchecked, with no one reporting it and no security from the villa responding. That too was by her command. This woman possesses a remarkable way with words, her forthright nature pleasing Gu Qingfeng. Very well, your directness is commendable. I entrust this matter to you. But I must caution you beforehand, do not disclose my appearance to anyone, for the consequences are yours to bear. Of course, I shall ensure this directive is followed. Gu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, gradually stepping out of the woman's line of sight. As Kurumi passed by her, she offered the woman a sweet smile. The woman couldn't help but feel a flush creep onto her cheeks, secretly chastising herself for feeling captivated by the enchanting girl before her, despite not being attracted to women. Once Gu Qingfeng had completely vanished from view, the woman found herself collapsing weakly to the ground. What had seemed like an ordinary conversation had felt akin to a life-and-death battle. In her usual exchanges with high-ranking executives, she had never felt such trepidation. Gu Qingfeng had imposed an immense psychological burden on her, the chilling malice in her gaze etched deeply into her memory. After a brief moment, Gu Qingfeng suddenly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Kurumi trailing behind. "You should probably head back too. I'm going home. Why are you still following me?" Kurumi displayed a look of disdain, her lips curling into a smirk as she flicked her long hair. "Do you think I'm unaware of men like you? It's the same old story. Heartbreak leads to seeking solace in a bar, drowning sorrows in drink, and when intoxicated, pursuing a beautiful girl, emboldened by the liquid courage. Qingfeng felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that he was perceived in such a manner by her. Even now, he was not the flamboyant figure he aspired to be. What kind of woman could he not attract? Why bother seeking solace in a bar filled with inebriation? He longed to return home, having never frequented such establishments, and urged her to do the same. Yet, he refused to comply, as it was not yet time for the chat group restrictions. He desired to wander alone for a while. Quan San made a playful grimace and darted off into the distance, and Qingfeng could not be bothered to stop her. Knowing that with Quan San's abilities, she would not encounter any peril. As for that woman, Li Shu, Qingfeng had no intention of taking her life today. Having dealt her a harsh blow yesterday, it was likely she remained in a comatose state in the hospital. Upon returning home, he informed his parents that the matter had been resolved. With a lack of appetite, he opted not to join them for lunch and retreated to his bedroom. An hour later, the air in Qingfeng's room was thick with the scent of alcohol, the floor littered with empty bottles, by rough estimation, nearly 100. Fortunately, there was a bathroom available, and he had made several trips within that hour. With a number of bottles of liquor consumed, at his level of strength, the alcohol was ineffective at dulling his senses. The divine energy within him instinctively neutralized any harmful substances. Yet perhaps it was the intoxication of the spirit rather than the body that had begun to cloud his vision. Pain and resentment flickered across his face as memories of Wang Fei's every smile and frown replayed in his mind, the myriad moments they had shared together. He could not fathom that Wang Fei had chosen to be with him merely due to a nonsensical prophecy. Man had once mentioned that the seer's predictions were often eerily accurate, which was likely why Wang Fei held such unwavering trust in him. Having been saved by Wang Fei, he remained fiercely loyal to her, a secret unknown to the Wang family. With great power came a price. Each calculation made by the seer exacted a toll on their lifespan, the extent of which depended on the significance of the event being predicted. The day before Qingfeng's accident, he had once again ventured a prediction, having consumed a decade of his life over the years in sporadic calculations, marking it as his final conjecture before his demise. Lying on his bed, Qingfeng gazed at the two matching pillows beside him, and in his hazy state, he perceived the silhouette of a woman. She approached his bedside, gently lifted the blanket, and draped it over him, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. Qingfeng remained motionless, allowing her to caress his face while his mind grew increasingly heavy, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awoke once more, it was already noon on the following day, having slept a full day and night. Rising from his bed, he made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Upon exiting, he noticed his parents engaged in a conversation. "Mother, father, what are you discussing?" Lie Jun, perplexed, continued. "I do not understand why he left our county. After you confronted Li Shu, that job is surely lost to him. Yesterday, when I ventured out to seek employment, no one seemed to hinder me." Shangguan Yun gazed at Qingfeng, her curiosity piqued by the sudden upheaval that had befallen their lives since his return, and she wondered if this turmoil was somehow connected to him. Gu Tian was uncertain whether to conceal the truth from Shangguan Yun, candidly admitting his ignorance. Indeed, he was unaware of the specifics. All he knew was that his son sought vengeance against Lie Jun, yet the particulars of this retribution eluded him. "I laid my cards on the table. Your son is, in fact, an extraordinary talent, unparalleled in the world. Just yesterday, I confronted Lie Jun, delivering him a near-fatal beating before sending him on his way." Qingfeng no longer concealed his thoughts. He had come to a realization. Why should he deliberately hide his capabilities? Revealing his strength to his parents would bring them peace of mind. Had he perhaps watched too many martial arts films, believing himself swifter than a bullet? Or did he truly think he could withstand the inevitable? Qingfeng's expression was quite grave. "I can truly move faster than a bullet, and I am indeed capable of blocking it." Gu Tianyi tapped his forehead, gazing at his son with a look of concern. In a world filled with aircraft and artillery, how could one still proclaim to be invincible? Admittedly, it was a misguided assertion. His father harbored no faith in such claims. Gu Tian, relentless and unyielding, fervently criticizes this so-called invincible man, questioning why he still dons tattered garments from years past. There isn't even a semblance of decent furniture in his home. In their quest to afford medical treatment for Gu Tian, they have sold off everything of value, leaving their abode devoid of even a television. It makes sense. Perhaps we should purchase a villa, for our current dwelling is indeed too modest. Qingfeng acted decisively, shedding his garments, and in an instant, his physique was enveloped by a layer of battle attire, reminiscent of the apparel worn by the Metamorians. The only remaining garment in his possession was the one he had donned yesterday, which he had failed to launder after a night of indulgence. Thus, he was compelled to don the attire that his body naturally manifested. Indeed, this battle garb was innate to him, capable of materializing at will. Though the precise reason for this phenomenon eluded him, he speculated it might be attributed to the mysterious forces of fusion. The clothing bore the emblem symbolizing the amalgamation of the Metamorians. Fortuitously, it was summer, and wearing such an outfit outdoors posed no issue. Had it been winter, he would surely have been regarded as a fool. Upon his reemergence from the bedroom, Yun gazed at him in disbelief. Having recently learned of her son's survival, she was enveloped in overwhelming joy. She had not thoroughly examined his physique before, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed remarkably perfect and paired with this attire. He exuded an undeniable aura. "Let us proceed to the villa district," she urged. Gu Tian and Guan Yun exchanged a glance, uncertain of his intentions. Having traversed time, could it be that the other world also utilized renminbi? Not at all. However, I do possess US dollars, which would at least allow me to purchase a villa. A mere trifle in comparison. Gu Qingfeng, without even glancing, could discern that his parents were undoubtedly wearing expressions of bewilderment as they regarded him. With no other recourse, he extracted a red envelope from the chat group and pretended to retrieve it from his trousers. As they beheld the crisp banknotes in Gu Qingfeng's hand, Guan Yun was once again taken aback, pondering whether her son's claims were indeed truthful. Although the couple remained somewhat skeptical, they eventually acquiesced to Gu Qingfeng's insistence and boarded a taxi, heading straight for the villa district. During the journey, the taxi driver displayed a remarkably cordial demeanor, despite the family's unremarkable attire. However, he was acutely aware of Gu Qingfeng's impressive physique, and he certainly did not wish to offend them, lest he provoke any unwanted altercations. The Jindu Villa, being the sole villa district in Hebei County, consisted of 10 standalone villas, marketed in a manner akin to ordinary apartments within a central hall. In this small town, apart from wealthy scions from outside who frequently rented or purchased properties, few locals possessed the financial means to engage in such transactions. Although it was termed a sales hall, it merely served as a display area, with scant inquiries regarding the villa prices over the span of a year or two. The staff, often eager to attract affluent suitors or wealthy patrons, were not particularly accommodating towards those who appeared less prosperous. The sales hall was situated several kilometers west of the Jindu Villa, primarily focusing on the properties constructed within the county. The notion of selling villas was, in essence, more of a marketing gimmick, and the offerings were limited to expansive residences of over 200 square meters, accessible only to those with fortunes exceeding several million. The employees, well-versed in matters of attire, instinctively recoiled upon observing the simple clothing of Gu Qingfeng's parents, whose combined wardrobe scarcely amounted to a few hundred yuan. They could not fathom what purpose such individuals had in this establishment. Gu Qingfeng's attire was unlike anything they had ever seen before. The fabric and craftsmanship of his garments were exquisite, and his well-defined musculature drew the attention of numerous women. However, the staff seemed intent on finding a wealthy man. And if Gu Qingfeng truly possessed great wealth, it was perplexing that the two companions by his side were dressed in such tattered clothing. This circumstance led to an awkward situation, as the trio had been in the establishment for over 10 minutes without a single employee approaching to introduce the properties. Gu Qingfeng remained indifferent, as he was merely there to purchase a property. His family's modest appearance was indeed unremarkable, and being looked down upon was a commonplace occurrence. He had not sunk to the level of needing to flaunt himself, and such behavior was simply human nature. Apologies. The traffic was terribly congested. A young woman in professional attire hurriedly entered through the door, repeatedly uttering apologies. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Gu Qingfeng, and she instantly froze in place. With wide, entranced eyes, she gazed at him, rubbing her eyes vigorously, only to be met with the astonishing scene before her. "Is it really you, Gu Qingfeng?" The girl quickly approached him, instinctively reaching out to touch his arm. The moment her fingers made contact, she was struck by the sensation of his firmness, his muscles akin to stone. Realizing the impropriety of her actions, her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. How could she dare to touch a stranger in such a public setting? Gu Qingfeng gazed at the young girl, finding her rather intriguing for her ability to recognize the name Gogeta. It seemed she had indeed identified him. To his surprise, there were female fans of Dragon Ball. And the first person to recognize him upon his return was not a boy, but a little girl. You appear quite curious about me. How about you introduce the properties your company has? I intend to purchase a house for my parents. The girl, taken aback and struggling to find her words, could hardly believe her eyes. Was this some sort of joke? How could an anime character exist in reality? Even with cosmetic surgery, achieving such an exact likeness seemed implausible, especially with such a similar physique. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, she felt the mocking gazes of her colleagues. Being a newcomer, most of the good clients had already been claimed by the seasoned employees. Naturally, only those who appeared affluent would attract attention, leaving her with clients who looked rather less prosperous. She had harbored some grievances, but felt it inappropriate to voice them as a newcomer. All right, sir. May I ask your name and what type of property you are interested in? To be able to serve someone like him, she thought, would bring her joy even if it didn't yield profit, as wealthy clients typically wouldn't require her assistance. She had seen her fair share of cosmetic enhancements, but none had been as successful as his, particularly with such a similar physique. The more she looked, the more she admired him. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Such a man exuded an aura of security. With such looks and physique, wealth seemed insignificant. Just call me Qingfeng. Please show me the villas for sale. I have no interest in apartments. As he spoke, Qingfeng casually raised his chin, an expression of disdain and arrogance evident on his face. Having worked tirelessly for half his life, he felt entitled to enjoy the fruits of his labor and to indulge in a bit of ostentation. A corpulent middle-aged man interjected, for personal reasons. He harbored a particular disdain for well-built men. Qingfeng, with his handsome features and impeccable physique, epitomized the very type he resented most. The three villas had a minimum price of over 10 million. It was futile to pretend otherwise. This was not a realm for someone of his financial stature. Qingfeng could hardly be bothered to pay him any heed, merely allowing the young girl before him to lead him to view the villa's model. Indifferent to the actual villa itself. After all, it was merely meant for his parents to reside in. He would soon return to the Dragon Ball universe, and his parents were unlikely to be overly critical. Very well, I shall take you to have a look, she replied. However, the portly man was relentless, unwilling to let Qingfeng off the hook so easily. Wu Meili, do you genuinely believe this pauper can afford anything? Taking him to see the villa model is folly. If he were to cause any damage, he wouldn't be able to compensate, and you would bear the full responsibility. Wu Meili halted in her tracks, startled by his words. Her family was merely ordinary. If an accident were to occur, the cost of the model would likewise be substantial. Qingfeng reached into his pocket, intending to generously offer a sum of 10,000 as a tip to Wu Meili, for he was not short of funds at the moment. However, the awkwardness arose as his attire bore no pockets. He could not simply conjure money from thin air to hold in his hand, for such an act would inevitably make headlines the following day. Yet, all he possessed was Tony's $100 million, which resided within a chat group. Guquan looked at Qingfeng with disdain, having encountered numerous individuals who feigned interest in viewing properties, merely to indulge in their complimentary lunch and coffee. He wondered, could it be that this man was utterly penniless, here only to partake in free sustenance? Qingfeng glanced at his father's pocket, and with a contemplative expression, he reached inside. When he withdrew his hand, it was filled with several $100 bills. Without even a glance, he placed the money into Wu Meili's hands. Take me to see those villas for sale. This is your service fee. At that moment, everyone present was stunned, unable to fathom that a person in tattered clothing could so effortlessly produce cash to bestow upon others. Gu Tian was utterly bewildered, while others remained oblivious. He was acutely aware that he possessed no money at all, for a time. He had relied solely on the meager earnings from working for Shangwan Yun to afford his meals. How he managed to produce money from his own pockets was a mystery. Yet in the midst of the crowd, he could not inquire further and thus donned a facade of nonchalance. Guoquan began to suspect he may have misjudged the situation. This fellow was, after all, playing the role of a fool to deceive the wise. Nevertheless, he still doubted that Qingfeng could afford a villa in such an exclusive area. In all of Haibei, few could muster the means to purchase such properties, and he had long perused photographs of the local affluent. Unless Qingfeng was a veritable dragon crossing the river, it seemed implausible. Yet, unlike before, he refrained from openly mocking Qingfeng, choosing instead to discreetly retreat to the sidelines. The other salespeople were filled with envy. The tips alone had exceeded 10,000. Regardless of whether this deal would ultimately materialize, Wu Meili had already profited. Clearly, she had arrived late, and had she not underestimated others, that money could have been hers. Sir, these are the 3 unsold villas in the area, priced at 10 million, 20 million, and 25 million RMB, respectively, Wu Meili enthusiastically detailed, elaborating on the pros and cons of each villa. Qingfeng, somewhat perplexed, decided upon the largest villa. As the lighting conditions were relatively similar and his knowledge on the matter was scant. I'll go fetch the funds, he remarked. Wu Meili, taken aback, contemplated the villa's model and resolved to proceed with the purchase. Encountering such a client was unprecedented for her. Typically, clients would view the model before conducting a site visit prior to signing a contract. Sir, are you not inclined to inspect the property in person before making this decision? She inquired. It won't cost much, and I am loath to make another trip, he replied nonchalantly. To Qingfeng, the sum was trivial. Mere pocket change despite his single billion-dollar fortune. Besides, he had Tony Stark at his disposal. If he desired funds, a word would suffice. Wu Meili was astonished. Was this the life of the affluent? A villa worth tens of millions was acquired with the same nonchalance as purchasing a cabbage. The onlookers couldn't help but think wealthy magnate, for this transaction amounted to over 20 million, not merely 2,000, an entirely different realm of expenditure. Particularly, the female sales staff felt a pang of regret for not having proactively attended to Qingfeng earlier. If only they had, the sale would have been theirs. Perhaps even leading to an intriguing connection with this man. Allow me to attend to you, sir. Meili is merely a novice and may overlook certain details. A woman in her 30s approached, her physique accentuated as she bowed to speak with Qingfeng. Wu Meili felt a surge of indignation. Just moments ago, they had disregarded this man, and now, as he was on the verge of signing a contract, another was vying for his attention. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a chilling glance from the woman caused Wu Meili to retreat, the words she had yet to utter trapped within her. As the manager, Hu Ying was reluctant to engage in such behavior, yet the allure of selling a villa was irresistible. A contract worth 35 million would yield her a commission of several hundred thousand. Wu Meili, being a newcomer and lacking connections, was not someone Hu Ying felt threatened by. Oh, you mean you wish for me to sign the contract? Hu Ying smiled, acknowledging that if both she and Wu Meili could finalize the deal, there was no reason for him to refuse. Indeed, I can offer you incentives that Meili cannot. I trust you would not decline. I will only sign this contract with her. If it were anyone else, I would withdraw. Unexpectedly, Qingfeng shook his head, indicating that he would refuse anyone other than Wu Meili. He had been there for 10 minutes without anyone attending to him. While numerous salespeople were merely engaged in idle chatter, only Wu Meili, upon noticing him, did not treat him differently due to his attire. Sir, it makes no difference whom you sign with. I can fulfill any of your requests. Hu Ying extended her hand, attempting to touch Qingfeng, but he evaded her grasp. He was not one to be swayed by superficial charms. You? Since she is not the one signing with me, I shall not make a purchase. Hu Ying's face flushed with anger, yet fearing he might indeed withdraw his business, she had no choice but to summon Wu Meili back. It was rare to encounter someone interested in viewing villas within a year and a half. If her greed for commission jeopardized this order, the consequences would be beyond her capacity to bear. Qingfeng's demeanor also infuriated her, in terms of physique and appearance. She was certainly no less admirable than the utterly ordinary Wu Meili. Was he blind, insisting on signing a contract with Wu Meili? As she felt the mocking gazes of her colleagues surrounding her, Hu Ying's resentment towards Qingfeng deepened. At the entrance, a woman, her body swathed in bandages, was pushed in a wheelchair by 2 men, one old and one young. What are you doing here? Li Shu had been discharged from the hospital. Her injuries had only just stabilized, yet she was eager to leave, intent on seeking vengeance against Lie Jun, lacking Lie Jun's personal contact information. She knew that buyers in the Villa District typically left their details at the sales office. Naturally, only designated customer service personnel could access this information, a measure taken to prevent certain materialistic women from disturbing their lives. She had always contacted Lie Jun through the sales office, but to her dismay, she found herself face-to-face with the very person she least wished to see. Qingfeng also spotted Li Shu and greeted him with great enthusiasm. Oh, you seem to be recovering swiftly. You're already able to stroll about, despite the relentless, excruciating pain coursing through his limbs. Li Shu shot a venomous glare at Qingfeng, declaring, I want you dead. I will promptly inform young Master Li, and he will undoubtedly ensure you pay for this. Qingfeng could hardly be bothered to utter another word. In her eyes, Li Shu was already akin to a deceased individual. The sole reason she refrained from taking her life was to cultivate a sense of despair within her. When, after much toil, she finally managed to contact Lie Jun, she was filled with the hope of ending her own existence, only to learn of his demise, which plunged her into an abyss of hopelessness. Upon hearing this revelation, Qingfeng looked at Li Shu with astonishment and inquired, "Has he offended young Master Li? Are you certain?" Although Qingfeng was not one to provoke the affluent, Lie Jun was indeed a person of note. He had entrusted her with the purchase of his property, leaving her with a profound impression of him. What use is wealth to Gu Qingfeng when Li Dashao hails from the capital, possessing connections far beyond what a mere county dweller can fathom? Indeed, having offended young Master Li, if you have any sense, you should promptly send someone to incapacitate him and cast him out. Upon hearing Qingfeng's inquiry, Li Shu found an ally in her shared animosity toward Gu Qingfeng, both having suffered his retribution. Li Shu did not hold a strong impression of Qingfeng. Yet Qingfeng was aware of her association with Lie Jun. Given her words, it was likely that they held a grain of truth. "Security. Summon the guards and expel this man," she commanded. Qingfeng gritted her teeth, ultimately choosing to align herself with Lie Jun. Perhaps this would irrevocably antagonize Gu Qingfeng, but it would also curry favor with Lie Jun, providing her a formidable shield against others. The security personnel found themselves in a quandary, after all. Gu Qingfeng was a prospective buyer of villas. Although he might not rival Lie Jun, he was evidently not someone they could afford to offend. Yet, as Qingfeng was the manager, they dared not defy her orders. A woman clad in a black uniform approached with graceful strides. It was the very mistress of the villa whom Gu Qingfeng had encountered the previous day. What is all this commotion? A trivial matter turned into such an uproar. How unbecoming. Qingfeng, with a forced smile, gestured towards Gu Qingfeng. "This individual has had a dispute with young Master Li, and for the sake of the company's interests, I wish for the security to take him away." It was then that Chen Zili turned her gaze toward Gu Qingfeng. From her vantage point, she could only discern the figures of the Gu couple, unable to see Gu Qingfeng himself. Upon finally laying eyes on him, her expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly struck Qingfeng across the face with a resounding slap, followed by a kick that sent Qingfeng crashing to the ground. "Have your eyes been blinded? Who is the esteemed guest that you fail to recognize? If you can't handle this, then you should leave immediately." What was happening? Qingfeng recognized the woman as the owner of the villa community. The woman rarely made appearances, yet she had personally welcomed Lie Jun during his last visit. This realization had led Qingfeng to side with Lie Jun. "I'm sorry, boss, I see my error now. I was wrong to underestimate you," Qingfeng mumbled, kneeling before the woman, clutching her abdomen. However, the woman did not even spare her a glance as she turned to Gu Qingfeng and said, "I apologize, esteemed guest. Our oversight has caused you discomfort. Consider this villa a token of my apology." Qingfeng, being astute, quickly acquiesced, but Li Shu clearly lacked such foresight, failing to grasp the unfolding situation. Upon hearing the woman offer a villa to Gu Qingfeng, she was incensed and threatened. "Are you truly willing to give this man a villa? He has offended young Master Li. Do you not fear his wrath?" The woman cast a glance at the battered Li Shu, feeling a flicker of trepidation stir within her. Yesterday, Gu Qingfeng ruthlessly dispatched dozens of individuals, and it is no surprise that Li Shu's injuries were also his doing. This man possesses an exceptionally brutal disposition, and it is evident that tranquility will elude Hai Bei from now on. Do not presume to speak to me of your so-called connections. You are unworthy of such discourse. I have no need to concern myself with the trifling opinions of a mere Lie Jun. Sir, I am Zhao Zili from the esteemed Zhao family of the imperial capital. Here is my business card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Zhao Zili gracefully produced a business card from within her garments, her charming smile illuminating the moment as she offered it to him. Gu Qingfeng accepted it without hesitation, placing it into his pocket. Having connections with a prominent family certainly proves advantageous. Otherwise, as an individual devoid of power or influence, certain matters would indeed be quite challenging to navigate alone. Observing Gu Qingfeng accept the card, Zhao Zili's expression brightened, for it signified that he was open to further interaction with her. This gesture embodies the goodwill of a martial arts master, a value that far surpasses that of a mere villa. The most astonished were the Gu Tian couple, who realized their son had indeed returned transformed. He now possessed the ability to teleport and exhibited remarkable prowess in combat. Yet, they were left perplexed by the situation. He had only just returned days prior, and now he was acquainted with such formidable figures. With a benevolent smile, Gu Qingfeng declared that he would pay the money without hesitation, for it was but a trifling amount. Cast them out, he instructed, for their presence was quite bothersome. Everyone present understood precisely to whom he was referring. And Zhao Zili did not hesitate. She promptly instructed the security to expel Li Shu and her companions. They were indeed thrown out, and in the process, Li Shu, still encased in her plaster cast, found herself on the ground, cursing Qingfeng vehemently. Seeing the situation turn dire, Li Shu's husband and son hastily placed her in a wheelchair and departed, realizing that remaining would only lead to further humiliation. Zhao Zili sought to ingratiate herself with the young man, acknowledging that without the appearance of Li Xiao, the opportunity for revenge would be lost. Zhao Zili insisted that the villa be a gift, a small token of her appreciation, and Qingfeng, unable to refuse her, acquiesced. Having decided to forge a friendship with her, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the matter. Arrangements were made for the villa to be cleaned promptly, ensuring that Qingfeng and his family could move in the following day. As Shangguan remained in a state of bewilderment, she heard her son calling her name and, in a daze, inscribed her name on the property deed. The day's events had overwhelmed her. When had her son become so remarkable? Had she truly regained a villa of her own? Shangguan felt a swell of joy, not merely for the villa itself, but for the growth of her son, which served as a validation of her decision to sever ties with her family and marry Gu Tian. Though the villa in a small county paled in comparison to her family's estate, it symbolized something far greater. Once the contract was finalized, Qingfeng had no intention of lingering. He departed with his parents, casting a deliberate, amiable smile at Wu Meili before leaving. As the second daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Zili was astute and exceptionally perceptive. With just a glance from Qingfeng, she comprehended his unspoken message. Huing, you are no longer suited for the position of manager. Wu Meili will take your place, and you shall report to her for training. As for the commission from the sale of this villa, I will transfer it to your account at the end of the month, Meili. Huing sank to the floor, aghast. After 5 years of hard work to attain the managerial position, it was now stripped away without warning. Why should a mere newcomer like Wu Meili be permitted to usurp her role? Hu Ying's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible resentment towards Wu Meili, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by despair. However, she dared not voice her discontent. Zhao Zili's decisions were irrefutable, and she could only blame herself for choosing the wrong side, a consequence of her own making. Meanwhile, Wu Meili felt as though she had been struck by a windfall, slightly dazed by her sudden promotion to manager. Furthermore, she would receive a commission for the villa gifted to Qingfeng, fully aware that it was due to his influence. Without his charming smile, Zhao Yi would likely have overlooked her, a mere insignificant figure. The several confident female sales representatives at the sales office lamented their misfortune, regretting the actions that had led to Wu Meili's unexpected rise. It was merely during a time when no one was present to receive guests that she, in a fit of infatuation, took the initiative to welcome Qingfeng and his family. Such a simple act led to her swift elevation in status. Had it been one of them, Qingfeng might have taken notice of them as well. They could have soared to great heights, enjoying a life among the elite. Individuals whom even the most powerful must seek to please, thus indicating their esteemed position. After lingering for a while longer, Zhao Zili eventually departed from the sales office. No sooner had she left than a throng of colleagues surrounded her, each offering their congratulations. Such is the nature of this world. Rife with those who bully the weak while fearing the strong, with Wu Meili's promotion, they were more than willing to lower themselves, groveling like eager lapdogs. Zhao Zili declined the offer of her colleagues to send her home, and the family of three strolled leisurely, with Gu Tian and his wife refraining from inquiring about Qingfeng. Qingfeng did not voluntarily speak. His mind entered the chat group in his mind. It would be quite unreasonable to have purchased a villa without acquiring a luxury vehicle. The book-loving ghoul remarked, the boss hasn't logged in for 2 days. Has he encountered something unhappy? Tony, the unfaithful, replied, we don't know, and we dare not ask. The last time I misspoke, I was beaten for an hour, and my injuries haven't healed yet. Shouldn't Xiao Chu come to visit Uncle? Fire Fist Ace interjected, stop playing the victim. Lord Ban didn't truly harm you. How much strength could Yunyao possibly have? Tony, the unfaithful, retorted, you're talking nonsense. While it's true that Lord Ban didn't kill me, your little girlfriend can be quite heavy-handed. It's clear that they are bullying the honest. The destroyer of worlds chimed in, serves you right. Who told you to speak carelessly every day? Others aren't getting beaten up, and it's your own doing. The strongest of dimensions inquired, Tony, do you have any decent sports cars? Give me a few for my family to drive. No sooner had he spoken than a notification echoed through the group. Tony, the unfaithful, sent a special red envelope to the strongest of dimensions. The strongest of dimensions successfully claimed the red envelope. Despite having anticipated this, Qingfeng was still profoundly astonished when he opened the envelope. As expected of the wealthiest man in Marvel, he directly gifted 2 Ferrari LaFerraris and 3 Rolls-Royces. The great benefactor commented, "You are truly extravagant, sending 5 vehicles without a second thought." The book-loving ghoul added, "Uncle Tony, you are indeed wealthy. We seldom see such cars around here." Fire-Fist remarked, "Most of what we have here are warships. Rarely do people use such transportation." Tony, the unfaithful, dismissed it casually. "This is merely a trifle. If everyone likes it, I can gift each of you a car." Tony Stark's vanity was greatly satisfied. Ever since joining this group, he had fallen from being a top-tier figure to just another face in the crowd. There were countless individuals more formidable than him, rendering his wealth nearly useless. Apart from Qingfeng, others did not exchange currency with him. Today, however, he finally felt a sense of pride, and he instantly sensed his status within the group rising exponentially. The strongest of dimensions sent Tony, the unfaithful, a special points red envelope. Tony, the unfaithful, responded, "Boss, you are being too formal. We are all friends here. A few cars are nothing to worry about." Tony, the unfaithful, successfully claimed the red envelope. Although he spoke generously, he honestly accepted the red envelope. After all, a red envelope from the boss would not be insignificant with this sum of points. He could potentially skyrocket to become one of the top figures in the group, and then he could confront anyone he found displeasing. Fire-Fist exclaimed. Tony hit the jackpot. A few old cars exchanged for 50,000 points. The Grim Reaper elementary student remarked, "I thought those cars looked nice, but now they seem less appealing. Points are far more enticing." The book-loving ghoul concluded, "That is 50,000 points. Uncle Tony must be overjoyed." Seeking to cling to power, disdainful, shameless, trading a few dilapidated vehicles for such a wealth of points from the esteemed leader. Fire-Fist Ace, indeed, indeed. Let us collectively scorn him. Tony the unfaithful. Upon closer inspection, the points for the magma fruit are not exorbitant. Fire-Fist Ace, I advise you to exercise caution. Tony Stark has also seen the news about Yunyao and is aware that, under normal circumstances, Ace would be defeated by Akainu. Fire-Fist Ace, do you genuinely believe you could triumph over me? Even with the magma fruit, your strength pales in comparison. The potency of a fruit is dictated by its host. Do you truly think your martial prowess is even a fraction of mine? Tony Stark, you may be formidable, but one day my strength shall surpass yours. When that day comes, if I do not strike you thrice in one day, I shall not be called Tony Stark. The book-loving ghoul, I can't help but feel that Uncle Tony is courting disaster. He still cannot defeat Brother Ace, so why does he dare provoke him? The strongest in the dimension, points can enhance oneself, such as hockey, chakra, or physical strength, and one may also opt for technological augmentation. The pinnacle of science is theology. Will you strive to reach the divine realm through science, or will you fortify your own power? Contemplate this carefully, Tony. Tony pondered this notion, perceiving it as too distant. In the past, he had naively believed that with the Iron Man suit, he was invincible. However, upon entering the chat group and through Yunyao's revelations, he learned of his future adversaries and realized how naive his thoughts had been. At the very least, he must be capable of defeating the future Thanos. It was only with the arrival of the leader that he understood there are greater powers beyond his own, and that there are beings far beyond mere mortals. The leader's strength has become his lifelong aspiration, yet he harbors doubts. Does he truly have the opportunity to keep pace with the leader? Qingfeng's words deeply resonated with him. Everyone in the group had become strong through their own efforts, whereas he relied on technology. I will carefully consider my future direction, and I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed mentor. Such matters cannot be resolved hastily, so I shall hold on to these points for now and utilize them once I have determined my future path. As for Tony Stark, Qingfeng harbors a favorable impression of him. Aside from his somewhat brash demeanor, he is fundamentally a good person. This is why he took the initiative to caution him, as he does not hold a particularly optimistic view of technological advancement. Despite the presence of numerous methods for harnessing high-tech energies within the group, such as advanced superion cannons, energy converters, and photon aggregation guns, each possessing the power to cause catastrophic destruction, he believes that external forces are ultimately just that, external. Qingfeng does not perceive technology as a sustainable path. However, recognizing that each individual's journey is unique, he refrains from overly influencing Tony's choices. Qingfeng exited the chat group, glanced around to ensure there were no surveillance cameras nearby, and with a swift motion of his right hand, summoned a sleek, jet-black supercar onto the ground. Gu Tian and Shangwan Yun were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the colossal object. The act of transforming money was already astonishing. But how could one merely wave a hand and conjure forth a vehicle? How is it that you possess the ability to manifest such a grand carriage? Gu Tian gazed at Gu Qingfeng with a look of bewilderment, harboring suspicions that his son might be possessed by some manner of creature. It could hardly be magic. After all, what sort of sorcery could transform into a vehicle mid-stride? Such a notion seemed utterly far-fetched, especially with him and the sixth person present. The explanation was indeed convoluted. In due time, one might consider watching Dragon Ball. Upon its conclusion, you would grasp the essence of most of my abilities. Gu Qingfeng found himself at a loss when it came to discussing the matter of the chat group. As for the identity of Gogeta, as long as he continued to move about on Earth, it was only a matter of time before it would be revealed. There was no need for deliberate concealment. Dragon Ball, as a legendary paragon of spirited Japanese anime, boasted an astonishing fanbase, and recognition was merely a question of time. Informing his parents was not an issue. However, the timing for discussing the chat group was not yet ripe, especially given the awareness of the existence of martial artists and those with extraordinary abilities. While martial artists were somewhat acceptable, akin to characters from wuxia novels in Gu Qingfeng's perspective, the presence of those with supernatural powers instilled a sense of caution within him. The ability to predict one's future, among other daunting capabilities, was truly alarming. Who could ascertain what other extraordinary powers might exist? If his parents became aware of the chat group, they would be entangled in a precarious situation. A gentleman's fault lies in possessing precious stones, and should others discover this, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the entire world. Gu Tian was perplexed. Could it be that his son had traversed into the realm of anime characters? How else could he repeatedly be compelled to indulge in such animated spectacles? Very well, I shall return home and find time to watch. Shangwan Yun wore a radiant smile. Ever since she learned that her son was alive, her joy had been unwavering. Whether in wealth or in poverty, all that mattered to her was the continuous presence of her family. Her son had chosen not to confide in her, undoubtedly for his own reasons. Gu Qingfeng remained silent, and she, being an empathetic woman, would not pry into his thoughts. As she gazed at the luxurious vehicle before them, Gu Tian regarded Gu Qingfeng with an unusual expression and posed a rather peculiar question. Are you capable of driving? I recall you have yet to obtain your driver's license. Gu Qingfeng did not think too much about it, and replied nonchalantly, Of course not. Dad, you already have a driver's license, and you've been an experienced driver for over a decade. Surely, you can't have forgotten how to drive. Gu Tian touched his forehead, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. I have been driving for over a decade. Yet I have never had the privilege of driving a Ferrari. Furthermore, I have never even seen this particular model of Ferrari. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng had truly overlooked the fact, being so preoccupied with asking Tony to deliver the car that he forgot his father had only ever driven the finest of vehicles, which was merely a BMW. Aren't they all the same? After all, driving is fundamentally a similar experience regardless of the car. Gu Tian, somewhat at a loss for words, earnestly explained, I have never encountered this Ferrari before, but judging by its design, the price is certainly not less than several million. If I were to accidentally scratch or bump it, it would be quite distressing. It would be better for you to keep it for yourself. Just purchase another vehicle for me and your mother. After all the fuss, it became clear that his father was simply afraid of the consequences of mishandling a Ferrari on his first drive and inadvertently causing damage to the car. Gu Qingfeng had long lost any concept of money. A few days ago, during his battle with Zamasu, he unknowingly destroyed countless luxurious mansions and extravagant cars in the Dragon Ball universe. It matters not. It's merely for you and my mother to buy some groceries. If anything gets damaged, I shall simply replace it for you, as I possess an abundance of such things. The expression on Gu Qingfeng's face was far from feigned. Gu Tian could not fathom the world to which his son had traveled. Not only was he remarkably powerful, but he was also extraordinarily affluent. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Tian accepted the car keys. What man does not harbor a fondness for luxury vehicles, especially when this one is a token of his son's affection? The car's initial movements were rather cumbersome. The Ferrari's gear shift and steering mechanism differed significantly from that of an ordinary vehicle, necessitating Gu Tian's gradual acclimatization. After spending more than 10 minutes, he finally grasped the basic driving technique. As for the other features, such as the tempered glass and various jet systems, He was entirely oblivious, deeming them unnecessary for his purposes. Gu Tian drove slowly, taking an hour to reach his destination by taxi, while his return journey into the city took a full hour and a half. However, there were advantages to driving this car. Upon entering the city, most vehicles instinctively made way for him, as they had never encountered such a Ferrari before. They recognized the model, yet knew it was beyond their means to afford. So it was prudent to keep their distance. Naturally, it also captured the attention of numerous women along the way, for in their small county, encountering a luxury car worth millions was a rarity, perhaps only once in a year or more. Moreover, keen-eyed pedestrians noticed that not only was the car impressive, but the license plate was equally remarkable, sporting 5 6s following the characters of the capital city. This was not something easily attainable by mere wealth in all of China. Such an identity would not exceed a handful. The license plate was procured by Qingfeng using 1,000 points, arranged in advance through a chat group. Otherwise, Tony's American plate, suddenly appearing in China, could have caused complications. Upon returning to his residential community, all those outside were instantly captivated, as the residents of this neighborhood were predominantly ordinary citizens. Before Gu Tian became the target of Lie Jun's machinations, he merely managed a modest business, barely scraping by as a member of the middle class, and was considered relatively affluent within his community. However, he only drove a Toyota. Following the onslaught of adversities, he sold off everything he could. At this juncture, the arrival of a Ferrari in the neighborhood sparked considerable speculation among residents regarding the identity of this mysterious benefactor. The vehicle came to a halt at Gu Qingfeng's doorstep, and as the harmonious family of 3 alighted, the onlookers erupted into a flurry of chatter. Wasn't it said that old Gu had provoked a powerful figure and had suffered severe consequences? What was this newfound situation? Who could say? Perhaps Gu Tian had summoned a savior? Yet, look, was Gu Tian's leg healed? Old Gu must possess some remarkable connections to know such influential individuals. Just days ago, he had been bedridden and immobile. Now, miraculously, he seemed restored. One could only wonder where he had found such an extraordinary healer. Gu Tian is known for his amicable and upright character, earning him a commendable reputation among his neighbors. However, due to his humble status and limited influence, they were unable to confront Lie Jun, a figure of considerable power. Within a mere few days, Gu Tian's supermarket was unjustly shut down, and his years of hard-earned savings were pilfered. Despite having connections to intervene, the authorities turned a blind eye to his plight, and the neighbors, intimidated by the circumstances, dared not speak of Gu Tian, merely expressing their sorrow over his unfortunate fate. As Gu Qingfeng descended, he undeniably captivated the attention of the women present. His resolute and handsome visage, coupled with a physique brimming with explosive strength, was nothing short of striking. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, he struck the perfect balance, not too tall, yet not overly diminutive. Every aspect of this man radiated excellence. His good looks, impressive build, and affluence seemed to fulfill nearly every fantasy held by the majority of women. Regrettably, Gu Qingfeng remained unresponsive to the flirtatious glances cast his way, quietly following his parents upstairs instead. This indifference left the women feeling quite disappointed. However, the astute among them promptly devised a plan for their parents to visit the Gu family, seeking to forge a connection with Gu Tian in hopes of extracting Gu Qingfeng's contact information. If you can't find your type downstairs, remember that the past cannot be altered, but the future holds endless possibilities. Do not linger in bygone moments. Upon entering the house, Gu Tian gently patted his son's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, his tone nonchalant as he remarked, "I have no particular type that I favor, and I am not in haste to find a girlfriend. The future stretches far ahead, and I am not pressed for time." When he returns to the Dragon Ball universe, Gu Qingfeng plans to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to wish for eternal life, and he intends to make the same wish for his parents. With immortality at his disposal, his interest in pursuing romantic relationships has waned. Moreover, the emotional turmoil caused by Wang Fei has subtly altered his inner world. You may not be in a rush, but your mother is eager for grandchildren. This evening, pack your belongings, and before you depart tomorrow, bid farewell to the folks in the neighborhood. Gu Qingfeng could not comprehend his father's intentions. When the family was targeted by Lie Jun, did they ever come forward to assist you? Gu Tian cast a fleeting glance at his wife and offered a wry smile. Shang Guanyin interjected, explaining, "While it is true they did not extend their assistance to us, they also refrained from adding insult to injury, did they not? To speak frankly, if you were in their position, Would you risk offending a powerful and affluent scion for the sake of a neighbor with whom you maintain a cordial relationship? Ancient Qingfeng, consider the situation from another's perspective. Had it been him, he likely would not have offered assistance either. It is merely the occurrence of these events in his own life that has rendered him so discontented. Without awaiting his response, Shang Wanyan gently continued, as a young man, perhaps in a moment of impulsiveness, you extended a hand. Yet, the case with our neighbors is different. They're all family men. Your uncle Zhou next door, who has shared a friendship with your father for over a decade, wishes to assist our family. However, he has children and a family that requires his care. Not long ago, he visited your father for a drink and wept in his arms, lamenting his inability to aid him. With reddened eyes, he expressed his fearlessness towards death, yet he must consider his daughter and elderly relatives. He truly cannot afford to offend Lie Jun. Qingfeng reminisced about Uncle Zhou, who was always the life of the party at the dining table, sharing laughter and stories. Their friendship spanned many years, having known each other since their middle school days. In his childhood, Uncle Zhou often treated him to delicious snacks. And whenever he found himself in trouble at school, fearing reprimand at home, he would secretly enlist Uncle Zhou's help to cover for him. Qingfeng sighed deeply within his heart. However, to be treated in such a manner within his own household, regardless of the multitude of reasons, the inaction of Uncle Zhou left him profoundly disheartened. Even if he did nothing more than stand up for Gu Tian and voice a sentiment of injustice, Qingfeng would have been able to comprehend his stance. Gu Tian also spoke up, similarly for the sake of his dear brother. He wished to prevent any rift between his son and Lao Zhou. My child, such is the nature of humanity. When one has a family, children, and elderly to care for, the entire burden rests solely upon one's shoulders, leaving little room for risk. If Uncle Zhou were unmarried, he would, even at the cost of his own life, never stand idly by while others mistreat your father. I have an eye for people, and this much confidence I still possess. Qingfeng lowered his head in silence. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s, and in terms of composure, he undeniably fell short compared to his father. Qingfeng had no intention of continuing this discussion. Instead, he conjured $5 million once more, instructing his parents to deposit it into their account the following day, recognizing that he could not remain at home indefinitely, as he had tasks to undertake in the myriad realms and would soon return to the Dragon Ball world for the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. He deemed it essential for his parents to have sufficient funds for their daily expenses. He need not worry about their safety, as on the night of his return, he had fused the Soul Punisher and the Soul Guardian, creating a new technique, Absolute Soul Defense. This technique not only enhanced his ability to discern hostility with remarkable precision, but also endowed him with unparalleled strength. Though he had never encountered a so-called martial arts master, Qingfeng was certain that his protective shield, even by contemporary standards, would remain unscathed by any adversary. The essence of absolute soul defense transcended mere physical protection. It fortified the soul itself. While enveloping his parents' bodies with his own energy, he simultaneously infused their fragile souls with a steady stream of power, gradually fortifying their spiritual essence. However, this process would be slow, as haste could potentially harm their souls, which were fortified by an indomitable defense. Under this dual protection, no harm could befall his parents. On the evening of his return, assassins dispatched by Lie Jun's father arrived, but alas, they were detected by the absolute defense upon entering the house. Their ill intentions immediately sensed. They vanished silently into the sea of energy, their very flesh evaporating, leaving no one to know that 2 assassins had perished that night. In the span of a day, his parents tidied the home, which held little in the way of possessions, save for a few sentimental items they chose to carry away. The house itself would remain a steadfast presence in their lives. After Gu Tian took the time to deposit $5 million into his bank account, he decided to take Guanyin shopping for clothes in the evening. The garments in their home were outdated styles from many years ago, and with newfound wealth, he wished to make amends for his wife. Today, all expenses would be covered by Gu, and Xiaoyan could ask for anything she desired. Guanyin smiled at him, playfully pinching his ear and teasingly remarked, "Using our son's money to buy for me? How shameless you are, still calling yourself Gudage. I shall give you another chance." Gu Tian hurriedly pleaded with his wife, refraining from any further boastfulness. I was wrong, my dear," he admitted. The couple had always shared distinct roles, with Gu Tian managing the external affairs while Shang Wanyan held sway within the household. As long as no outsiders were present, decisions were predominantly made by Shang Wanyan. When friends were around, she would graciously afford Gu Tian the respect he deserved. Throughout their years of marriage, they had only quarreled once, following the birth of their child. Qingfeng. Shang Guanyun had expressed a desire for a second child, but Gu Tian vehemently opposed the idea, believing that childbirth posed significant risks. He remained steadfast in his stance, insisting that one child sufficed, while Shang Guanyun continuously explained that, appearances aside, modern medical advancements had mitigated many of the associated dangers. Gu Tian, resolute in his decision, firmly refused to consider the possibility of a second child. Shang Guanyun understood that his stance was rooted in concern for her well-being. Yet she yearned to bear a daughter for the man she loved. This marked one of the rare, genuine arguments between them, yet ultimately, Shang Guanyun could not sway Gu Tian. Apart from that incident, their relationship remained harmonious. Although their financial situation was modest, Shang Guanyun continually basked in the warmth of happiness. Gu Tian called out to Gu Qingfeng's bedroom, "Hey, kid, I'm heading out to buy clothes for your mother. Are you coming along?" "Yes. I want to buy a few outfits as well." Gu Qingfeng pushed open the door, realizing it was time for him to change his attire. Although this battle garb would neither soil nor emit any odor, it was hardly appropriate for him to remain bare-chested at all times. He found it rather dashing. Yet he could not deny that it attracted the gaze of many women, leaving him with the unsettling notion that he might be devoured by their attention. The roar of the engine drew the curious glances of the nearby residents once more. Gu Tian exchanged a few pleasantries with the onlookers before heading straight towards the cheap house shop in the heart of the city. Gu Tian gritted his teeth, filled with resentment at his son for not being completely honest with him. "Haven't you long desired to purchase a few kipeos? Today, let us indulge ourselves and see just how much money this young man truly possesses." Shang Guanyun, with an ineffable beauty, playfully rolled her eyes at him and, in a teasing tone, replied, "Oh, you, a grown man, still lack decorum. Just because our son has money doesn't mean he should squander it." Gu Tian found himself entranced by her charm. Even after decades of marriage, he remained captivated by Shang Guanyun's beauty. To be honest, Gu Tian was undeniably handsome. In his youth, he could rely on his looks to make a living. However, compared to the gentle and virtuous Shang Guanyun, he could only be considered average. In her prime, Shang Guanyun was not merely the belle of the school, she eclipsed all young women in the capital. Wherever she was present, all other women seemed to pale in comparison. The gaze of the crowd was irresistibly drawn to her, with excellent academic achievements and a prestigious background. Everyone believed her future was boundless. In the days of old, Gu Tian found himself utterly captivated by Shang Guanyun, an occurrence that astonished those around them. As Shang Guanyun acquiesced to Gu Tian's pursuit, there were no excessive trials nor any mention of socioeconomic disparities. Once united, Gu Tian was wholly obedient to Shang Guanyun. Although she had crossed the threshold of 40, perhaps due to her constitution, her skin remained as delicate as that of a woman in her 30s, even without constant care. However, after Gu Qingfeng's untimely demise, as if by some unseen connection, Shang Guanyun ceased to smile altogether. Presently, when she does smile, accompanied by a voice as gentle as flowing water, Gu Tian finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. Was it not merely to ascertain the extent of his wealth? He not only knows the owner of a luxurious villa community, but has also secured the gift of a residence and conjured a Ferrari, with the currency manifesting as American dollars. Observing his parents flaunting their affection, Gu Qingfeng refrains from voicing any criticism, responding instead with a weary tone, "It's fine. Spend as you wish, there's plenty of money. If you fancy it, just buy that cheap house store. Your son may not have much, but he certainly has an abundance of funds." As Gu Tian turned the steering wheel in his hands, he lamented, "If you hadn't followed me, your mother wouldn't have been so elated about purchasing a nicer piece of clothing. Ultimately, it's your father's lack of capability that has caused your mother to endure such hardships alongside me." Observing Gu Tian's guilt-ridden expression, Shang Guanyun felt an overwhelming sense of compassion and sought to offer words of solace. "My happiness stems solely from the fact that my son is safe and has achieved success. The choice of clothing holds little significance for me, as you well know. Moreover, your current predicament is a consequence of my influence." Gu Qingfeng was bewildered by the revelations. He was unaware of the intricate entanglements of the older generation, having only gleaned fragments from his parents. His mother had once been the cherished jewel of a prominent family. Ultimately, she defied her family's wishes and chose not to enter into an alliance with another clan, but instead opted for his father, leading them back to their hometown. He had never contemplated the ramifications of his mother's severed ties. He had never met his maternal grandfather and had little impression of that illustrious family. According to his mother, it seemed that this family had once taken action against his father. A cold light flickered in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, prompting him to seek his father out for a private conversation. Should the situation warrant it, Gu Qingfeng would not hesitate to deliver a harrowing lesson to them. Enough of this, he said. The child is still here. Let us go and purchase some clothes. Gu Tian repressed his thoughts, refraining from further discussing the past. His lack of proficiency on the road was evident, and he certainly did not wish to encounter any mishaps. Just moments ago, he had nearly collided with another vehicle, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng had enveloped the Ferrari in an invisible aura, ensuring that no collision would occur, at most. It would merely nudge the other car aside. Gradually growing accustomed to the operation of the Ferrari, Gu Tian began to increase his speed. Arriving at the county center after more than 20 minutes, the trio undoubtedly attracted the attention of all, with Gu Tian's striking appearance equally captivating. Standing together, the handsome man and beautiful woman formed a stunning pair. Clad in combat attire, Gu Qingfeng was a veritable standout, exuding an effortless charm that drew the gaze of numerous women. Coupled with the presence of a luxury vehicle, their arrival instantly commanded the spotlight. The three approached an inconspicuous shop on the street, Fengxiang Pavilion, the largest boutique cheap house store in China and the only one with a nationwide chain. Upon entering, the staff eagerly gathered around, inquiring about which style Miss Shangwan intended to purchase. Madam, you might want to try this one. It is a new arrival, and there are no more than 500 pieces available in the country, being situated on a street dedicated to fashion. The striking entrance of Gu Qingfeng and his companions had certainly caught the attention of the staff, as such high-profile customers were rare in Hebei County. Under the renowned brand of Fengxiang Pavilion, the prices were correspondingly exorbitant, making it unaffordable for most ordinary families, except for a select few. Gao Tianhao, brimming with confidence, declared, "Give it a try. If you like it, purchasing it won't cost a fortune." The aura of a nouveau riche enveloped him, leaving the female attendants to lament their lack of resemblance to Shangwan Yun. It is noteworthy that the price of this ensemble amounted to a staggering 100,000 yuan. Such an amount could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year, yet he made the purchase without a flicker of hesitation, proclaiming his intent with unwavering resolve. Gu Tian embraced Shangwan Yun, the two of them affectionately setting off to purchase garments. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng found himself wandering aimlessly along the bustling streets. The cheap house store held no attire for men, compelling him to seek alternatives elsewhere. "Hello, young man. I am Li Ting. May we get acquainted and exchange contact information?" Not far along his path, a young woman of about 18 or 19 approached him, greeting him warmly. "Greetings, I am Gu Qingfeng. I apologize, but I have yet to acquire a mobile phone, so I regret any inconvenience." Gu Qingfeng spoke nothing but the unvarnished truth. He was not merely feigning indifference towards the young lady. He truly did not possess a mobile phone. For a fleeting moment, the young lady's expression froze in her mind. Given her stunning beauty, it was a first for her to be rebuffed after making the first move. How could it be possible that someone, in this day and age, did not own a mobile phone? You might as well claim to be a caveman. "Young sir, could it be that you have a girlfriend? It would be perfectly acceptable to share a contact number." Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a faint smile, unwilling to engage further, and turned to leave. This girl was merely attracted to his wealth. It was not that Gu Qingfeng looked down upon her. People naturally aspire to ascend, much like water flows downward. Such is human nature. He simply lacked the inclination to entangle himself with a woman, at least for the time being. Glancing around at the several pairs of eyes observing them, the girl steeled herself and attempted to wrap her arms around Gu Qingfeng. A curious phenomenon occurred. Although she distinctly perceived her hands enveloping him, they met only empty air, failing to make contact with Gu Qingfeng. The moment she moved, he sensed her intention. Yet he refrained from humiliating her in front of the crowd, causing his arm to blur into a mere afterimage. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson. Having mustered the courage to be proactive, she faced rejection. If she lost this bet, her predicament would be dire. Out shopping with her university roommates, she was drawn to Gu Qingfeng, unaware that he had descended from a luxury car. Her approach was spurred solely by her aesthetic preferences, particularly as she was not fond of the delicate, effeminate type. Gu Qingfeng perfectly embodied all her fantasies of an ideal partner. Under the influence of several mischievous friends, she unwittingly fell into their trap, realizing that if she failed to obtain Gu Qingfeng's contact information, she would owe them a month's worth of snacks. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Qingfeng had no phone number to share, thus her efforts were destined to be in vain. Oh. But the young man had already expressed his disinterest in sharing his contact details. Why persist so stubbornly? Amidst the crowd, another girl emerged. her beauty rivaling that of Li Ting. Each possessed distinctive charms, with Li Ting exuding a purer aura, while the newly arrived girl radiated an alluring elegance. Witnessing her rival's embarrassing predicament, Li Ting's expression soured. Zhang Mei, this has nothing to do with you. Why should I suffer for your amusement? Zhang Mei replied with a coy smile, waving her hand dismissively. You, the self-proclaimed goddess, can't even secure your own success. Isn't watching you falter enough? I won't make a fool of myself. Li Ting's eyes burned with indignation. The two had long been embroiled in a silent rivalry for the title of campus flower, with neither emerging victorious. However, should today's incident become public, her reputation at school would be irrevocably tarnished. Typically, she would not be overly concerned about the title of campus flower, yet as it was determined by student votes, she and Zhang Mei shared the top position. Since then, Zhang Mei had devised various schemes to undermine her, but Li Ting was not one to be easily intimidated, and her temper often led her to confrontations. Qingfeng found himself sandwiched between two women, feeling quite overwhelmed. He had a profound aversion to complications. With so many people around, he was reluctant to reveal his true abilities over such a trivial matter. Young man, may I invite you to dinner this evening? To Li Ting's surprise, Zhang Mei actually extended an invitation to Qingfeng, an action that was inconsistent with her usual demeanor. Zhang Mei was an individual driven by ambition. She never prioritized appearance when selecting a partner, but rather sought those with power and influence. She was unapologetically transparent about her criteria for choosing a mate. Yet she never dismissed other suitors, treating them as potential backups. Qingfeng's attire was exquisite. However, despite Li Ting's family's affluence, it was difficult to discern any prominent brand. According to Zhang Mei's usual demeanor, it was improbable that she would initiate a conversation with Qingfeng. Could it be that she sought to outshine me? Appearing more alluring in comparison? My apologies, but I have matters to attend to today. I must decline the invitation to dine. Qingfeng flatly declined. If his refusal of Li Ting stemmed from her lack of intentions to seek a girlfriend in the short term, then his disinterest in Zhang Mei was purely a matter of personal preference. He found the glint in her eyes disingenuous and had no affection for women who were excessively calculating. Zhang Mei's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly resumed her facade of nonchalance. Unlike Li Ting, who was rather naive and straightforward in her approach, Zhang Mei understood that dining with a man was the most effective way to cultivate intimacy. However, she would not typically act so impulsively. Her yearning for that Ferrari had clouded her judgment. When Qingfeng stepped out of the car, she caught sight of him, which was the impetus for her bold attempt to engage him in conversation. A man of such elite stature was a rarity in her small county. Encountering someone who could afford a million-yuan Mercedes was impressive enough, let alone a multi-million-yuan Ferrari, which one might not see for years. She was indifferent to the character of the man himself. Her interest was piqued solely by wealth, and who would decline something better? Naturally, a handsome, wealthy man with an athletic physique was the epitome of desirability. Over the past 2 years, the affluent men she had pursued ranged from middle-aged uncles in their 40s to those barely in their 30s, none of whom were particularly easy on the eyes. Finally meeting someone as seemingly perfect as Qingfeng, she feared that if she hesitated, he might slip away. The fact that he refused to even share a meal left her questioning her own allure. You're no different. How dare you criticize me? If I were in your shoes, I would have long since found a hole to hide in. The two glared at each other with hostility, but Zhang Mei did not wish to prolong the confrontation. When she glanced back, Qingfeng had already departed. He had no interest in entangling himself in such matters. His initial desire to stroll was now extinguished as he hurried towards Fengxiang Pavilion. He had not ventured far, and within 2 minutes, he was back at the pavilion, hearing a commotion from a distance. What good is your wealth? Ask her if she dares to sell it to you. Go on. In broad daylight. How dare you threaten someone so brazenly? Do you think this world lacks laws? I am the law, and I intend to see who dares to be the first to challenge me. The voice sounded like his father's. Qingfeng staggered to the entrance of Fengxiang Pavilion, where he saw his father shielding his mother behind him. In front of them stood several burly men, the leader of whom was a mountain of muscle, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, embracing a stunning young woman, effectively cornering his parents. Several female employees watched from a distance, too frightened to intervene. While Shang Wanyun felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, she understood her son's character. Should he return and witness this, he might act rashly. The publication adopts a markedly different stance. After a rare indulgence of taking his wife to purchase an outfit, he finds himself subjected to humiliation, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. The woman, with an air of superiority, pointed imperiously at Shang Wanyun, declaring, I am quite magnanimous. Offer me an apology and relinquish the garment, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Gu Tian would not hesitate to confront her simply because she was a woman. We were the first to try on the clothes and had already paid. Why should we apologize for your unwarranted intrusion? A middle-aged man, his face adorned with excess flesh, erupted into a boisterous laugh, pointing at one of his lackeys behind him. Do you know who I am? Come on, tell him. Who am I? The lackey, disdainfully spitting on the ground, adopted a tone reminiscent of a teacher reprimanding an ignorant child. Our boss is Zhu Hu, the underground emperor of Hebei County. Everyone knows my brother who in Hebei County. Forcing you to apologize is merely a favor. Had it been my brother whose temper back in the day, you would have been dead by now. All right. We no longer want the clothes. You can have them. I'll go find the clerk to get our money back. Shangguan Yin tightly grasped Gu Tian's arm, ultimately deciding to relinquish the qipao. She truly adored it, which was precisely why Gu Tian remained unwavering. Gu Tian has always felt that she has endured too much injustice while following him, transforming from a lofty princess into a mere Cinderella. After much anticipation, their son returned with great vigor, and he believed that by basking in his son's glory, he could finally provide his wife with a life of comfort. Yet, even the simple act of purchasing clothing subjected her to ridicule. Please, what is going on? If there is anything, let me know. Gu Qingfeng nonchalantly brushed aside a few burly men blocking his path and approached his parents. Casting a quick glance around, he inquired. Before Gu Tian could respond, Shangguan Yun interjected, fearing that her son might take a dire turn. She wished to avoid witnessing any further harm to her son or husband. It's nothing, really. We simply took someone else's clothing by mistake. We can return it without issue. Gu Tianyi, once known for his magnanimous disposition, now wore an expression rife with fury. Yet, upon noticing Shangguan Yun's piercing gaze directed at him, he refrained from inciting her ire, choosing instead to seethe in silence. Who could elucidate the situation for him? He would gladly reward anyone who could, even with a sum as grand as 10,000. His mother remained reticent, and Gu Qingfeng, opting not to press further, extracted a bundle of 10,000 US dollars from his pocket, brandishing it in his hand. The captivating young woman extended her delicate hand, claiming the money, while a flicker of surprise flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. With a nonchalant tone, she began to explain, I have taken a liking to this garment, however. Your mother preemptively tried it on and made the purchase, which has left me quite displeased. If your mother returns the item and offers an apology, I shall extend my forgiveness to both of you. Gu Qingfeng smiled, for he had not anticipated encountering such unabashed individuals. It was quite evident that she had arrived late, yet she insisted that his mother had stolen her garments. The seasoned warrior, Zhu Hu, was far from the foolishness of a mere young woman. He cautiously inquired, Brother, let us consider the return of the clothing a closed matter. There is no need for an apology. Let us simply regard this as an opportunity to forge a friendship. The exposed physique of Gu Qingfeng instilled a sense of unease in Zhu Hu. Although Gu Qingfeng's muscles were not particularly large and could not be compared to those of a regular gym-goer, there was an undeniable aura of strength that emanated from him. His gaze, inadvertently laced with disdain, conveyed an air of superiority. Zhu Hu, wary of offending someone formidable, resolved to take a step back. Gu Qingfeng firmly grasped his mother, who was about to return her clothes, and guided her to a nearby sofa, urging her to sit. He then returned to confront Zhu Hu. We have already paid, yet you insist on us returning the clothing. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Zhu Hu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this young man would be so ungrateful, especially after he had extended an olive branch. Although he held some reservations about Gu Qingfeng, a seasoned figure in Hebei, he could not be intimidated by a mere youth. So you think you can push your luck, do you? Do not mistake a bit of wealth for arrogance in my presence. You should inquire about who I fear. Possessing a car worth millions does not prove anything. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, casting a deliberate glance at Zhu Hu. So, there is nothing left to discuss? Zhu Hu felt a pang of trepidation. As Gu Qingfeng's gaze fell upon him, he suddenly sensed the piercing scrutiny of a demon, causing an inner turmoil that made him momentarily falter. The mature woman, however, harbored no such reservations. She shot a fierce glare at Shangguan Yun, blaming the woman for the predicament that had befallen her. Little did she remember that it was Shangguan Yun who had purchased the garment first, and her fondness for it stemmed not only from its exquisite beauty but also from a deeper, more insidious jealousy, a jealousy of Shangguan Yun's stunning allure. The envy that simmers between women can be far more formidable than that which exists among men. as she beheld Shangwan Yun's exquisitely crafted visage. She could not help but resent her own beauty, which was maintained solely through cosmetics. She longed to be in Shangwan Yun's place. "Return the dress to me and have this old woman apologize, or we shall not let this matter rest," she asserted. Another underling, eager to curry favor with the elder sister-in-law, chimed in. "Indeed, I recall the days when our brother who wielded 2 machetes, slicing his way from South Street to the end of North Street, tirelessly for 3 hours without so much as blinking. Now you have this opportunity, cherish it. For if brother who becomes displeased, you shall all face dire consequences." Qingfeng shook his head, indicating that there was nothing more to discuss, and chose to remain silent. Shangwan Yun could no longer sit still. When Qingfeng guided her to the sofa, she feared that her son might clash with this group of individuals. Bound by Gu Tian's insistence on her silence, and witnessing the situation escalating to an irreparable extent, she hurriedly rose, eager to intervene. Qingfeng's movements were swifter than hers. In the eyes of the onlookers, Qingfeng merely took a step forward, yet his figure suddenly appeared before Zhu Hu, delivering a resounding slap to his face. After 3 hours of relentless hacking, did his eyes not tire? Zhu Hu, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, felt a sharp pain in his face. It was only upon hearing Qingfeng's question that he regained his senses. At that moment, he could no longer afford to consider Qingfeng's identity. Being struck without retaliation would tarnish his reputation on the streets. He bellowed at his underlings, demanding, "Get rid of him. I will take responsibility for any consequences." His subordinates, startled by the sight of Zhu Hu's swollen cheek, were too shocked to ponder how Qingfeng had traversed from their midst to Zhu Hu's side. They hastily grabbed nearby objects such as chairs and hangers, charging towards Qingfeng. The commotion attracted a throng of passers-by, curious to witness the disturbance. Upon recognizing Zhu Hu among the crowd, some expressed their sympathy for Qingfeng, lamenting, "What a pity for this young man, encountering Zhu Hu, a ruthless character known for leaving no survivors." "Is Zhu Hu truly that formidable?" inquired a few high school girls, glancing at the middle-aged man who spoke. The man nodded, affirming, "The entire underground force of High Bay is under his command." "You tell me, is that not impressive? This young man has struck him, and I fear Zhu Hu will not allow him to live." Among the girls were Li Ting and her roommates, including Zhang Mei. They had been embroiled in a quarrel when Qingfeng seized the opportunity to slip away. As they clashed, their mutual disdain led to a few minutes of verbal sparring, only to be drawn by the ruckus nearby. Li Ting's primary concern was for Qingfeng's safety, while Zhang Mei, feeling slighted after his rejection, secretly hoped he would receive a good lesson, though she did not wish for him to meet his demise. After all, to her, Qingfeng was her type. His death would make it difficult for her to find another affluent and handsome man. What transpired next felt like a cinematic spectacle to all present. As Zhu Hu's lackeys approached Qingfeng, he struck first, executing a mid-air side kick that sent 2 of them sprawling. In a seamless motion, he followed up with an uppercut that knocked another to the ground. The remaining 3 lackeys stood frozen in indecision, unsure of how to proceed. They had already witnessed 3 of their number fall, without having even landed a blow. With their lives at stake, they hesitated, knowing that any advance would lead to their demise. "I am asking you a question. After 3 hours of staring, do your eyes not tire?" Qingfeng's words resonated sharply, and Zhu Hu's other cheek quickly swelled to match the first, rendering his already plump face grotesquely swollen. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," he grumbled. With a resounding slap, 2 of Zhu Hu's teeth were knocked out. Witnessing Zhu Hu's plight, the 3 henchmen gritted their teeth and charged forward, only to meet the same fate as their predecessors. No sooner had they moved than Qingfeng swatted them away like flies, sending them crashing to the ground, unconscious and oblivious to their own mortality. "I inquire of you, after such an extended period without blinking, do your eyes not grow dry?" Qingfeng, resembling a machine, monotonously repeated his actions with an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Shangwan Yun sensed that her son had undergone a significant transformation since his return from the other realm. Yet she could not pinpoint the exact difference. It became apparent to her that her son had grown considerably more irritable. When communication failed, he resorted to violence. As Qingfeng raised his right hand once more, she swiftly intervened, raising her voice to halt his impending action, which allowed Zhu Hu to breathe a sigh of relief. Further aggression would have surely led to dire consequences for him. "Enough, enough. If this continues, someone might be gravely harmed. Let us not escalate the situation." Upon hearing her mother's admonition, Qingfeng ceased his attack, carelessly tossing Zhu Hu aside as his gaze fixated on the young woman. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, you must apologize to my mother. The woman, utterly petrified, realized the unreasonable strength of Qingfeng. She recognized Zhu Hu's 6 henchmen, who, while not having traversed a sea of blood, bore the weight of human lives, yet they crumbled effortlessly before Qingfeng. With a flurry of apologies directed at Shangwan Yun, she feared incurring Qingfeng's wrath. I apologize. It was my ignorance, my fault entirely. Please forgive me. The shift in circumstances was astoundingly rapid. Just moments ago, the onlookers believed Qingfeng was doomed, yet within a minute, Zhu Hu and his associates lay incapacitated on the ground. This revelation imparted a profound lesson. When one possesses sufficient strength, numbers become utterly irrelevant. This young man is indeed skilled. Truly, a hero emerges from youth, a veritable dragon crossing the river. An older gentleman could not help but express his admiration, astonished at having underestimated the young man's capabilities. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if he were my child. I would gladly welcome him as a son-in-law. Your daughter is as unappealing as a pig. He would never look her way, but only at my daughter. Several onlookers, particularly middle-aged women, began to bicker, completely forgetting their earlier belief that Qingfeng was reckless and would bring trouble to his family. Nearby, Li Ting's eyes sparkled as if stars were in motion. She had not anticipated Qingfeng's exceptional prowess, which brought her immense delight. The impression he left was one of towering strength and rugged handsomeness, yet once engaged in combat, he exuded an air of superiority that seemed to gaze down upon the world. This innate pride, engraved in his very being, emanated from a profound self-assurance in his own abilities. I am invincible. Li Ting's heart fluttered with excitement. She yearned to greet Qingfeng, but hesitated, fearing that he might ignore her and that Zhang Mei would find amusement in her embarrassment. Zhang Mei shared a similar mindset. Initially, she had hoped Zhu Hu would discipline Qingfeng, only to witness him effortlessly resolve the situation. With wealth, charm, and now formidable strength, Zhang Mei increasingly believed that only a man of such caliber was worthy of her beauty. She resolved within herself to pursue Qingfeng by any means necessary. At the entrance of the shop, Shangwan Yun observed the flustered young woman. With magnanimity, she expressed her indifference, stating that as long as the woman refrained from provoking her in the future, all would be well. The young woman nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Devoid of her earlier confrontational demeanor, now behaving submissively like a frightened hen. Gu Tian initially wished to express something, but upon observing Shangwan Yun's demeanor, he merely chuckled softly and obediently fell silent. Having secured her forgiveness, the young woman, disregarding the unconscious individual she had brought with her, hastily made her way towards the street. The crowd of onlookers swelled progressively, as news of Zhu Hu's defeat spread from one person to another, eventually drawing an entire throng to the street. As the crowd continued to gather, Gu Tian felt averse to being the subject of their scrutiny. So he took Shangwan Yun by the hand and led her to their vehicle, eager to depart. Sir, please wait, called out a female attendant from Fengxiang Pavilion, who, after concluding a phone call, rushed outside holding 2 exquisite qipao dresses. We sincerely apologize for the incident. These 2 new arrivals in qipao styles are a complimentary gift for you. Gu Tian replied, it's quite all right. We are not in need of financial assistance. Please keep the garments. This incident is not your fault. Gu Tian possesses a profound understanding of the situation within the store. Faced with a group of menacing ruffians, the female attendants dare not voice their concerns. The mere fact that they do not exacerbate Zhu Hu's troubles is commendable in Gu Tian's eyes. Had it been others, they would have eagerly sought to curry favor with Zhu Hu, even at the expense of their own establishment. However, this reflects a psychological misjudgment on Gu Tian's part. For he drives a Ferrari. Even if none present can identify the specific model, they undeniably recognize him as a genuine man of wealth. The attendants cannot afford to provoke Zhu Hu, and they certainly do not wish to offend Gu Tian either. Choosing instead to remain neutral and feign ignorance of the unfolding events, the attendants are remarkably persistent, repeatedly beseeching Gu Tian to accept the qipao. Gu Tian cast a glance at Qingfeng, and upon seeing him nod, he hesitated for a moment before accepting the qipao. Society is inherently simple. It is humanity that is complex. Every subtle gesture of the shop assistant did not escape Gu Qingfeng's keen observation. One cannot ascend to the position of owner of Fengxiang Pavilion without possessing considerable skill, even if he lacks the formidable influence of Zhu Hu. It is likely that Zhu Hu would still show him some degree of respect if the owner of Fengxiang Pavilion truly intended to intervene. He would have long since dispatched someone to thwart Zhu, rather than feigning generosity and offering gifts after the fact. It is likely that he has recognized Gu Qingfeng's capabilities and is eager to cultivate a favorable relationship. Gu Tian started the vehicle and called out to Gu Qingfeng, who still lingered at the entrance of the shop, seemingly reluctant to board. "Why aren't you getting in, you rascal? We are heading home. I wish to explore a bit longer. You and Mom can return first. I shall make my way back later. All right, do take some time to bring me a daughter-in-law. Your mother is eager to cradle a grandchild." With that parting remark, the car sped away. Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile, lamenting the difficulty of finding someone, particularly as he himself was not eager to rush into things. However, Gu Tian's words conveyed a message to the crowd present. Gu Qingfeng remained unattached, still a single golden bachelor. Zhang Mei's eyes sparkled with hope. Her opportunity had arrived, with her family pressing her to settle down. Even if Gu Qingfeng was reluctant to seek a partner, he might feel compelled to find a temporary companion to appease his family's expectations. Zhang Mei was confident that with time spent together, a fade could transform into genuine affection, and she believed she could make Gu Qingfeng fall in love with her. Meanwhile, Li Ting, filled with self-encouragement, squeezed her way through the crowd, eager to exchange a few words with Gu Qingfeng. Unbeknownst to her, both she and Zhang Mei were a step too late, as several young women in their 20s had already encircled Gu Qingfeng. "Hey there, would you like to make a friend? I'm still single," one of them called out. "How about going out together tonight, handsome?" Compared to these women, who had navigated the complexities of society for years, Zhang Mei felt inadequate. Just as Gu Tian departed, the throng closed in, leaving Li Ting and Zhang Mei on the periphery. "I have some matters to attend to shortly. It seems today may not allow for any further engagement." Gu Qingfeng gazed in the direction where Zhang Mei had departed, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. After enduring such humiliation, she would undoubtedly not let the matter rest easily. However, considering that their transgressions did not warrant death, and the fact that this was in a public setting, Gu Qingfeng refrained from taking lethal action during his absence. These individuals had not harmed his parents. Otherwise, the protective barrier he had established would have retaliated according to the enemy's strength and hostility. It was not an absolute guarantee that all hostile parties would meet their demise, but enduring some hardship was certainly inevitable. This was precisely why he had instructed his parents to return home first, confident that the woman would not intercept them along the way. The group of women felt that Gu Qingfeng was merely indulging them, yet they were reluctant to leave, not wanting to miss the opportunity to engage with such an exceptional scion of wealth. "If you have matters to attend to, I can accompany you. I am quite capable." "Dear sir," one of the women declared, deliberately emphasizing her capability with a pronounced inflection, her gaze languidly fixed on Gu Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Li Ting felt a flush of embarrassment, taken aback by the brazen words of these women. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the woman who spoke, his tone peculiar as he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" Upon perceiving that Gu Qingfeng was finally inclined to alter his stance, the woman cast him a flirtatious glance, responding, "Of course. I am more than capable, regardless of what we do." The woman possessed a fair countenance, and Gu Qingfeng, amused, pointed toward the street corner. "Very well, they are approaching. Join me shortly. I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your abilities." In an instant, a formidable woman surged towards Gu Qingfeng, with no fewer than 100 followers trailing behind her in a tumultuous throng. As they neared, she bellowed like a shrew, "You're finished. This time, I shall utterly ruin you. I have never apologized to anyone in my life. What a foolish woman, truly an imbecile. Does she not appreciate the value of life?" Although he had anticipated her relentless pursuit of vengeance, witnessing her actual approach ignited a flicker of anger within him. It seemed the previous lesson had been too lenient. The sight of hundreds wielding clubs, charging forth in unison, was indeed a daunting spectacle. It felt as though one were courting death. The few women encircling Gu Qingfeng were instantly drained of color, scattering in terror as they distanced themselves from him. They were materialistic, yet reluctant to embrace death. They had never encountered such a menacing display and were left utterly flustered. "You wouldn't contemplate fleeing as well, would you? Surely you are not akin to those superficial women." Gu Qingfeng seized the wrist of the woman who had just spoken, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. The woman stuttered and hesitated, increasingly anxious as she noticed the approaching figures of the married women, fearing that they might inadvertently harm her. If she failed to win over the wealthy heir and ended up disfigured, it would be a grave loss indeed. Yet, she was reluctant to part with Gu Qingfeng. A man of such remarkable caliber was as rare as a meteor shower, and the chance of encountering someone like him again in her lifetime was exceedingly slim. Reflecting Zhang Mei's sentiments precisely, Li Ting and Zhang Mei, one valuing beauty and the other wealth, remained rooted in place, their faces etched with indecision. Young man, flee. With your family's wealth, a hasty retreat, and some financial persuasion would render them powerless against you. As Qingfeng stood his ground, seemingly unfazed, a voice emerged from the crowd, advising him. Several of Li Ting's friends approached to pull her away, but after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to stand by Qingfeng. I refuse to believe he can manipulate the situation entirely. In plain sight, he cannot overpower the many with just a few. I shall accompany you. This decision was not solely due to Qingfeng's striking appearance. Li Ting possessed a kind heart, always willing to lend a hand to those in need. In contrast, Zhang Mei and another woman, having mustered their courage to remain, found themselves utterly bereft of the audacity to utter another word. Among the entourage, the most striking figure was a burly man at the forefront, wielding a steel knife with an imposing presence. Qingfeng no longer toyed with the woman. Gently pushing aside Li Ting, who obstructed his path, he stepped forward, seizing the ground beneath him, and hurled Zhu Hu towards the opposing side. Here, take your leader back. Zhu Hu crashed to the ground, rolling several times. His numerous lackeys hurried to assist him, and with this fall, Zhu Hu regained consciousness. As he awoke, he gazed in confusion at Qingfeng before feeling a jolt in his body. Turning back, he saw his band of subordinates. My men are here. How do you wish to meet your end? Even if you beg for mercy now, it will be of no use. Zhu Hu spoke with an air of arrogance, completely forgetting the humiliation he had just endured at Qingfeng's hands. As he grinned, revealing a few missing teeth, it elicited laughter from the onlookers. Yet, beneath his bravado, Zhu Hu felt a twinge of fear. He had rarely encountered someone capable of dispatching 6 of his subordinates with such ease. Nonetheless, he took solace in the fact that his most formidable underling was also a 4th-tier martial artist, capable of easily overcoming a few opponents. Observing the burly man before him, Zhu Hu's confidence surged once more, and he no longer regarded Qingfeng as particularly menacing. You may be skilled in combat, but what good is that? In this world, one must possess power and influence. You can defeat 6, but do you think you can take on 60? Qingfeng refrained from taking action, preferring instead to quietly observe Zhu Hu's display of bravado, for he believed that a well-timed rebuttal would be far more entertaining. This is my foremost warrior, Shenle. You shall never be his match. With a hearty pat on the burly man's shoulder, Zhu Hu's grin nearly reached his ears, for Shenle had played an indispensable role in his rise to power. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, collectively expressing their skepticism towards Qingfeng. The crowd was indeed overwhelming. Such a multitude would surely exhaust anyone, particularly someone so youthful and inexperienced in the art of discretion. Indeed, after confronting Zhu Hu, why not hasten your departure? Aside from a few of Li Ting's close friends who were genuinely concerned for her safety, the rest merely regarded the spectacle as a trivial topic for casual conversation. There was no need to announce their names. I would hardly remember the insignificant names of mere ants. Qingfeng beckoned to Shenle with a subtle gesture, gradually approaching him step by step. Shenle, unaware of Qingfeng's swift dispatch of several henchmen, could not gauge his true capabilities. However, noting Qingfeng's youthful appearance, he assumed that even as a martial artist, he could not possibly surpass him in strength. With his own mastery of the Iron Cloak technique, he was confident that even a martial artist of the 5th rank would find it challenging to defeat him. Zhang Mei and the woman felt reassured. With Qingfeng approaching on his own, there was no longer a worry of him being harmed. It was the best of both worlds, expressing his stance while ensuring safety. Li Ting, however, was displeased. In her view, Qingfeng was walking into certain doom, and she could not fathom why he dared to provoke Shenle first. She reached out, attempting to pull Qingfeng back, but her hand grasped only air once more. Shenle roared in fury, his entire form enveloped in golden light. Each step leaving a profound imprint on the ground, his fist clenched, aimed squarely at Qingfeng with all his might. In full view of the onlookers, Qingfeng extended a single finger, attempting to deflect Shenle's punch. The index finger of Qingfeng, when juxtaposed with the enormous fist of Shenle, resembled a futile attempt akin to striking a stone with an egg. Consequently, onlookers deemed Qingfeng to be deranged for daring to confront another's fists with merely his finger. Li Ting, utterly terrified, shielded her eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Qingfeng's impending defeat. However, after an extended moment of suspense, No anguished cries from Gu Qingfeng reached her ears. Hesitantly, Li Ting parted her fingers just enough to glimpse the unfolding scene, revealing that Gu Qingfeng effortlessly thwarted Xun Li's punches, which, despite their intensity, could not penetrate his defense. With just a single finger, he repelled Xun Li's full-force assault. Unfazed by this miraculous feat, Xun Lu unleashed a barrage of strikes like a tempest, his fist striking with the formidable strength of a fourth-tier martial artist, teetering on the brink of human physical limits. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Gu Qingfeng continued to block every blow with remarkable ease. Gu Qingfeng wore an expression of nonchalance, while Xun Lu, with the passage of time, found the pain in his fists intensifying with each passing moment. Gao Qingfeng, feeling disinterested in the ongoing confrontation, effortlessly pierced Xun Li's right arm with a finger, creating a gaping wound the size of a thumb from which blood flowed profusely. Before Xun Lu could react, another finger struck his forehead with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward, where he collided with several of his subordinates before finally coming to a halt. Zhu Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was left wondering what kind of monster he had provoked. Xun Lu, in comparison, appeared as defenseless as a child, yet with no path for retreat. Even if he wished for reconciliation, Gao Qingfeng would likely not show him mercy. Let us all attack together. I refuse to believe he can take on 100 of us single-handedly. The subordinates, though anxious, understood Xun Li's formidable strength. He could easily take on 10 opponents without breaking a sweat, yet Gao Qingfeng seemed to toy with him in the same manner. Nevertheless, with their leader's command given, they steeled themselves and charged forward. Gao Qingfeng strolled leisurely amidst the throng, dispatching each adversary with a single move. In less than a minute, nearly half of the 70 to 80 subordinates lay incapacitated on the ground. His control over his strength so precise that none struck by him could rise again for quite some time. Was this a film being shot? It was already extraordinary for a master like Ip Man to take on 10 opponents. Gao Qingfeng, however, appeared capable of defeating 100. I suddenly realized that Chinese martial arts might not be as inept as the world claimed, should he enter a tournament. Those so-called underground champions from abroad would surely be no match for him. Indeed, I had heard of the decline of domestic martial arts, but witnessing this spectacle, it seemed there was still great promise. I found myself eager to learn from him. The onlookers were filled with astonished murmurs, perceiving Gao Qingfeng as a celestial being, unmatched by any adversary. A phone, be careful. A familiar yet distant female voice reached his ears, causing Gao Qingfeng to pause, his gaze complex as he regarded the approaching woman. In that brief moment of distraction, a subordinate seized the opportunity, wielding a knife with malicious intent aimed at Gao Qingfeng's head. Everyone imagined that Gao Qingfeng's skull would soon be cleaved in two, and Zhu Hu internally lamented the stroke of luck that had brought this woman to intervene. Had she not called out, his men would undoubtedly have faced total annihilation, and his fate would likely have been dire. Yet, alas, not only did the blade fail to sever Gao Qingfeng's head, but even a single strand of his hair remained untouched, the blade fracturing upon contact. The observers were left with a profound sense of disbelief. Was he even human? The Golden Bell defense was one thing, but who could withstand a blade that could not even nick a hair? This man must surely be superhuman. Gu Qingfeng cast a sweeping glance around, exuding an aura of unrestrained authority. A tempest arose, sending dust swirling into the air, as countless henchmen were hurled aside. One by one, they lay prostrate on the ground, feeling as if their bodies were on the verge of disintegration, clutching themselves in agony and crying out in torment. "Afeng, are you all right?" Wang Fei panted as she hurried to Gu Qingfeng's side, reaching out to embrace him, only to be evaded by his deft sidestep. Wang Fei's presence instilled a sense of pressure in Li Ting and Zhang Mei. Wang Fei was breathtakingly beautiful, and though they too were considered campus beauties, they paled in comparison to her, who emanated a distinctive allure of maturity. "It is over for us. We shall never have the chance to be together again." Gu Qingfeng harbored no desire to behold the woman who had utterly disappointed him. Wang Fei stood beside her, her tone pleading as she desperately implored, "No, I still love you. Grant me one more chance, Afeng." The fallen blossoms hold affection while the flowing waters remain indifferent. Ultimately, we are fated yet incompatible, and there is no need for further insistence. Zhu Hu sought to seize this moment to flee, yet his body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Forced to witness, Gu Qingfeng approached step by deliberate step. "This is the final opportunity," he warned. "If you dare to trouble me again, you shall have no reason to exist in this world." Gu Qingfeng did not erupt in rage. Instead, he spoke with an unsettling calmness, one that conveyed the impression of merely wishing to swat a fly. Zhu Hu felt genuine fear. This time, he truly was afraid. The overwhelming aura of murder emanating from Qingfeng made him feel as though he was confronting a demon risen from the depths of hell. Knowing full well he was no match, he would never seek to provoke such a figure. "I will not trouble you again," he declared. 3 needles of condensed energy stealthily pierced the facial muscles of a nearby young woman. The energy would meander beneath her skin, causing her face to itch intolerably for a month, with no remedy in sight. Repeatedly embroiling herself in trouble, this served as a small punishment for her. Seeing Wang Fei stirred a complex array of emotions within Qingfeng. He could not be bothered to hide anymore and had no desire to continue the game. After all, no ordinary person would have the chance to encounter him, no matter how long they stared into space. "Take me home," he implored. "I have long severed ties with my family. If you do not want me, then no one will." Wang Fei once again blocked Qingfeng's path. Her gaze fixed intensely upon him. "Is there any point in discussing this now? You could have adorned yourself in the finest regalia and looked down upon this vast world. You were meant to. Now, I too can claim that. I did not allow Lie Jun to touch me. I remain untainted, and you know this to be true." Qingfeng bitterly smiled and shook his head, lamenting his discontent with his own circumstances. For years, a prophecy had unfolded right before his eyes, while he remained blissfully unaware. As it turned out, the prophecy was indeed accurate. Upon returning and learning the truth, he found himself unwilling to hold any grudges against Wang Fei. After all, she had been a companion throughout his youth. Even if her intentions had been ulterior, the bonds forged over the years could not be feigned. Yet her betrayal was something Qingfeng could not abide. Thus, he resolved to preserve some dignity for all parties involved. "Do not pretend you cannot see. I do not harbor feelings for Lie Jun. My affections have always been directed towards you." After waiting in vain for many years, only to have his heart intercepted by another, Wang Fei could not accept this outcome. Awaking in Lie Jun's villa, she fortuitously encountered Zhao Zili, who had come to assess the damage to the property. As a young lady from a second-tier family in the capital, they had crossed paths on several occasions. However, Wang Fei's emotions were particularly tumultuous at that moment, leaving her disinclined to reminisce with Zhao Zili. She hurriedly departed the villa complex, intent on returning to Qingfeng's old residence in search of him. Yet, she encountered some obstacles along the way, causing a delay. After meeting with that person, she heard the commotion nearby and approached, only to find Qingfeng. "It matters not," she thought, "whether you prefer the former version of me or the present one. I implore you not to disturb my life any further." Qingfeng had no interest in understanding anymore. Everything had already become a thing of the past. Qingfeng departed, leaving Wang Fei standing in desolation, utterly taken aback by his callousness. She had only committed a transgression that any woman might, yet he had resolutely cast her aside. The crowd began to murmur and point at Wang Fei, deeming her insatiable. How could she not find satisfaction with a man so affluent, handsome, and capable? Humanity, it seems, is plagued by greed and deserves the resulting anguish. Indeed, how many would envy her for being with such a remarkable man, and yet she had betrayed him. Wang Fei felt as though her heart was shattering. Had Qingfeng always been this unyielding, she would have never considered associating with that foolish, wealthy heir, Lie Jun. To part ways with the world's strongest man was tantamount to madness. After all, Qingfeng had originally been an ordinary individual. Li Ting exchanged pleasantries with a few friends before trailing behind Qingfeng. Her kind nature prevented her from behaving like Zhang Mei, who sought to ascend the social ladder while dating. However, this did not imply she was naive. What could be more advantageous than seizing an opportunity? Although somewhat unscrupulous, she was unwilling to relinquish the chance to be with someone she found appealing. As they passed a bar, Qingfeng entered, and Zhang Mei and Li Ting hurried in pursuit, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace. A living person had simply disappeared. How frustrating to have missed yet another opportunity. If not for your interference, Li Ting thought, I would not have lost him. Frustrated and stamping her foot, she could not fathom how Qingfeng had eluded her sight, having watched him enter. Zhang Mei had initially intended to walk alongside Qingfeng, but upon overhearing the earlier conversation, where Wang Fei was revealed to be his ex-girlfriend, she felt it inappropriate to be so forward while he was still entangled with her. And thus she firmly held on to Li Ting. Not long after Qingfeng departed, a voice of regret echoed through the crowd as a man slapped his face in frustration. Alas, such an extraordinary scene, and I completely forgot to record it. If I had captured it and shared it online, I would have become an overnight sensation. However, his camera only managed to capture a hazy blur. I thought I was the only one experiencing this. It turns out your phone is malfunctioning as well. The crowd began to exchange thoughts, curious as to why all recording devices seemed incapable of functioning properly. It was not only their devices that failed. All nearby surveillance equipment had also ceased to operate, just as Qingfeng returned to Fengxiang Pavilion and prepared to take action. Qingfeng skillfully disrupted the operation of the recording devices in advance, thereby averting any premature revelation of his appearance and capabilities, which could potentially attract undue attention from the outside world. As Qingfeng stepped into the alley, he instantaneously transported himself back home, lying motionless on his bed. His mind flooded with the haunting visage of Wang Fei. The love of youth may not always culminate in a lasting union, yet it undeniably leaves an indelible mark upon the tapestry of one's adolescence, etching unforgettable memories in the hearts of the young. He once believed that he and Wang Fei were destined for a different fate. They would traverse the sacred halls of matrimony. Years later, when old friends reunited, they would exclaim in astonishment, "So, you two are still together." Despite the skepticism surrounding their relationship, given the stark disparities between their families, no one anticipated that they would endure. Yet, the stubborn youth of that time remained steadfast in his belief in Wang Fei. The feelings of Qingfeng towards Wang Fei have grown exceedingly complex. He simultaneously harbors a deep-seated hatred for her deceit, while cherishing a profound love. However, one truth remains immutable: the two shall never have the opportunity to be together again. The White Horse Silver Gun, a valiant warrior, has joined the dimensional chat group. The Ice Queen, Esteth, has also entered this realm of conversation. Tony, who is not prone to infidelity, welcomes the newcomers, encouraging them to inquire should they have any uncertainties. Fire Fist Ace extends a warm welcome, asserting that upon joining the chat group, everyone becomes akin to family. The book-loving ghoul expresses his greetings to the two new members. You two want to dance remarks on the newcomers' names, suggesting they appear to be quite remarkable individuals. The Death God Elementary student welcomes the new friends, urging the esteemed members to recognize him. Tony, not prone to infidelity, inquires how the Death God Elementary student identifies them as esteemed figures. The latter responds, observing that their names alone are self-evident. One wields a gun, another can vanquish thousands, and the other is known as the Ice Queen. To an ordinary person like him, they are undoubtedly esteemed. Tony acknowledges this, recalling that he had forgotten. Indeed, he is but an ordinary individual, and even a modicum of strength could easily overpower him. The White Horse Silver Gun expresses confusion, questioning the nature of this place and the identities of those present. Esteth, the Ice Queen, inquires about the triviality of such a spectacle conjured by an imperial tool, noting that it appears to be a mental capacity. A request is made to upload detailed accounts of Zhao Zilong, the Ice Queen, and their life experiences. The requester urges others to take a look, assuring them that they will grasp the situation fully thereafter. Minutes later, the White Horse Silver Gun marvels at the ability to connect disparate universes, exclaiming that it is quite formidable. Were it not for the introduction, he would remain oblivious to the fact that his current abode is called Earth. Esteth ponders the existence of other worlds, questioning whether any could rival her supremacy, having been invincible in her realm for many years. The administrator, the strongest in the dimensions, logs on, prompting all members to extend a warm welcome. Esteth comments on the administrator's imposing presence, noting the stark contrast between this administrator and the previous one. Tony warns her that while he may not know the extent of her prowess, it would be wise not to challenge those esteemed, as their strength is beyond her imagination. You two want to dance expresses a desire for a confrontation upon their revival. Fire Fist Ace queries Madara on the prolonged duration of his revival process. You two want to dance explains that he has chosen to resurrect at his peak state, which entails a slower bodily revival and requires more time. The Death God Elementary student implores for assistance, while the book-loving ghoul remarks that Madara must be elated at the prospect of revival. You two want to dance responds that it is fortunate to regain a corporeal form, allowing him to rectify past regrets, declaring that upon his revival, he will first eliminate Kaguya. The hidden mastermind, upon the unexpected addition of Ban to the chat group, revealed his true identity. With the conclusion of the Naruto saga, Yunyao became privy to the entire narrative and disclosed everything to Ban without reservation. Upon learning the truth, Ban's animosity towards Black Zetsu deepened profoundly. Nevertheless, his ideals remained steadfast. Rather than initiating the infinite Tsukuyami, He resolved to unify the 5 great shinobi villages under his absolute power to achieve peace. Utilizing the points bestowed upon him by Qingfeng, he exchanged 350,000 for the corporeal manifestation technique within the chat group. A one-time usability that allowed him to condense his strongest form from his past life, albeit with the drawback that the Rinnegan could not replicate it. However, this presented no challenge for Ban, as his Sharingan remained formidable even without the Rinnegan. In this era, long after Hashirama's demise, he remained the strongest in the shinobi world. The book-loving Gula remarked, "A world devoid of war is a beautiful notion. I wholeheartedly support you, Lord Ban. Do you wish to dance as well?" Ban responded, "Thank you for your support, little one. Once I resolve matters on my end, I shall come to your world and eliminate any threats to you." Tony, not one to be fickle, commented, "Ah, Lord Ban truly dotes on little Chushur. How wonderful it would be to receive such treatment. While I cannot claim to rival Thanos, at least Ultron hasn't been reduced to mere rubble by Lord Ban." The Shinigami Elementary student added, "When will you be as adorable and kind as little Chushur? Only then might you receive such privileges, though I dare say your chances are slim." The Silver Lance of the White Horse questioned, "Isn't the administrator from my world? How can they be aware of events unfolding in my universe?" Desiring a powerful ally, another chimed in, "My strength surpasses your imagination." Comprehending the life of an ordinary person is simplicity itself. Yunyao lounged at a supermarket table, delighting in her newfound ability to impress. In the past, her meager strength had silenced her. Now, she too had a protective shield and could showcase the administrator's might to newcomers in the group. "The Ice Queen is death?" inquired. "Then why does my recording only encompass my past experiences, omitting any glimpse into my future?" With the chat group exceeding 10 members, the duration for executing tasks or traversing to alternate universes was extended to 6 hours, while the cooldown period for traversing the same world was set to 1 day. A sudden system notification left the group members momentarily stunned. It marked the first instance of such an alert in their chat. The first part was understandable, allowing for a 6-hour stay in another world, such as his death crossing into Ban's Naruto universe, limited to 1 journey per day. However, the second notification was unexpected and clearly directed at Yunyao. Fire Fist Ace remarked, "This additional ability cannot possibly refer to the protective shield of the esteemed one. Can it? World Destroyer. It appears that this is indeed the case. The protective barrier has surpassed the power levels of the world in which Yunyao resides." Death God Elementary Student. "What should we do? Isn't Yunyao's world quite perilous? Without the barrier, she would merely be an ordinary person, and that poses considerable danger." Seeking support, it was initially bestowed by a powerful being, so it is only natural that it would be erased from the chat group. With this, I have lost the will to strive for strength. If it's gone, then so be it. Her points have long exceeded 1,000, allowing her to exchange for some fundamental abilities, though it may not be as effortless as it is now. With some caution and by avoiding the most formidable types of zombies, self-preservation should not be an issue. She is not overly concerned about her safety. At that moment, Ace, who was dining aboard a pirate ship, paused in his meal, a hint of concern for Yunyao's predicament crossing his mind. Fire Fist Ace, isn't there's still 3 days left? I can help you find out which devil fruit abilities from the chat group would suit you. I can come and mentor you. Seeking support. Alright then, it will depend on you. Do you also wish to dance? With Ace around, one can indeed feel a sense of reassurance. World Destroyer, why have you been so silent lately? What are you occupied with? As the 2 strongest individuals in the group, aside from the peculiar Qingfeng, Ban and Minya maintained a relatively good relationship, their personalities aligning well. World Destroyer, I have encountered a formidable opponent whose strength is comparable to mine. I cannot shake him off in the short term. Serpent Holder, who easily overpowered Seiya, do you require assistance? Although my injuries have yet to heal, I can still offer some help. Sharna has suffered greatly at the hands of Kurumi, sustaining extensive fractures. Despite Seiya's resilience and his ability to quickly recover, it is due to either divine blood or the aid of a powerful ally, or perhaps leveraging breakthroughs to heal his injuries. Sharna, in the short term, cannot even access her 7th sense, making rapid recovery impossible. However, with the enhancement of her silver cloth, her ultimate attack retains a supersonic speed, rendering her a force to be reckoned with. World Destroyer, that one be necessary. In a direct confrontation, I am not his match, but it would not be so simple for him to defeat me. Do you also wish to dance? Even you cannot contend with him? He seems to be a worthy adversary. Unfortunately, My body requires some time to recover. Otherwise, I would ensure the Uchiha clan's reputation resonates across other universes. Upon reaching this point, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was the transformation of Sharna's character that baffled him, for she was not inherently malevolent. Her previous agitation was primarily due to Seiya witnessing her appearance. Rather, he wondered how many knights in the Knight universe could possibly defeat Minya. The upgraded Crimson Belt, transformed into the Emperor Rider, easily overpowers most knights. Those capable of defeating him are undoubtedly exceptional. Qingfeng harbors no concerns regarding Minya's demise. Due to this individual's undeniable audacity, if I recall correctly, his new belt possesses an extraordinary feature. Upon transforming into the Emperor Rider, he becomes impervious to fatal harm, rendering him invincible. No one can slay him. Coupled with his spatial barrier, the thought alone is daunting. The mightiest of dimensions, did the formidable Mazio lay his hands upon you? Beyond him, there exists no other capable of suppressing you, particularly with your collection of unique cards. The world's annihilator. It is not he, but rather Kamen Rider Black RX. I am perplexed as to how I have offended him, for he relentlessly pursues me. Strangely, we seem evenly matched, even when I traverse through dimensional barriers. He finds a way to follow. This elucidates the matter. If one were to assert that the majority of Showa-era riders were overpowered, then the sole acknowledged powerhouse of Heisei would be Kamen Rider RX. In his ordinary form, his punching strength reaches 100 tons, while his kicking power soars to 200 tons. When he shifts into his Steel Knight form, his kicking strength can even escalate to 400 tons, a figure that can overshadow the youthful Mazio. His speed form is even more extraordinary, with a jumping capability of 1,000 meters. To put this into perspective, the renowned fighting king, Leo, can only manage a flying kick of a mere 1,000 meters. Furthermore, he possesses the Emperor's Stone, rendering him inherently immortal. As long as the sun endures, so shall he. Crucially, he can evolve infinitely. Should your abilities suppress him, he can adapt into alternative forms to counter your strength. With such infinite evolution, he has already transcended 2 forms to obliterate all villains in his path. His weapon, the Sunlight Sword, also known as the Kidney-Piercing Sword, is lethal. It guarantees death to anyone it strikes, and even the most formidable of bosses succumb to a single blow. The mightiest of dimensions, as long as it is not a life-and-death battle, RX is a noble and solitary warrior. Being a fellow rider, he is unlikely to strike you down. Minyatoshi glanced at RX, who brandished the Sunlight Sword, slashing left and right. Perhaps he would not direct his lethal intent towards him. The mightiest of dimensions, the White Horse and Silver Spear face myriad foes throughout history. There have been those who have come to the aid of the leader in times of peril. Only Zhao Zilong of Changshan. His reputation precedes him. The White Horse and Silver Spear, you are aware of my name. I would relish a discussion with everyone in the group. However, Cao Cao is currently dispatching forces to besiege my city. Once I repel the enemy, I shall engage in conversation with you all. With that, he exited the chat group. Remarkably, this ancient warrior is quite adept at managing his notifications. Queen of Ice, is death. Do not dare to disregard this queen, you insufferable wretches. Death God Elementary student. This individual appears rather volatile. Upon learning of her past, I can better comprehend her temperament. Tony Stark, group status diminished by 1. I am uncertain of your capabilities, but I am certain I cannot contend with her. Fire Fist Ace, do you believe you can manage? Fire Fist Ace, no. I am highly unlikely to be her match. Our attributes counter each other, yet it seems her power surpasses mine. Indeed, it is a fact that in the eyes of the ancient Qingfeng, Ace is no match for his death. From a young age, he was indoctrinated by his father with the belief that the weak perish while the strong survive. His death, in her youth, hunted dangerous beasts alone, embodying a true warrior's spirit. In comparison, Ace falls somewhat short. Queen of Ice, is death. You cannot fathom the extent of my power. I implore you to seek my favor. I am eager to witness the true capabilities of the administrator. Would you like to dance? I observe that your strength is commendable, yet you remain no match for me. Seeking favor? I shall pass. It would be unwise for you to engage with me. Perhaps you should challenge Banyi and the others instead. High above, clad in iron armor, Tony Stark found himself exclaiming, "Speak up, speak up." Another bold soul had joined the group, daring to provoke Yunyao, who, with her amiable nature, would not hold grudges. However, the esteemed figures are not to be trifled with. I hope this new member finds the courage to voice the thoughts they've harbored for so long. His death did not disappoint Tony's expectations, uttering the challenge. The strongest in this dimension, then come, let us engage in battle. All members' basic information is available, yet yours, dear administrator, is conspicuously absent. Should she refrain from fighting, you shall take her place. The book-loving Ghoul remarked, Queen of Ice's death, dear sister, do not provoke the elder brother. You cannot defeat him. His death retorted, as a grand general of the empire, how could anyone possibly surpass my might? To my eyes, he is merely a fade of strength, lacking the courage to share his battle footage in the group chat. He is but a feeble opponent. The chat group announced a new mission. Member White Horse with Silver Lance has found himself in peril amidst an army. The task requires the completion of this member's military operation. Note, the mission rating will not be determined by the duration taken. The reward for this mission is 500 points, restricted to 3 group members. The difficulty level of the task is rated at 8. His death accepted the mission. The strongest in the dimension accepted the mission. The third slot remained unclaimed for an unusually long time. Typically, members would compete for tasks. Why is it that no one is taking on today's mission? Surely it cannot be reserved for me. The shield you possess is depleting, and you urgently require points to exchange for abilities. Come, let me assist you in accumulating points. Everyone is willing to grant you this opportunity, so graciously accept it. This unspoken agreement among the members reflected their camaraderie. Yunyao had cultivated an excellent reputation within the chat group, and her hints had aided many. Now, in her time of need, the others were more than willing to share the easily attainable points with her. Yunyao was moved to tears. These were no mere vegetables, but points that could be exchanged for formidable abilities. She never anticipated that the final spot would indeed be reserved for her, surrounded by such kind-hearted individuals. Thank you all. Once I grow stronger, I shall find ways to assist everyone in earning even more points. Tony is not fickle. This statement is entirely unnecessary. No matter how formidable you become, you cannot rival the greats. If you wish to achieve effortless victories, align yourself with the powerful. Initially, after Yunyao spoke, the atmosphere in the group was pleasant, but Tony's remark extinguished the lively conversation, leaving no room for rebuttal, as his words rang true. Seeking support, Tony is not fickle. Could I possibly defeat you? Tony replied, your shield has vanished. I need not don my Iron Man suit to fend off your attempts at intimidation. It is utterly futile. Fire Fist Ace inquired, shall I take my leave then? Once again, Tony Stark felt the advantages of associating with women, particularly with a strikingly beautiful one. Yunyao, alas, has a boyfriend, and he knows he cannot contend with Ace. Dimension's mightiest urged, enough of this, let us depart and uncover what has transpired with Zhao Yun. The trio ventured into the era of the Three Kingdoms, yet Qingfeng was not well versed in this historical period. Observing the earthen dwellings below and the towering city walls at their feet, he was uncertain of their whereabouts. Who are you? How did you come to be atop the city wall? A number of soldiers clad in tattered armor approached, their gazes filled with trepidation. They had been intimidated by the generals under Cao Cao's command, fearing that the suddenly appearing trio might also be elite troops of Cao Cao. Isn't that the group from the chat? How did you come to be here? Zhao Yun, adorned in resplendent silver battle armor and wielding a gleaming silver spear, patrolled the city wall and instantly recognized Qingfeng and his companions. Members of the group bore their own avatars, making identification effortless. Yunyao gazed in astonishment at Zhao Yun, noting that in reality, he appeared even more striking than in photographs. His looks were exceptionally appealing, belonging to the type that grows more handsome the longer one gazes upon him. Dressed in traditional white battle armor, he stood tall and straight, exuding an aura as sharp as his spear. Qingfeng gazed curiously at Zhao Yun, the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan. While the debate over whether Zhao Yun was the mightiest warrior of the Three Kingdoms may linger, his popularity undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. A paragon of both intellect and martial prowess, he embodies a blend of composure and decisiveness. General Zhao, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Veteran of countless battles, Zhao Yun instinctively tensed upon encountering Qingfeng. The strength emanating from him was indescribable, a formidable presence that left Zhao Yun feeling a level of pressure he had never experienced. Even in the face of Elbu, the tension in Zhao Yun's gaze jolted Qingfeng back to reality. This was his first venture onto an ancient battlefield, and his excitement was palpable, betraying a hint of his own aura. He suppressed his imposing presence. transforming from what felt like a ferocious beast into an utterly ordinary individual in the eyes of the nearby soldiers. Administrator, what brings you here? Zhao Yun pondered, astonished by the possibility of traversing different timelines. Could it be that Qingfeng was here to assist him? His death surveyed the vast army of Cao Cao across the city gate, a smirk curling upon her lips as she lifted her chin defiantly. It is not my fault you are so ineffective. A mere few thousand foes would have been dispatched by me long ago. With those words, she leaped from the city wall, ready to spring forth and single-handedly annihilate the Cao forces. Zhao Yun stood in stunned disbelief. The city walls towered over 5 zhang. And yet she leaped down without a hint of harm. Was she even human? However, the moment Esteth exerted herself, she felt a sudden shift, finding herself back atop the city wall. Was it you two who orchestrated this? To return me without my awareness? The power of the administrator is increasingly intriguing. Esteth's gaze fixed intensely on Yunyao and Qingfeng, regarding them as prey. She had never encountered such a phenomenon. Not only had they moved her without her consent, but few could even approach her without inciting her wrath. Yunyao shook her head, clearly indicating her innocence, willingly selling Qingfeng out. Realizing she had little means to confront Esteth, the best strategy against a martial fanatic was to subdue her, yet Yunyao lacked combat skills, and Esteth's overwhelming shield would obliterate her should they engage. Thus, it seemed best to let Qingfeng handle it. Through their time together, she perceived Qingfeng as different from her initial impressions of a formidable figure. He was kind-hearted and attentive to friends, alleviating her fears of inadvertently provoking him and facing retribution. Esteth's gaze shifted from Yunyao, suspecting Qingfeng to be the architect behind this unexpected turn of events. As it was not only Zhao Yun who felt the weight of pressure. As Qingfeng unleashed her formidable presence, she too felt an overwhelming sense of terror. Do not be hasty in taking action. We are all civilized individuals, and violence is rather unbecoming. You have seen the exchange marketplace in the group, haven't you? If you wish to earn more points to redeem items, it would be prudent to refrain from recklessness in combat. Noticing Esteth's inclination to engage, Qingfeng calmly interjected. It would be foolish for her to act without my consent. After all, these are our compatriots. A single ice spear from her could freeze thousands. This mission is unlike the previous ones, where we faced adversaries from anime or other nations without hesitation. This time is different. I will strive to minimize casualties while accomplishing our objectives. Esteth remained silent, her knightly sword gripped firmly in her right hand, the blade itself serving as her response. For the weak possessed no right to rebuttal. As for points, she held no interest, being newly inducted into the group. She approached everything with skepticism and would not let a phantom of rewards cause her to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opponent. An inexplicable and immense force descended, tearing the clouds above asunder and causing the city walls to tremble with the earth. Esteth felt her body grow heavy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her fists clenched tightly as she half-squatted, relying on her indomitable will to support herself. Yet, her legs quivered incessantly, and the walls beneath her feet cracked with her force. Her hair becoming disheveled. Despite exerting all her strength, she could not break free from this suffocating aura. Instead, she felt the pressure intensifying. In less than a minute, the weight of her hair became burdensome, and just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, the oppressive sensation around her dissipated entirely. I do not wish to harm you. Once this task is complete, I would be glad to engage in a friendly spar with you. However, for now, do not act impulsively. Adhere strictly to my commands. Qingfeng retracted his imposing aura, providing no pressure to Esteth, for she might not comply obediently. Esteth felt as though she had been immersed in water. After merely resisting Qingfeng's presence for a minute, a sense of fatigue washed over her. Truly, as an administrator, he was capable of forcing her into such a state without lifting a finger. Rather than fear, excitement surged within her. Having been invincible for so many years, she yearned for an opponent who could compel her to unleash her full potential. Very well, I can reluctantly cooperate with you this time, but you shall not command me. The formidable presence of Qingfeng commanded her respect. However, her pride would never permit anyone to dictate her actions, as that was her unwavering principle. Pray tell, does General Zilong currently harbor any plans? Has your strategist failed to anticipate the advance of Chao's forces? Qingfeng acquiesced to Esteth's request and inquired of Zhao about their battle plans. Zhao Yun was taken aback. He had never contemplated that a single individual could alter the very clouds above. The notion of traversing the cosmos indeed left him astounded. Yet he was a man of ancient origins. His understanding of the world was but a fragment of the whole, let alone the vastness of the universe. He was unaware of the true magnitude of cosmic travel, only grasping that such an endeavor was remarkable. However, the spectacle of the earth trembling and the sky's clouds tearing apart was undeniably awe-inspiring. To him, such feats seemed to belong solely to deities. Yet Qingfeng had accomplished it in reality. Upon hearing Qingfeng's inquiry, Zhao Yun gazed at him with a bewildered expression before finally responding. The strategist is currently within the city. Even if he possesses the talents to govern the heavens and the earth, a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. The absence of troops to command weighs heavily on the strategist's heart. Qingfeng truly did not anticipate that the only person in the entire Shu kingdom who could earn such praise from Zhao Yun was none other than Zhuge Kongming. To discover that he was present within this very city was indeed a delightful surprise. Who would not wish to behold the foremost prodigy of the three kingdoms? Revered as the crouching dragon, Zhuge Kongming's reputation precedes him. One wonders if he truly possesses the prophetic military genius depicted in historical records. Might I have the chance to meet him? I have heard his name resoundingly, and today, fate must allow me this encounter. Zhao Yun wore a hesitant expression, for he found himself amidst the tumult of war against the Wei kingdom, which inevitably bred doubt within him. He trusted Qingfeng. His intuition assured him that Qingfeng was indeed a good person, here to assist him. Yet, he could not shake the fear that should anything go awry with the strategist, he would bear the weight of regret for a lifetime. Very well. I shall inform the strategist. I will do my utmost to persuade him to meet you. Zhao Yun gritted his teeth and acquiesced. If Qingfeng harbored malicious intent towards the strategist, no one could thwart him. He need not go through such elaborate means. With his prowess, even the combined might of all the troops within the city might not prevail against him. Troublesome indeed, General Zilong. I await your favorable news. I shall do my best. Zhao Yun replied, hastily descending the city walls to report to Zhuge Liang, while Qingfeng and his companions remained behind. Before departing, he cautioned the soldiers who had witnessed everything to refrain from speaking of the matter, lest they inadvertently offend Qingfeng. The recent actions of Qingfeng were so formidable that the armies of Chao and Han believed they had encountered some calamity. Both camps were in disarray. The few soldiers present had seen it all. If Zhao Yun did not remind them, they might recklessly speak and provoke Qingfeng. Why not simply seek him out? Why must we linger here for his message? A mere strategist dares to keep this king waiting. Asta had never received such treatment, not even from the emperor of her own world. When he met her, he was always courteous and respectful. Qingfeng merely smiled without uttering a word, while Yunyao, breaking from her usual demeanor, took the initiative to speak. Big shot, you can't possibly be from Earth too, can you? Are we not both traversers from the same realm? As she posed this question, her heart raced with anticipation. She had long harbored suspicions that Qingfeng was also from Earth. Yet, every time she recalled his unparalleled prowess, she reassured herself, no way, how could anyone be so fortunate? With her own lackluster beginnings, she could not fathom how someone could not only traverse into a striking figure, but also possess such extraordinary strength. There seemed to be no reason for her, an invincible super beauty of the universe, to experience such a disparity in fortune. Thus, she continually sought solace in her thoughts. However, Qingfeng's recent words shattered her composure. His profound understanding of Zhao Zilong, even surpassing that of a modern individual, coupled with his admiration for the strategist Kongming, raised doubts about his origins. Even if Qingfeng was adept at concealing his true self, Yunyao, as a woman, discerned a certain reverence in his gaze when he looked upon Zhao Yun. It was a look reserved for an idol. How could a being capable of exploding stars idolize a mere mortal warrior? Moreover, why was he reluctant to engage in the violence that had defined his existence? Had he not taken many lives before? The amalgamation of these thoughts led Yunyao to question her disbelief that Qingfeng was not a modern individual. Qingfeng nodded readily, not denying his identity as a time traveler. Yunyao cautiously inquired, Great One, would you care for a cigarette? Qingfeng replied with a smile, It must be Huazi. If I smoke anything else, I start to cough. Yunyao sat on the ground in a daze, once again questioning the purpose of her existence. This was what one truly called a journey through time. Her own situation was clearly that of a stepchild. You should feel fortunate, having traversed time. You're part of a chat group with some rather amiable companions. Imagine if the first to join the group had been someone like Danzo or Blackbeard. You wouldn't even know how you'd meet your end. Qingfeng's words were quite straightforward, yet they resonated with truth. If such a person were to join the group chat and traverse different universes, it was certain that, driven by ambition, they would be the first to eliminate Yunyao. Seeking ways to usurp her position as an administrator, ruthless in their pursuit of their aspirations at any cost. Yunyao contemplated this notion and recognized its validity. Her initial foray into this new realm had been rather unimpressive. However, with Qingfeng's arrival and the activation of the mutual assistance feature alongside her alliance with Ace, her life had transformed as if she were endowed with extraordinary abilities. The members of the group had never harbored ill thoughts towards her due to her modest capabilities. Reflecting on Qingfeng and her own situation, Yunyao was suddenly struck by a peculiar thought. Were they truly the only two who had traversed realms? Esteemed one, she inquired, might there be other travelers as well? Surely, it cannot be just the two of us who have crossed over. This question had not crossed Qingfeng's mind. He was indifferent to such matters. In simple terms, it was of no concern to him, and he saw no reason to fret about it. I have no idea. Perhaps there are others, or perhaps not. Who can say for certain? Yunyao gently tapped her forehead, dismissing her fanciful thoughts. Even if there were others, it was not her burden to bear. So, esteemed one, do you possess a means to return to Earth? I long for my parents and wonder how they are faring. Tears welled in the girl's eyes, stirring Qingfeng's compassion. I originated from Earth as well, but whether we exist in the same time and space remains uncertain. Once we complete this task, I shall take you back to sea. The esteemed one was already capable of returning home, yet he spoke wisely. Even if they returned to Earth, there would undoubtedly be other parallel dimensions, not necessarily their original homeland. Nonetheless, Yunyao felt a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, she had no idea when she might return home. The sound of hooves drew nearer, and the gallant Zhao Zilong rode upon his white steed. From several dozen meters away, Zhao Yun called out, Administrator, the strategist has agreed to meet you. Let us go and witness this gentleman, the loyal dragon of the Han, who dedicates himself wholly until death. In the forefront stood Qingfeng, followed closely by Yunyao and Esters, while Zhao Yun chose to abandon his steed and walked alongside the three. Report, he announced. General Zilong has brought 3 unfamiliar individuals, requesting an audience with the strategist. Dressed in a scholarly manner, Zhuge Liang sat behind the strategist's desk, gracefully waving his feather fan to beckon them inside. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who the eminent figure spoken of by Zilong might be. Zhao Yun, a paragon of loyalty and valor, was the general he admired and trusted most among Liu Bei's commanders. Esteemed guests from distant lands, he began, I am the military strategist under Liu Bei, named Zhuge Kongming. Might I inquire about your purpose? Despite his cordial words, Zhuge Liang's gaze frequently lingered on Qingfeng, a man who eluded his understanding. Qingfeng elucidated the reasons for their arrival, claiming alongside Zhao Yun that the 3 of them were merely travelers from a distant land. Although Zhao Yun had initially intended to speak the truth, the nature of the chat group made it impossible to reveal their identities. Members were bound by a vow of silence, unable to disclose any details to outsiders. Thus, in a moment of resignation, Zhao Yun reframed their origins as those of foreign wanderers. Uncertain of the purpose behind their gathering, he expressed his willingness to assist, especially since they were friends of Zilong. Zhuge Liang spoke earnestly, while Qingfeng preferred to avoid trivial conversation, aware that the strategist's keen intellect could easily detect any inconsistencies. Consequently, he swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter, inquiring whether the military strategist possessed any effective strategies to overcome their adversaries and whether the 3 of them could offer any assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun felt a surge of delight. With Qingfeng's prowess demonstrated moments earlier, he believed one such individual could easily match the strength of 50,000 soldiers. His death also exuded an extraordinary presence, embodying the essence of a formidable master. With their combined talents, the prospect of defeating Chao's forces seemed promising. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, contemplating for a brief moment before revealing, I have a plan that may avert direct confrontation with Chao's army. However, it may be difficult to persuade General Guan, given his proud nature. Oh, what is this strategy? Might you share it with me? Qingfeng became intrigued. Outside the city, the Chao army vastly outnumbered them. What cunning strategies could Zhuge Liang possibly possess? Ha ha ha, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, for the time is not yet ripe. Zhuge Liang chuckled lightly, for even as a friend of Zilong, he could not divulge his stratagems to outsiders. Qingfeng understood his concerns, yet he found himself unable to prove that his intentions were genuinely to assist them. Allow me to brew a few pots of tea first, The hour is still early. We can deliberate on this matter after the military council in an hour. Time waits for no one. During wartime, every second counts. How can one indulge in the leisurely pleasure of tea at such a moment? Esther's could hardly contain her frustration. Initially, upon hearing Gu Qingfeng extol the virtues of Zhuge Liang, she believed him to be a figure of great renown. Alas, the reality fell short of her expectations. Zhuge Liang struck her as a frail scholar. How could such a person charge into battle and lead soldiers to victory? Mr. Zhuge is not like you. He is a strategist who does not need to engage directly in combat. Victory in warfare relies on intellect. A truly exceptional strategist prevails by outsmarting the strong rather than confronting them head-on as we do. Gu Qifeng gestured for her to remain silent. For this was a battle of ancient times. There were no extravagant spells nor extraordinary powers that transcended humanity. What existed were the soldiers' desperate struggles and the generals' willingness to risk their lives. There was no individual capable of altering the tide of war single-handedly. Elbu, renowned as the mightiest warrior of the three kingdoms, could command 10,000 men yet still falter against an opposing force of 50,000. While he could evade ambushes and retreat unscathed, he too was powerless to turn the tide of an entire army's defeat through mere personal valor. Warfare relies on strategy and the astute assessment of the situation on both sides. Isdeath snorted dismissively. The strong survive while the weak perish. Such was the simplicity of it. She held little belief in the so-called strategies. After consuming several cups of tea, Gu Qifeng posed a long-held question. Master Zhuge, in your view, what is the state of the world? Is the revival of the Han dynasty truly an act of defiance against heaven? Zhuge Liang smiled calmly, countering with a question of his own. What constitutes heaven? Is not the Son of Heaven himself a manifestation of it? To serve the mandate of heaven is to act in accordance with it. How could one defy it? The composure and elegance exuded by Zhuge Liang, unflinching even in the face of overwhelming adversity, was a grace that Gu Qingfeng could never hope to possess. Liu Bei was indeed a charismatic leader, inspiring men like Master and Zilong to fight willingly for him. A talent such as Master Zhuge, if dedicated to the Lord, could swiftly quell the rebels and restore the Han dynasty. Though this was their first meeting, and he had not joined the conversation like Zhao Yun nor witnessed Gu Qingfeng in action, Zhuge Liang discerned the depth of Gu Qingfeng's prowess. When speaking of Cao Cao's forces, he did so with an air of nonchalance, showing no fear of the tens of thousands of troops. You jest, Master, he remarked. I shall not interfere in your conflicts. I am but a passerby who happened to assist General Zilong in his time of need. Once this conflict concludes, I shall take my leave. Yu Qifeng harbored no desire to intervene in the affairs of history. What has transpired will inevitably recur. The wheel of history rolls ever onward. With Zhao Yun joining the chat group, it was, in essence, predetermined that history would undergo transformation, requiring no active assistance from him. Gu Qingfeng did not acquiesce, and Zhuge Liang did not press him further. As they awaited the military council, Gu Qifeng sought Zhuge Liang's counsel on numerous inquiries, to which Zhuge Liang responded with unreserved knowledge and insight. One was unparalleled, the strongest in the world. The other was among the rarest talents in the 5 millennia of Chinese history, excelling in military, political, and agricultural affairs. A mutual admiration blossomed between them, and Gu Qingfeng lamented Zhuge Liang's uncertain future. Alas, fate did not favor him. Ultimately, as the deliberation belonged to Liu Bei's faction, Gu Qingfeng refrained from involvement, leading Yunyao and Estes to retreat to a garden in the rear to await developments. Utilizing his abilities, he projected the military council's discussions through a mirrored reflection, and the three gathered to observe. The generals attending the council arrived one after another, but the one who captured Gu Qingfeng's attention was a tall and formidable man, over 8 feet in height, with a visage reminiscent of a heavy jujube. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an air of heroism, presenting a proud and imposing figure. Without needing reminders, Gu Qingfeng recognized this as the martial saint, Guan Yu. He pondered what strategies the strategist might devise to repel the enemy. His elder brother had entrusted the city to him, and without a sound plan, he would surely fight to the death. At this moment, Guan Yu and Zhuge Liang were not yet well acquainted, having spent little time together, and his words were still laced with arrogance. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, explaining in a calm yet deliberate tone, "We possess only a few thousand troops, while the Chao army outnumbers us tenfold. Even with our utmost efforts in battle, victory is unlikely. However, I have a plan that could leave the Chao army both financially and militarily depleted." Guan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. wondering if he had indeed underestimated this scholar. Speak plainly, strategist. There is no need for circumlocution. What is your plan? The city must be abandoned. We will withdraw and allow the city to fall, but I will not let the Chao army seize it easily. Zhuge Liang delineated his strategy. He proposed a complete retreat to the rear base of Shuzhou, employing fire tactics to ensure that the Chao army would neither gain the city nor escape unscathed, suffering both losses in troops and resources. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu erupted into hearty laughter, his gaze towards Zhuge Liang filled with scorn. To abandon the city and flee would be to betray my elder brother's trust. Besides, our forces are well equipped to traverse the open terrain. How could we possibly evade the pursuit of the Chao army? Zhuge Liang's plan appeared lackluster to him. A disappointing outcome for someone who had been summoned thrice to leave his humble abode by his elder brother. Yet, Zhuge Liang remained confident in his stratagem, certain that the Chao army would not discern his intentions. Currently at an absolute disadvantage, the conditions indeed warranted a retreat. Eager to pursue Qingfeng and his companions, Cao Cao would likely lack the time for thorough reconnaissance of the city, sending only a contingent to occupy it while leading the majority in pursuit. However, such a course would spell doom for the soldiers tasked with setting the fire. What then, if Cao Cao's main force caught up? Would they simply await their demise? It is not that I hold you in contempt. A mere few thousand of Chao's troops cannot possibly threaten me, yet the strategist may not be able to escape unscathed. Guan Yu remained unconvinced. Perhaps setting fire to the city was indeed the correct course of action, for this fortress is merely a border outpost devoid of civilian inhabitants. Burning it would pose little consequence. However, Cao Cao has brought his elite cavalry, while the majority of our forces are foot soldiers. How could we possibly outrun Chao's army? Zhuge Liang, unperturbed, calmly explained, "Fear not, I shall secretly position 100,000 troops in ambush. Cao Cao, being inherently suspicious, will undoubtedly refrain from pursuing us." Guan Yu's disdain deepened. He was acutely aware of the true number of soldiers under his command, which, even when including support and supplies, scarcely exceeded 5,000. The reinforcements from my elder brother would take at least 7 days to arrive. Where then could we muster 100,000 in ambush? If we possess such a formidable force, why abandon the city? We could easily repel Chao's troops, perhaps even annihilate them. What folly! We lack the manpower for such grandiose claims. It would be wiser to steadfastly defend the city and fight valiantly. Zhuge Liang's expression reflected hesitation. Certain matters were ill-suited for him to voice. Thus, he turned to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, having known Guan Yu for many years, was regarded as a brother. And thus he spoke freely. "Brother Yunchang, what our lord currently lacks is soldiers. We cannot afford to expend our forces against Cao Cao. Retreating is indeed the most prudent course. Cao Cao commands a substantial portion of the Han dynasty, with a populace nearing 10 million. He thrives in a war of attrition. Liu Bei, conversely, possesses merely 2 provinces, and even then, only a fraction of that territory." Guan Yu, seasoned by the trials of battle, understood these complexities. Yet his pride lingered. Apart from a few, such as Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, he regarded other heroes of the realm as mere opportunists. How could he, aware of their numerical disadvantage, allow himself to appear cowardly? Since Brother Zilong has spoken thus, we shall adhere to the strategist's counsel. With Zhao Yun acting as an intermediary, Guan Yu found a way forward. After all, no one desires death, even the valiant Guan Eryi. Life is a pursuit of either fame or fortune. Should he knowingly face defeat, yet dismiss the counsel of others, he would be perceived in posterity as a mere fool, valiant, but devoid of wisdom. Before Guan Yu could respond, another strategist, cloaked in guise, interjected, "Might I inquire as to the origin and location of this 100,000-strong army you speak of? Please, divulge a hint. In 1 hour, we shall charge forth. As for the ambush, the details must remain a secret," Zhuge Liang replied, intent on maintaining discretion. To disclose such information would invite peril. Some soldiers could not help but sigh, harboring little hope for this venture. Outside, the encroaching presence of Chao's forces, bolstered by over 20 formidable generals, rendered any attempt to break free from their encirclement a formidable challenge. Guan Yu cast a glance at him, expressing his impatience as he remarked, "How can one bolster another's ambitions while diminishing one's own authority? In my view, they are but a mere distraction, unworthy of consideration. Should they dare obstruct my path, I shall cleave them in 2. Zhuge Liang burst into laughter, gesturing towards the soldier. With General Yunchang leading the charge, Who could possibly hinder our departure? The heroes of the realm are well aware of Brother Yun Chang's formidable reputation and tremble at the mere mention of his name. Upon hearing such flattering words, Guan Yu found Zhuge Liang less irksome. He was one to respond better to gentle persuasion than to forceful assertions. The discord between them stemmed from Zhuge Liang's ever-mysterious demeanor, always strategizing without offering explanations, which only heightened Guan Yu's irritation. This air of superiority nearly provoked his death, who rested her hand upon her sword, ready to unleash her wrath at any moment. Fortunately, such comments were not made in her presence. Otherwise, she would have certainly acted upon her impulse. After some deliberation, Zhuge Liang made a decisive call. In 1 hour, the city gates would be flung open, with Guan Yu leading the charge and Zhao Yun bringing up the rear. The Chao army had been relentlessly marching day and night, arriving here without the opportunity to set traps. Thus, it was the perfect moment to strike while they were weary and disheartened. His death cast an exasperated glance at Qingfeng. What shall we do? Their military operation is simply to escape. It appears we need not lend a hand, and this time, our efforts for points will be in vain. Yunyao looked at Qingfeng in confusion, recalling how eager he had been during past missions. Even though this was a conflict among allies, his demeanor seemed excessively nonchalant. Qingfeng shook his head, somewhat uncertain about the current situation. According to Zhuge Liang's strategy, this encounter should not be deemed a defeat. Rather, it could serve to temper the fervor of Chao's forces. This city, indeed a border stronghold, would be rendered incapable of garrisoning troops should it succumb to a great conflagration. However, he found himself perplexed. Where could Zhuge Liang possibly amass an army of 100,000? He had surveyed the surrounding area within 100 miles with his senses, yet he detected no signs of a hidden multitude. There was no need for haste. Numerous tasks awaited in the future. He would treat this as an opportunity to gain experience, equipping himself with strategies for similar challenges that may arise. Ancient Qingfeng found himself devoid of better alternatives. Resigned to proceed one step at a time, the system had not provided precise directives. It merely instructed him to assist Zhao Yun in completing military tasks. Was it truly suggesting that he facilitate their retreat? When had Estes ever engaged in such warfare? In the past, she would have unsheathed her sword and charged forth. Yet she was a person of principle. Having pledged her support to ancient Qingfeng, she refrained from acting impulsively and chose instead to await developments in silence. "Who are you?" she inquired, noticing individuals idling beside the military council chamber. With a simmering frustration, Guan Yu stepped outside for a moment of respite, only to encounter ancient Qingfeng and his companions engaged in light conversation. His eyes widened, ready to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, Zhao Yun trailed closely behind, swiftly positioning himself between them to mediate. "Brother Yun, these three are my friends, each possessing martial prowess equal to my own. They have come specifically to offer their assistance," Zhao Yun clarified, which eased Guan Yu's tension, making the presence of outsiders in such a critical military location comprehensible. "Oh, so they are friends of Zilo. Very well then. But it is prudent that women do not tread upon the battlefield," he remarked curtly before hastily departing, intent on organizing the troops for a strategic breakout. Zhao Yun inclined his hands in a respectful gesture toward the trio. "We are about to make our escape. Will you accompany me, or do you have other plans?" Qingfeng merely stated that he and his companions would retreat alongside the troops, striving to minimize their involvement in the conflict, as he wished to preserve the equilibrium of the local forces within this realm. An hour later, a formidable multitude of thousands surged forth, breaking through the city gates towards the east. Zhuge Liang's decisive action caught Cao off guard, having encircled the city with his forces. He was astonished that Zhuge Liang would so resolutely abandon it. However, upon reflection, Cao burst into laughter. The strategists beneath him were perplexed. Zhuge Liang was fleeing. Yet Cao remained amused. "My lord, what is it that you find so humorous?" they inquired. "I find Zhuge's lack of strategy amusing, the Shu army and its cowardice. Flees without a fight. Do they truly believe they can outpace my elite cavalry?" He commanded a relentless pursuit, ordering 20,000 troops to enter the city and secure the stronghold. Could it be that they have cast aside the city so easily? Might there be a trick involved? Questioned one advisor. "Impossible. They possess but 5,000 soldiers, and we have them entirely surrounded. What trickery could they employ, unless their forces descended from the heavens?" With Cao's orders dispatched, the Cao army swiftly mobilized, directing Eugene to seize control of the city, while Cao personally led the chase after Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, On Zhuge Liang's side, Guan Yu charged ahead, a force of nature, striking down any who stood in his way. The troops positioned to the east of the city fell under the command of Xia Hoin, who, having witnessed Guan Yu's prowess, dared not confront him directly, instead sending his subordinates to obstruct. However, Guan Yu effortlessly broke through the encirclement, allowing the army to surge forth unimpeded. Everything unfolded as Zhuge Liang had anticipated. As dusk approached, the sky darkened, obscuring the view of the Chao army, which failed to notice the concealed foliage and debris. Indeed, Cao Cao's forces fell victim to the ruse. The hidden soldiers Zhuge Liang had left in the city ignited a blaze that consumed much of the stronghold and claimed the lives of over 10,000 Chao troops. After fleeing a distance of several miles, Zhuge Liang commanded the main force to proceed, while he stationed Zhao Yun and a few trusted soldiers in a valley, instructing them to construct heaps of stones in various shapes. Half an hour later, a mist began to form over the span of hundreds of meters. Observing this phenomenon, Zhuge Liang was taken aback, gazing skyward to assess the celestial signs. "My lord, what troubles you? It is the first time we have seen you so flustered." His strategist remarked. "I cannot fathom it, nor do I understand the purpose of these stones," the soldiers whispered among themselves, while Zhao Yun curiously watched Zhuge Liang's reaction. Qingfeng and the other two chose to remain behind, intrigued to discover the origins of the so-called 100,000 troops. As he beheld the chaotic stones, Qingfeng was suddenly reminded of an episode from the Three Kingdoms, when Liu Bei's forces were relentlessly pursued by Lu Sun, who set fire to their encampments, leading to their catastrophic defeat and frantic retreat. The brilliant Zhuge Liang had deployed the Bagua formation, effectively severing Lu Sun's pursuing soldiers, rendering them unable to continue their chase. Even the composed Zhuge Liang trembled slightly, incredulously exclaiming, "How can this be? Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena, predicting a thick fog for today, which, combined with my illusionary formation, should deter Cao Cao from advancing. Why has the heavenly sign changed so drastically?" Zhuge Liang had not disclosed his predictions to anyone in advance, not even to Zhao Yun. "My lord, can a mere illusionary formation truly impede Cao Cao's grand army?" Zhuge Liang replied, "This formation, having undergone my enhancements, can ensnare the enemy in a deceptive mist, rendering them temporarily disoriented. However, mere tactical prowess alone cannot frighten Cao Cao. We require the favor of the heavens. If the celestial signs have shifted so dramatically, without the fog, I fear that within half an hour, Chao's forces will breach our formation." Zhuge Liang sighed deeply, lamenting, "Heaven favors Chao, not Han." Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head, suspecting that the cause might lie with him. In an attempt to intimidate his death, he had inadvertently unleashed such fury that it disrupted the very clouds above. The clouds that were originally destined to appear had been blown away to distant realms. Could this possibly be related to the recent earthquake? Today's weather was indeed peculiar, and the occurrence of the earthquake had taken him completely by surprise. Typically, signs of an impending quake manifest through unusual ground activity, erratic behavior in livestock, or anomalies in water sources. Yet none of these had transpired before this sudden tremor, which ceased almost as quickly as it began. Zhuge Liang had never encountered such a phenomenon either. He merely regarded it as an irregular occurrence. Moreover, within moments, Zhao Yun had informed him that someone wished to see him, leaving no time for further contemplation. In hindsight, it seems these two events may indeed be interconnected. What an extraordinary coincidence. Qingfeng felt that the time had come for him to step forward. This was the moment to showcase his abilities. "A multitude of worthless beings retreat far from my presence and witness as I single-handedly annihilate the enemy forces." As Qingfeng took his first step forward, the cold and merciless voice of his death interrupted him. Zhuge Liang cast her a surprised glance. From their first encounter, he had discerned that this woman was not easy to deal with. The disdainful gaze she cast upon the world was one he had only witnessed in Guan Yu, an expression of absolute pride in one's own strength. However, there were no female generals in this world, and given that her beauty rivaled that of the renowned Xiao Qiao, it was impossible for someone of her stature to remain obscure. Qingfeng glanced at Zhao Yun beside him, a contemplative expression flitting across his face. "Strategist, if I provide you with 5,000 soldiers, how confident are you in thwarting Chao's army?" After half an hour, Cao Cao's forces arrived at the mouth of the valley. Enveloped in mist that rendered visibility perilously low, Cao Cao furrowed his brow, wary of potential deception, and was about to scrutinize the formations when a voice resonated from the mountaintop. "Cao Cao, as a minister of Han, How dare you wield the Emperor's authority to command the lords and commit such treasonous acts? Clad in a flowing white scholar's robe, Zhuge Liang stood prominently on the mountainside. A charming young girl by his side, surveying Chao's troops from a position of vantage. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang, Cao erupted in laughter. Zhuge Liang, you dare not flee? Do you truly believe your 5,000 soldiers can withstand my grand army? Even if you have Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, what of it? Zhuge Liang remained unperturbed, his demeanor exuding confidence as he regarded Cao's 100,000 troops with disdain. With a traitor like you, I need only to wave my feather fan, and you shall be reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha, you amuse me. You think 5,000 men can defeat me? I could write my name backward. Cao laughed heartily, clutching his belly, convinced that this confrontation was purely one of brute force, devoid of strategy. No matter Zhuge Liang's myriad talents, without water, fire, or geographical advantage, even his expertise in formations could not vanquish an enemy with tenfold the numbers. Attack! At Zhuge Liang's command, 5,000 soldiers charged forth, racing toward Cao's army, which lay several hundred meters away. Is this surrender? Are you sending them to their deaths without caution? In battle, one typically proceeds with utmost care. Fearing the loss of their lord's foundation, Cao remarked, incredulous. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly, his spirits lifted, and could not resist adding, "This is the easiest battle I have ever fought. I have never engaged in such a leisurely campaign. This time, I shall surely bring you down. You crack me up." Truly. Cao's laughter grew louder until an observant soldier noted that the 5,000 charging troops were all mounted on white horses. My lord, those 5,000 cavalry are not to be underestimated. We should dispatch the tiger and leopard cavalry to charge ahead and deploy the main force to encircle them. A strategist offered this counsel, but Cao swiftly dismissed it, unconvinced. Do you expect me to mobilize my 80,000 troops against a mere 5,000 cavalry? Do you think their horsemen can stand against 10? We shall send only half our forces to engage, retaining the rest for support. Zhuge Liang waved his fan once more, issuing a loud order. Divide into 50 routes and encircle Cao's army. Seize Cao's head. Cao was taken aback, as were his strategists and generals, bewildered by the notion of 5,000 cavalry encircling 80,000 troops. Was Zhuge Liang mad, or had they all misheard? 5,000 surrounding 80,000. Zhuge Liang must have lost his senses. Zhuge Liang commands 5,000 cavalry as though they were an army of 1,000,000. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Cao's troops, dismount and surrender forthwith. Clad in a white robe, Zhao Yun takes the lead, his dragon gallant spear glinting with a chilling brilliance. The lord is Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun has arrived. Yet what of Zhao Yun? I possess 8 myriad troops, standing still. Allowing him to slay, he could never vanquish them all. Cao regards him with indifference, admiring Zhao Yun's martial prowess and unwavering loyalty. However, he harbors no fear, for his valiant generals Su Chu and Yu Jin are at hand. How could his formidable captains falter before a single Zhao Yun? My lord, it appears that all 5,000 horsemen are Zhao Zilong. A strategist trembles, pointing with quaking hands at the 100 cavalry charging forth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Have you imbibed too much? If Liu Bei possessed 5,000 Zhao Zilongs, the realm would surely belong to him, leaving no ground for us to stand upon. Cao gazes up. The distance between the two armies has dwindled to a mere 100 meters. The archers of Cao's forces unleash a barrage of arrows to thwart the charge of the Shu army. Yet, the unfavorable terrain diminishes the power of their projectiles as the Shu army charges downhill, and not a single soldier falls from his steed. The Shu soldiers, all clad in white and wielding silver spears, are handsome and agile. As Cao scrutinizes them, he realizes that they all bear an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Zilong. Stunned, he recalls how one man had once infiltrated his ranks and escaped with a doe, a feat unmatched since the demise of El Bu. Though his initial command had been to refrain from killing, he later found capturing Zhao Yun impossible, hence had ordered his men to disregard life or death. Yet, Zhao Yun still managed to elude capture, further affirming his unparalleled martial skills. After this battle, his fame soared, and Cao grew increasingly fond of him. Even with identical appearances, such a multitude could not possibly exist. There are no two individuals in this world who are completely alike. Impossible, utterly impossible. How could there be so many Zhao Zilongs? It must be an illusion conjured by Zhuge Liang's stratagem. Charge forward, my entire army. These 5,000 are a creation of Qingfeng. Inquiring about whether Uchiha Madara possesses the shadow clone technique, Madara, in his agony, generously bestowed it upon Qingfeng. Despite his desire to compensate him with some points, Madara resolutely declined. Had it not been for the points bestowed upon him by Qingfeng, he would have found it exceedingly arduous to resurrect even after a month. Both chakra and chi represent forms of energy, and Qingfeng effortlessly deduced the operational patterns of chi. By harnessing his own chi, he performed the shadow clone technique on Zhao Yun, resulting in an astonishing 5,000 Zhao Yuns, all of whom would vanish upon sustaining injuries. Their combat prowess and appearance mirrored that of Zhao Yun. When Zhuge Liang observed Qingfeng departing and then returning with 5,000 Zhao Yuns, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Most significantly, each clone matched Zhao Yun in strength, making it impossible for Zhao Yun to defeat them without exerting himself to the utmost. At that moment, Zhuge Liang felt that given a few months, he could easily vanquish the states of Wei and Wu. While the efficacy in besieging cities might be somewhat lacking, in open-field combat, this was an invincible existence. Before Zhuge Liang could contemplate further, Qingfeng stated that he would only lend them this opportunity once. After repelling Chao's forces, he would reclaim his creations. This was also a manifestation of the formation and could not exist indefinitely. It would be absurd not to retrieve them. 5,000 Zhao Yuns would compel the states of Wu and Wei to surrender outright, and he had no desire to overreach. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Even so, Zhuge Liang felt exceedingly content. Since following Liu Bei, he had always faced a shortage of troops, and while Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were undeniably valiant, they did not heed his commands. Only Zhao Yun, whom he admired most, combined martial prowess with intelligence and, crucially, obedience. He followed Zhuge Liang's directives without question. With no soldiers at his disposal, Zhuge Liang had relied solely on his brilliant strategy in battles. In this moment, he yearned to exclaim, after a lifetime of arduous struggles, "Can I not enjoy some respite?" Since these were merely conjured by the formation, there was no need for concern if they perished. A direct confrontation was all that was required. Cao Cao believed that Zhuge Liang had merely gathered people to dress as Zhao Yun or had utilized the formation to create illusions to intimidate him. However, in the ensuing clash, the Cao forces were utterly routed, each Zhao Yun exhibiting the valor of 10,000 men, transforming the situation into a one-sided affair. The Cao army found themselves trapped with no avenue for escape. Even when Su Chu and Eugene joined the fray, only Su Chu could barely withstand the onslaught. Su Chu's might was formidable, but Zhao Yun's spear techniques were agile, relentlessly targeting vital points with an onslaught akin to a tempest. Within mere exchanges, Eugene revealed signs of defeat and retreated in haste, leaving Cao Cao in stunned silence, rooted to the spot. "My lord, flee for your life. A horde of Zhao Yuns is approaching." In a frantic bid to escape, Eugene dragged Cao Cao away without looking back, lamenting that he could hardly withstand a few exchanges himself. 5,000 Zhao Yuns indeed. Cao Cao's gaze, blank and vacant, lingered on Zhuge Liang atop the hill. And as he fled, he couldn't help but reflect, Kongming is truly a hidden dragon. No wonder Liu Bei made 3 visits to his cottage to enlist him. The Zhao Yun Legion caused the Cao army to flee in disarray, resulting in countless casualties, with preliminary estimates suggesting that around 50,000 troops were severely wounded. However, none of Cao Cao's renowned generals or strategists fell in the chaos. All the losses were among the common soldiers. Upon witnessing Cao Cao's retreat, the Zhao Yun Legion halted, refraining from immediate pursuit. On the mountain, Zhuge Liang glanced and discerned that this was the intention of Qingfeng. There was no one among the Cao army capable of defeating Zhao Zilong in single combat, and the lack of significant casualties among Cao Cao's high-ranking officials indicated that Qingfeng had a method to control the Zhao Yun troops summoned through formation tactics. This individual seemed to be an ally rather than an adversary. His leniency towards Cao Cao's men suggested a reluctance to involve himself in worldly affairs. Zhuge Liang quickly deduced Qingfeng's thoughts with remarkable accuracy and chose not to press further. Had it not been for Qingfeng's intervention, he would likely have faced a devastating defeat this time. What Zhuge Liang did not anticipate was that the celestial changes were also orchestrated by Qingfeng. The great talent of this gentleman and his immense favor would be etched in Zhuge Liang's memory for eternity. After the retreat of the Cao army, Zhuge Liang bowed deeply to Qingfeng, demonstrating great humility. Qingfeng was taken aback and promptly bowed in return, not merely out of respect for the individual before him, but because he genuinely admired this middle-aged man who dedicated himself to the revival of the Han dynasty. "You flatter me, Mr. Zhuge," he said modestly. "It is but a trivial stratagem, hardly worthy of mention. Since the Cao army has departed, It is time for us three to take our leave. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Zhao Yun endeavored to persuade them to visit Shuzhou, wishing to extend his hospitality as a gracious host. It appeared that Zhao Yun was unaware of any time constraints. Qingfeng could only subtly indicate that time was running short. Once Zhao Yun logged onto the chat group and perused the details of the task, he would come to understand. Estes maintained her haughty demeanor, dismissing any further discourse with Zhuge Liang. In stark contrast, Yunyao was among the few female enthusiasts of the Three Kingdoms, with a particular fondness for Zhuge Liang. Upon meeting him, her eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly a devoted fan. Observing Zhuge Liang's tall stature, refined appearance, and scholarly aura only deepened her infatuation. Unable to contain her feelings at the moment of parting, she expressed her admiration for Zhuge Liang, who responded with a gentle smile, inviting her to visit him in Shuzhou whenever she had the opportunity. Yunyao readily agreed, planning to bring Estes along once her own matters were settled. As Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun departed, they gradually vanished from the trio's sight. With their distance increasing, Estes felt a surge of battle intent, her gaze towards Qingfeng igniting with a fiery intensity. The transformation of 5,000 Zhao Yun by Qingfeng indeed astonished her. However, it was not enough to instill fear. While she may not possess the same capabilities as Qingfeng, the act of vanquishing 5,000 Zhao Yun was far from daunting. The administrator, known as the strongest in dimensions, along with the members seeking to gain favor, the Ice Queen Esters, successfully accomplished the task. Both the strongest in dimensions and the one seeking to gain favor received 170 points, while the Ice Queen Esters earned 160 points. Additionally, there was a special reward of 3,000 points for completing the task, with the strongest in dimensions receiving 2,000 points, and the other two, the one seeking to gain favor and the Ice Queen, each receiving 500 points. As Qingfeng was about to respond, he suddenly felt an intangible pressure enveloping him, causing his blood to boil. A name surfaced in his mind, the legendary Super Saiyan. The only possibility that could evoke such fervor in his Saiyan blood was none other than Broly. He heightened his senses to their utmost capacity, detecting the distinct energies emanating from various universes. From the 7th universe of Dragon Ball came the primal and ferocious aura of wrath. With his mane of golden hair, Broly was relentlessly overpowering Goku and Vegeta, leaving the two of them at a complete disadvantage in their confrontation. Qingfeng murmured to himself, contemplating the prospect of a worthwhile battle. Esteemed Esters raised an eyebrow, momentarily mistaking his words as directed at her. The surrounding atmosphere crystallized into ice, poised for a potential confrontation with Qingfeng. Yunyao, you should return first. I need to make a brief trip to the Dragon Ball universe. Once I resolve matters there, I shall bring you back to Earth. With a command to Yunyao, Qingfeng's figure vanished into thin air, executing a momentary teleportation back to the Dragon Ball universe. Although teleportation enables instantaneous travel between locations, it is typically confined to the same worldview. The reason he could transcend these boundaries remained a mystery to him. He simply felt capable of doing so, and indeed, he succeeded. However, returning from Dragon Ball to Earth was beyond his reach, as he could only pinpoint the Dragon Ball universe's position due to the heightened energy signatures emitted during Goku and his companions' battles. Earth, lacking such formidable individuals, rendered it impossible to sense energy and, consequently, to execute teleportation. Where are you going? Esther seethed, furious at Qingfeng's abrupt departure before a confrontation could even commence. She cast a glance at Yunyao, who shrugged helplessly. I can't fight. If you wish to spar, you'll have to wait for him to return. It wouldn't be honorable to defeat a frail woman like me. Esther's, brimming with frustration, yet having no outlet for her ire, exhibited a faint blush upon her otherwise frosty visage. The pinned video in their group showcased a previous battle involving a prominent individual. Upon returning, she could view it to gain a clearer understanding of his prowess. After explaining this to Esther's, Yunyao also made her exit, not wishing to face the wrath of the furious Esther's. On the icy plains of Earth in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta united their strengths in a fierce clash against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The rampaging Broly had long since lost his sanity, engaging in a life-for-life combat style that forsook defense. As the three warriors fought with fervor, a calm voice resonated from below, imbued with an undercurrent of excitement. This fellow is quite impressive. Should I step in for a try? Broly, consumed by rage, paid no heed to the remarks. However, Goku stumbled upon hearing this. inadvertently providing Broly the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow that sent him crashing to the ground, having already been at a disadvantage. Goku's fall left Vegeta to fend for himself, and it wasn't long before he too succumbed to a barrage of punches. Observing Vegeta's desperate evasion of Broly's onslaught, one couldn't help but reflect on the tragic moniker bestowed upon him. The once proud Scion Prince found himself in such disarray. Reduced to this level by a mere legendary Super Saiyan, such thoughts could hardly protect the woman he cherished. It is unclear where this individual emerged from, behaving like a madman. Originally, a Super Saiyan could have subdued him, yet even two Super Saiyan Blues are currently no match for him. Vegeta, harboring a deep-seated fury, mused on his pride as the prince of all Saiyans, questioning how he could be surpassed by this legendary Saiyan, especially with his beloved Bulma watching from below. He felt utterly humiliated. Stimulated by this challenge, Vegeta's energy surged exponentially, his innate ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity propelling him beyond his current limits. The might of his full-powered Super Saiyan Blue was unleashed. At this moment, Vegeta surpassed Goku in his tenfold Kaioken state, his gaze fixed intently on Broly. Meanwhile, Whis, observing from below, chuckled softly, recognizing that Vegeta's power now exceeded that of Goku. However, his peripheral vision remained keenly focused on Gogeta below, a figure that intrigued him profoundly. This presence seemed even more formidable than that of Lord Beerus, revealing to him for the first time the existence of such a powerhouse within Universe 7. It appeared that Vegeta had reached this form ahead of Goku, truly remarkable. Bulma was elated, not merely because Vegeta surpassed Goku, but because she was aware of his relentless desire to outdo Goku. Time and again, Goku had leapt ahead to break through barriers, but this time, Vegeta had finally claimed a victory. In his full-powered locked blue state, Vegeta reversed the previous tide, dominating in his one-on-one battle with Broly, consistently maintaining the upper hand. Goku, rising from the ground, approached Goku Qingfeng with a smile, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Ah, it seems you two have sensed the strength of this individual. Are you waiting for Vegeta to finish before you make your move against him?" Gu Qingfeng let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, the Saiyan bloodline is remarkably formidable. Yet, it bears a critical flaw, an impulsive nature that compels one to rush towards the strong without sufficient contemplation. Fortunately, he noticed in time that Whis was also present. Had he acted on impulse, explaining the full extent of his abilities would have posed quite a challenge. His interest in the matter was minimal. He merely wished to observe the spectacle. Goku chuckled heartily, harboring no resentment towards Vegeta for his earlier breakthrough. On the contrary, he felt genuine joy for his friend's advancement in strength. It truly vexed him. This fellow was progressing far too swiftly, and he found himself utterly outmatched. Vegeta had also transcended his limits. Goku realized he could offer no assistance unless he could unleash the 20-fold Kaioken. However, such an endeavor would impose an overwhelming strain on his current physique, which could not withstand it. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng recalled another matter. Gogeta makes an appearance in this narrative. Should Vegeta falter against Broly, Goku will inevitably have to fuse with Vegeta. Gogeta will manifest, and upon witnessing their fused form, the sagacious Piccolo from Dragon Ball will undoubtedly make a connection to himself. At this moment, he is at an impasse. He cannot intervene. Yet abstaining is not an option either. If Vegeta, in his locked blue state, proves inadequate against Broly, then he shall take action, revealing his strength to Whis. Although it poses some complications, there are still ways to remedy the situation. In the sky, Vegeta and Broly simultaneously unleash their princely techniques, launching countless energy spheres and beams that collide and annihilate one another. The clouds above have long since been swept away by the shockwaves. Then, a rather absurd scene unfolds. Broly shakes off Vegeta and charges straight at him. In a fit of rage, Vegeta, whose azure hair reverts to black, engages Broly once more. Having already pushed past his limits and nearly exhausted his stamina, Goku assumes a stance, preparing to confront Broly again, while Gu Qingfeng dismisses his earlier thoughts. Broly, wielding two energy spheres, aims directly at the faces of the two fighters. Gu Qingfeng, acting swiftly, delivers a punch to Broly's face, sending him hurtling backward. Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate in the slightest. What he lacked most were points. He aimed to accumulate a staggering 1 trillion points to exchange for the ultimate skill, Zizai Ji Gong. Even the Omni King could not erase his existence, and at that moment, he would soar through the skies like a bird and swim through the vast oceans like a fish. The management of the group announced the commencement of a live broadcast featuring the strongest in the dimension, where group members could utilize a mere 100 points to gain access. In the live room, the formidable Qingfeng faced off against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Tony, unfazed, entered the live room, followed by the Shinigami elementary student and the user Do You Also Wish to Dance? Besides the still being pursued by Kamen Rider RX. Many others flocked into the live room, eager to witness the prowess of the master. Having just watched Qingfeng engage in fierce combat against Zamasu, the experience had cost him some of his precious points. Tony remarked, "This guy's hair can also turn golden. Yet he gives me a similar impression to the Hulk, lacking in reason." The user seeking to cling to power added, even from the live broadcast, "This individual exudes an overwhelming presence." The Shinigami elementary student stated, "I don't understand. I'm out of my depth in the world of the strong. You're merely insignificant." Fire-Fist commented, "I get the feeling this guy has gone mad. Is he engaging in indiscriminate attacks?" The book-loving ghoul noted, "That golden-haired giant is quite tall. Standing next to him, the master would have to crane his neck." The user Do You Also Wish to Dance? Asserted, "No matter how powerful he is, he cannot possibly rival the master. Did you not see the smile at the corner of the master's mouth? That is the expression of assured victory." As Broly transformed into a shooting star, charging fiercely towards him, Qingfeng shouted, channeling his energy and unleashing an invisible aura that soared into the sky. The wind from his punch whistled past as he calmly sidestepped, countering with a spinning kick that sent Broly flying. With a slight smirk, he beckoned Broly to attack, provoking the enraged warrior once more. Once again, Broly was sent reeling by a punch, his fury manifesting in a chaotic wave of energy that indiscriminately shattered the icy ground beneath him. Qingfeng maintained his unhurried demeanor, strolling amidst countless shockwaves until he arrived before Broly. He delivered a powerful punch that struck Broly squarely in the abdomen, causing him to expel a torrent of bitter bile as he staggered backward, taking 2 unsteady steps. Raising his hand, he gathered an enormous energy sphere, which swelled larger with each surge of his power. Upon reaching a threshold that he could withstand, Broly aimed it fiercely at Qingfeng. "If this is all you can muster, a single hand is sufficient to deal with you." As the blinding orb drew perilously close, Qingfeng's right arm bulged with muscle, and in a flash, he unleashed a punch with breathtaking swiftness. There were no earth-shattering techniques employed, nor was there any clash of waves. It was simply an ordinary punch. The energy sphere was struck directly into the vastness of space, its overflow of energy causing the very earth to tremble. With a mere tap of his staff, Whis summoned a protective barrier, enveloping the planet within its safeguard. Can you muster more strength? Unleash your full potential, for this level is insufficient. Qingfeng found himself perplexed, questioning how this Broly could appear so feeble. Despite unleashing his full power to contend with the Super Saiyan Gogeta, even as an enhanced version of Gogeta himself, Broly's performance fell short of expectations. At the very least, he should be able to engage with him, yet he was consistently being dominated. Tony, steadfast and unflinching, remarked that he had anticipated this outcome. No matter the opponent, the formidable figure always prevails. The Grim Reaper's young scholar expressed his dissatisfaction, admitting he was at a loss as to why he was watching this spectacle. The speed was so overwhelming that he could scarcely discern anything. He deemed it more prudent to await the recorded footage to watch at 1,000 times slower speed. Seeking to align with the powerful, he lamented that he too could not see the action clearly, echoing the sentiments of others who claimed visibility while secretly struggling. The fiercest sprite interjected, exclaiming that indeed none could perceive the events unfolding. Fire-Fist confided that he had initially sought to interact with them as an ordinary individual, only to find himself alienated. He decided to lay his cards on the table, admitting his own inability to see. Ice Queen's Death acknowledged that her understanding was similarly murky, noting that this individual's strength surpassed what was depicted in their group recordings. "Do I alone possess the clarity to witness their clash?" one inquired, expressing frustration that while others could not see, they still flocked to the live broadcast, when waiting for the recorded version would suffice. Madara, utilizing his powerful Sharingan, could vaguely perceive Qingfeng and the others skirmish, yet even with that ability, he recognized that should he engage, he too would be swiftly vanquished. Seeing did not equate to the ability to react. The entire glacier lay in ruins beneath Broly's indiscriminate assault as mountains crumbled and the earth trembled. With magma surging forth from the depths below, Qingfeng unleashed a one-sided onslaught against Broly, his movements fluid and agile, navigating the battlefield with exquisite precision. Broly, already lacking in combat experience, was rendered utterly devoid of technique in his berserk state. Faced with the overwhelming power and speed of Qingfeng, he could only roar in frustration, utterly helpless, as if struggling against an insufferable oppression, or perhaps recalling some distant memory. A vibrant green aura enveloped Broly, his rage propelling his energy to new heights. He grew several centimeters taller, his physique becoming increasingly formidable. His hair transformed into a deep green, a stark contrast to his previous appearance, instilling in Qingfeng a faint sense of unease. Was this the true form of a Super Saiyan? It bore little distinction from a mindless beast. Qingfeng gazed at the bellowing Broly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes as he contemplated whether to strike. This individual posed a significant threat. Should he lose control one day, and if the god of destruction were absent, the obliteration of Universe 7 would be catastrophic. The resulting uproar might attract the attention of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, which would be undesirable. However, considering Whis was present, even if the angels could not intervene against mortals, safeguarding this universe would not present a challenge. Meanwhile, within the chat group, Tony, the nonchalant one, remarked, "This seems akin to having a cheat code. He appears to have grown stronger. Yet, I am curious, why has his hair turned green? To survive life's trials, one must don a touch of green," someone quipped. The Grim Reaper's elementary student added, "He has saved on the green hat. He has fashioned himself a purely organic one." Fire Fistace commented, "Of all the colors to choose, why green? His hair does exude an impressive aura. But doesn't he find it peculiar?" Regardless of the banter in the group, Broly, at full power, ignited Qingfeng's fighting spirit. Finally, there was someone who could compel him to be serious. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield an inch. The shockwaves from their colliding fists even caused the molten rock beneath them to erupt. In accordance with the usual narrative, a fully powered Broly could dominate Super Saiyan Gogeta without falling behind. However, against Qingfeng, Broly found himself struggling, thoroughly suppressed, with offense scarce and defense abundant. After several minutes of combat, Broly exhibited signs of fatigue, while Qingfeng remained poised and unfazed, clearly not exerting his full strength. Kamehameha. Ancient Qingfeng had no intention of prolonging the battle. He was far stronger than he had anticipated. His goal was to awaken Broly in one decisive strike, restoring his sanity. Broly once again concentrated his devastating energy sphere, merging his hands to unleash a colossal assault that threatened to obliterate the universe. Ultimately, Ancient Qingfeng prevailed, employing his increasing strength to rebound the energy sphere, which collided directly with Broly using the Kamehameha technique. As the smoke dissipated, Broly reverted to his normal state, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Goku found it increasingly difficult to gauge Ancient Qingfeng, his fighting spirit igniting fiercely as he resolved to confront Qingfeng at any cost. It was truly remarkable. He had defeated Broly in his normal state. Should Vegeta consider challenging him as well? Vegeta, observing Goku, was perplexed by his intentions. "We are not his match. Even together, we stand no chance. You should realize this." Goku shook his head, presenting his own plan. "What about fusion? I will seek out King Kai and borrow the Patera earrings. Once fused, we can surely compel him to reveal his true strength." Vegeta, however, was not oblivious to the implications. He firmly rejected the notion, stating, "It is impossible, son Goku. I will never fuse with you again. It's utterly inconceivable." Goku pressed on. "Do you not wish to know just how powerful he truly is? Aside from King Kai, those who use the Patera earrings to fuse can only maintain the form for an hour before automatically separating." Goku had long been aware of the earrings' characteristics and attempted to persuade Vegeta. "Impossible. This individual does not currently appear to be an enemy. There is no need to take such a significant risk to test his strength." Vegeta refused without hesitation. "The thing I despise most in my life is teaming up with you, let alone merging into one being. The last time we fused to face Majin Buu left an indelible shadow upon my life." Goku, a martial arts enthusiast, shared the same passion as Vegeta. Battling strong opponents was their greatest thrill. However, Vegeta, proud as he was, would never consider fusing with Goku unless absolutely necessary. He resolutely stood his ground, leaving Goku with no choice but to relent. Tony, observing the battle, remarked, "That was nothing short of spectacular. The dominant figure maintained absolute control throughout. It's only natural that the other would succumb to such prowess." The book-loving Gula added, "Uncle Tony is truly impressive. I could only perceive the shockwaves from their clash." Their speed was so tremendous that I could scarcely comprehend it. Tony replied, stay humble, little Chushur. This is merely a small feat. You will have your chance to experience something similar in the future. Fire Fist Ace interjected, why would I want to be like you? Are you bragging? Or do you mean to teach me how to court disaster? Seeking to cling to greatness, another commented, indeed, little Chushur, how can you genuinely believe him? His strength pales in comparison to Ace. It's implausible that he could perceive the speed of the Master S strikes. Fire Fist Ace, just listen to his boastful claims. He merely deceives you ignorant maidens. Death God Elementary student, I truly envy the great ones who can effortlessly shatter mountains and stones. How I wish I possessed such formidable strength. Do you also yearn to dance? Shattering mountains and stones, isn't it merely a matter of having hands? The destroyer of worlds, isn't it simply about having feet? Fire Fist Ace, enough of this, having a mouth suffices as well. Death God Elementary student, having lingered in this group for so long, I have encountered the mightiest ninja, the favored child of fire abilities. And even the invincible man of the cosmos. I had hoped to learn a multitude of things, yet in the end, I gleaned but a single lesson. Having hands is sufficient. Seeking to cling to a powerful ally. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, Conan? In the next mission, do your utmost to yield opportunities to me, so I may earn some points to exchange for abilities, thus allowing you to attempt some tasks as well. Upon the glacier, Qingfeng gazed at the fallen Broly, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet even such a feat yields scant points. What he desired was a staggering 100 billion, to exchange for the complete mastery of the ultimate technique. Accumulating mere millions of points, as he once did, has become of little consequence. Qingfeng's gaze suddenly shifted towards Weiss, contemplating whether he should challenge him. After all, this fellow always managed to bring out the best in him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, not wishing to escalate matters unnecessarily. With half an hour remaining in the duration of the strongest dimensional live broadcast, he was prompted to decide whether to continue. The chat group also chimed in, indicating that there was still ample time, leaving Qingfeng in a state of hesitation. If he unleashed his full power, there was a possibility of earning billions of points in one fell swoop. Yet the dilemma lay in the absence of a sufficiently formidable opponent to engage in battle. Even if he were to exert all his energy, the chat group would not grant him the corresponding points without a worthy adversary. If you wish to witness my full capabilities, you may utilize the Badlara earrings to engage with me. Qingfeng observed Wukong and the others on the ground, and took the initiative to extend an invitation. Wukong was eager to engage, while Vegeta wore an expression of disdain. Even in battle, he insisted on defeating Qingfeng with honor, refusing to rely on the power of the earrings. Oh, you are quite impressive. I find you intriguing. You appear to be a worthy adversary. A haughty and domineering voice resonated from the void. Whis, who was watching over Bulma's child, sensed Qingfeng's aura and hurriedly made his way over. His purple form, resembling a wolf-headed humanoid, was enveloped in a radiant purple aura. Could it be that the god of destruction wishes to test my strength? If so, I welcome the challenge. Come forth. Qingfeng was rare in his proactive stance. After all, Beerus was unlike anyone else. Even in his Super Saiyan Blue form at full power, Vegeta, in his locked blue state, was easily swatted back to his normal state with a single blow. The disparity in strength between the Super Saiyan Blue and Beerus was of an entirely different dimension, warranting serious attention. In this universe, it was unacceptable for any existence to surpass that of a god of destruction. As Beerus spoke, his aura surged with wild intensity, ultimately coalescing into a massive purple dragon, roaring ferociously with bared fangs and claws. Qingfeng, undeterred, summoned his own essence to manifest as a colossal dragon. The administrator altered the characters in the live broadcast, presenting the formidable Qingfeng of another dimension, poised to confront the god of destruction, Beerus, from the 7th universe. The god of destruction, a deity within the Dragon Ball universe, possesses the primary ability of annihilation, capable of obliterating all forms of life, making him the most powerful being in the 7th universe, save for the angels. Observing the new notifications in the chat, the members could not help but feel a sense of foreboding for Qingfeng. One user expressed concern. I recall that the god of destruction is indeed the strongest. As far as I remember, no one in their universe surpasses him. Another chimed in, this is merely one being. He seems less imposing than that green-haired fellow from earlier, and certainly not as formidable as the god Zamasu we encountered last time. There's no reason for our champion to be outmatched by him. A third user noted, this individual is undoubtedly formidable. His gaze drips with disdain for life itself. I fear he has taken more lives than you, Tony, have ever witnessed. Yet another commented, I share that sentiment. This fellow is certainly not as simple as he appears. Our champion may truly be facing a worthy adversary. Meanwhile, Qingfeng ascended into the sky above Earth, with Beerus closely trailing. Without further ado, both opponents clenched their fists and launched themselves at one another, unleashing a cataclysmic blow that reverberated throughout the universe. Even from millions of miles away, the Earth trembled, fissures opening in the ground, volcanoes erupting, and glaciers collapsing. Qingfeng and Beerus both sensed the peculiarities of Earth, and with an unspoken understanding, they ceased their combat and soared into the distant starry sky. Only when they felt assured that Earth would remain unaffected did they pause, as Whis thoughtfully projected a viewing image for Goku and Vegeta, enabling them to witness Beerus's battle. Goku felt a surge of fighting spirit, yearning to join the fray himself. This individual likely rivaled Lord Beerus, having yet to reveal his true prowess. Vegeta scoffed, his earlier elation at surpassing Goku by reaching full power Super Saiyan Blue dissipating. It was astonishing that an obscure Saiyan possessed such formidable strength. Beerus was utterly exhilarated. Goku and the others were still too inexperienced. Even Vegeta's full-power Super Saiyan Blue could be effortlessly dispatched by him if he chose to be serious. However, the man before him promised an exhilarating clash. Maintaining his haughty demeanor, the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, prepared for battle. Qingfeng smirked mischievously. Having reached this point, he no longer wished to remain inconspicuous. As the strongest in the dimension, he had never known defeat. After revealing his identity, the two commenced their martial arts duel, engaging in close combat with both parties showcasing remarkable composure, each exchanging blows with grace. It was evident that neither had expended their full strength. Ultimately, Beerus could no longer contain himself and unleashed a tremendous roar, enveloping his body in an aura of destructive energy. His speed and power became incomparable to before, forcing Qingfeng to retreat, his resistance waning. As he felt increasingly overwhelmed, Qingfeng ceased to conceal his true strength. A golden aura erupted from his body, illuminating much of the universe and shattering countless meteors with its searing energy. Super Qingfeng made his reappearance, returning the battle to a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. As the fight progressed, the reservations in Qingfeng's heart gradually dissipated. He realized he may have underestimated his own strength. After all, he had never fought against the strongest of opponents and only had a rough estimate of his capabilities. If this was indeed Beerus's full power, then he was not as formidable as he appeared. On the surface, it seemed that Qingfeng struggled against Beerus, with their battle appearing evenly matched. Yet, he had not truly unleashed his full potential. This body was far more powerful than he had anticipated, being several hundred times, if not thousands of times stronger than a normal Goku or Vegeta in the same form. It is important to note that this was merely Super Saiyan, and he had yet to utilize Super Saiyan 2, 3, or the strongest forms of Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan Blue. Although he had anticipated being stronger than the angels, it had only been a conjecture. Through this experience, he confirmed that he surpassed the angels. He even pondered the possibility of challenging the Grand Minister, doubting whether the Omni King's erasure ability could truly eliminate such a being as himself. Now, let us witness the exclusive power of the god of destruction. A deep purple energy sphere materialized from Beerus's palm, swiftly hurtling towards him. Without flinching, Qingfeng retaliated with a powerful punch. The formidable destructive energy was directly dissipated upon impact, granting Qingfeng the opportunity to elevate his aura to its zenith. With movements so rapid that even Beerus could not perceive them, he launched a fluid sequence of attacks, catching Beerus off guard and sending him crashing into a nearby planet. The entire celestial body was instantly perforated, and Beerus emerged, disheveled, from the planet, gathering destructive energy in one hand, rapidly expanding it. In the tense exchange of energy waves, the Kamehameha clashed against the destructive energy blast, yet it was Qingfeng who ultimately prevailed, piercing through Beerus's attack. However, Beerus sustained no significant damage. Apart from a thin layer of dust, he emerged unscathed. Tony, unperturbed, remarked, "The god of destruction is indeed formidable, holding his own against the one with golden hair." "Well, that golden-haired state is Super Saiyan. You may refer to him as Super Saiyan 1, came the retort. Fire Fist Ace added. Yet it seems he is handling it quite effortlessly. The sweat is beginning to bead on the esteemed one's forehead. You think you can dance too? Chimed in another. They appear evenly matched. That one should be stronger than the esteemed one, but not by a great margin. Death God Elementary student commented. Indeed, Intelligence alone is insufficient. Strength is the ultimate truth. Tony, unfazed, responded, "What do you mean? Intelligence is useless. I am the wealthiest man in the Marvel Universe, who claims that intellect holds no value. But aside from me and Shirori, you cannot best anyone else in this group," retorted Death God Elementary Student. "My Iron Man armor is sufficient to dominate the majority of adversaries in the Marvel Universe," Tony asserted. "But you cannot defeat anyone in this group," came the counter. "I have designed systems that can operate autonomously and engage in battle," Tony insisted. "Yet you still cannot best anyone in this group," was the reply. "Can we not dwell on this topic?" Tony pleaded. "Yet you incessantly seek to curry favor with the esteemed one," said Tokisaki Kurumi. "Farewell. I seem to have left the gas on at home. I must return. Until next time, fate permitting." As the live stream concluded, the dimensional chat group was set to close in 5 minutes. Qingfeng returned to his usual demeanor and approached Beerus. "I shall not continue this fight. It has lost its allure, and I no longer wish to engage." Beerus, fully engrossed in the battle, felt the immense energy coalesce into a formidable dragon. Its presence increasingly vivid, exuding an aura as terrifying as a dragon itself. Qingfeng suddenly declared that he would no longer engage in battle, much to Beerus's displeasure, who immediately lunged forward, colliding with Qingfeng. "I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us save our fierce contest for another time. Upon my return, I shall bring you exquisite delicacies that you have never tasted before." Qingfeng's words caused Beerus to momentarily pause, a thrill coursing through him at the prospect of encountering such a formidable master. However, should there be pressing matters at hand, Beerus was not devoid of reason. He extended a modicum of respect to those who truly possess strength. Thus, this time he would let it pass. But he made it clear that the next time they met, he expected a feast and for his opponent to unleash their full potential. Qingfeng smiled and nodded, his body instantly vanishing from the spot, returning to his homeland, Earth. Continuing the battle held no significance, even at his utmost. Beerus could merely achieve a stalemate with his Super Saiyan form. Despite exerting all his strength, the score would scarcely change. The administrator of the Dimension's strongest livestream concluded, wishing all members a swift cultivation journey, aspiring to become formidable figures in their own right. The administrator proclaimed the Dimension's supremacy, announcing that this live stream's chat group would assess levels, with the power standard set at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, offering additional points as a reward for participation. Fire-Fist inquired, "What does that mean? How many points are we talking about?" "We're all eagerly awaiting the announcement." Tony, not one to be easily swayed, replied, "Can't you see? The chat group is intentionally keeping us in the dark." Death God Elementary Student remarked, "Perhaps they fear our jealousy. I actually find it quite pleasant. It saves my fragile heart from distress." The fiercest sprite commented, "Last time, they awarded 30 million points. This time, the commotion is no less significant. They even ventured into the cosmos to fight. Surely, it won't be fewer points than before." White Horse Silver Gun, amidst the multitude, expressed, "Is this the power of the formidable? It's truly unfathomable that humanity can reach such heights." Seeking support interjected, Ice Queeness Death, "Do you still wish to challenge the formidable one?" Ice Queeness Death responded, "Even if he is strong, it is merely a result of the items from the chat. Do not presume that I fear him. Once my tasks are complete and I exchange points for abilities, I shall confront him." World Destroyer offered a friendly reminder, "Dear sister, the moment the formidable entered the group, he was already this powerful. His strength is independent of the chat group. He was inherently formidable." Seeking support added, "Every new group member typically wishes to challenge the formidable. It is completely natural. The formidable will not hold it against you. Now that you understand the disparity in strength, simply refrain from incessantly troubling him." What the chat group discussed remained unknown to Qingfeng, and even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle at it. As long as the others did not go too far, he generally did not hold grudges against the fairer sex, walking alone on the vast highway. Reflecting on the recent battle, he felt a myriad of emotions and opened the chat group panel, receiving a notification that 300 million points had been credited to his account. Indeed, this battle had bestowed upon him a staggering 300 million points. Upon entering the chat group, Qingfeng did not open the chat page, but instead sought out the auxiliary functions, focusing intently on his search. He found it. Indeed, it existed. Power detection technique, capable of unlimited detection of an opponent's strength, with varying costs and points depending on the opponent's power level. He felt both anticipation and trepidation. If it aligned with his expectations, he would have no reservations. setting the detection target to Qingfeng. The detection required 100 million points. Would he confirm? It seemed that points were perpetually in short supply. To assess himself cost such a hefty sum, and to detect the Omni King would surely be exorbitant. Agree. A brilliant and resplendent beam of light enveloped him, slowly dissipating after a few seconds, leaving a passage of text lingering in his mind. Qingfeng currently stands at the pinnacle of the mid-9th tier, exhibiting a pseudo-10th tier in Super Saiyan State 1, while in Super Saiyan State 2. He embodies the weakest early stage of the 10th tier. In Super Saiyan State 3, he reaches the zenith of the early 10th tier. The Ultra Instinct form positions him at the peak of the mid-10th tier, while the Ultra Blue form remains undetectable, exceeding the system's detection capabilities. He recalls joining the chat group, where the introduction claimed to be a 9th tier powerhouse, which merely referred to his ordinary form. Continuing with the detection, he specifies the character Zeno. This examination cost 100 million points. Is he certain? Yes. Zeno, the sovereign of the Dragon Ball universe, possesses a physical strength at the early 10th tier and an overall combat capability at the peak of the early 10th tier. His unique ability allows him to erase anything at will, except for beings of the utmost strength above the 10th tier, rendering all other existences obliterated. Upon analyzing Zeno's attributes, Qingfeng, who had mentally prepared himself, was still taken aback. Indeed, he is rightly dubbed the author's eraser. However, this revelation enlightened him to a crucial fact. He need not fear obliteration. Should he unleash his full power, he may indeed ascend to the late 10th tier. This also implies that it is not solely the wielder of the Ultra Instinct who is immune to Zeno's erasure. Anyone who reaches a certain level of strength can evade his obliteration abilities. The fact that Zeno's erasure does not affect him suggests that he need not worry about Zeno at all. This little brat poses no threat to him. Continuing with the detection, he specifies the character Daishinken. Insufficient points remain. Detecting Daishinken requires 500 million points. The cost to analyze Daishinken surpasses even that of Zeno, indicating a relationship akin to that of Beerus and Whis, with Daishinken undeniably surpassing Zeno in strength. He decides to specify the detection of Zeno's guards. This examination incurs a cost of 100 million points. Is he sure about this? Agree. The examination concludes, revealing that Zeno's guards are at the peak of the early 10th tier, lacking any distinctive special skills, and their combined combat power remains challenging to assess. It appears these two guards are formidable. Nonetheless, Qingfeng is confident in his ability to defeat them, fearing even Zeno himself. The weight that had pressed upon his heart has finally been lifted. 300 million points have vanished, yet Qingfeng feels it was worth every bit. Suddenly recalling his promise to Yunyao to take her home, he now has the time to do so and decides to inform her in the chat group. Seeking support, that was absolutely exhilarating. The battle was so spectacular that even a girl like me felt my blood boiling. Tony the non-flirt. Spectacular? You could see that? I couldn't even catch the movements. How could you determine its brilliance? Fire Fist Ace, a gentle reminder, you could watch something else, if you can't see. Don't force yourself. Death God Elementary student, can't you observe their surroundings? Didn't you see the stars and asteroids being obliterated? The starfield near their confrontation has been reduced to cosmic dust by the aftermath of their battle. Tony the non-flirt. All I heard were the sounds of punches landing and glimpses of two figures moving at light speed. I was too engrossed in their duel. Do you wish to dance as well? It is futile. Even with my Rinnegan, I cannot perceive it, let alone you. The scene of battle depicted by the administrator is exceedingly extravagant. Is this truly the universe? Humanity appears utterly insignificant in comparison. Perhaps only the mightiest of the Golden Saints possesses such terrifying destructive power, and it requires the collaboration of three to unleash forbidden techniques. Sherna's words have illuminated a truth for all in the chat group. It seems that in Sherna's realm, the combat prowess is remarkably high. Furthermore, there exist beings capable of annihilating entire star systems. Could it be that we have misjudged Sherna's strength? Dimensional Apex. I seek to attach myself to a powerful ally. Is it convenient now? If so, I shall bring you back to see if we inhabit the same world. Seeking to attach. It is indeed convenient, esteemed one. I am always available. Dimensional Apex. Very well. I shall come to retrieve you. Shinigami Elementary student. What is happening? Are you not from the zombie universe? How have you come to associate with such a prominent figure? Seeking to attach. I have traversed worlds. I arrived here from another realm. And this esteemed individual also crossed over to his current world. However, he has found a path back home. and it is highly probable that we are both travelers from the same worldview. Book-loving ghoul, congratulations, dear sister, on the prospect of returning to your homeland. Seeking to attach, it remains uncertain. It merely sounds as though we share a common worldview. I must ascertain the truth. The esteemed one has arrived. I must cease our discussion. Qingfeng beheld the scene before him, a surge of exasperation bubbling within as he contemplated whether it was appropriate to voice his frustration. Despite his good intentions in escorting her home, she had cunningly devised a way to feed him dog food. Ace, cradling Yunyao tenderly in his embrace, shared an intimate moment with her. Upon noticing Qingfeng, Ace gently released his beloved and waved in his direction. Ah, esteemed one, you have arrived. I was concerned about her returning home alone, so I decided to accompany her back. Qingfeng nodded slightly, an ethereal aura enveloping the two of them. As he unleashed his energy, the dimensional barrier shattered, propelling them towards Earth. Gazing at the sights beyond the dimensional wall, Yunyao was left speechless. Her mouth agape in astonishment as they traversed through different universes every passing minute. The dimensional wall itself existed as an embodiment of the void, nestled within the crevices of various dimensions, serving as both an independent realm and a nexus connecting all universes. AIC, though equally astounded, maintained a serene demeanor, particularly in the presence of his young girlfriend. Yunyao's universe was situated far from Earth, and given the chat group's established local universe, she found herself amidst zombies while Qingfeng was in the realm of Dragon Ball, rendering their reliance on the group's teleportation futile. The group's teleportation function was limited to transporting members back to their respective local universes, compelling Qingfeng to rely solely on Earth's coordinates for his return. After half an hour, they finally arrived on Earth. As they hovered above familiar landscapes amidst the clouds, Yunyao's eyes glistened with tears. Emotions long suppressed within her heart surging forth. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her exquisite features evoking a sense of profound sympathy. AIC embraced her tightly, tenderly stroking her hair. Where is your home? I shall take you there. However, from a distance, everything appeared indistinguishable. The parallel Earths were remarkably similar, necessitating a closer inspection to ascertain whether it was indeed Yunyao's Earth. Imperial capital, Flower Sea community, Yunyao choked out the address, reflecting on how long it had been since she left home and the concern her parents must be feeling. The location of the imperial capital was easily identifiable, and in an instant, they accelerated to the suburbs. Shielded by his protective barrier, they need not worry about the atmospheric pressure tearing them apart. Finding a secluded corner, Qingfeng descended and gently let them down. I shall leave you here. I am unfamiliar with that community. Additionally, it would be prudent to procure a mask for AIC. His appearance draws too much attention, producing several thousand RMB from the chat group. He handed it to Yunyao, departing amidst their grateful gazes. Yunyao was deeply moved by Qingfeng's assistance. He truly is a kind soul, not only bringing us back, but also considering every detail. AIC nodded in agreement, acknowledging how Qingfeng had consistently cared for the group's members since his arrival, never once leveraging his strength to intimidate anyone. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, resonated within Yunyao's mind. If this is not the Earth you remember, inform me in the chat group, and I shall take you back. Since it was I who brought you here, and considering it is your homeland, there should be no time constraints. Yunyao was taken aback. Did this imply she need not return to the zombie world? Yet, AIC was not from this realm, and he would still be bound by the chat group's time limitations. Qingfeng only realized the situation after he had departed. He was not a native resident, but rather a member who had traversed into another universe. Those who had crossed over were expected to return to their own universe at the appointed time. However, he and Yunyao were somewhat unique, strictly speaking. Earth was their true homeland, rendering the chat group's restrictions ineffective for them. Thus, the journey back was no cause for urgency. Qingfeng meandered home, arriving in the early hours of the morning. Before leaving, he had informed his father not to wait for his return, as his parents had long since succumbed to slumber. As he lay in bed, Qingfeng found himself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The blade that had been pressing against his neck was, in truth, a manifestation of his own fears. He had long harbored anxiety over the possibility of the king annihilating the seventh universe. Yet he realized that he was ultimately powerless against such an outcome. The night slipped away quietly, and Qingfeng rose early, intending to buy breakfast for his parents, as they were due to move into the villa today. Upon stepping outside, he encountered the wife of his neighbor, Zhou Yu. In the past, Qingfeng had always addressed her as aunt, and in his childhood, he had even referred to her as mom. Zhou uncle, known as Zhou Yu, had intended to adopt him as a godson, but eventually deemed such formalities unnecessary, and the matter faded away. Nevertheless, he truly regarded Qingfeng as a son. The pain inflicted upon his parents, however, went unacknowledged by Zhou uncle, leaving a wound in Qingfeng's heart. He cast a complex glance in her direction, but Zhou aunt, seemingly oblivious, hurried down the stairs, her expression fraught with urgency. Qingfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that perhaps this was for the best. The relationship between their families could never return to its former state. He decided to let fate take its course. Casting aside his turbulent thoughts, he purchased 2 bowls of authentic old tofu and fried dough sticks, placing them on the dining table for his parents. Yet, a pained moan echoed in his ears. It was Uncle Zhou. What had happened to him? Why did he sound so anguished? Despite the growing rift in his heart, Qingfeng found it impossible to turn a blind eye. After much internal conflict, he finally glanced over. His abilities had long surpassed those of mere mortals. With just a thought, he could see through walls. Peering into the adjacent room, he found Uncle Zhou covered in wounds, a cigarette burning between his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Uncle Zhou was unlike his father. From the moment Qingfeng formed memories, he had always maintained a carefree demeanor, a smirk of irreverence gracing his face regardless of the circumstances. Now, he bore 2 knife wounds to his thigh and a shattering fracture in his left arm, as though someone had forcibly broken it. Several of his teeth had also been knocked out. Qingfeng surveyed the injuries with clarity, and fury ignited within him, no matter how callous he tried to sound. He could not disregard Uncle Zhou. After all, he was the man who had watched him grow up. Helping him now would be a way to repay the kindness shown to him in his youth. In a flash, he appeared in Uncle Zhou's home, where Zhou Yu was enduring unimaginable pain, completely unaware of the newcomer. Despite this, Zhou Yu's face still wore that signature irreverent grin, perhaps even more pronounced than before. Uncle Zhou, eat this. It will heal your wounds, Qingfeng urged. The sudden voice startled Zhou Yu, prompting him to rise instinctively, momentarily forgetting the agony in his legs. As he stood, a sharp pain shot through him, causing his body to collapse. Just as he braced for the loss of more teeth, a strong hand caught him, guiding him back onto the sofa. Zhou Yu gazed at the unfamiliar face before him. Though they had never met, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Who are you?" he inquired. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just eat this, and your injuries will heal," came the reply. Qingfeng had no intention of revealing his true identity. He produced a celestial bean and held it to Zhou Yu's lips. Zhou Yu glanced at him and, without hesitation, opened his mouth to consume the bean, chewing it twice before swallowing. "What brings you to my residence? Who sent you?" Zhou Yu inquired, regarding the man before him. In recent days, he had been severely injured and was unable to venture outside, thus remaining oblivious to the commotion stirred by Qingfeng. Stepping out of the Ferrari had catapulted him to fame within the neighborhood. Qingfeng spoke without addressing the question, saying, "Your injuries have healed. You can stand and move about now." Zhou Yu let out a derisive laugh, preparing to retort about how a mere bean could restore him, as if he had been watching too many movies. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, all pain vanished, and the sensations in his injured limbs returned. "Why have you come to assist me? Who exactly are you? I should not know you." This revelation truly startled him. It was utterly beyond belief that, merely through an ordinary bean, his body, previously deemed irreparable by the hospital, had been restored. He would consume the bean solely because his body had no strength to resist, coupled with an inexplicable sense of familiarity that compelled him to take a chance. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. You once aided me. Hence, I shall extend my help to you this time. Who has harmed you? I will confront them on your behalf." Qingfeng endeavored to maintain a tone of indifference, while Zhou Yu, in his leisure time, found solace in the pages of novels. Should he inadvertently connect the dots, it would not bode well for him. Upon hearing this remark, Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled. Possessing such an extraordinary elixir, this individual could not possibly be an ordinary person. He scrutinized the young man before him, concluding that he was likely not sent by Lie Jun to maliciously torment him, for there would be no reason to offer him a cure. "If you can assist me in dealing with Lie Jun, the scion of the Li family in the imperial capital, I will repay your kindness with unwavering loyalty and service." Upon hearing this, Qingfeng stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding circumstances and the reason behind Lie Jun's harassment of Zhou Yu. Surely you have no ties to him. I have heard he is seeking trouble with someone named Gu. How could that possibly involve you? Upon hearing the surname Gu, Zhou Yu's expression swiftly dimmed, only to be restored to its previous state almost immediately. The person bearing the surname Gu is my elder brother. To harm him is akin to attacking me. Regrettably, his influence is formidable, and his bodyguards are numerous. Otherwise, I would have dealt with him long ago. Gu Qingfeng, with a serene countenance and a calm demeanor, inquired, if you did not dare to provoke him, how is it that you find yourself in such a state? Who says I lack the courage to provoke him? His audacity has grown intolerable, and I could bear it no longer. Just a few days ago, I visited his villa and engaged in a spirited confrontation. Even if I could not best his bodyguards, I was determined to vex him. At this point, Zhou Yu erupted into carefree laughter. Completely oblivious to the pitiable state he had just described, Gu Qingfeng was the stark contrast to his counterpart. Hadn't his parents mentioned that Uncle Zhou feared implicating the family and dared not offend Lie Jun? How could he then venture forth alone to defend his father's honor? Could it be that he had misjudged him all along? At this juncture, a knowing smile graced Gu Qingfeng's lips. Uncle Zhou remained the man etched in his memory, steadfast in his commitment to protect their family. How could he still smile despite such a brutal beating? When would he ever amend his carefree disposition? How do you know I've always been this way? With a wife and children, there are too many considerations. As Gugu's family endures such bullying, I can only stand idly by, which weighs heavily on my heart. Even if I cannot exact revenge, I must at least seek some semblance of justice. Zhou Yu's smile abruptly faded, as though haunted by a memory. After a moment of silence, the tension in his body became palpable. My son has likely fallen victim to Lie Jun as well. A while back, I secretly traveled to the capital, and the police informed me of his death. The towering man, standing at 6 feet tall, could not restrain his tears upon receiving such devastating news. He nearly fainted. He never imagined Lie Jun could be so ruthless. The child he had nurtured since infancy had perished in a car accident, leaving no trace behind. He had only one daughter, yet he had always regarded her as a son. In that moment, Zhou Yu resolved to pursue justice for his brother and child, regardless of the consequences. Upon returning home, he shared his decision with his wife, who disapproved of his approach. Though she mourned Gu Qingfeng's demise, she hoped Zhou Yu would seek legal recourse for vengeance. Zhou Yu rejected her proposal and, the following morning, stealthily made his way to Lie Jun's villa. Lie Jun readily admitted to orchestrating the car accident that claimed Gu Qingfeng's life. In a fit of rage, Zhou Yu pinned Lie Jun to the ground. The slight figure of Lie Jun was no match for his brawny physique. After landing 2 solid punches, Zhou Yu found himself overpowered by Lie Jun's bodyguards, who swiftly subdued him before he could draw his knife. In his impulsiveness, he regretted not seizing the opportunity to take Lie Jun down with him. Ultimately, he ended up in dire straits, suffering a beating that left him in this pitiful state. Meanwhile, his wife awoke to find Zhou Yu missing. Having shared 2 decades of marriage, she understood him better than anyone else and recognized that he had likely gone to confront Lie Jun. She hurriedly took a taxi to the villa, only to find Zhou Yu lying in a pool of blood, while Lie Jun and his entourage had long since departed. She carried him to the hospital, where, after a period of treatment, Zhou Yu insisted on returning home. Unable to dissuade him, his wife complied. Upon hearing him mention his son, Gu Qingfeng instinctively understood that Zhou Yu was referring to him. Uncle Zhou remained the same steadfast figure he had always been, undeterred by the formidable power of their adversary, choosing instead to stand by his side. Since you have chosen to stand up for Gu Tian's family, why not confront Gu Tian directly, instead of hiding away at home? Zhou Yu waved his hand dismissively. He had never contemplated such thoughts. What could he possibly say? He could not afford to lose face. Gugu had suffered so greatly, having lost his son, he was unable to avenge him. And if Gugu were to learn of his current state, it would only add to his distress. In truth, Gu Qingfeng was also aware of this. He merely felt a pang of guilt for not having come to Gu Tian's aid at the moment of his peril, and while he yearned for vengeance, he had yet to achieve it. He felt unworthy to face Gu Tian. I had already dealt with Lie Jun, and henceforth, there would be no further troubles for you. If you doubt my words, you may visit the villa district. His villa has been subleased. Gu Qingfeng uttered a phrase before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a perplexed Zhou Yu. Upon returning home, Gu Qingfeng sank into the sofa, igniting a cigarette and inhaling slowly. He felt too ashamed to remain in that house. Although he had been back for several days, had he paid even a modicum of attention, he would have noticed Zhou Yu's unusual demeanor. Yet, he was preoccupied with trivial matters. Before long, His father emerged from the bedroom, their gazes locking in a moment of shared understanding, both burdened by an unspoken tension. Gu Tian's mood was evidently quite cheerful as he rubbed his drowsy eyes and began to jest with Gu Qingfeng. Do you still find time to feel troubled? With such formidable power at your disposal, what could possibly challenge you? He inquired. Have you encountered Gogeta, father? Gu Tian still sought confirmation. Indeed, I have seen him. But are you truly as powerful as he is? Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. He realized that he and Gogeta were not entirely alike. Strictly speaking, I am not as formidable as he is. Gu Tian chuckled twice, and I remarked, if you were as formidable as he, ruling the earth would be a mere trifle. Gu Qingfeng shook his head, saying, what you see is him from 5 years ago. I am him 5 years hence, and I am several hundred times stronger. Gu Qingfeng contemplated whether he should reveal to his father all that Uncle Zhou had done for him. Before he could utter a word, Gu Tian spoke first. Before heading to the villa, let us first enjoy a drink with Uncle Zhou. I specifically purchased 2 fine bottles of wine yesterday. It has been quite some time since we sat together. That sounds splendid. I shall join as well. The swift agreement of Gu Qingfeng, who was willing to accompany him, was entirely unexpected for Gu Tian. He had anticipated that Gu Qingfeng would hesitate, particularly given the estrangement that had developed in his heart due to Zhou Yu's indifference towards his own affairs. Could you refrain from lamenting that your Uncle Zhou is the best? He is simply powerless in this situation. Our bond spans over 3 decades, and I truly understand him. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, acknowledging that his thoughts had not yet matured, leading to a misunderstanding of Uncle Zhou. He reflected, what right do I have to complain? Uncle Zhou, in his devotion to you, sought out Lie Jun and sustained grave injuries, subsequently retreating to his home to recuperate. Upon hearing of Zhou Yu's injuries, Gu Tian's expression turned anxious. He rose swiftly, intent on heading next door. What has happened to old Zhou? Is his condition severe? Do you have any immortal beings with you? I shall deliver one to him. Gu Qingfeng spoke soothingly to his father. Do not worry. I have given some to Uncle Zhou, and his injuries have healed. Once mother wakes up, we shall go together. That is good, that is good. Given his temperament, it is only natural for him to seek trouble with Lie Jun. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian finally felt at ease. After finishing Dragon Ball, he was acutely aware of the formidable healing properties of the Senzu beans. Gu Qingfeng tentatively suggested, why not invite Uncle Zhou to move into the villa with us? It would be more lively living together, and I have ample funds at the moment. Gu Tian readily agreed. His bond with Zhou Yu being nearly as profound as that of life and death, rendering him indifferent to such trivial matters. Indeed, occupying such a vast space with just the 3 of us seems rather extravagant. However, is there no way for you to alter your appearance? As it stands, you attract too much attention. Isn't there that divine dragon? Could you not request it to restore your original form? That thought struck him. He had been so eager to return to Earth that upon arriving, a flurry of matters had distracted him, causing him to forget this alternative. Meanwhile, the chat group was playfully teasing Yunyao and Ace. The Earth they returned to was indeed the one where Yunyao had once resided, and with Ace's protection, their journey home was remarkably smooth. Upon arrival, her parents expressed considerable concern for her, showering her with affectionate inquiries until they remembered Ace, who had accompanied her inside. Yunyao candidly acknowledged Ace as her boyfriend, albeit with the caveat that he needed to wear a mask for certain reasons. Her parents, not delving deeper, warmly welcomed him. After dinner, as Ace's time to depart drew near, he hurriedly took his leave, prompting a flurry of playful banter in the group chat. Tony, the unwavering romantic. I've never seen someone visit their girlfriend's family while wearing a mask. The Grim Reaper's youngster. You didn't go empty-handed, did you? Fire Fist Ace. Tony. I too would prefer not to wear a mask, but if others see my true appearance, it could complicate matters for Yunyao. The Grim Reaper's youngster. I actually did go empty-handed. Yunyao missed home, and in the rush, I became a bit flustered and forgot about it. The White Horse Silver Spear, battling thousands. I'm more curious about how you address both sets of parents in your era. Fire Fist Ace, simply as uncle and aunt. Seeking to cling to the strong, your appearance certainly poses some challenges. You can't wear a mask forever. Is there no solution from the mightiest of dimensions? Upon seeing himself tagged, Gu Qingfeng felt overwhelmed. Not only could he not assist Ace, but he was also troubled by his own predicament. The mightiest of dimensions, I have no solutions either. If it comes to that, perhaps Ace should reveal his true face. After all, in this world, there is no sea prism stone to restrain him. The bookish ghoul, isn't divinity omnipotent? I have always believed that the Great One can accomplish anything. The most fearsome sprite. It appears that the Great One excels in combat-related abilities, while other skills may be comparatively lacking. Qingfeng was unperturbed by their comments as he immersed himself in the chat group's marketplace. After an extensive search, he was unable to locate what he desired. There were options for transformation, such as the 9 transformations of life and death, which allowed one to change their body a total of 9 times. However, this was more akin to a martial arts technique. Other alternatives were even more absurd, relying on random transformations. What he sought was an item that would enable him to revert to his original appearance for an extended period. The Serpent Bearer, who could easily overpower Sagittarius, seemed oblivious to his own capabilities. This should be a fundamental power among deities, and there was no reason for him to be unaware of it. Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed improbable. Indeed, the power levels in the Dragon Ball universe were astonishingly high, yet their unique abilities still fell short in comparison. This piqued Madara's curiosity, for he had yet to encounter any deities aside from Qingfeng. He was eager to discern which was superior, the gods or the Sage of 6 Paths. Do you also yearn for the dance? He inquired. Have you encountered other gods? How do you ascertain that all deities possess such prowess? As for the Serpent Bearer, who could effortlessly overpower the likes of Pegasus Seiya, he mused. I am capable of exhibiting certain extraordinary abilities. Once one attains the 6th sense, they will inherently possess fundamental powers. For instance, those golden saints who have comprehended the 7th sense can undergo a profound transformation. Qingfeng pondered for a moment, and indeed, from a logical standpoint, it seemed plausible. However, given the differing worldviews, could energy truly achieve such feats? In a state of normalcy, Qingfeng harbored within him an abundance of divine essence. After exchanging pleasantries with his father, he endeavored to summon this divine energy, allowing it to permeate through his limbs and bones. Gradually, a remarkable transformation began to unfold. He became enveloped in a crimson aura, which dissipated after several moments, revealing Qingfeng's true visage. His striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with a chiseled countenance, presented a tall figure exuding a wild masculinity. A smile played upon his lips, rendering him radiantly sunny. Yet his gaze betrayed an air of aloofness that seemed to disdain the world. Gazing into the mirror, Qingfeng mused that had he been a woman, he would surely fall in love with himself. His own form appeared far more pleasing to the eye. Indeed, one often remains oblivious to their own potential for change. While an observer might see clearly, it had taken him this long to realize he could revert to his original appearance. Tian was still puzzled as to why. After just a couple of words, his son turned and retreated into the house. Little did he know that in just a few minutes, Qingfeng would emerge once again. How have you transformed back? Did you make a wish with the Dragon Balls? Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, No. This is simply my own ability. I just never realized it before. It was only when someone reminded me earlier that I remembered I could also change my appearance. Tian, with a sense of helplessness, pointed at him, feeling too weary to even offer a sarcastic remark. He himself had never realized how foolish his son could be. Shortly thereafter, Yun emerged from the bedroom, and, upon catching sight of Qingfeng seated on the sofa, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Confirming that her vision was not deceiving her, she rushed to his side in a flurry of steps, enveloping him in her embrace. You are Xiaofeng. Then who was the Xiaofeng from a few days ago? Tian remarked with a hint of jealousy, as it had been quite a while since his wife had held him in such a manner. They are one and the same. Your son has the ability to alter his appearance, he explained. However, he merely reverted to his original form today, hence the confusion. Tian could empathize with Yun's reaction, for it was indeed disconcerting to behold a completely unfamiliar visage, albeit housing the soul of his own son. Yun felt a twinge of awkwardness but refrained from voicing it. After all, the fact that her son was alive trumped all else. Yet, the ability to return to his true self was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Qingfeng did not resist as Yun clutched him tightly, shedding tears. She, too, needed to release the pent-up emotions that had been confined within her heart. Bottling them up was not conducive to her well-being. As Yun's tears flowed incessantly, Tian approached and playfully tapped Qingfeng on the head. All right, that's enough. You rascal, he declared, before gently cradling Yun in his arms. Soothing her with tender words, Qingfeng, bewildered by the sudden slap, was left in a state of confusion. Observing his father's smug expression, he quickly deduced the reason. Seeing his mother embrace him had stirred a pang of jealousy in Tian. From a young age, Shangguan Yun had been the apple of Gu Tian's eye, unable to bear even the slightest grievance directed towards her. After the birth of Gu Qingfeng, her protectiveness had only intensified. Gu Tian never anticipated that his son would first master the art of vying for his father's affection rather than any other skill. This led to the situation where, after Shangguan Yun gave birth to him, Gu Qifeng, upon learning to walk, rarely allowed her to indulge in her desires, claiming it was too exhausting. As he grew older, the scenario only intensified, with both father and son doting on her. Throughout his upbringing, the most frequent activity Gu Qingfeng engaged in was competing for affection with his father, and more often than not, the father met with defeat. Observing Gu Tian's smug expression, Gu Qingfeng chose to endure it. After all, he was his father. He figured that if his father didn't return his mother to him soon, he would undoubtedly harbor a grudge in his heart. Gu Tian patiently comforted for quite some time before he managed to quell the tears of Shangguan Yun. The atmosphere within the family was markedly improved, devoid of the awkwardness that had characterized their earlier interactions. In her elevated spirits, Shangguan Yun resolved to showcase her culinary skills, much to the astonishment of both father and son. If there were two things they dreaded the most, it would undoubtedly be Shangguan Yun's foray into the kitchen. Typically, her cooking, while not exactly delectable, was at least tolerable. They would feign enjoyment to spare her feelings. However, whenever Shangguan Yun announced her intention to display her culinary prowess, the resulting dishes were akin to poison, and over the years, there had been no signs of improvement. Gu Tian cast a glance at Gu Qifeng, who, in turn, feigned ignorance and returned the gesture after a brief pause. Both father and son were reluctant to be the first to speak, fearing they might incite the displeasure of Shangguan Yun. You are the father. After all, this is your wife. It is your place to address her. A voice echoed in Gu Tian's mind. Instinctively, he glanced at Shangguan Yun, who appeared oblivious to the silent communication. This was the art of mental transmission, imperceptible to his mother. Wasn't this unfair? Gu Tian, who was not adept at such telepathy, would have unleashed a torrent of words upon Gu Qingfeng had he possessed the ability. You know she is my wife. You clung to her in your youth, and even competed with me as you grew older. Why didn't you assert your claim back then? Ah, little Yun. Perhaps we should let it go today. You seem quite exhausted lately. It would be wise to take some time to rest. Just as Shangguan Yun was about to leave for groceries, she abruptly turned to face Gu Tian, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Do you not wish to enjoy the meals I prepare? With that single remark, Gu Tian wilted, casting desperate glances at Gu Qingfeng, who, despite his attempts to communicate encouragement, could not coax a single word from him. Gu Qingfeng could only present Zhou Yu as a shield. However, that was not the intention of my father. We had discussed going out to dine with Uncle Zhou today, and, while we were at it, inquiring whether he would like to join us in relocating to the villa. Shangguan Yun cast a puzzled glance at Gu Qifeng, wondering how his attitude had shifted so dramatically from a few days prior when he had been preoccupied with Zhou Yu's affairs. Nevertheless, Shangguan Yun was a person of understanding. She had never harbored any resentment towards Zhou Yu. Over the years, she had witnessed the immense care Zhou Yu had extended to her family, and she could not dismiss his kindness based on a single incident. Well, since you have returned to your original self, let us invite Uncle Zhou to join us for a meal. Gu Qingfeng offered Gu Tian a glance, as if to say, did you see that? This is what we call influence, with a single remark that successfully persuaded his mother. Gu Tian rolled his eyes. He had considered using Zhou Yu as a shield himself. However, since he initially planned to dine at home and knew that Shangguan Yun could manage the cooking, he refrained from bringing it up. The three of them continued their idle chatter for over an hour, and when they felt it was getting late, they finally stepped outside and knocked on Zhou Yu's door. Old Zhou, I've come to see you. They heard hurried footsteps from within, and the door swung open to reveal Zhou Yu's familiar face. At first glance, he spotted Gu Qifeng behind Gu Tian. Xiaofeng, I thought you were dead. How are you still alive? Truly, once one has a son, they forget their brother. You can see him, but you cannot see your elder brother standing at the door. Gu Tian chuckled scornfully, delivering a punch to Zhou Yu, and without a hint of hesitation, stepped into the house. I apologize for the worry, Uncle Zhou. A minor incident has occurred, and I shall explain everything when the time is right. Zhou Yu expressed his relief. I knew you would not easily meet your demise. You truly frightened me. Come in. Come in. He embraced Gu Qingfeng's shoulders, warmly ushering him indoors. For a long while, Zhou Yu had believed Gu Qingfeng to be deceased, having discovered his death record during his official inquiries in the imperial capital. Zhou Yu's decision to conceal his search for Lie Jun from Gu Tian stemmed from his assumption that Qingfeng was gone, rendering him helpless in aiding Gu Tian. He also wished to spare Gu Tian any unnecessary worry. However, seeing Gu Tian's apparent recovery piqued Zhou Yu's curiosity. He had accompanied Gu Tian to the hospital when he was injured. Such injuries typically required a lengthy recuperation of at least a year or two, often leaving lingering effects. How could he have healed so swiftly? Before Gu Tian could respond, Gu Qingfeng interjected, explaining that he had procured a special medicine from a friend, the very individual who had just provided him with the green beans. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's understanding dawned. No wonder that person had been so eager to assist him. They were indeed a friend of Xiaofeng. Despite the passage of time and the lack of meetings between the two families, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. Zhou Yu was genuinely delighted to see Gu Qingfeng, exclaiming that they should enjoy a drink together. Gu Tian had been awaiting this invitation, as he too had longed for a carefree revelry. As the two of them enthusiastically discussed where to dine for lunch, a commotion arose from downstairs, echoing the voices of women arguing. Gu Qingfeng discerned the identity of the voice's owner. Was that not Aunt Zhou's voice? I decided to descend and investigate. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback. But then his expression darkened. Without so much as a greeting, he dashed down the stairs. He feared that someone sent by Lie Jun had arrived, intent on retaliating against his family. Gu Tian and Sheng Yun, perplexed, hastened downstairs after Zhou Yu, with Gu Qingfeng following closely behind them. Upon reaching the ground floor, they observed a group of women surrounding Zhou Yu's wife, incessantly whispering and gesturing. When Gu Tian's family faced misfortune, it was these so-called brothers who turned a blind eye at the crucial moment. Indeed, what sort of people are these? Now, they deliberately approach others' luxury cars, seemingly eager to ingratiate themselves with Gu Tian's family upon noticing their wealth. Near Gu Qingfeng's Ferrari, a throng of women had gathered, incessantly chattering at Aunt Zhou, who was crouched on the ground picking up vegetables. Zhou Yu's wife, typically reserved and only engaging in conversation with Sheng Yun, seldom interacted with others. After years of residing in the community, she had made few friends. Consequently, no one stood up for her. She bore her grievances in silence, respecting Zhou Yu's wish to keep his actions hidden from others. Observing Zhou Yu's wife remain calm, the women grew bolder, unleashing a torrent of harsh words. Indeed, her usual bravado seemed to wane in the face of adversity. It was merely a case of bullying the weak. If I were as close to the Gu family as they are, I would not stand idly by while they were mistreated. Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhou Yu's wife, who had merely ventured out to buy some vegetables, found herself inadvertently colliding with Gu Qingfeng's luxury car after being jostled by an unknown assailant. The group of women, mistakenly believing they could forge connections by disparaging her, were merely projecting their own desires to ingratiate themselves with the Gu family. Seizing the opportunity to vent their frustrations, they sought to leave a favorable impression on Gu Tian's family. Nonetheless, Zhou Hui, who rarely resorted to profanity, found herself overwhelmed by the onslaught and could only gather the scattered vegetables while attempting to defend herself. How dare you bully my wife? Do you believe I won't retaliate? Zhou Yu bellowed as he charged downstairs, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife, his eyes blazing with fury as he surveyed the surroundings. The women, realizing they were facing an enraged man, began to falter. Another voice rose from the crowd. Your wife saw how wealthy the Gu family is and intentionally approached their car. How dare she act, and then expect not to be criticized? Having been recuperating at home and cared for by his wife Zhou Hui, Zhou Yu was unaware of the recent developments concerning the Gu family. Is this car owned by the Tian family? When did they amass such wealth? You all stayed away when the Gu family was being bullied, and now that they have a supporter, you flock to them. Do you have no shame? Zhou Yu dismissed their taunts, addressing the group of foolish women, and pulled Zhou Hui to her feet. Let us go. We'll eat out today. We need these pathetic vegetables. From the moment Zhou Hui laid eyes on Zhou Yu, she seemed entranced, lost in a daze until he pulled her back to reality. While others were oblivious to Zhou Yu's injuries, she was acutely aware. Just that morning, he had been motionless on the sofa, unable to even shift positions. How could he have seemingly recovered so quickly within a mere few hours? Could it be that I am seeing ghosts? Zhou Hui cast a suspicious glance at Zhou Yu. As the person directly involved, Zhou Yu remained blissfully unaware of the profound shock his sudden recovery had inflicted upon his wife. Observing her adorably bewildered expression, Zhou Yu's spirits soared, and he playfully patted her gently on the head. What is the matter? Don't you recognize me? Is it truly you, my husband? How is it that your injuries have healed? It is no wonder that Zhou Hui would harbor such thoughts. Just hours ago, her husband had been incapacitated, rendered almost a shell of his former self, and now he was miraculously restored. Who could possibly believe such a transformation? A remarkable individual assisted me in healing my wounds. Now, let us be on our way. The Gu family, consisting of 3 members, also appeared at the staircase. Upon witnessing the crowd of onlookers, their emotions intensified, and one by one, they began to denounce Zhou Yu with fervor. Gu Qingfeng found himself increasingly perturbed by the presence of these elderly women, most of whom he was unacquainted with and had scarcely exchanged a word in the many years that had passed. Now, they emerged to advocate for their families, seemingly motivated by their newfound wealth and a desire to ingratiate themselves with him. Where had they been all this time? Their sudden overtures of goodwill felt insincere. Silence. The cold, indifferent command reverberated through the tumult, overpowering the clamor around them. Those 2 simple words carried an almost divine authority, causing an involuntary shiver to run through the assembled crowd. Everyone regarded him with trepidation, unable to comprehend why this young man instilled such fear in their subconscious. Zhou Yu observed this scene with a sense of bewilderment, as the tone struck an oddly familiar chord, reminiscent of the man who had visited him earlier that morning. There was a shared air of aloofness and dominance, and the words spoken compelled immediate obedience. Was she so devoid of shame that she feared the judgment of others? As the atmosphere settled into a heavy silence, a voice pierced through, belonging to a tall woman who concealed herself within the throng. After uttering her words, she intended to discreetly withdraw. The situation had escalated sufficiently, and she planned to reassess the circumstances before deciding whether to assist these foolish individuals or support Zhou Yu's family. However, as she attempted to retreat, she found herself abruptly stripped of control over her body, rendered immobile in place. It seems you delight in stirring trouble. Perhaps we should have a more candid conversation? Gu Qifeng navigated through the throng and approached the woman, casting a commanding gaze upon her. A wave of trepidation washed over her, for she had never anticipated being discovered by another. Yet, with circumstances having escalated to this juncture, there was no turning back. I merely fear that you might be deceived. I act solely in your best interest. Gu Qifeng chuckled derisively. It was decidedly abnormal for a young woman in her 20s to mingle among a group of elderly ladies. Upon recognizing the woman, Zhou Hui, he mused that if it weren't for her, he would not have been subjected to the pointed remarks of these older women. It was she who had pushed him. Had it not been for her actions, he would not have fallen. The woman believed she had been quite discreet, yet just 2 days prior, upon witnessing Gu Tian and Gu Qingfeng alight from a Ferrari, she began to contemplate how to strike up a conversation with Gu Qingfeng. Coincidentally, upon returning today and encountering Zhou Hui, a malicious thought took form in her mind. The Ferrari belonging to Gu Qingfeng was parked not far downstairs, situated along the path that Zhou Hui had to take to ascend. It was there that Zhou Hui inadvertently collided with him. This incident quietly stirred the ire of the local populace. The idle, gossiping matrons relished the opportunity to belittle those they deemed inferior. As the situation escalated, it was inevitable that Gu Qingfeng would descend to assess the unfolding drama. At that juncture, Zhou Hui would evaluate the circumstances and choose her allegiance, all in hopes of garnering Gu Qingfeng's favor. Despite her modest background and graduation from a third-rate university, she was acutely aware of her singular advantage, her striking beauty. She believed herself deserving of any affluent heir, rather than associating with the mundane suitors pursuing her. What had initially seemed a flawless scheme quickly unraveled, leaving her with no choice but to insist that the incident was unintentional. I didn't mean to. Why would I push you for no reason? Zhou Hui found herself at a loss for words, as such matters were devoid of any tangible evidence. Gu Qifeng pondered for a moment and remarked, "Little girl, your acting skills are quite commendable. However, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. Do you know why Lie Jun has refrained from causing trouble for my family?" The girl gazed at Gu Qingfeng with a look of incredulity, astonished that such an attractive man would pose such a foolish question. "Isn't it obvious that someone else resolved the issue for you? Did you think you managed to handle it on your own? Your family must have found a benefactor, right? That man driving a Ferrari, wasn't he the one who smoothed things over for your family? Everyone is aware of that." Gu Qifeng gestured towards Zhou Yu and calmly remarked, "That individual is a relative of Uncle Zhou, and it was he who initially assisted my family. As for this car, it originally belonged to Uncle Zhou. What motive could Aunt Zhou possibly have to act in such a manner?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, realizing that the person who aided Gu Tian was indeed someone Zhou Yu had found. Nevertheless, most still harbored doubts. While the Zhou family could not be deemed impoverished, they were hardly wealthier than the Gu family. They possessed a modest fortune. But how could they possibly be acquainted with such prominent figures capable of persuading Lie Jun to cease his vendetta against Gutian? Such individuals would surely be of a stature that commanded admiration. Moreover, the notion of purchasing a Ferrari seemed ludicrous. If their family could afford several million for a vehicle, how could they reside in such a modest abode? This is nothing but a fabrication, one voice echoed. Do not presume you can deceive us so easily. You claim the car belongs to him. What evidence do you possess to substantiate that? Gu Qingfeng was contemplating how different the effect would be if he were to utter those words himself. Zhou Shu, show her the car key, he suggested, although he doubted she would recognize it. After all, someone like her would never afford a Ferrari in her lifetime. As for the keys, he certainly had none on him. While others may be unaware, Zhou Yu was fully cognizant that he possessed no Ferrari car key. It's right in your right pocket, Zhou Shu. Gu Qingfeng, with his ethereal presence, transmitted a message that left Zhou Yu momentarily bewildered, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Yet, the voice unmistakably belonged to Gu Qingfeng, prompting Zhou Yu to cast a skeptical glance in his direction. Reaching into his pocket, he discovered a key-shaped object. Much to his surprise, the onlookers were fixated on him, leaving no time for contemplation on how such an item had found its way into his trousers. He decided to produce it nonetheless. Everything unfolded according to his design. When the woman uttered that fateful question, her defeat was sealed. No amount of denial would sway the beliefs of those present. Do you see this? This is not merely a car key. Could it possibly be the key to your electric vehicle? The elderly individuals who had previously pointed fingers at Zhou Hui now cast disapproving glances at the woman. The car belonged to Zhou Yu, and her deliberate provocation had only served to offend him. Who among them could afford to provoke someone capable of owning a Ferrari? The woman, now flushed with indignation, retorted, "It's just a car key. Perhaps you gave it to him in advance. If it truly belongs to him, let him produce the purchase agreement for all to see." Gu Qingfeng cast a frigid glance at her. "With your background, do you really think you are worthy?" he scoffed, addressing her as a mere pauper. With a subtle nod to Zhou Yu, who understood the unspoken command, he opened the car door, and the group entered the vehicle, departing with an air of superiority. Left behind was the woman, her eyes red with indignation, surrounded by a cluster of onlookers, who, like hawks, scrutinized her every move. The way she maneuvered the car in reverse with such finesse suggested it was indeed her own. The woman despised being labeled as impoverished. Though her family circumstances were far from ideal and her education lacking, her beauty was undeniable. Armed with cosmetics purchased from her various suitors, she had transformed herself into a vision of allure, believing it was not beyond her reach to attract a wealthy partner. At the very least, she felt deserving of such affections. Yet, confronted with the envious glares of the onlooking matrons, she could only retreat in humiliation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, seated in the driver's seat, had no knowledge of operating such a luxury vehicle, yet it moved effortlessly, as if guided by an unseen force, requiring no input from him. The Gu couple were unaware of this feature of the vehicle and simultaneously turned their gazes towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng admitted to his actions, confessing that he had learned from watching his father drive just once. He no longer needed to operate the vehicle himself, as he could control it merely with his breath. Vaguely, he mentioned that he had survived a great ordeal and had acquired certain extraordinary abilities, setting him apart from ordinary individuals. Zhou Yu did not press further. He believed that if Gu Qingfeng wished to share more, he would do so of his own accord, and his silence must surely stem from some personal difficulties. However, one thing puzzled Zhou Yu profoundly, which he attributed to the nature of these newfound powers. "When did you place the car keys in my pants?" "I had no inkling of it at all." Gu Qingfeng could only smile and explain that it was simply a matter of speed. He had acted so swiftly that Zhou Yu had not even noticed. Zhou Yu chuckled lightly, yet did not respond, pondering how it was conceivable for someone to move with such incredible velocity, so fast that even oneself could not perceive it. If a person possessed such speed, could they still be considered human? Observing the disbelief etched on Zhou Yu's face, Gu Qingfeng merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, it was only after catching sight of the woman that he had swiftly concealed the car key in Zhou Yu's trousers. His remarkable speed, coupled with the loose fit of Zhou Yu's pants, had resulted in the key going unnoticed. Zhou Yu initially assumed that Gu Qingfeng intended to assist him by driving off. But little did he know that the accelerating vehicle showed no signs of stopping. Your superpower is truly convenient, he remarked. By the way, where are we headed? Why aren't you stopping? Gu Tian spoke, suggesting they find a place to dine. It was a rare occasion for them to gather, and they ought to indulge in a splendid meal together. Zhou Yu contemplated this notion and realized its truth. Gu Ji's injury had healed, his own wounds had mended, and his son had survived. Whether Lie Jun had indeed perished as the man who treated his wounds had claimed, Zhou Yu remained uncertain. However, it was unlikely that he would trouble Gu Tian's family again, for the silence that had lingered for so long was telling. It was truly astonishing that Tian Gu was acquainted with such formidable individuals. Zhou Hui was still oblivious to the events that had transpired. So Zhou Yu patiently recounted how he had been healed and how Gu Tian had resolved matters concerning Lie Jun. Yet, he remained unaware that beneath Gogeta's exterior lay the soul of Gu Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui felt a surge of joy, for she too shared Zhou Yu's concerns for Gu Tian's family. Though she insisted that Zhou Yu refrain from intervening on Gu Tian's behalf, she never uttered a word of complaint when Zhou Yu was left battered for confronting Lie Jun. If Zhou Yu had chosen not to confront him, he would no longer be the man she admired. Gu Qingfeng drove directly to the largest restaurant in Hebei, Zetian Pavilion. He instructed the four to enter first while he went to park the car, promising to join them shortly. The couple, Gu Tian, expressed no dissent. Yet Zhou Yu was taken aback. Although he had never visited the Zetian Pavilion, he had frequently passed through Hebei County, which was quite small. It was rumored that even the most modest meal here would cost at least 10,000, a sum not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yu refrained from voicing his concerns. Today was a day worthy of a grand feast. Gu Tian, Zhou Yu, and the two others made their way towards the grand hall of the Zetian Pavilion, while Gu Qingfeng drove alone, parking the vehicle several hundred meters away in the garage. As he alighted from the car, the security guard cast envious and resentful glances, secretly wishing for the wealth that Gu Qingfeng possessed. As Gu Tian and his companions entered the grand hall, they were promptly intercepted by the attendant at the entrance. Despite the simplicity of their attire, the server did not underestimate them. Instead, with a demeanor that was both respectful and courteous, he inquired, "May I ask if you have a reservation?" The four of them exchanged glances, shaking their heads, as they had not heard that reservations were required at Zetian Pavilion. The waiter, upon learning of the absence of a reservation, patiently continued, stating that it was acceptable to place an order if they possessed a VIP card. The group, unfamiliar with the establishment's procedures, acknowledged that this was their first visit. "Isn't it true that Zetian Pavilion does not require reservations?" One of them queried. "It used to be the case, but recently, a new policy has been instituted, necessitating a reservation made a day in advance or possession of the restaurant's VIP card." The waiter elucidated. After hearing this explanation, Zhou Yu contemplated leaving as they had no VIP card. However, Gu Tian remained rooted in place. "In a while, let Xiaofeng apply for one. That lad has money now. We'll wait for him to arrive." Gu Tian has also lost interest in money. His son's wealth is indeed quite impressive. Although Shangguan Yun remains unaware, he is well aware of Gu Qingfeng's formidable abilities. The male attendant, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, intended to usher a few individuals into the hall to wait. Suddenly, a voice of androgynous timbre cut through the air. "The VIP card costs 50,000 each. If you can afford it, proceed, but if not, kindly vacate the premises and cease obstructing the entrance." A man with delicate features, adorned with heavy makeup, approached slowly, his pallid complexion indicating a clear toll from excessive strain on his body. "Did I not mention that we would acquire the card? My son has gone to park the car. We shall proceed with the application upon his return." Gu Tian was in a foul mood, having rushed out in haste. All the money given to him by Gu Qingfeng was stored on his bank card, which he had not brought along. Zhou Yu, known for his own irritable temperament, was on the verge of exploding at such words, only to be restrained by Zhou Hui. Even now, Zhou Hui found it hard to accept that both her husband and Gu Tian had been left incapacitated, yet miraculously recovered within 2 days. While the matter concerning Lie Jun had also been resolved, everything felt surreal, but with the prospect of a peaceful life on the horizon. She truly wished to avoid any further trouble. The androgynous man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the group once more, confirming that he had no recollection of them. "I have no concern for you. Just ensure you do not block the entrance and impede our other guests. Since your son has yet to arrive, you might as well wait outside." Zhou Yu could no longer contain himself. Pointing at a couple passing by, he confronted the androgynous man. "What do you mean? Why are they allowed entry?" They have neither made a reservation nor obtained a card. What justifies their admission? He gestured towards the couple's attire. Look at their clothes. Every piece is branded. Now compare that to your ragtag ensemble. The androgynous man, now growing impatient, cast his gaze between Zhou Ran and Shangguan Yun. It must be said that though both were just over 40, their innate beauty made them the most captivating individuals, even without adornment or makeup. If one were to claim they were merely in their early 30s, many would readily believe it. Their poise exuded a charm that youthful girls lacked, rendering them all the more enchanting. Moreover, who could resist the allure of a married woman? With this thought in mind, the man altered his tone. Ladies, would you consider joining me for dinner? I am still single and in search of a companion for the latter half of my life. The same words, spoken in the same tone, emerged simultaneously from the mouths of two different individuals. They understood the man's disdain for their attire. After all, one's appearance often reflects their worth. Though the man's tone was somewhat harsh, he had not uttered anything further. And Gu Tian and Zhou Yu chose not to dwell on it. However, to flirt with his wife in front of him was a blatant disregard for his presence. What the hell are you saying? Are you looking for trouble? A nearby waiter hurried over to mediate, acutely aware that neither the customers nor the man were someone he could afford to provoke. Manager Wu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. We are still at work, and you cannot toy with someone else's wife like that. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Yet, the man known as Manager Wu was relentless. Having never failed to acquire his desired prey, I have plenty of money. If you agree to be my wife for a month, I can offer each of you a living allowance of 100,000. What do you say? Would you consider it? He was fundamentally an inept individual, relying solely on his father's position as a shareholder in the Zetian Pavilion to attain the managerial role he held. Countless women had succumbed to his charms, yet he had never encountered a woman as exquisite as the one before him. Faced with a formidable character, he would likely temper his audacity. Within Haibei, he had a vague recollection of the affluent, yet the names Gu Tian and Zhou Yu were unfamiliar to him. Clad in the most unremarkable attire, he was immediately struck by an impression of poverty, having stumbled upon such a stunning beauty, whose husband wielded neither power nor influence. He was not about to relinquish his opportunity easily. Zhou Yu, shaking off his wife's hand, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. How dare you? If you seek death, just say so instead of behaving so disgracefully. Setting aside the incident with Lie Jun, it had been a long time since Zhou Yu had felt such rage. Typically adorned with a nonchalant smile, he projected an air of affability. He was acutely aware of his wife's beauty, yet he had never before encountered someone as shameless as the man before him, standing right beside her. The audacity to openly flirt was intolerable. If he could endure such an affront, he might as well perish. Do you dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I will crawl out on my knees. The man brandished a walkie-talkie, poised to summon help, but Zhou Ran swiftly snatched it away, pulling Zhou Yu along as they made their escape. Gu Tian stood still, motionless, while Shangguan Yun wore a calm expression, and Zhou Yu remained upright in his position. Zhou Yu could not swallow his indignation. After all, he demanded an explanation. His nature was generally amiable, provided that no one dared to mistreat his woman. The couple Gu Tian observed Gu Qingfeng, who, one morning, managed to handle Lie Jun and several others, while Shangguan Yun was unafraid of the restaurant's bullying tactics. Gu Tian felt emboldened, realizing he was in the right. Why should he leave in such a cowardly manner? Very well, you shall wait. My uncle is a shareholder of the Zetian Pavilion, so prepare for your demise. And you two women, do you think you can disregard my kindness? The man, relying on his uncle's status and having never endured such humiliation, reached for his phone to make a call. Zhou Ran was in a state of acute anxiety, never expecting that a simple meal would lead to such an encounter. This was not entirely their fault. The four of them had always been confined to a small circle, and those of lower social standing would never dare to boldly provoke married women. However, men with a certain background often disregard marital status, finding the act of flirting with married women all the more thrilling. Nearby, the guards had noticed the commotion and hurried over. Manager Wu Sheng, have you encountered some trouble? They were not oblivious. They recognized Wu Sheng's character, greedy, lecherous, and utterly shameless. Countless young women had fallen victim to his sweet words, believing he would marry them, only to find themselves discarded after he had satisfied his desires. Due to the powerful forces behind him, these women were left to suffer in silence, unable to voice their anguish. Upon seeing Shangguan Yun and Zhou Ran, the guards quickly deduced the situation. Yet, even knowing it was Wu Sheng's fault, They could only feign ignorance to protect their well-paying jobs. Wu Xing vehemently denied his earlier statements, casting blame upon Gu Tian and his companions. These individuals attempted to enter the hall without a VIP card. I kindly advised them against it, only to be met with violence. Zhou Yu refused to back down. Aware that the surveillance cameras above had audio recording capabilities, capturing every word spoken. Nonsense. If you had not flirted with my wife, would I have resorted to violence? The surveillance footage has recorded everything. Wu Sheng smirked, confident that whether the footage was available was merely a matter of his word. He intended for Zhou Yu to pay a price. I'm afraid our surveillance system has malfunctioned, so it wasn't operational. Several guards surrounded Zhou Yu and his companions, who positioned Zhou ran protectively behind them, fearful of inadvertently causing her harm. Gu Tian wore an expression of calm indifference as he gently held on to Shang Wanyun's hand. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Gu Qingfeng was merely a dozen meters away from the four of them. Wu Sheng's lecherous gaze fixated intently on Shang Wanyun and Zhou Ran, entirely dismissing Gu Tian and Zhou Xiefeng, convinced he had the situation under control. Take them away. We cannot allow them to disrupt our business. You can have your conversation with them. These two women are mine, he asserted. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be the case. With 7 or 8 guards arriving, Gu Tian and Zhou Ran would hardly be able to stir up any significant trouble. In due time, in a secluded place, he was eager to see the expressions of these two women beneath his dominance. Gu Qingfeng approached a few guards from behind and gently patted them on the shoulder. Excuse me, please make way. What has transpired? Gu Tian spread his hands, his face still flushed with lingering anger as he glared at Wu Sheng. He is mocking your mother and your Aunt Zhou. Wu Sheng regarded Gu Qingfeng, who was clad in athletic shoes and exuded an aura of youthful exuberance, with indifference. If you wish to avoid calamity, then remove yourself from my path. I extend to you a singular opportunity. Clear the way now, and I shall pretend none of this transpired. Gu Qingfeng did not wish to impose hardship upon the guards, for they were merely following orders. However, if they insisted on courting disaster, he could not be held accountable. The distance from the parking lot to the main entrance of the restaurant spanned several hundred meters, and Gu Tian and his companions disembarked from their Ferrari at the main thoroughfare of Zetian Pavilion, unbeknownst to the guards and Wu Sheng. The guards remained unmoved. They would not yield the path simply based on a single utterance, as that would offend Wu Sheng. Witnessing Gu Qingfeng's indifference towards him, as he engaged in conversation with the guards without a care for his presence, Wu Sheng's ire ignited. How audacious of him to consider himself of significance. Seize all of them, and those who dare resist shall be dealt with accordingly. The two young waitresses at the front desk, having witnessed the entire episode, could not suppress their sympathy for Gu Qingfeng. Alas, this young man is quite handsome, yet he has offended Manager Wu. His fate is surely to be grim. In this era, what worth is there in mere good looks? It is a time that values wealth. Without money or power, one is deemed guilty. Encountering Wu Sheng, one can only lament their ill fortune. Gu Qingfeng chose not to utter a word, abruptly turning to gaze at Wu Sheng. An invisible force erupted, sending Wu Sheng hurtling backward like a tattered sack, disoriented and spewing blood, as if his very bones were disintegrating. 7 or 8 guards were similarly overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the aura, collapsing in a daze, their bodies rendered uncontrollable. Let us depart. With that, Gu Qingfeng, having accomplished his task, strode into the Zetian Pavilion as if nothing had transpired, leaving the Zhou couple utterly astonished. What was this spectacle? Could it truly be the legendary ability to annihilate an adversary with but a glance? The commotion drew the attention of several patrons within the establishment, who turned their eyes to discern the unfolding drama. 2 waitresses, closest to the scene, were particularly taken aback, covering their mouths in disbelief as they witnessed Gu Qingfeng merely cast a glance at Wu Sheng. It felt as though they had been struck by a vehicle, sent sprawling as if injured by an unseen force. Was this a scene from a martial arts film? You scoundrel, just you wait. This is far from over. I will surely have my vengeance. Wu Sheng bellowed in fury, his rage stripping him of reason as he lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Gu Qingfeng did not strike with lethal intent. Wu Sheng and several guards sustained only superficial injuries, although they were unable to rise for a brief period. Their lives were not in jeopardy. Gu Tian could not resist stealing a few glances at the people on the floor, while Gu Qingfeng, undeterred, made his way directly to the front desk, as if he had merely swatted a few flies, completely unperturbed. Please prepare a private room for us. The cost is of no concern. The female cashier at the front desk gazed at Qingfeng in astonishment. After all, he had struck the son of a shareholder and still dared to come here for a meal. One could not help but wonder whether to commend his audacity or to criticize his ignorance of the consequences. Sir, dining here requires a reservation. Without one, a VIP card is necessary. And how much does a VIP card cost? I would like one. The cashier smiled subtly, harboring a disdain for Wu Xing. Qingfeng's actions against him were quite to her liking. A one-time recharge of 200,000 grants you a VIP card. Swipe the card, please. I will take two. Without a hint of hesitation, Qingfeng withdrew his bank card, leaving the surrounding crowd to regard him as a madman. Offending the son of a shareholder and yet applying for a card here. Did he not fear the consequence of having a life to secure the card, but none to enjoy a meal? The thoughts of others were of little concern to Qingfeng. In his eyes, Wu Xing was hardly a noteworthy figure, his status far beneath that of Qingfeng. The purpose of obtaining the card was merely to facilitate dining for his parents and Uncle Zhou in the future. The female cashier's eyes sparkled at the sight of two VIP cards. She realized she stood to gain a considerable commission. Having never encountered someone who applied for two cards in one go in this small town of Haibei, she eagerly agreed to the request. Oblivious to whether the cards Qingfeng had applied for would still be valid when Wu Sheng's father arrived. Upon receiving the two completed cards, Qingfeng confidently settled into a sofa in the hall, while Gu Tian and Zhou Yu exchanged puzzled glances yet chose to sit beside him. With a teasing smile directed at Wu Sheng, Zhou Yu inquired, "What purpose do you have in applying for two cards? What do you intend to do while seated here? You and your father each have one card. Of course, you are waiting for his reinforcements. It would be wise to intimidate him all at once, sparing us the trouble of dealing with him while we dine." Qingfeng's demeanor was remarkably calm, yet Zhou Yu held a different perspective. After such a prolonged absence, Qingfeng had undergone a significant transformation. Zhou Yu was not fearful of Wu Xing. Rather, he was concerned that a skirmish might inadvertently harm his wife. And thus he resolved to have them leave first. Gu Tian discerned his anxiety and quietly whispered a few words in his ear. Zhou Yu looked at Qingfeng in astonishment, struggling to believe that the situation was as Gu Tian had described. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Gu Tian. Wu Sheng laboriously retrieved his phone, its screen shattered beyond recognition, yet it was still operational for calls. "Dad, please come to Zetian Pavilion. There's a kid causing a ruckus here, and he even assaulted me. I invoked your name, but he dismissed it, claiming you're irrelevant, and continued to strike me without hesitation." On the other end of the line, Wu Xiaofeng's heart raced with worry upon hearing that his son had been attacked. After all, he was the sole heir of the Wu family, and this had led to his father's overindulgence. He urgently instructed Wu Sheng to ensure his safety with the guards and promised to arrive promptly. Upon learning that the guards had been incapacitated, his anxiety intensified, prompting him to hastily summon several bodyguards and drive over. "You're finished. My father will be here any moment." Wu Sheng, who intended to taunt further, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mouth. His left cheek swelled instantly, and he spit out a few teeth. Qingfeng looked at Wu Sheng with a beaming smile, calmly urging, "Please continue." This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Everyone was aware that Qingfeng must have been the one to act. Yet no one comprehended how he accomplished it. He remained seated on the couch, motionless, while the unmistakable mark of a slap adorned Wu Xing's left cheek, his teeth shattered, and his mouth stained with crimson blood. In contrast to the others, Zhou Yu and Gu Tian's focus diverged significantly. They were more astonished by the fact that Qingfeng maintained his cheerful demeanor despite having reduced Wu Xing to such a state. This led them to ponder what experiences Qingfeng had undergone to provoke such a drastic transformation in his character. Undoubtedly, Wu Xing was a genuine scion of wealth. Yet he was no fool. He lay on the ground, silent and compliant. The atmosphere in the hall turned peculiar, with dining guests pausing to observe how Qingfeng would resolve the situation. Wu Xiaofeng, not far from the scene, arrived within 10 minutes, accompanied by over a dozen bodyguards clad in suits. These were formidable fighters from underground boxing rings, whom he had hired at great expense. Mere ordinary guards could hardly compare. Upon entering Zetian Pavilion, he was met with the sight of his son sprawled on the floor, disheveled and with blood at the corner of his mouth. He rushed over to assist him, and upon seeing his father, Wu Xing's courage swelled. He staggered to his feet, pointing at Qingfeng and his companions, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. However, before he could utter a word, a sudden wave of agony surged through him, his right cheek swelling painfully, causing him to grimace and cry out in distress. Wu Xiaofeng wore an expression akin to that of the others, utterly bewildered and struggling to grasp the unfolding events. Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance at him, then nonchalantly inquired, "Is he your son?" However, having persevered in the business world for many years, Wu Xiaofeng was not one to be easily unsettled by a useless individual like Wu Sheng. He quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, you know who I am. Yet you dare to lay a hand on my son? You are rather presumptuous. The youth lacks awareness of the vastness of the world." Qingfeng gazed at Shang Yun and Zhou Hui, his voice softening considerably. "Aunt Zhou, why don't we downplay today's incident? Let us resolve it amicably." The two women, who had no desire to stir up trouble, found themselves in an awkward position. Moreover, Wu Sheng had been thoroughly chastened by Qingfeng. His face swollen to the likeness of a pig's head, with a significant number of his teeth missing. Upon hearing Qingfeng's suggestion, they both expressed their willingness to let bygones be bygones, agreeing to let the matter rest. This, however, infuriated Wu Xiaofeng, who was so enraged that he broke into a mocking laugh. "You say to let it go after beating my son to such a state? How am I, Wu Xiaofeng, supposed to maintain my standing in Hebei County?" Qingfeng was disinclined to listen to any further nonsense. "Very well. Let that young man come over and bow an apology to you all. I shall overlook today's incident," he declared. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback, as were the others present. To have Wu Sheng beaten so severely and yet be asked to apologize was an egregious affront. Nevertheless, Qingfeng believed himself to be merciful. A person like this would never learn unless taught a lesson. Given the adeptness displayed today, one could only speculate how many women he had previously tormented. That Qingfeng had not taken his life was a stroke of fortune for him. Wu Xiaofeng, seething with rage, commanded his bodyguards to deal with Qingfeng. "Go on. Strike him with all your might. Should it lead to a fatality, I shall take responsibility." He cradled his nearly unconscious son and turned to exit, intending to rush him to the hospital. The bodyguards, wary and on high alert, felt the oddity of Wu Sheng receiving an inexplicable slap. They split into groups, intending to encircle Qingfeng. Bang, bang, bang. Just a few steps away, ominous sounds resonated from behind, causing Wu Xiaofeng's heart to tremble, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. "Is there no one else? This is unacceptable. When given an opportunity, you prove to be utterly ineffectual." The voice of Qingfeng, laced with a hint of amusement, reached Wu Xiaofeng, who stiffly turned his head to behold his bodyguard sprawled on the ground, motionless and seemingly lifeless. Wu Xiaofeng realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. A figure capable of effortlessly defeating 10 bodyguards could hardly be expected to appear in the humble Hebei County. This rebellious son seemed intent on causing his demise. At the very least, he must possess the prowess of a high-level martial artist. Having suffered such a significant humiliation today, it was imperative for him to reclaim his dignity, lest he find himself ostracized from his circle. He retrieved his phone to call the individual, and Qingfeng did not impede him, merely observing as he completed the call. "I will give you 10 minutes. If your contacts fail to arrive within that time, I shall not wait any longer." The hour was growing late, and lunch was approaching. Qingfeng had little patience for further delays. His audacious actions today stemmed from the restoration of his true appearance, freeing him from concerns about others suspecting the identity of Gogeta. Since his return to Earth, he had taken care to disable all nearby surveillance and recording devices before making his move, ensuring they were rendered inoperative for a time. However, such precautions were unnecessary now. The emergence of animated characters in reality and the transformation of ordinary individuals into extraordinary masters was, after all, far more palatable to the masses. The patrons dining here were not ordinary folk. Each bore a degree of wealth or influence, for commoners could hardly afford to dine in such an establishment. As the situation escalated rather than diffusing, no one chose to leave. Instead, they appeared increasingly eager to witness how events would unfold. The 10 minutes slipped away swiftly, and Qingfeng and his companions signaled to the front desk, opting to order their meals in the main hall instead of retreating to a private room. Given the significant disturbance earlier, the restaurant manager arrived promptly. Upon hearing Qingfeng's order, his face turned a shade of embarrassment, his gaze occasionally darting towards Wu Xiaofeng. Lacking any substantial backing, the manager had risen to his position through sheer capability. Offending Wu Xiaofeng, one of the shareholders, by serving Qingfeng could spell trouble. Yet, he could not afford to provoke Qingfeng either. Had he not witnessed the arrogant Wu Sheng being so thoroughly bested that he no longer recognized his own parents? The surrounding diners watched with palpable curiosity, eager to see how the manager would navigate this precarious situation, as he found himself in a predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. A phone call unexpectedly came through. Frustration surged within him. At such an awkward moment, who could possibly be calling? Upon glancing at his phone, he was relieved to see it was the major shareholder of his restaurant. A glimmer of hope appeared, and he hastily answered the call. After picking up, he cast a surprised glance at Qingfeng and readily agreed to the request. He instructed the kitchen to prepare a splendid meal for Qingfeng, ensuring that no foul play occurred, particularly to avoid any involvement from Wu Xiaofeng as trusted aides. The man accompanied the kitchen staff, overseeing the entire cooking process to guarantee that everything was above board. At this point, Wu Xiaofeng was utterly dumbfounded. Was this young man out of his mind? Did he really dare to have the kitchen prepare a meal for him? Did he not wish to continue working at Zetian Pavilion? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts and could only lean against the door, cradling his unconscious son, waiting for assistance. Before long, the entrance of Zetian Pavilion was filled with the roar of countless vehicles, followed by the synchronized sound of marching footsteps. A familiar face, accompanied by a group of subordinates, arrived. Upon seeing him, Wu Xiaofeng felt as though he had spotted a savior. Brother Hu, I must trouble you again. Just help me deal with this young man, and I will pay you whatever you ask. His eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, as he gazed at his son's pitiful state, rage nearly obliterating his reason. It's a minor issue, just a little brat, he thought. You truly are a waste, unable to handle such a small child. Zhu, who had just been humiliated and was planning to set an example when Wu Xiaofeng's call came in. He arrived with dozens of followers, a grand procession. However, the strongest among them, Shen Lu, was absent, still recuperating in the hospital from his last encounter with Qingfeng. The guests found the scene amusing, desperately stifling their laughter, fearful of incurring Zhu Hu's wrath. Zhu Hu himself was not severely injured, but his subordinates appeared more disheveled than Wu Xiaofeng, each bearing signs of their recent altercation. While Qingfeng had refrained from inflicting fatal harm previously, these ordinary individuals had not escaped unscathed. Fortunately, their injuries were superficial and would heal in due time. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that they had recently been in a fight, leaving them in such a wretched state. Amused yet curious, the onlookers wondered who had the audacity to challenge Zhu Hu, the acknowledged underground emperor of Haibei. Suddenly, Zhu Hu's eyes brightened upon noticing Qingfeng seated beside the Gutian couple, involuntarily shivering at the memory of the last formidable man, who was seemingly their son. If he were to inadvertently offend that powerful figure again, his own life could very well be in jeopardy. With this thought in mind, Zhu Hu straightened his posture and approached Qingfeng and the others. His subordinates followed closely behind, while the unconscious Wu Sheng began to stir, his face swollen and his body weak as he looked on. You are doomed, young man. Having crossed me, do not expect to leave Haibei alive. Wu Xiaofeng glared at Qingfeng with a lingering sense of dread. Nonetheless, he did not believe that Qingfeng would dare to defy Zhu Hu. If anyone could brazenly provoke him, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment if he failed to handle this young man. Do you think this youth would dare to take action against Zhu Hu? Certainly not, for Zhu Hu wielded power in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Few in Haibei would risk incurring his wrath. This young man indeed possessed remarkable skills, though the manner in which he managed to defeat so many remains a mystery. Yet, his misfortune lay in encountering Zhu Hu. The guests in the hall had little hope left for Qingfeng. Zhu Hu was the undisputed king of this small county this month. Regardless of one's prowess, anyone arriving in Haibei must yield a measure of respect to Zhu Hu. Zhu Hu, avoiding any acknowledgement of Qingfeng, lowered his head and greeted Gutian and his wife. What brings you two here? Has that fellow Wu offended you? Zhu Hu, wary of provoking trouble, explicitly distanced himself from Wu, as Qingfeng had instilled a profound psychological fear within him. His most formidable subordinate had been rendered as helpless as a child in Qingfeng's presence, with dozens of his own subordinates felled in an instant. With a head that could not withstand even a steel blade, in his eyes, Qingfeng was nothing short of a god, having navigated the underworld for many years. Zhu Hu understood deeply that when faced with an opponent far superior to oneself, the only prudent course of action was to keep one's distance. However, during their last encounter, Qingfeng had appeared as Gogeta, and now, having returned to his true form, Zhu Hu held no strong recollection of him. After being taught a lesson previously, Zhu Hu had dispatched someone to investigate Gutian's background, hoping to avoid future confrontations. He only knew that Qingfeng was his son, and that he had recently clashed with Lie Jun. Had he realized that the man sitting before him was the very monster from the previous day, he would have lacked the courage to approach him. Gu Tian recognized him, yet remained oblivious to the subsequent events. He was courteous in his demeanor, harboring no intention of creating difficulties for him. His son had provoked my wife, and I wished to downplay the situation, minimizing it to avoid my son's awareness. Otherwise, it would lead to a tumultuous conclusion for all involved. Upon hearing about his son, Zhu Hu's mind conjured the image of that man. Leave it to me, and I shall provide you with an explanation, thus sparing the esteemed gentleman any inconvenience. He turned and approached the bewildered Wu Xiaofeng, who was taken aback by Zhu Hu's unexpected courtesy. Despite Wu Xiaofeng's status as a prominent tycoon in Hebei County, Zhu Hu had never held him in high regard, much less displayed such politeness. To Wu Xiaofeng's astonishment, Zhu Hu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Wu Sheng's face, swiftly followed by a kick that sent the still confused Wu Sheng tumbling to the ground. Beat him senseless, you fool. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. The entourage of lackeys was equally perplexed by Zhu Hu's sudden volatility. Some had encountered Gu Qingfeng previously, but by the time they arrived, Gu Tian and his wife had long departed. They could not fathom the rationale behind Zhu Hu's actions. Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback, especially as his bodyguard lay unconscious. If his entourage of over 100 were to assault him, his son would not only be gravely harmed but perhaps even lose his life. He hastily intervened. Brother Hu, was it not agreed that I would provide you with that piece of land you coveted, along with additional compensation, in exchange for your assistance in dealing with this brat? At this juncture, thoughts of compensation were moot. Regardless of the sum offered, he wished never to encounter that man again. To provoke him would be tantamount to courting death. No amount of money could ensure one's life to spend it. Gu Tian was taken aback. He had intentionally mentioned Gu Qingfeng to frighten Zhu Hu, but he never anticipated that Zhu Hu would be so intimidated to the extent of wanting to resort to violence to sever ties. There was no need for such drastic measures. It sufficed for him to keep his words in check from now on, for Qingfeng had already taught him a lesson. Zhu Hu commanded his subordinates to cease their actions, casting a surprised glance at Gu Qingfeng, who had effortlessly incapacitated more than 10 individuals on the ground. Could it be that all these were subdued by his son alone? Truly, one ought to aspire to be as formidable as Gu Qingfeng. How could my son be so ineffectual? Wu Xing's face was awash with indignation. Yet, with his father summoning Zhu Hu, he realized he could not provoke this family. He could only submit meekly. I apologize. I have failed to recognize the gravity of the situation and have offended you all. I humbly request your forgiveness for this misstep. Zhou Hui had no desire to escalate the matter further. Now that Wu Xing had offered his apology, she was unwilling to pursue it any longer. Shang Guanyun harbored a deep disdain for Wu Shang, not merely due to his attempts to coerce her, but also because of his insidious methods, which suggested he had likely caused distress to many virtuous women in the past. Coming from a prominent family, her discerning eye for character was sharp, however. With the world teeming with scoundrels, she was no saint and did not wish to meddle unnecessarily. Having received responses from the two, the Wu father and son hastily departed, casting no backward glances for fear that the others might reconsider their stance. Gu Qingfeng had initially intended to detain them. Yet the profound animosity that flickered momentarily in Wu Xing's eyes during his apology did not escape his notice. However, he chose to remain silent, allowing Wu Sheng and his companion to distance themselves further. Zhu Hu cautiously glanced at Gu Tian, then retrieved a business card from his pocket. Well, since all is well now, I shall take my leave. Here is my number. Feel free to reach out to me should you require any assistance. Gu Qingfeng held a deep admiration for Zhu Hu, recognizing that a wise man knows when to yield. Aware of his own shortcomings and the futility of confrontation, Zhu Hu promptly chose to appease his family rather than cling to a false sense of pride. He showed no concern for the previous lesson he had received at Gu Qingfeng's hands, opting instead to avoid further conflict. Initially, Gu Qingfeng had anticipated that Zhu Hu might take advantage of his absence to threaten his parents. It seemed he had underestimated Zhu Hu's prudence. Gu Tian, uncertain, cast a glance towards Gu Qingfeng, contemplating whether to accept Zhu Hu's business card. Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly. Having more friends opens up multiple paths. Sooner or later, they will prove useful, especially since there is no deep-seated enmity involved. Gu Tian finally accepted his business card, and Zhu Hu's face lit up with joy. If he could establish a connection with Gu Qingfeng, he believed that not only would he dominate Hebei County, but he would also have the confidence to infiltrate the underworld of the capital city. For all these years, the reason he could only reign over Hebei was due to his lack of a solid backing. He had only one subordinate, Qingfeng. who could maintain order in High Bay. However, in the larger cities, warriors like him were abundant. As an outsider without a formidable warrior to support him, his footing was tenuous at best. As dishes were served one after another, the long-awaited reunion brought the group together. Gohan and Zhou indulged freely, drinking to the point of intoxication. Usually, Shang Yun and Zhou kept a tight rein on things, and it had been a long time since they had enjoyed a hearty drink. Today, in the spirit of celebration, they chose not to intervene. Zhou, with a flushed face, gazed at Qingfeng. Having watched him grow up, Zhou understood Qingfeng's character well. "I truly wonder what you've been through," he remarked. "You've returned with such a changed demeanor. It seems you've endured quite a bit of hardship." Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then a faint smile graced his lips. Enduring hardship could indeed be considered a form of experience. Upon traversing into this new realm, he had wandered through various dimensional barriers in search of a path home. Before joining the chat group, he had faced an interminable solitude, devoid of family or friends. Nevertheless, it was not of great consequence. All of that was now in the past. Have you not noticed? You have transformed completely from your former self. This observation was echoed simultaneously by Gohan and Zhou, their tones remarkably calm, devoid of any signs of inebriation. However, after they spoke, Gohan and Zhou did not elaborate further, instead resuming their drinking together. The monk, Qingfeng, found himself utterly perplexed. Had he truly undergone such a significant transformation? Surely, if another possessed powers surpassing those of deities, they too would become akin to himself. He considered himself relatively fortunate, having not descended into a merciless killer. "Uncle Zhou, I have purchased a villa in the residential area. You and Aunt Zhou should move in with us," he proposed. Zhou, who was in the midst of her meal, doubted her ears. What on earth was Xiaofeng up to? Just moments ago, he had spent 400,000 on a card, and now he claimed to have acquired a villa. Nevertheless, Zhou instinctively declined, saying, "We won't be moving. We're accustomed to our old house. Suddenly relocating there would be too much to adapt to the lifestyle of the affluent." As Qingfeng was about to offer some words of persuasion, Zhou, who had been drinking, spoke first. "All right, no problem. We will tidy up and move over." Seeing that her partner had already acquiesced, Zhou found it difficult to refuse. The five of them continued drinking until midday, at which point Gohan and Zhou had nearly lost the ability to move. Suddenly, the owner of Zetian Pavilion made an unexpected visit. Upon seeing her, Qingfeng understood why, despite knowing he had offended Wuxing, the front desk still served him. The owner was none other than the mysterious woman he had encountered in the villa area. Qingfeng had truly not anticipated that Zetian Pavilion was her establishment. Noticing that Gohan and the others were inebriated, she kindly invited the four of them to a private room upstairs to rest. Qingfeng did not decline. Given that Gohan and Zhou had drunk excessively, it would be troublesome if they were to vomit in the car on the way home. Thus, he decided to let his mother and Aunt Zhou look after them while allowing the women to wait for him downstairs. He took this opportunity to converse with the woman. Just as he had settled the two, a notification popped up from the chat group. The Goose Stewing Soup has joined the group chat. The anti-engagement villain has joined the group chat. The Reading Ghoul, both of the new names are quite intriguing. Why would one be called the Goose Stewing Soup? And could the second newcomer possibly be a villain? Do you also want to dance? I too am curious about why one would stew soup. And I have no idea about the strength of the newcomers. The Serpent Holder who defeats Seiya, they probably aren't our opponents. Their names sound quite ordinary. They might just be regular humans. The Grim Reaper elementary student, as a mere human, I truly apologize to everyone. I feel insulted. The White Horse Silver Spear battling 10,000 armies. Gathering together is fate. Strength does not matter. What matters is that we help each other. The loyal and valiant Zhao Yun, who never judged others by their strength, took the initiative to defuse the situation. The Ice Queen Esters, the weak are unworthy of being my friends. They may as well be my servants. The Goose Stewing Soup. What is going on? Why does it seem that upon joining the victory team, I have acquired this thing? Is this a communication device exclusive to the victory team? The anti-engagement villain. Wow. That scared me. So my golden finger is the chat group? I ask for support from all the esteemed experts. Tony the Unfaithful, stop with the lovey-dovey nonsense. There are newcomers in the group. As a manager, why don't you introduce yourself? All you do is talk about romance. Seeking support. I'm here now. What are you hurrying for? If you're so impressive, why don't you the experts and let them speak? Tony the Unfaithful, do you only pick on the weak? I'm going mad looking for trouble with the experts. Esther's was much simpler, not like Yunyao who complained, speaking directly and clearly. Fire Fist Ace, in 3 seconds. I'll come over for a one-on-one. The Destroyer of Worlds, another day of successfully courting death. There is no man in this world who enjoys courting death more than Tony, absolutely none. Upon glancing at the names of the newcomers, Daga naturally found herself quite familiar. Who among us has not transformed into light in their childhood? However, what on earth is this antagonist of the annulment genre? That renowned boy who plays with fire is certainly not a villain. Seeking support, I am unfamiliar with the second group member as well, but regarding the first, I presume you must be Daegu, correct? You are the Ultraman Tiga, are you not? Daegu, feeling perplexed, replied, what on earth is Ultraman? Seeking support, it appears you have yet to encounter the pyramid. Soon, you shall come upon a pyramid wherein 3 giants from the ancient era lie in slumber, and you will successfully awaken one of them with your own radiance. The administrator, seeking support, uploaded the worldview of Ultraman Tiga. Yunyao took the time to elucidate the purpose of the group chat to the 2 new members, providing them with some enlightening information. The antagonist of the annulment genre remarked, I am aware of this. I feel that I am destined for doom. The more I observe, the more I sense that this body is fated to be trampled underfoot by the heroine. Is there anyone who could offer me some guidance? The book-loving ghoul quipped, are you to perish the moment you enter the group? Fear not, for there exists a means of resurrection within the community, should you die. You can simply be revived. The antagonist of the annulment genre expressed his confusion. I have no recollection of any prominent figures bearing this name. The strongest of the dimensions interjected. You must first come to terms with your identity as the protagonist of the annulment genre, newcomer. The antagonist of the annulment genre exclaimed, what the hell? A mere snap of the fingers to obliterate stars, a mere gesture to shatter the cosmos. And yet such a formidable being is permitted to join this chat group? The strongest of the dimensions replied, it seems you possess some knowledge of me, young one. Qingfeng listened to his words, feeling an undeniable sense of modernity emanating from him. Could he possibly be another time traveler? The rejected marriage antagonist. I am a time traveler, having crossed over to the continent of wizards, where the inhabitants practice magic, void of martial arts or cultivation, relying solely on flamboyant magical assaults. I have ascended to become the eldest son of the most powerful family in this realm, displaying extraordinary talents from a young age. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that this body had recently experienced a broken engagement. Do you wish to dance too? What is this crossing over? Is it akin to traversing the universe like we do? The rejected marriage antagonist. It is somewhat similar. However, in my case, I perished, and my soul transitioned into another universe, inhabiting the body of a deceased individual, thereby granting him a second chance at life. The Grim Reaper's elementary student. I find your world utterly incomprehensible. How can one die and still venture into another universe? Seeking support. Rejected marriage antagonist. Did I receive an infusion today? Can you guess what kind of fluid it was? The rejected marriage antagonist. At last, I have encountered a kindred spirit from Earth. Are you also a time traveler? My universe has long been overrun. Even in illness, I find no opportunity for infusion. Seeking support. I had thought we belonged to the same universe, yet it seems you are not from my dimension. The rejected marriage antagonist. In my Earth, years ago, it was besieged by zombies. Apart from the capital's safe zone, which remains relatively secure, the rest is inundated with the undead. Yunyao recalled the zombie universe to which she had traversed. It echoed the words of the newcomer. The supreme of dimensions, the most powerful family. And yet you experienced a broken engagement. What prompted such a decision? The rejected marriage antagonist. The original owner of this body was a fool. His fiancée, he was both beautiful and exceptionally gifted. Yet, he opted to avoid marriage, indulging in frivolous affairs with other women for a few years, leading to the absurd decision to break off the engagement. The destroyer of worlds. Surely, this wouldn't cause you to be so frightened. It is merely a broken engagement. Did you not claim your family was the most powerful? The rejected marriage antagonist. Indeed, it was. However, my fiancée, who had been remarkably talented since childhood, inexplicably experienced a steep decline in her magical prowess several years ago. On the day of our engagement's dissolution, she furiously declared, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. This is undoubtedly the archetype of a protagonist. I foresee myself being humiliated by her, serving as a mere stepping stone on her path to success. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and Yunyao understood. Indeed, this woman was bound to stage a remarkable comeback. Either she would plummet from a cliff to acquire a legendary skill, or she would possess a mysterious ring. Do you wish to dance too? This must be what they call the child of destiny, akin to that golden-haired jerk in our world. The rejected marriage antagonist. Should I not offer her some cultivation medicine in hopes of gaining her forgiveness? Tony the unfaithful. What is so difficult about it? She is quite beautiful. Why not pursue her? If you win her affection, you shall reach the pinnacle of life. She is currently in her most challenging phase, providing you the perfect opportunity to capture her heart. Truly, a renowned playboy, his thoughts diverge from the commonplace. The rejected marriage antagonist. Yet, the original owner of this body only severed the engagement a few days ago. Would it not seem peculiar for me to now shower her with attention? Seeking support. Do you desire to be humiliated daily or to maintain your pride? The antagonist of the marriage withdrawal, a member of the most powerful family, even if she is the chosen one, is not to be feared. Moreover, it remains uncertain if she will truly rise against us. Have you not considered sending someone to eliminate her while you still can? The antagonist of the marriage withdrawal, this fool actually went ahead with such a plan, only to have all his men perish while the woman remained unscathed. He abandoned his breathtaking fiancée for that insipid temptress. This man is simply foolish. The most powerful in the dimension, with some healing potions and cultivation elixirs, you merely claim that you fear the public perception of me rising above your family. I shall only feign compliance to spare you from external criticism. Seeking support, the master is truly skilled, able to instantly shake off such a heavy burden. Surely, the master is not a scoundrel as well? The antagonist of the marriage withdrawal. Indeed, with an abundance of precious elixirs at my disposal. The moment to utilize them has arrived. Fellow group members, I shall take my leave for now. The most fearsome elf. He is indeed a scoundrel, utterly despicable. The most powerful in the dimension. How can I be labeled a scoundrel? You cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation without cause. At this moment, the idly bored Tony Stark, observing their exchange, was ready to defend the master. However, someone in the group preemptively stopped him. The Grim Reaper elementary student. Tony is not unfaithful. Do not seek your own demise. They can hurl insults at each other without consequence. But if you dare to assist one in berating the other, you shall certainly face repercussions. Tony is not unfaithful. How do you know what I intend to do? The Grim Reaper elementary student, who in the group is unaware of your penchant for self-destruction. You seize every opportunity to court disaster, and if none presents itself, you create one. Conan swiftly rebutted Tony, leaving him speechless. The truth in Conan's words left no room for counterargument. The Ancient One, I have encountered the pyramid. Is the ancient giant within? Melba and Golzan are approaching. Seeking support. What should I do next? Seeking support. I am uncertain. I only remember a rough outline of the plot. The details have long escaped me. Perhaps you should charge in and confront the two monsters? The Ancient One. I am piloting a patrol ship, equipped only with minor weapons. How can I combat such a colossal creature? Fire Fist Ace. I have yet to witness that monster. Consider live-streaming it for our viewing pleasure. If necessary, we can come to your aid. Tony is not unfaithful, exactly. It is merely larger in size. If all else fails, we can crash a plane into it. There is nothing to fear. I have dealt with monsters towering over 7 or 8 meters. Ice Queen Esters bow beneath my feet. Such trivial monsters are beneath my notice. Due to Yunyao merely outlining the worldview of the Ancient One, the description of the monsters was rather vague. It merely indicated that they were somewhat large. Without further elaboration, the members of the group believed that they were simply of a larger size and did not perceive any inherent danger. The strongest of dimensions remarked, Tony, if you are not fickle, have you ever confronted a monster towering over 50 or 60 meters? Tony Stark nearly toppled from his office chair, exclaiming, didn't Yunyao say they were just a bit large? Is a few dozen meters merely a slight increase in size? The strongest of dimensions cautioned, Ice Queen is death. Do not underestimate them. These monsters are beyond comparison with those in your world. The only difference you've encountered is their size. Even a slightly sharper blade could inflict harm upon them. The foes that Daegu must confront are impervious to blades, let alone mortars or aerial bombs. Fire Fist Ace interjected. So once Daegu transforms into a giant, he will possess the capability to vanquish them, meaning he will soon become the strongest individual in the group. Second only to the leaders. Qingfeng pondered for a moment, and he truly found himself uncertain about the combat prowess of Daegu. After all, the character had been crafted by 3 different writers, each presenting a distinct interpretation of him. According to the lowest assessment, Daegu, under normal circumstances, merely possesses the capabilities of an ordinary Ultra, and it remains debatable whether he could prevail against Uchiha Bido. However, in light of the latest characterization, Diga's formidable form rivals the Supreme Gaia, which could be considered the pinnacle of the ordinary Ultra Realm, thereby rendering Uchiha Obito an unworthy adversary. Ultimately, it hinges upon which portrayal of Diga is being referenced. Asking for support. I am unsure, but he is undoubtedly more powerful than us. Whether he could contend with Obito remains uncertain. Do you wish to dance as well? After I am revived, I will find time to spar with the newcomers, but first, I must attend to my own affairs and assist Shoko in vanquishing the enemies. Group member Daigu initiated a live broadcast. Daigu, having endured, remarked, the chat group can indeed host live broadcasts. I see no prior mention of this. Asking for support. Of course, it is a fundamental feature. Typically, broadcasts occur only when the group actively initiates them. However, everyone is quite curious about those monsters you mentioned. Death God Elementary student, perhaps we should prioritize rescuing Daigu first. He is being relentlessly pursued by monsters, with nowhere to escape. Fire Fist Ace, setting aside the question of whether he can fight back. The key issue is that before any mission is issued, the chat group prohibits altering the historical course of other universes. The fiercest sprite, I personally see no issue. Judging by Daigu's adept piloting skills, he should be safe for the time being. Fire Fist Ace, however, if he were to be attacked by a monster. A crash from such a height would certainly spell doom for an ordinary person like Daigu. Daigu, having endured, responded, that is certainly true. I pilot with exceptional steadiness, and a crash is simply out of the question. I am renowned in our team for my speed and flying. Qingfeng felt that the crash flag associated with Daigu was firmly established. According to a certain anonymous netizen statistics, over half of the crashes in the entire series of Ultraman Dyna are related to Daigu. He is affectionately dubbed the Prince of Crashes, the strongest in the dimension. Is it possible to crash so swiftly? In the live broadcast, Daigu confidently pointed towards another aircraft in the distance, displaying great trust in his teammates. Daigu, with determination, stated, Nishij is also here. He is our ace pilot. With him on our side, we can effectively neutralize one opponent. Qingfeng believed that revealing the truth might profoundly dishearten Daigu, yet he was eager to witness the expression of defeat on Daigu's face. Let me share something with you, said the strongest in the dimension. I have a feeling that Daigu is destined for misfortune. Whenever the boss speaks in such a manner, calamity seems to follow, remarked Tony, who was not known for his fickleness. Daigu, curious about what the most revered individual in the group wished to convey, quickly distanced himself from the ground and attentively awaited Qingfeng's words. The likelihood of you experiencing a crash is quite high, if you are alone. The probability of encountering a monster and crashing is 90%. However, if you are on the same plane as Qingfeng, the odds of a crash escalate to nearly 100%. Daigu exclaimed, that cannot be true. The Qingfeng team has never encountered a crash, and surely it cannot be that exaggerated. The equation is simple. Daigu equals an exceptional pilot. Qingfeng equals an exceptional pilot. But Daigu plus Qingfeng equals a duo destined for disaster. Daigu nearly lost his grip on the control stick. Could it be that his future was indeed so grim? He began contemplating whether he should deliberately avoid teaming up with Qingfeng in the future. I recall that Daigu has had a few flights without incident. There were 1 or 2 occasions where the plane landed safely after battling monsters, piped up a voice seeking support. Why were there only 1 or 2 such instances? Inquired the book-loving ghoul, equally intrigued. Daigu himself, standing before the camera, was also curious. Wasn't it said that he was always crashing? What about those 1 or 2 occasions? Perhaps learning from them could prove beneficial in the future. In the group, everyone was eagerly awaiting Qingfeng's response. Their curiosity piqued. Because on those 2 occasions, he was teamed up with Lena. When paired with his future wife, it is only natural that he would pilot with exceptional steadiness. Is this the power of love? Pondered the elementary schooler, a personification of death. Ancient Qingfeng was indeed curious as to why every time he teamed up with Lena, Daigu never experienced a crash. This was a question he pondered while watching Diga in the past, yet he could never arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, ultimately attributing it to Daigu's preference for romance over friendship. Tony, who was not frivolous in his affections, recalled, I remember when Yunyao introduced Daigu. She mentioned that he initially started as a delivery man. How did you manage to join your country's defense organization? Daigu, now transformed into a soup, replied, I took the backdoor route, and it was quite smooth sailing. The serpent holder, who could easily outshine Seiya, retorted, how can you speak of such shamelessness with such audacity? Daigu responded, what is so shameful about it? When I first arrived, I didn't know the main entrance and accidentally stumbled upon the back door. Hence I entered through it. Tony, still incredulous, said, "You really did take the back door." The book-loving ghoul remarked, "I believe Brother Goku is deliberately saying this to mislead us." The Destroyer of Worlds chimed in, "Agreed. You also want to dance?" "Agreed." The white horse with silver spear exclaimed, "Agreed." Goku, feeling the monster closing in ever tighter, pleaded, "I beg for assistance. Miss Administrator, how can I transform into that giant?" As Golzon realized he could not catch up, he decided to abandon Goku and headed towards the 3 stone statues within the pyramid. He knew that if he did not act soon, it would be too late. "I beg for assistance," he sighed. "You currently lack the godlight stick. I've long forgotten how you fused with Digga," someone noted. Goku lamented. "Can you not falter at such a crucial moment? One of the statues has already been destroyed." Tony interjected, "Hearing this, I must admonish you. You remember all the useless details, yet the most important thing, how to transform, you've forgotten." Yunyao felt equally wronged. Noting that few women watched Digga with such attention to detail, she had long forgotten the specifics of her first transformation. "I'm just a little girl. It's impressive enough that I've watched it. How could I possibly remember all the details so clearly?" The small girl protested. The Shinigami elementary student asserted, "The strongest in the dimension, surely you must have a solution." The strongest in the dimension responded, "This is simple. Just have Goku pilot a helicopter and let Golzon slap him." Fire Fist Ace commented, "That doesn't sound too difficult." Goku mused, "Indeed, it sounds uncomplicated, though it may be hazardous to my life." Suddenly, he felt that these 2 administrators were increasingly unreliable. One forgetting was forgivable, but the other was suggesting he seek his own demise. Would there still be a way to survive after being slapped by Golzon? With such close proximity to a crash and no leverage to parachute, wouldn't that make him a living target for Golzon? The strongest in the dimension reassured him. "It's fine, just let him slap you. During the crash, you'll be in danger, and since you lack the ancient genes, it will trigger your transformation, allowing you to fuse with Digga." Qingfeng spoke with reason and evidence, and Goku had a better solution, leaving him with no choice but to fight desperately. Although it was his first encounter with such a statue, it evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth within him, compelling him to take action. Meanwhile, a message notification pinged in Conan's private chat window. The most fearsome spirit inquired, "How did you know Qingfeng had a solution?" To which Conan replied, "It's merely a conjecture. Given the prowess of the esteemed one, there must be a way to resolve this." Conan did not disclose the full truth. Indeed, he had surmised that Qingfeng could find a solution, but not for the reason he stated. Previously, Qingfeng had been eager to return home and had forcefully taken Minya to the villain's lair, yet he faced no repercussions from the chat group. It was well known that the group had long warned against initiating large-scale disruptions to the course of history without a mission. However, this rule seemed ineffective against Qingfeng, as the chat group turned a blind eye to his actions. Perhaps others were oblivious, but as the most astute member of the chat group, Conan had discerned this detail early on. Yet, fearing that voicing such thoughts might offend the group and lead to his expulsion, he chose to keep this matter to himself, confiding in no one. Kurumi, curious about his insights, was met with Conan's evasive responses, leading her to abandon her pursuit of answers. In the live broadcast of the group, Goku charged fiercely at Golzon, only to be predictably swatted away. As the aircraft plummeted, he transformed into countless beams of light, merging into the colossal statue. The World Destroyer proclaimed, "Let us witness the true power of the light giant, who aims to save the world." He was hailed as the World Destroyer. And from Yunyao's information, he learned that Goku was revered as the light giant destined to save the world, having vanquished numerous formidable foes, even those capable of engulfing the entire Earth in darkness. He earned the title of the Invincible Superman. Minya took a keen interest in Digga. Similarly, as the strongest being in Naruto, Uchiha Madara shared this perspective. The giant awakened, its form exhibiting hues of red, purple, and white, rising from the ground with an elongated physique that appeared remarkably harmonious. Meanwhile, Merba, restrained by the flying swallow of Qingfeng, let out a ferocious roar and dove from the heights to launch an attack on Digga. In a display of grace, Digga executed a high kick, sending Merba hurtling away. While the slower Golzon's attack arrived too late, Digga stood firm, absorbing Golzon's punch with his body, retaliating with a powerful swing of his right arm that sent Golzon staggering backward. Tony, unimpressed. "Wow, that's incredible. This is far more impressive than my Iron Man suit." Madara observed the scene of the confrontation, contemplating whether he could unleash the full power of his Susanoo to achieve such a feat ultimately. He conceded that if it were he in that situation, he might hold his own against two opponents, yet it would be far from effortless to vanquish two formidable beasts. Ace of Fire remarked, "This is quite extraordinary. I feel as though he has transformed into an entirely different person, exuding an air of sovereign authority." In truth, this sentiment was not exclusive to him. Others in the group, particularly Yunyao, who was aware of the narrative, shared this impression. A voice interjected, "The strongest in the dimension, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Shouldn't Digga have needed to change forms to defeat them? How is it that he possesses such overwhelming strength in his composite state now?" Qingfeng speculated that this might not be the universe they had previously encountered, but rather a realm akin to a parallel universe. This form of Digga evidently transcends the bounds of the ordinary, and the imposing aura should indeed belong to the true Digga. On his inaugural transformation, Goku was undoubtedly unfamiliar with Digga's powers. It seems that the genes within him have awakened a fragment of the true Digga's consciousness, placing him in a situation akin to a temporary stand-in. The strongest in this dimension appears to be an enhanced version of Digga. However, there is something amiss with Myerba. Take a closer look at his physique. The words of Qingfeng captured the attention of others. Behold, the colossal figure of Melba, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, revealing the faint outlines of dark patterns that danced upon its form. Melba charged once more, but this time its target was not Digga. Instead, it lunged towards the ground and aimed for Golzon. In an astonishing display of speed, Melba surged from hundreds of meters high, reaching the earth in an instant and sinking its fangs into Golzon's neck. An unknown black substance flowed through Melba and infiltrated Golzon's body, causing a transformation within the latter. In the blink of an eye, Golzon too bore dark markings, exuding an aura of ferocity, its eyes morphing into a pitch-black void. Digga remained motionless, the crystal atop its head radiating a crimson glow, while its own form underwent a transformation, becoming enveloped in a vibrant red hue. With no embellishments, the two monstrous entities collided with Digga simultaneously. Melba, adept in speed, recklessly engaged in a tit-for-tat assault. Despite Digga's transition into a powerhouse, its newfound strength did not grant it the overwhelming advantage it had previously held. Instead, it found itself evenly matched against the two beasts, and as time progressed, Digga gradually began to falter. Within the chat group, a mission was announced, calling for assistance to help Digga vanquish the Melba and Golzon, now tainted by darkness. The mission's difficulty was rated at level 6. Digga lamented, "I believe it is time for everyone to lend a hand. I am on the verge of being overwhelmed by these two beasts. Why is it that the moment I transform, my opponents become so formidable? Shouldn't I have faced weaker foes first to hone my skills?" Dimensional Overlord remarked, "They are indeed meant to be your training partners. But it appears there has been a slight complication. They have been corrupted by dark forces, rendering them significantly stronger than their usual state." He was at a loss regarding this unforeseen situation. The initial overwhelming power of Digga had diverged from the original narrative, as both beasts had mutated. Seeking support interjected, "Everyone, let us not rush to claim the mission. Let us first assess who is in greatest need of points. Only 4 individuals can participate." The group understood this sentiment. Within Digga's battle circle, no one else could intervene, save for Ban, who might stand a chance, while the others were entirely outmatched in power. Essentially, participating in this mission was merely an opportunity to accrue points. With Qingfeng present, the utility of those points was manifold. Thus, it would be prudent to allocate the limited spots appropriately. "Do you wish to dance?" Stated, "I shall abstain from this opportunity. The points offered by the esteemed leader are sufficient for my revival, and you all must enhance your own strength." As one of the strongest members of the group, aside from Qingfeng, Ban pondered and ultimately decided to pass the opportunity to others. Seeking support concurred, "I too shall refrain. I have no immediate use for points. Upon my return to my homeland, the system did not compel me to re-enter the zombie universe, and the points I possess are ample for fortifying my abilities. Earth poses little danger, especially with the esteemed leader here." World's Destroyer added, "I share the same sentiment. While accumulating points is indeed gratifying, the rewards are rather meager and do not significantly enhance my prowess. I shall leave this opportunity for you all." Monsi sure was indeed eager to participate. Yet the bounty points were rather modest. Divided among 4 individuals, they amounted to little. The distribution of additional reward points was contingent upon the contribution to the tasks performed. Each time, Qingfeng would dispatch foes with remarkable ease, and their accumulated points barely reached 10 or 20,000, which held little significance for him. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Tony Stark, Hinoha Hinata, and Conan Edagawa would embark on the mission. Tony, possessing limited strength, would find the bounty points significantly beneficial for his enhancement, while Conan, being an ordinary human, had even less to gain. Hinata, though relatively weak within the ghoul realm, could accrue points to bolster her abilities, thereby minimizing her risk of falling prey to either humans or other ghouls. The strongest of dimensions undertakes the task. The book-loving ghoul accepts the mission. Tony, unfaltering in his resolve, commits to the endeavor. The Shinigami elementary student embraces the challenge. Meanwhile, while they were deliberating, Daegu was suffering greatly, having initially believed himself to be on the rise, only to find himself in a state of utter disarray. As he transformed into light to revive Diga, an inexplicable consciousness seized control of his body, indicating that he was not truly in command during the battle. It likely stemmed from Diga's original consciousness, which enabled him to effortlessly repel two monstrous foes. However, once Melba succumbed to darkness, that robust consciousness faded away, returning control of the body to him. This explained why, despite transforming into the strong type, he performed worse than in his composite form, continuously being overwhelmed by the two beasts. At that moment, he was on the verge of reverting to his human form when suddenly, a figure streaked through the sky, crashing into the monster's body and piercing through Goals and Melba in one swift motion. Yet, their colossal forms rendered such injuries trivial, nevertheless. This singular strike caused them to halt in their tracks, erupting with brilliant golden light that rapidly spread, engulfing the two beasts in a mere blink. Mission accomplished. With a bounty of 60,000 points, each member received 15,000 points. In just 1 second, the additional reward points were astonishing, 100 million for the strongest of dimensions. While the Shinigami elementary student Tony, the unfaltering, and the book-loving ghoul each earned 30,000 points. Fire Fist Ace remarked, as expected, another instant kill. In the presence of such a powerhouse, size differences are utterly irrelevant. White Horse Silver Spear declared, with even a fraction of that powerhouse's strength, I could restore the Han dynasty and serve my nation with loyalty. Ice Queen is Death pondered, I truly fail to comprehend how such an extraordinary individual exists. Is there truly anyone capable of defeating him? Serpent Holder, who had previously bested Seiya, asserted, the deities of our world possess the ability to create universes. If faced with such a powerhouse, it's uncertain who would prevail. Seeking to cling to greatness expressed, it's of little use, while the gods of your world are formidable. I still place my faith in the powerhouse, those secondary ordinary main gods need not be mentioned. Even the mightiest main god, the sun god, would likely struggle to match him. The most fearsome elf questioned, do gods have levels? The disparity between them is quite significant. Seeking to align oneself with greatness, how to articulate this? Like a secondary deity engaging in combat with the supreme god. It is likely that a mere flick of the wrist could bring about annihilation. The Serpent Holder, who effortlessly bests Seiya, proclaims, I am a saint of Athena, the goddess of love and peace. Athena is indeed one of the supreme deities, governing war and wisdom. In seeking to align oneself with greatness, I am not well versed in the subsequent developments regarding the divine. However, one truth stands clear. The importance of finding a worthy partner is paramount. Yunyao has long since forgotten the narrative of the saints. After all, none can surpass Athena. And as a mere human, Seiya is equally outmatched. The devoted admirer, ever the sycophant, believes that in the end, all desires shall be fulfilled. The Serpent Holder, who effortlessly bests Seiya, asserts, our existence is solely to protect the goddess, devoid of any ulterior feelings. Sharna fights for Athena, and this is the destiny of the saints. She has always held this belief. Daegu is utterly bewildered, and the new city pilot, operating a fighter jet, is equally perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Two colossal monsters emerge, followed by a humanoid giant, whose combat prowess appears futile. From whence has this man appeared, dispatching them with a single strike? Am I merely dreaming? Could it be that the recent pressures have led to hallucinations? Daegu regains his human form, wielding a divine staff, forged from concentrated light. Hinazuki's eyes sparkle with admiration, finding Qingfeng undeniably handsome. This time, Qingfeng presents himself in his true visage. Unlike the aloof and imposing image of Gogeta, Qingfeng exudes a warmth that is far more approachable. During their last encounter, Hinazuki dared not utter a word, as Gogeta instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. In an admiring tone, Hinazuki exclaims, Big brother, you are so impressive. If I possessed your strength, my parents would not have perished. To this, Conan can only respond with a chuckle. Even if he possessed the modest strength of little Hinazuki, he would not be pursued so mercilessly by the Dark Organization. Qingfeng gently patted Chushi's head, uttering no further words. In a corner unnoticed by all, a flicker of blue light flowed from his palm into Chushi's body. Daegu approached, expressing his gratitude to Qingfeng, acknowledging that without his assistance, he might have perished moments ago. Thank you, esteemed one. Your arrival was most timely. Had you arrived any later, I would surely have met my end. Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, his aura disrupting the spatial equilibrium of several individuals nearby, as he wished to remain unnoticed. The pyramid ruins lay hidden deep within the mountains, devoid of any surveillance equipment, and no living souls ventured close. Even satellites were unable to observe this place after the disruption of the space. I want to be impolite, but have you considered what your next steps will be? Daegu was taken aback, pondering his own actions, for had not the monster been vanquished? Despite understanding Dagu's character, Qingfeng felt compelled to inquire, could there truly be someone capable of resisting the allure of power? You possess the ability to transform into a giant, a feat that only you can achieve in the entire world. You could wield this power to dominate the earth. Daegu scratched his head, clearly surprised by Qingfeng's words. I have no interest in ruling the earth. Since heaven has bestowed this power upon me, I shall use it to protect others, rather than to indulge in my own selfish desires. Qingfeng murmured, Oh, protectors of the earth, truly embodying the quintessential hero's mindset, selflessly devoted to the welfare of others. Are you not the same, tirelessly striving to safeguard humanity? The members of the group have shared with me your invaluable assistance. When Daegu uttered these words, his expression reflected a sense of inherent truth. He believed that the strong exist to defend the weak. Qingfeng must, like him, be a person who fights to protect. Who would have thought that upon hearing this, Qingfeng burst into hearty laughter, his mirth escalating with each moment. I do not possess such lofty ideals as you do. Nor will I fight for the sake of others. Daegu did not believe his words. Did you not come to save me? There lies within you a heart of justice. I am unlike you all. I will only save those I am capable of helping. My assistance to you is merely for the sake of points, though I must admit, a part of it is because I hold you in high regard. Qingfeng spoke only partially, his words a blend of truth and falsehood. He did not perceive himself as a savior, nor did he harbor any desire to rescue the world. His willingness to assist the members of the group stemmed solely from his familiarity with them, which evoked a sense of warmth within him. Were he to confront figures like Danzo or Akainu, he would likely obliterate them rather than extend a helping hand. He held a deep admiration for Daegu's character, a quintessential protagonist archetype. However, he had no desire to embody such a persona, finding it far too burdensome. Even though he recognized that people often do not merit protection, he would still expend every ounce of his being to safeguard those he cherished. Despite his invincibility across the myriad realms, he had not cultivated any lofty ideals. He remained steadfast in his intent to protect those dear to him, leaving the task of saving the world to others. Daegu was perplexed, as this formidable figure diverged from his expectations. While he did not entirely agree with Qingfeng's perspective, he refrained from further discourse, acknowledging the diversity of individual beliefs. Idagawa Konan gazed at the sky, which had transformed from the gloomy overcast brought on by the two monsters, Gors and Zong, back to a brilliant azure. His glasses sparkled under the sun's rays as he turned to Qingfeng and inquired, if I recall correctly, those two beasts were corrupted by darkness. What magnitude of darkness could possibly be potent enough to taint such colossal creatures? Ancient Qingfeng was also perplexed, for such a scenario had not unfolded in the original narrative. It was merely that Golzon had evolved into the formidable Flame Golzon. Who could fathom what this dark corruption truly entailed? Yet, when darkness is mentioned, the first entity that springs to mind within the universe of Diga is the Dark Overlord, Gitangier. Perhaps it is the machinations of your greatest adversary in the future, for that individual possesses considerable strength. On the sidelines, Tony Stark reveled in the unfolding drama, playfully patting Daegu's shoulder, his expression embodying indignation on Daegu's behalf. This implies that Daegu, upon transforming, might not have the luxury of minions to amass experience points, and instead confronts a formidable boss right from the onset. My dear brother, how unfortunate you are. This remark struck a chord deep within Daegu. In the realm of gaming, one typically enjoys a beginner's protection period. Why then was his fate so grim? Meanwhile, the petite Chiharu observed Tony Stark's demeanor and, with a sense of exasperation, began to voice her thoughts. Uncle Tony, while you're offering comfort to Daegu, could you refrain from looking so utterly delighted? Dagu abruptly turned his head, noticing the solemnity on Tony's face, though the amusement barely concealed at the corners of his mouth. The more Dagu looked at Tony, the more he sensed a hint of schadenfreude, igniting an impulse to deliver a punch to his face. Upon being discovered, Tony felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had been enjoying himself immensely behind Dagu, only to have Chiharu inadvertently expose him. I do not wish to laugh, but your luck is simply abysmal. If this is the caliber of monsters you are to face henceforth, will you not find yourself perpetually beaten? At this moment, Dagu could only curse in frustration, as he struggled against the very beasts corrupted by darkness. Should he encounter that boss, would it not spell his demise? With desperation, he turned to ancient Qingfeng, hoping that the esteemed individual might possess a solution to his plight. Qingfeng hesitated momentarily. He himself could not ascertain the situation, nor could he confidently predict when Gantjir would be resurrected. I surmise that, in the near term, that individual is unlikely to return. Otherwise, he would have no need to manipulate Golzon and the others, as he could easily confront you personally. The kind-hearted Chushur was also quite concerned for Dagu, lamenting, alas, even Dagu brother cannot triumph over such monsters. Had you not been here today, he would likely have met his demise. Dagu shared this sentiment, recognizing that after succumbing to darkness, the power of these two beasts had increased significantly, rendering him no match for them. It's all right, he reassured himself. In a one-on-one encounter, Dagu stood a considerable chance of victory. This time, it was merely a matter of him still adjusting to the body of Dagu. With time and practice, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Ancient Qingfeng could only offer a few words of consolation. He had observed clearly that when Dagu transformed into a formidable version of himself, he did not falter when facing Golzon. The reason for his disarray was the interference from Myerba, coupled with the disadvantage of being outnumbered and lacking combat experience. Tanistak remained unconcerned, not overly worried about Dagu's precarious situation. If he could prevail, he would. If not, he could issue a mission, and the group could rally together. There would always be a solution. The youth must maintain their composure and not succumb to panic. Although he felt powerless to assist, there were others in the group. The very purpose of the chat group was to foster mutual support among its members. Any encounter with danger could trigger a bounty mission. Minya Shur and Madara, one claiming to be a world-destroying Kamen Rider, the other hailed as the mightiest Uchiha. With their combined combat prowess, it seemed improbable that Dagu and his companions could falter in a 3-on-1 engagement. Tanistak believed that the recent battle was comparable to Madara's strength. The footage of Madara's combat displayed in the group showcased his final confrontation with the god of ninjas, Senja Hashirama, featuring colossal titans clashing with destructive force rivaling that of Dagu's recent skirmish. Dagu felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just joined the chat group. He was already imposing on everyone, yet he was at a loss for better alternatives. That boss is not an entity you can defeat merely by joining forces. Relying solely on your small number provides no chance of victory. Qingfeng did not wish to dampen their spirits, yet he felt compelled to douse their enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Just how formidable was that monster? Did we truly stand no chance, even when united as three? Nevertheless, I shall not surrender. I shall strive to save the people of this world. Dagu's tone was resolute, undeterred by the might of their adversary. Perhaps, indeed, that monster could plunge the entire earth into darkness in a mere instant. Your strength and his exist in entirely different dimensions. Qingfeng spoke softly of the prowess of Gantjir, regarding it as trivial. Yet for Dagu and his companions, it represented an insurmountable summit. Dagu was profoundly shaken. He had suspected the opponent's strength, but never anticipated it would reach such extraordinary heights. Would he ever truly have the chance to triumph over such a formidable beast? Doubts began to creep into Dagu's heart. At this moment, he had just transformed. Unlike the gradual progression depicted in the narrative, where one ultimately awakens their fervent hero's spirit, he was merely a newly empowered mortal, lacking a clear objective in the face of his sudden abilities. Well, I must take my leave now. Your companions will be arriving shortly. Dagu, remember this. Whether to become light or darkness rests solely within the realm of your thoughts. As the ethereal essence of Qingfeng dissipated with the wind, his parting words resonated endlessly in Dagu's ears. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and his companions prepared to depart, their abilities rather modest. Having amassed some points, it was time for them to exchange them for items that would enhance their prowess. After bidding each other farewell, the trio departed together. While Dagu gazed skyward at the fighter jet spiraling above, a flicker of confusion reflecting in his eyes. Seeking support, I believe we ought to change the group name to the Elite's Ascendancy Chat Group. With newcomers joining, it feels as though we, the novices, are overshadowed by the strong. Yearning for recognition, isn't Ace instructing you? With your points exchanged for items, your strength may well surpass that of Tony, the foolish one. Seeking support. Hee, you've caught me. Although I've returned to my homeland, I still aspire to grow stronger. The next time we meet, I shall surprise you all. The Reaper's young scholar. Is there anyone who could assist me with some advice? I too plan to exchange for some items. After all, I'm being relentlessly pursued and dare not return to my original form, living instead as a child. Despite Conan's remarkable intellect, he had yet to encounter such supernatural forces, leaving him perplexed about maximizing the use of resources. The bookish ghoul. Like Brother Conan, I'm uncertain about what to exchange for. Tony the Unfazed, just message Ban directly. He has specifically expressed his intent to support you. We wouldn't dare compete with him. Tony was brimming with jealousy, indeed. Being female had its advantages. The young girl was not only adorable, but also possessed a commendable character, earning the respect of everyone in the group. She was nearly on her way to becoming the group's favorite, being the only one Ban had explicitly offered to assist. Do not underestimate Ban merely because he shares the title of Qingfeng, even if the Gu could transform into Diga. Uchiha Ban's strength could still contend for a top position in the group. He is a formidable being capable of reshaping landscapes with a mere gesture. However, Qingfeng's overwhelming power casts a shadow, making Ban appear relatively average. In numerous universes, Ban would undoubtedly be among the strongest. Queen of Ice is death, little Conan. I shall teach you. I have little to do lately, so I will visit your world. In this chat group, members are permitted to traverse dimensions freely, provided they refrain from intervening in other worlds, disrupting historical developments, or forcibly altering plot progressions, as such actions would result in expulsion from the chat group. Only when a task is posted within the group or a member is in peril may they independently issue or accept tasks and take action. The Reaper's young scholar. Thank you, Sister Esteth. I look forward to your guidance. Dagu, now steeped in contemplation, mused. What does it mean to be the strongest across dimensions? What dreams does such a powerful being hold? And what do you wish to accomplish with that strength? A simple yet profound statement struck at the core of Qingfeng's innermost thoughts. In truth, even he himself was oblivious to his true aspirations. Initially desiring to return to Earth, he found himself back yet again, fearful of being erased from existence by the Omni King, only to discover that his powers far surpassed those of the Omni King. What else could he pursue? The notion of saving the world seemed too cumbersome, and protecting his family hardly constituted a grand ambition. In time, he could simply bestow eternal life upon his parents through the dragon. What should he strive for henceforth? To prevent the tragedies that were destined to unfold in his anime world? To allow those who were meant to perish, such as Ace and Jiraiya, to survive? Previously, he lacked the capability to effect change. Now that he possessed power, he felt compelled to at least safeguard the characters he cherished. The strongest across dimensions. Even he did not have the answer. Perhaps it was to find an equally matched adversary, one with whom he could engage without reservation. In that moment, a thought flickered through the minds of those in the group. The esteemed figure was indeed different, while they merely aspired to defeat their opponents. He sought a worthy challenger. Truly, being overwhelmingly powerful could be a profoundly lonely existence. Qingfeng preferred not to linger on this topic any longer, as Chen Zili had been waiting for him downstairs for quite some time. It would be best to meet her first, in the private room below. Chen Zili's expression fluctuated between hope and disappointment. She had been waiting for half an hour, yet Qingfeng had still not appeared. Could it be that he had stood her up? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the door creaked open, and Qingfeng strode into the room. Is there something you wish to discuss? He inquired directly, catching Chen Zili off guard. Normally, one would engage in a bit of pleasantry before getting to the point, but this fellow seemed to defy convention. However, with the family martial assembly approaching, if Qingfeng did not lend her his support, her chances of turning her fortunes around would be utterly extinguished. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to take a risk. I have a matter in which I would like to seek your assistance, and I assure you there will be a suitable reward for your efforts. Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Oh, what is it? Please, do tell. In a few days, the Qin family's martial arts competition would commence, and the victor would ascend as the next head of the family, with the outcome determined by the allies each disciple could muster. Chen Zili was in a precarious position. To the outside world, she was merely the second young lady of the Qin family, yet few understood the depths of her suffering, orphaned in her childhood. She had spent years scraping by alone, ultimately securing a place within the Qin family after much hardship. However, her years of wandering had left her unfamiliar with martial artists, let alone the elusive practitioners of extraordinary abilities. In a small city like Hebei County, the emergence of a fifth-tier martial artist was a remarkable feat. Yet in the imperial capital, such individuals were commonplace. She was unaware of Qingfeng's true prowess. The last time they met, he had appeared as Gogeta, a figure she presumed to be formidable. Qinzile's genuine intention was to cultivate a connection with Gogeta, a master capable of inflicting harm through the manipulation of energy. A rarity even in the imperial capital. Should he choose to assist her, she would have a considerable advantage in her quest to become the next heir. The circumstances surrounding her parents' deaths were shrouded in mystery. The head of the Qin family had merely stated they perished in an accident while traveling, yet the truth remained elusive. With no bodies to mourn or answers to seek, her inquiries were dismissed with a single sentence. Qinzile harbored a suspicion that her parents' demise was far more complex than presented, but the head of the Qin family wielded immense power, leaving no one brave enough to oppose him. This oppression was precisely why she chose to leave the imperial capital, seeking to forge her own path beyond the family's control. Observing the silent Qingfeng, she found him inscrutable. He had exuded an air of dominance moments prior, showing no fear in the presence of Hebei's underground emperor. However, upon reflection, it was logical. To reign over such a small locale held little significance when any faction in the imperial capital could easily obliterate him. Her initial pursuit had been Gogeta, yet the information she received indicated the master was missing, leaving Qingfeng in his stead. Masters of the martial arts realm were exceedingly rare. Many devoted their entire lives without achieving such a status. And the youngest master in the imperial capital reached this level only in their 30s. Gogeta, having become a master in his 20s, was the first of his kind she had encountered, and Qingfeng's abilities might be commendable as well. Yet, she did not believe him to possess true master-level strength. Her interest lay in his potential to contact Gogeta. Thus, whether he would agree to assist her seemed of little consequence. If you perceive this endeavor as too perilous, perhaps you could reach out to that man who aided you previously in avenging yourself against Lie Jun. I am willing to offer any compensation, regardless of its nature. I earnestly implore your assistance this time. Yet, she mused to herself, I lack for nothing. As you can see, I do not require money. Qingfeng was indeed curious about how she intended to captivate him. It cannot be said that he was utterly devoid of desires, but he was close to it. Qinzile had conducted a thorough investigation into Qingfeng and was well acquainted with his past. In his earlier years, he had been involved with Wang Fei, enduring the scorn and disdain of the Wang family. Despite graduating with honors from university, Qingfeng faced considerable challenges in his professional journey, undoubtedly influenced by the shadows cast by the Wang family. There were even instances where he found himself inexplicably besieged by thugs, compelling Wang Fei to sever ties with her family in order to put an end to their petty machinations. In a fortnight, the powerful families of the capital would hold a martial arts competition, during which the Wang family would also participate. If Qingfeng were to secure victory over the Qin family, he would earn the right to represent the Qin clan, thereby compelling those from the Wang family who had once looked down upon him to regard him with newfound respect. Qingfeng smiled nonchalantly. Realizing that her scheme had come to naught, he had long since moved on from the past. It was not a matter of forgiveness, but rather an apathy towards seeking trouble with them. After all, Wang Fei had already parted ways with him, so it was best to let bygones be bygones. Should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to teach the Wang family a lesson, yet to deliberately confront them seemed beneath him. He had no interest in such trivialities. As for the friend you encountered, you shall never see him again. Upon hearing this, Qinzile's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, she held little hope for her partner in this martial gathering, but upon witnessing Gogeta, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. She was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. She must become the head of the family, leveraging her lineage to uncover the truth behind her parents' demise. You seem to have a good rapport with him. Consider this a favor to me. All I ask is for a chance to meet with him. Once I ascend to the position of the Qin family head, I can unconditionally assist you in dealing with the Wang family. You might perceive the Wang family as formidable, but to me, they hold little significance. With a mere thought, I could obliterate them. Your proposition fails to sway me. Qingfeng decisively declined Qinzile's request, as the two were not well acquainted, and he was not one to seek the limelight. While other matters might be manageable, the capital city, as the heart of China, was not a place he wished to find himself at the center of attention. He yearned for a tranquil existence, and he was far too occupied to assist a stranger in gaining prominence. As he spoke, Qinzili's eyes glistened with a misty allure, rendering her particularly pitiable. One could not deny her stunning beauty and alluring figure. In conjunction with her vulnerable demeanor, it was challenging for most men to resist her charms. However, Qingfeng was not the type to fawn over beautiful women. He simply desired a peaceful life, occasionally indulging in escapades in other realms. Is it truly impossible for your friend to meet with me? How can you be certain he would decline to assist me? Qingfeng was impervious to both coercion and persuasion, leaving Qinzili at a loss. She could only settle for a compromise, hoping he would agree to facilitate a meeting with Gogeta. Surely he could acquiesce to such a modest request, merely acting as an intermediary. Yet, to her surprise, Qingfeng shook his head once more. He was no longer present, having departed from this place, and she would never have the opportunity to see him again in this lifetime. Indeed, having restored his true appearance, it was entirely impossible for him to flaunt himself in Gogeta's guise. Consequently, Qinzili would never encounter him again. Should there be any other needs, she could reach out to him. However, he expressed a reluctance to become entangled in matters concerning the capital. Regardless, Qinzili had indeed aided him, for the suppression of news surrounding the deaths of Lie Jun and his son was a direct result of her intervention. Qingfeng was not averse to assisting her once. After all, such a trivial request hardly warranted such a significant favor. Qinzili forced a smile on her face. But when Qingfeng resolutely declined to introduce her to that man, she found herself at a loss. The man had gone to great lengths for Qingfeng, eliminating the Lie Jun father and son duo, indicating that their relationship was indeed extraordinary. She had assumed that merely establishing a connection would be a simple matter for Qingfeng, but the outcome was unexpectedly disappointing. Missing out on Gogeta's assistance could mean waiting another decade for her. Moreover, by then, she might not even have the opportunity to engage with a martial arts master. This plunged her spirits into despair. Just as hope had begun to bloom, it was swiftly extinguished. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Qingfeng, Qinzili tactfully issued a dismissal, her heart in turmoil as she yearned for solitude. At that moment, a task from the Dragon Ball parallel universe was triggered, calling for the rescue of future super warriors and the defeat of malevolent androids. The bounty was set at 100,000 points, with the stipulation that the future warrior must personally vanquish 2 androids. The task was rated at level 5, assigned to the most formidable group management, and had a time limit of 6 months. Coincidentally, as this task presented itself, Qingfeng departed from Zetian Pavilion. Future warriors and androids, was this tied to the future world of Dragon Ball? Once again, it seemed to involve Trunks. Hadn't the last visit led to the Zamasu arc? How was it possible to return to the timeline of the androids? It appeared to be yet another distinct parallel universe. Tony, who was not prone to frivolity, questioned the rationale behind excluding others from participation, leaving only the esteemed individual to undertake the task. The Serpent Bearer, who had previously bested Seiya, expressed uncertainty, noting that participation seemed futile. He had observed the exorbitant prices of the golden armor, reaching tens of millions of points far beyond his current means. The only means to enhance her strength lay in the 7th sense of the small universe, or the golden armor surpassing the silver. The meager points earned were but a drop in the bucket. Opportunities were essential for independently completing the task, otherwise Qingfeng's endeavors would leave them with no chance to intervene, as additional points were allocated based on individual contributions. The more effort expended, the greater the points accrued. Qingfeng's ability to swiftly defeat opponents certainly resulted in high rewards, but others hardly received any points at all. The White Horse Silver Spear, facing a multitude of adversaries, remarked that he currently had no use for points. The last time, the esteemed individual had conjured 5,000 duplicates of himself, causing Cao Cao to be suspicious and refrain from launching further attacks against them. The current situation in the Shu Kingdom was quite favorable. Although their territory was limited, they could gradually gather strength. The previous battle had left Cao Cao significantly alarmed, deterring him from reckless aggression for the time being. Yunyao had also subtly conveyed that, historically, various unforeseen circumstances had prevented the Shu Kingdom from ultimately unifying the realm. Nevertheless, Zhao Yun remained confident in rewriting destiny. After all, had he not joined a chat group he was never meant to be a part of? With diligence, the future could certainly see the revival of the Han dynasty. The most ferocious elf echoed similar sentiments, acknowledging that the quantity of points required was substantial, and merely accumulating 10,000 points each time was insufficient to achieve anything significant. There are numerous items that can be exchanged for 10,000 points, whether they be devil fruits, basic ninjutsu, ordinary high-tech weaponry, or enhancements to one's own strength. However, these offerings provide little overall improvement for her. Furthermore, she requires a considerable amount of time to return, driven by the desire to alter the tragic fate of her friend. As for seeking support, I am quite indifferent. I would be content with merely obtaining a few perks. I harbor no grand aspirations, merely wishing to experience the sensation of reigning supreme. Yet, in the presence of such a formidable figure, I doubt I will ever surpass him. Fire Fist Ace. Perhaps during the battle, you could stream it live. I have never encountered an artificial being and am uncertain about its capabilities. The strongest in the dimension. Certainly, I will broadcast the battle for your viewing. There are no restrictions when streaming for group members, unlike the complexities involved in interdimensional interactions. The bibliophile ghoul. However, the request necessitates that the future warrior personally vanquish the enemy without assistance from our esteemed leader. Given the 6-month time constraint, it seems even he may struggle to complete it in such a short span. The destroyer of worlds. It is indeed a troublesome task. Our leader shall need to remain in that realm for an extended period. The strongest in the dimension, not necessarily. Let us wait and see. If all goes well, the task may be completed sooner than anticipated. When confronting androids 17 and 18 with Trunks' intellect, he should be able to surpass his original power level in no time. Upon accepting the mission, Qingfeng first sought out his parents, the Zhou couple, informing the two women, who were still coherent, that he had matters to attend to and would not return home that evening. He also discreetly cast 2 absolute soul defenses upon them, thereby alleviating any lingering concerns. The Zhou couple remained in deep slumber, likely not awakening until nightfall. Although the two women were curious about Qingfeng's intentions, they refrained from questioning him, assuring him not to worry about their well-being. If the two of them have not sobered up by nightfall, they shall stay at the Zetian Pavilion tonight, moving to the Villa District tomorrow. Qingfeng nodded in agreement and departed from the surveillance range of the Zetian Pavilion. Upon reaching a location devoid of monitoring devices, he confirmed the task's transmission in the chat group, and his figure vanished from sight. In the future world of Dragon Ball, a young man with golden hair was valiantly facing off against the combined onslaught of androids 17 and 18. His movements were sharp and precise, each strike enveloped in a golden aura, emanating an intense and overwhelming killing intent, with every blow carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Despite being outnumbered, he managed to maintain a slight advantage, yet the duo's collaboration left him no opportunity to dismantle their offense. As time progressed, the young man's energy began to wane, while the two adversaries displayed an apparent lack of fatigue. Their combat prowess remained undiminished, and the tide of battle began to shift, the scales of victory gradually tilting in favor of the two androids. The golden-haired warrior could only barely maintain a stalemate against their relentless assault. Moments later, the rhythm of the fight was completely seized by them, leaving him with only the capacity to defend himself, devoid of any means to counterattack. "Today marks your demise," one of them declared. "Eliminating you means no human shall ever stand against us again." Countless energy spheres erupted from Android 17, and the golden-haired fighter utilized both hands to deflect the onslaught, sending the energy blast scattering in all directions. Each sphere that struck the ground annihilated everything within a radius of several dozen miles, leaving no trace of life. Before he could catch his breath, Android 17 soared through the air, delivering a powerful blow aimed at his face. The young man, unable to evade in time, crossed his arms in a desperate defense. Following that, he retaliated with a beam of energy, forcing Android 17 to retreat, only for Android 18 to appear from the side, her lithe leg arcing gracefully as she delivered a side kick to his arm. Unlike the androids, who possessed infinite stamina, the young man's strength was rapidly depleting, causing his reflexes to lag. Struck directly, a sharp crack echoed as his right arm shattered, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight for the time being. Frustration washed over him. He could not allow himself to succumb to them. After the loss of his father, he vowed to protect this planet. A look of regret crossed his face as he felt guilt for his own inadequacy. If only his father were still alive, he would undoubtedly have been able to defeat these androids. "Do not resist any longer. With just one arm remaining, you are no match for us. This time, you will not escape," Android 17 proclaimed. Although an android, he bore the appearance of an elegant young man, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. As his twin sister, Android 18 also presented a youthful visage. If one were to overlook their malicious gazes, one would hardly suspect that such youthful figures could be the harbingers of humanity's near annihilation. And then there was Trunks. Even if my physical form were to be destroyed, my will shall endure, and someone will rise to vanquish you wicked androids. 17 let out a chilling laugh, unleashing all his energy to condense a massive energy wave, directing it forcefully towards the golden-haired man. 18 employed the same technique, intent on vanquishing her opponent with a single strike. Kamehameha. The golden-haired man bellowed, his right arm fractured, preventing him from channeling energy with both hands. He could only gather it with his left, exerting every ounce of strength for a final contest. The three energy waves collided. Yet the Kamehameha was overwhelmed within mere seconds by the combined might of the two adversaries, the colossal energy wave surging towards the man without obstruction. Father, I have come to find you. At such a close range, evasion was utterly impossible. 17 erupted into maniacal laughter as the winds howled around the golden-haired man's position. Blue energy orbs illuminating the surroundings. As the radiance dissipated, a towering figure emerged in place of the golden-haired man. It was Qingfeng, who had just been transported through the chat group. I didn't expect it to be you. I thought it was Trunks. What a delightful surprise. Ancient Qingfeng murmured to himself as he restrained the unconscious and gravely injured man, turning to depart from this world. You scoundrel, regardless of your identity. How dare you disrupt this situation? You shall perish here. After a long-awaited opportunity to eliminate his nemesis and reduce the earth to a mere plaything for the two of them, the sudden appearance of this interloper had thrown everything into chaos. 17 was nearly seething with rage as countless energy blasts rained down, while 18 remained motionless beside him. Aside from the golden-haired man, there was no entity in this realm capable of besting them. A mere foe was hardly worthy of their combined efforts. 17 observed the approaching energy blasts, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Before the blasts could reach him, they exploded one after another, a spectacle that astonished the siblings. As a mere glance sufficed to deflect their onslaught, 17, undeterred by the odds, advanced for close combat, his movement swift and agile, each strike faster than the last. Yet, no matter how he accelerated, he could never land a blow on ancient Qingfeng. 18, sensing the unusual turn of events, feared complications and unleashed her own barrage of attacks. Caught between the two, ancient Qingfeng appeared to be in grave danger, yet in reality, he navigated the situation with remarkable ease, skillfully evading their strikes at precisely the right moments. He had no desire to entangle himself with these insignificant adversaries. Were it not for the restrictions of the chat group preventing him from intervening personally, he could have dispatched them with a mere flick of his wrist. With agile movements, he swiftly distanced himself from them. How could the androids match his speed? Are you attempting to flee? With each step you take away, the humans below will pay the price for your escape. Witnessing his nemesis being rescued right before his eyes, 17 let out a sinister laugh, conjuring a blue energy blast aimed at the ground. The Earth's inhabitants had already been decimated in large numbers, yet millions of lives remained. They had intended to leave just enough to savor their torment slowly. Observing the despair etched upon their faces would enhance the thrill for the two of them. But given the current circumstances, using them as leverage against this unexpected arrival was also a viable option. Before ancient Qingfeng could react, the energy blast hurtled towards the terrified crowd below. The encounter between the golden-haired man and the androids was precipitated by the discovery of the refuge by the androids. It was to save these thousands of lives that he had stepped forward. With the blast shockwave, thick clouds of smoke erupted from the ground, and the already dilapidated structures began to teeter precariously. Ah, such a wicked amusement, to watch my fellow beings perish before my eyes. 17, you truly are a bloodthirsty maniac. With an elegant gesture, 18 delicately covered her mouth, a soft smile gracing her lips as she uttered words of pity, while a sinister glimmer flickered in her eyes. 17 curled his lip. When it came to murder, he could not rival 18. The last time, he had simply been envious of a woman's exquisite attire. He had ruthlessly reduced both the woman and her child to mere flesh, relishing the thrill of killing, yet seldom indulging in cruelty. Perhaps others were simply too weak. The man before him ignited within him a strong urge to inflict torment. As the smoke cleared, the inevitable truth of the smoke and innocence law emerged. With 17's assault effortlessly intercepted by Qingfeng. What? The siblings were taken aback, for Qingfeng stood not far above them in the air. How could it be possible for another Qingfeng to appear on the ground? They were certain this was no mere illusion. For the Gu Qingfeng on the ground was carrying their gravely injured and unconscious nemesis upon his shoulder. Observing their bewildered expressions, Gu Qingfeng felt a tinge of exasperation. These two were truly feeble. Even now, they failed to perceive the anomaly. Indeed, even among those of the same power level, androids lacked the perceptive acuity of psiots. Had it been Son Goku or Vegeta, they would have undoubtedly sensed something amiss long ago. "You two fools, what are you looking at?" With a single phrase, Gu Qingfeng captivated the attention of the siblings. It was only at this moment that the figure of Gu Qingfeng dissipated into the air. Merely an afterimage left behind due to the incredible speed. "Then do attempt to protect humanity," they taunted, "daring to toy with us." The siblings exchanged a glance, simultaneously raising their hands to unleash a massive assault. Yet, before they could release their energy, an overwhelming force swept through, sending them flying and inflicting numerous wounds upon their bodies. "You truly are insufferable." Gu Qingfeng cast two thumb-sized yellow orbs of light, which swiftly soared from the ground to the front of the two individuals, forming two colossal protective shields that ensnared them, leaving no avenue of escape. Had they not encountered this situation, it might have been a different story. However, Gu Qingfeng could not idly stand by while the androids slaughtered humanity before him. After all, the chat group had merely requested that the blonde man subdue them, and preventing their departure to continue the massacre should not be deemed a violation of the rules, right? How to return to the past, Gu Qingfeng pondered with a slight headache. At this juncture, the formidable Trunks had yet to mature, and the time machine had not yet been conceived. It appeared that his only recourse was to breach the dimensional barrier and traverse to the bygone era. With the man on his shoulder, he leaped into the dimensional wall. Has that man managed to trap the androids? Are we to be saved? In the crowd below, the sight of the blonde man's defeat had sent the onlookers into a frenzy of flight, yet they were unprepared for the emergence of a new warrior. He deflected the androids' assaults and even managed to ensnare two of them. Such a feat seemed utterly implausible. If he could indeed contain the androids, why not seize the opportunity to eliminate them? All eyes were fixed upon the two androids within the luminous barrier. However, no one believed that mere confinement would suffice to hold them. The crowd scattered in a panic, desperately fleeing in all directions, fearful that the androids might break free and turn their wrath upon them. How laughable these humans were. Did they truly believe they could escape? Number 17 looked down upon the humans with contempt, gathering his strength before striking the shield with his fist, only to find the barrier unmoving, while his hand reverberated with pain. On the other side, number 18 found herself in a similar predicament. No matter how fiercely she attacked, the shield remained steadfast, impervious to her physical blows and energy waves alike. The barrier that entrapped them was a mere 2-meter diameter sphere, and 18's most powerful energy wave rebounded within the confines of that cramped space, leaving her no room to evade. She was forced to endure the full brunt of her own might, leaving her battered and disheveled, her hair in disarray and her clothing significantly torn. After enduring this for a considerable time, the two reluctantly resigned themselves to sitting within the shield, ceasing any attempts to dismantle it. Curse it! Who is this individual? How can we possibly be unable to shatter this infernal contraption? 17 roared in frustration, while 18 grew increasingly agitated, plagued by a foreboding sense of dread. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of malevolent and sinister eyes observed them, gazing at the two as one would regard prey. In the midst of a temporal rift, Gu Qingfeng traversed for an hour before returning to the primary universe, that is, the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Without a moment's pause, he hurried to Bulma's residence. Upon seeing him, Vegeta was immediately displeased, even though he recognized that Gu Qingfeng was not an adversary. However, his annoyance morphed into sheer astonishment when he beheld the man Gu Qingfeng had brought along. Son Gohan? How could he be so severely injured? Indeed, the golden-haired figure before him was none other than Goku's eldest son, Son Gohan, renowned for possessing the greatest potential in the Dragon Ball universe, valiantly fighting alone in the future world. It was not a matter easily explained. Thus, Gu Qingfeng instructed, "First, summon Son Goku, and kindly ask him to bring a Senzu bean, as I require his assistance." The explanation for this situation would be lengthy, and it was best left to Gohan to articulate once he regained consciousness. His right arm was fractured, and he was gravely exhausted, yet he was not in mortal danger. Had his life been in imminent peril, Gu Qingfeng would have personally fetched the Senzu beans, rather than waiting for Goku to arrive. "Do not give me orders. I detest being commanded," Vegeta huffed at Gu Qingfeng, albeit obediently retreating into the house to call Goku. After all, Gohan was Goku's son, And having watched him grow up, it pained Vegeta to see him in such a state. In less than 2 minutes, Goku arrived, bringing along the sins of beans. Followed closely by his entire family, Gohan, Goten, and Chi-Chi all rushed in. Chi-Chi's reaction was visceral. Upon witnessing her son gravely injured and unconscious, tears streamed down her cheeks. Who did this to my Gohan? Goku, you must avenge him. Goku's expression turned unusually fierce as he glanced at Qingfeng, puzzled about where this version of Gohan had originated. After administering the sins of being, the future version of Gohan gradually awakened, and his first sight was his father standing beside him. Dad, he murmured, recalling the last image before his unconsciousness. He had been saved by someone, though that individual was certainly not his father. What was the meaning of this? This is a different world from yours, Qingfeng explained. In this reality, your father did not succumb to heart disease, successfully defeating the androids and living on to witness your marriage and the birth of your children. Ancient Qingfeng offered a brief explanation, fearing that the two groups would merely stare blankly at each other. Indeed, if it were his father, he could defeat any adversary, regardless of their might. As Son Wukong's silhouette came into view, Son Gohan's eyes grew misty. His father had succumbed to heart disease, while the proud Vegeta would rather perish in battle than ally with others. Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin had also fallen, leaving Gohan as the sole warrior on this future Earth. Even though he could suppress an android, he had no allies. Trunks was still too young, and the heavy burden of saving the planet rested solely upon his shoulders. In essence, he hailed from the same timeline as Trunks, nearly a few years prior to the point when Gohan had yet to meet his demise. Upon hearing this, Vegeta comprehended the situation. Yet he remained puzzled by one matter. Even if he didn't want to acknowledge it, he knew all too well that, in terms of potential, Gohan far surpassed both himself and Wukong. It was merely that he disliked combat. Since the future left him utterly alone, with no one to rely on, how could Gohan, fighting with all his might, possibly be unable to defeat a mere pair of androids? After all, the young Gohan had been capable of vanquishing the perfect Cell. In his solitary struggle, he had endured the brutal trials of bloodshed. Could it be that as an adult, his strength had diminished compared to his childhood self? Father, I am truly sorry. I failed to protect the Earth. I am no match for the androids. Gohan's voice was laced with guilt, but Wukong merely patted his shoulder nonchalantly. I will train you. You are my son. How could you possibly possess only such meager strength? If there was one person in the crowd who felt the utmost discomfort, it was undoubtedly this timeline's son Gohan. Perhaps in terms of power, the future Gohan might not be his equal. However, the differences between them were stark. The future self bore a visage of exhaustion and resentment, a reflection of the pain stemming from his inability to overcome the androids. Father, perhaps I should venture to that world and eliminate the androids myself. Gohan proposed to take action, considering that the androids in the future possessed only the initial strength of a Super Saiyan. Facing a Gohan who had regained his warrior spirit would be far from a match for them. Even in this world where you still live, I have not succeeded in becoming an exceptional scholar. The future Gohan sighed deeply, unlike his counterpart in this world. He had borne too much alone and yearned for a peaceful and stable life, rather than a perpetual cycle of battle. I became a scholar solely to protect everyone. Power is indispensable. Witnessing his counterpart fulfill his dreams, the future Gohan felt no regrets. If we join forces, the android shall not stand a chance against us. Your assistance would be invaluable. The future Gohan did not refuse Gohan's proposal, as it would be exceedingly difficult for him to defeat the androids alone. Vegeta, with arms crossed, scoffed in exasperation. They are merely two worthless foes. Son Gohan need not ally with you. He could annihilate them by himself. In the future, Gohan gazed in astonishment at his own self in this world, realizing that he possessed such formidable power. He had no doubt about the truth of this statement. Ever since he had known Vegeta, his uncle had never uttered a falsehood. Goku held a different perspective, evidently, in the world where he had perished. Gohan had not fully tapped into his true potential, which had left his strength stagnating at the initial stage of Super Saiyan. It would be best for you to resolve your own matters. A year of rigorous training with me will suffice to elevate your power severalfold, and in due course, you shall vanquish them yourself. Gohan, filled with frustration, struck the ground with both hands. He longed to spend time with Uncle Piccolo and his father. Yet time was not on his side. The people awaited my salvation. I cannot linger here for an entire year. If I do not return, the androids will annihilate humanity. Fear not, for I have imprisoned them. As long as I do not release them, they shall remain confined for eternity, let alone commit acts of murder. Qingfeng alleviated his concerns. He did not intend to linger for an entire year. However, he needed to first stabilize Gohan's emotions. "Thank you for your timely rescue," he remarked, "but the androids are formidable foes and won't be easily trapped." Gohan was aware that it was Qingfeng who had saved him, yet he remained uncertain about the extent of his strength. To Gohan, it seemed that Qingfeng's abilities were only on par with his own. Otherwise, he could have simply vanquished the androids rather than fleeing with him. Nevertheless, if Qingfeng claimed to have contained them, Gohan had no doubt of his capabilities, for he was undeniably as powerful as a monster. Goku, who was well aware of Qingfeng's prowess, felt confident. Even before returning to the Dragon Ball realm, Qingfeng had restored the appearance of Vegeta. In another universe, he had utilized his own body, and within the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta shared a good rapport with Goku and the others, thus sparing him the trouble of altering his appearance to explain his identity. Could it be that he surpassed even his father in strength? Gohan found this hard to fathom. In contrast to this world, the strongest being he encountered in the future was himself. He could not contend with the androids alone. Yet he firmly believed that his father's strength must exceed his own. Otherwise, he could not have defeated two androids. Could this individual possess power surpassing that of his father? Goku merely chuckled, unleashing a powerful shout that sent golden light soaring into the heavens as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at full power. The overwhelming force caused future Gohan to tremble involuntarily. It was a power he could scarcely conceive. He was still at the nascent stage of Super Saiyan 1. And witnessing Super Saiyan 3 for the first time genuinely shocked him. This is not my strongest form, but in the presence of this individual, I might not even withstand a single blow. Goku spoke with a light-hearted tone, yet future Gohan's expression darkened. Why would such a being come to rescue him? Simultaneously, he began to doubt whether he could truly attain his father's level of strength. "Father, can I become as strong as you?" Of course, Goku replied, in this timeline, "You are not weaker than your father. In fact, you once surpassed him and were deemed the strongest on Earth." Observing future Gohan's lack of confidence, Piccolo's face turned an even deeper shade of green. It seemed that no matter the world, Gohan remained consistently self-doubting. Gohan sheepishly scratched his head, while future Gohan looked at him in astonishment, realizing that this world's version of himself was immensely stronger. Take him to the sacred world. A year of intense training will be sufficient for him to tap into his potential. The path ahead will depend on him alone. Ancient Qingfeng could indeed comprehend why Gohan appeared so feeble. His experiences in battle had been far too scant, despite his potential surpassing that of all others. Yet, he remained oblivious to the methods of self-training and was uncertain about the path to furthering his Super Saiyan capabilities. Lacking the astonishing insight possessed by Goku and Vegeta, he required a mentor to guide him earnestly. Moreover, the tragic loss of all his family members cast a shadow of despair over his heart, with his sole mentor, Piccolo, also having perished. Years of relentless conflict left him no opportunity for specialized training to enhance his strength. He could only evolve through continuous battles. Much like Vegeta's initial defeat by Android 18, during which he engaged in meditative strategies to elevate his power, Goku took Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 year inside equated to merely 1 day outside. This profound training method significantly augmented their strength techniques that Gohan could scarcely conceive. What manner of place is the hyperbolic time chamber? Why have I never heard of it before? In the future, Gohan pondered as he gazed at his companions. He had safeguarded Earth alone for so many years and had never encountered any mention of such a realm. Otherwise, with his latent potential, he could have unleashed his abilities even without knowing the optimal training methods. A single year would have sufficed for him to achieve remarkable progress, certainly enabling him to defeat 2 androids at the initial stage of Super Saiyan. Goku elucidated that within the hyperbolic time chamber, 1 year inside corresponded to merely 1 day outside, thus providing a unique opportunity for intensive training. Qingfeng informed the 2 individuals that he would await them here for another day, ready to escort them back to the future world. Wukong departed with the future Gohan, while Vegeta regarded Qingfeng with intense determination, clearly prepared to engage in a sparring match at any moment. Meanwhile, Gohan consoled Chi-Chi, assuring her that with his father by his side, his strength would undoubtedly soar, and upon their return, he would easily vanquish the androids. However, Qingfeng pondered a different question. What criteria were used to evaluate tasks such as these? Was it merely sufficient for Gohan to defeat the androids to complete the mission? Historically, achievements relied on additional reward points, and the meager points from the bounty were hardly adequate. Could it be that the assessment depended on Gohan's strength after specialized training? where a shorter duration would yield greater power and a higher rating. Contemplating this, Qingfeng suspected it was indeed plausible. Merely a year of special training might not suffice for Gohan to reach his utmost potential. Resolute, Qingfeng approached Piccolo and whispered his thoughts, leaving Piccolo astonished. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The two departed from Bulma's residence, soaring into the distance. Only Vegeta remained, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The reason was simple. He had not seen the time machine, indicating that Qingfeng's return was not facilitated by temporal travel. Furthermore, the absence of the time ring in his possession led him to wonder if Qingfeng had traversed to the future and returned solely through his own strength. The thought darkened Vegeta's countenance. What kind of power would one need to traverse dimensions? Unbeknownst to him, Qingfeng did not traverse time, but rather space. Not transitioning from the future to the present. Since Trunks' appearance, the timelines of the present and future had diverged, creating entirely different realms. Qingfeng had shattered the dimensional barrier to traverse between these distinct worlds. Simply put, it was akin to crossing from one universe to another. Albeit both universes belonged to the Dragon Ball cosmos. A day swiftly passed, and clad in their orange martial arts uniforms, Wukong and his son returned to Bulma's abode. At this moment, Gohan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Despite not deliberately unleashing his energy, a formidable aura radiated from him. His gaze was filled with unwavering confidence. And after a year in the sacred world, his hair had grown significantly. Throughout this year, under Wukong's unwavering guidance, the future Gohan had discovered his path forward. Although it was already known that his son possessed immense potential, Wukong couldn't help but marvel at the rapidity of his progress. Compared to the young Gohan who had entered the sacred world in this timeline, his growth was equally remarkable. This was, after all, to be expected. As the future rested solely on Gohan's shoulders, and he had long embraced the mindset of a warrior. Having reached adulthood, his body had developed, providing even greater potential for advancement compared to his childhood. This young man had progressed astoundingly well, achieving this level in just a year. Vegeta, too, was astonished by the future Gohan's remarkable development. Although it still cannot be compared to itself, it is more than sufficient to surpass the majority of its adversaries. The next step is the final one. With a gentle smile, Qingfeng approached the trio and waved, summoning two figures from the distance. What does this mean? Future Gohan was perplexed by his words, but soon saw the Elder Kai and Piccolo walking towards him together. Let me help you unleash your full potential and see if you can surpass yourself, the Elder Kai remarked. Reflecting on the last time he had helped someone tap into their potential, which had been years ago when he aided Gohan in achieving a mysterious state. To his surprise, the second individual whose potential he would awaken was none other than Son Gohan, albeit from a different universe. Unleashing my potential? Haven't my father and I already unlocked my abilities during our special training? Is there still a more formidable strength hidden within me? Future Gohan had never encountered the Elder Kai before, so he could not discern the authenticity of his claims and glanced at Goku beside him. Goku nodded and recounted how this world's Gohan had once unlocked his potential, becoming the most powerful being at that time. Future Gohan did not refuse, after all. The androids were trapped, and staying an additional day posed no issue. The Elder Kai struck his signature pose, and, in an eccentric manner, circled around Future Gohan. This casting spell lasted a full 24 hours, during which Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others remained, choosing to wait in silence. Son Gohan soon arrived. Eager to discover what powers his future self could unleash and whether they mirrored his own. Accompanying him was his wife, Videl, whose short hair gave her a remarkably capable appearance as she cradled their newborn daughter. The 24 hours of spellcasting proved to be rather tedious. The Elder Kai continuously performed the same few actions, and the onlookers felt no evident increase in Future Gohan's power. As the time reached the following day, Future Gohan inadvertently erupted with a tremendous aura, astonishing even Goku and Vegeta. This little fellow's potential is truly remarkable. It seems I shall find it challenging to regain my energy in a short span. I lack the ability to help others unlock their potential now, the Elder Kai remarked. Drenched in sweat and appearing utterly exhausted. Gohan, how do you feel? Goku inquired, observing Future Gohan's form, voicing the question that weighed on everyone's minds. As Gohan opened his eyes, a silver light burst forth, and he seemed to undergo a profound transformation. Clenching his fists, he could hardly believe this was his own body and confidently replied, I feel as though I could possibly contend with my father now. With such power, I can surely protect the future. Eager to test his strength, Goku rubbed his hands together, yearning for a bout, but Gohan held him back. Let us engage in a spar, but my father's power surpasses ours by far, and training with him will not help me familiarize myself with my own strength. Gohan possesses his own convictions, while Sun Wukong currently stands at the pinnacle of the Super Blue state, bolstered by the tenfold Kaioken. No matter how extraordinary future Gohan may become, he could never hope to rival him. Piccolo's strength appears somewhat diminished, leaving himself as the only suitable contender. "Ah, come forth," he declares. Without the slightest hesitation, future Gohan unleashes his fury, instantly augmenting his power, his aura escalating at an alarming rate. He transforms into a Super Saiyan second grade, and his energy continues to swell uncontrollably, his hair lengthening once more, ultimately entering the full power mode of Super Saiyan third grade. Piccolo, taken aback, finds his face turning green. He cannot help but marvel at his disciple, who has ascended to Super Saiyan third grade in such a brief span of time. This newfound strength nearly matches his own, a feat he achieved only after years of grueling training post the battle with Majin Buu. In stark contrast, future Gohan has merely undergone a year of intensive training, with the Elder Kai assisting in unlocking his latent potential, enabling him to reach this level with apparent ease. At this moment, future Gohan is enveloped in a golden light, shining as brilliantly as the sun, yet he refuses to be outshone. Similarly, he gathers energy, radiating a mysterious silvery glow. Both warriors unleash their might against one another, their fists colliding as neither is willing to yield even an inch. As they find themselves in a stalemate, future Gohan lets out a fierce shout, propelling Gohan backward, and immediately presses forward with an unrelenting assault. His strikes come faster than the last, his attack style reminiscent of Vegeta, full throttle from the outset, intent on determining the victor. Gohan, caught off guard, struggles to mount a counterattack and resorts to the prince's strategy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts to create distance between them. Standing apart, after a brief exchange, future Gohan's aura diminishes slightly, a clear indication of the considerable energy expended. In contrast, Gohan remains remarkably composed, despite being overwhelmed in close combat moments ago. His demeanor remains unchanged. "I never expected you could reach full power in Super Saiyan 3. Even your father couldn't achieve such a feat back in his day. Super Saiyan 3 is notoriously taxing on stamina. I doubt you can maintain it for long," he remarks. Future Gohan takes a deep breath, recalibrating his state, and responds with a smile, "Indeed, Super Saiyan 3 is quite exhausting. I can sustain it for no more than 10 minutes. If not for the desire to test my limits, I would not have assumed this form. Then I shall unleash my true power. Let us settle this swiftly." Gohan, in a sudden fit of rage, surges forth, his aura skyrocketing once again, exponentially increasing and overpowering future Gohan's presence. "You possess such formidable strength. Then I shall reveal my full capabilities. This is all that I am." In the future, Gohan's golden aura dissipated, and his hair returned to its natural black. Yet his presence surged rather than diminished. A force akin to Gohan's essence erupted forth, revealing that future Gohan had attained a similar state. This revelation astonished all present, as they believed that Super Saiyan 3 was merely a manifestation of the latent potential awakened by the old Kai. After all, the Gohan of yesteryear, upon unlocking his potential, only surpassed the initial phase of Super Saiyan 3 Goku by a narrow margin, standing as an equal to the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Only Goku remained unfazed. After over 2 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, future Gohan had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2. In 5 months, he would achieve Super Saiyan 3, mastering its power just before the training concluded. Goku was eager to discover who would prevail in a battle between future Gohan and the present Gohan. As they clashed once more, future Gohan's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, while Gohan adopted a more measured approach. In a brief exchange, neither gained the upper hand. As they danced through the air, trading blows for dozens of rounds, remaining evenly matched. After several minutes of intense combat, future Gohan was ultimately struck down to the ground by a powerful punch, revealing that Gohan had the advantage. It appeared that future Gohan was not far from matching the strength of Super Saiyan God. At that time, Gohan had only just awakened his potential, lacking the formidable power future Gohan displayed. Goku assessed future Gohan's strength, determining it was roughly on par with the red energy of Super Saiyan God. However, the current Gohan's power was remarkably close to Super Saiyan Blue, which represented the pinnacle of Super Saiyan God. Thus, it was only natural for future Gohan to be bested by him. "Go forth, Gohan, and safeguard the future. You possess the strength to vanquish any foe. Never surrender." Regardless of the adversities that may arise, Goku urged earnestly as he helped future Gohan rise from the ground. Future Gohan nodded vigorously, embracing Goku, uncertain if he would ever return after this journey. During their training, Goku had shared tales of another Trunks from a different timeline. Yet the invention of a time machine would take several years of research. Turning his gaze, future Gohan locked eyes with Piccolo, whose deep, piercing gaze conveyed an unspoken understanding. Piccolo's demeanor remained as cold and stern as ever, however, upon confronting the son who had endured countless trials in another timeline. He could not help but offer a faint smile of encouragement. Future Gohan cherished this brief moment alone with Piccolo, knowing that in his own world, Piccolo had perished at the hands of androids before merging with Kami. Seeing Piccolo again filled Gohan with exhilaration. He had never anticipated such an encounter. "Let us go. I will guide you back to the future." Qingfeng did not rush him. A moment's delay was inconsequential. The death of future Gohan would forever haunt numerous Dragon Ball enthusiasts. If only there were another living soul besides Piccolo and Vegeta, someone who could intercept an android. He could single-handedly vanquish his adversaries. Regardless of whether Trunks had grown up, he was still alone, and this bookish youth ultimately transformed into the world-saving super warrior. As Videl approached Gohan, she handed their daughter into his arms. "Gohan, Xiaofang wishes for you to hold her." Witnessing the earlier battle between the two Gohans, the young girl, sharing the Scion bloodline, felt an overwhelming desire for her father's affection. Despite the identical appearance and attire of the two Gohans, clad in matching orange martial arts uniforms, the young Xiaofang effortlessly discerned her true father. "Who is this?" Future Gohan inquired, his eyes filled with confusion. From Goku. He had learned that in this world, he had a younger brother named Goten, who was merely a year younger than the future Trunks, and they had been childhood companions. But who was this little girl? Could she possibly be a sister? "Oh, she is my daughter, the child of Videl and me." Gohan laughed heartily as he cradled his daughter, his eyes radiant with happiness and affection. Yet, a wave of melancholy washed over future Gohan. While he sincerely wished well for his counterpart in this world, he could not shake off his own sorrow. It was hardly his fault. He was the last of his lineage. Having lost both parents, and even Piccolo, who had treated him like a son, had perished at the hands of the androids. Even if he returned to defeat the androids and save the Earth, the deceased could not be resurrected. He remained a solitary figure. For Gohan was never as combative as Goku. His parents had passed when he was merely a child. He yearned for someone to rely on. In this world, his counterpart had married, had children, and lived the life he had always aspired to. But what would he do after defeating the androids? The true despair lay in his solitude. Observing Gohan's despondency, the boisterous Goku could not fathom his thoughts. Yet Piccolo, more attuned to Gohan's emotions, sensed the turmoil within him. "Isn't there still the Dragon Balls? If we find the Namekian planet, we can use their Dragon Balls to resurrect the loved ones from that timeline." Gohan paused. Years of relentless battle had nearly made him forget such possibilities, as he had been consumed by the ongoing struggle against the androids. "However, I have no knowledge of the new Namekian planet's location. Only my father knows where they are. If time permits, I can take you there. It is no great trouble." After reminiscing, future Gohan bid farewell to everyone, gently caressing Xiaofang's cheek before departing. "Take good care of Aunt Bulma until the future me is revived." The proud and somewhat Sundara Vegeta spoke up, immediately revealing his fervent protectiveness over his wife, completely forgetting that there was a son in this world as well. "I will, Uncle Vegeta." Everyone, farewell. With the dazzling light that shattered the dimensional barrier, Qingfeng and Gohan vanished from sight. "Gohan, the future rests in your hands," Goku murmured softly, his voice barely audible to anyone but himself, filled with concern for the boy. Yet, this was his world, one that Goku knew he must safeguard with his own hands. He could not be there for him forever. After defeating the androids and the ensuing puppets, possibly facing even stronger foes ahead, he had faith in his son. Gohan had always been his most cherished child. In the year of intense training that awaited Gohan, it wasn't merely the remarkable surge in power that he gained. Rather, it was the discovery of the path he was meant to tread. Qingfeng and future Gohan returned to the future universe, where androids 17 and 18 sat languidly within the protective dome. Over the past 2 days, they had exhausted every conceivable means yet remained powerless against the barrier, resigning themselves to patiently await Qingfeng's return. With a mere glance from Qingfeng, the two circular shields vanished. Upon seeing the returning duo, number 17 was seething with rage. He had never endured such a profound humiliation, being ensnared like a mere monkey by others. When adversaries meet, animosity flares. Thus, number 17 surged forward in a fit of fury. Qingfeng regarded the rapidly approaching android 17 with an unwavering expression, as if he were impervious to the world around him, extending his arms in a gesture of calm. He intently observed the entire process through which the Elder Kai awakened Gohan's latent potential. His curiosity was piqued as he sought to ascertain whether this technique bore any relevance to himself. After 2 days of meticulous observation, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. While the Elder Kai's techniques were formidable, they ultimately proved ineffective against powers that transcended the divine. This divine strength corresponded to the pinnacle of ultra-blue energy, suggesting either the Elder Kai's own limitations or the inherent ceiling of this particular technique. After 2 days of intense focus, he felt a tinge of fatigue. In a fit of rage, Android 17, incensed by what he perceived as Qingfeng's blatant disregard, accelerated once more, delivering a powerful left hook aimed at his opponent. His fist halted mere centimeters from Qingfeng's nose, but in that moment, Android 17 expelled a bitter gasp as he suddenly found himself struck hard in the abdomen by an unforeseen blow. Staggering backward, he locked his gaze onto Gohan. Realizing that his haste to eliminate Qingfeng had caused him to underestimate Gohan, leading to his own vulnerability. Since you wish for your demise, I shall oblige. Prepare to meet your end, Android 17 declared, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts directly at Gohan, who stood in the void without adopting any defensive posture. The energy struck him head-on, and as the brilliance subsided, Gohan emerged unscathed, not even a thread of his attire marred. How could you possibly evade such a close-range attack? Is this truly Gohan? Android 17 exclaimed, disbelief washing over him, as he pondered what extraordinary developments Gohan had undergone in these past 2 days. Android 18, a bystander, was equally astonished and observed with acute clarity. Gohan had not dodged, but had simply absorbed the impact with his physical form. The distinction between evasion and outright endurance was stark. Dodging merely implied speed, while not even attempting to evade suggested that Gohan regarded such an assault with utter disdain. Die. Gohan. Android 17 seethed in a fit of rage, unleashing a constellation of energy blasts, effectively sealing off any escape routes for Gohan. Just as Android 17 felt assured of his impending victory, a mocking voice pierced through the tension. Gohan had somehow positioned himself directly in front of him. Fool. What are you looking at? With a swift kick, number 17 was sent flying, followed by a mid-air rotation and a decisive punch that concluded the battle with a burst of energy. The entire sequence of fluid movements transpired in less than 2 seconds. By the time number 18 regained her senses, number 17 had already met an irrevocable demise. The thrill of slaughtering humans had turned into a palpable fear for number 18, prompting her to instinctively retreat a couple of steps and hastily flee into the distance. There was no thought of avenging her brother. As she dashed away, Gohan remained rooted in place, refraining from pursuit. With his hands clasped in the stance of the Kamehameha, a formidable energy coalesced within his palms, launching a blue energy sphere at an astonishing speed towards number 18. Caught unawares, she was struck head-on, resulting in a decisive blow. The crisis in the future world was wholly averted. Only a still undeveloped cell remained, and without the presence of the 18 siblings, his power could only reach the Super Saiyan stage at best, rendering him utterly incapable of challenging Gohan. Observing from the sidelines, Qingfeng was thoroughly pleased with Gohan's performance. Nodding in approval, Gohan was now decisive and efficient, a stark contrast to the recklessness and arrogance of his counterpart from the main timeline. As for his disdain towards the 18 siblings, Qingfeng deemed it entirely natural. The strong seldom concern themselves with the weak. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength physically, yet mentally, it does not regard the rabbit as a worthy opponent. The administrator, the strongest in the dimension, completed the task, earning a reward of 100,000 points. In just 2 days, he achieved an SSS rating, garnering an additional 5 million points. Let us go? I shall take you to meet the Namekians. Qingfeng paid no heed to the chat group's notifications, resting his hand upon Gohan as he searched the cosmos for the presence of the Namekians. After a mere 3 seconds, the two vanished from their original location. Upon their arrival on Namek, everything progressed smoothly. They both recalled the young warrior who had once stood against Frieza. After a brief discussion, they resolved to send the Dragon Balls back to Earth. The pair resided on the new Namek for a day before returning to Earth. With matters resolved, Qingfeng had no desire to linger and planned to return to his homeland. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would have surely perished at the hands of the androids, Gohan expressed sincerely, his gaze reflecting profound gratitude. Qingfeng waved his hand for him. It was less about completing tasks and more about fulfilling the unfulfilled regrets of his youth, reminiscent of the imperfections found in anime. Returning to Earth in the afternoon. His parents and Uncle Zhou remained in their old home due to his absence, not having moved to the village area. He requested the administrator of the dimensional realm to grant him the strength of the strongest. As he prepared to return to the main universe of the Dragon Ball world for a year, in anticipation of the upcoming cosmic martial arts tournament. After a moment of contemplation, Qingfeng realized that he might not be suited for a prolonged stay on Earth. His immense strength invariably attracted various troubles. With wealthy parents and their own omnipotent protective shield, they could enjoy their time together without concern for him. There was little left for him to cherish here. It was time to depart. He briefly informed his parents of his intention to be away for an extended period, promising to return in a year. Though reluctant, they ultimately acquiesced. The family gathered for a dinner, and while his mother tidied up the dishes, Qingfeng quietly confided in his father. He revealed his plan to use the 7 Dragon Balls from the Dragon Ball universe to wish for their immortality. His father, having seen the anime, nearly spat out his drink in astonishment. After a long moment of shock, his excitement gradually subsided, and he encouraged Qingfeng not to worry about home, urging him to boldly pursue his desires. The following morning, Qingfeng stealthily left Earth without bidding anyone farewell, embarking alone back to the Dragon Ball universe. The God-slaying Pegasus Saint joined the group chat, with a membership duration of 1 day, after which memories of the task would be erased, and he would exit the chat. The Grim Reaper Elementary student remarked, "No explanations. Group status reduced by 2. Tony the Unfaithful interjected, "What s with the deduction? Shouldn't newcomers increase the status by 2? The bibliophile Ghoul commented, "Yet the names of the newcomers seem formidable. Conan's name implies he might be outmatched." The Silver Lance Knight observed, "Their names alone exude strength. One is the god of love, and the other is the god-slaying Pegasus." The ancient soup maker noted, "Those who can associate with gods are likely far beyond our league." Tony the Unfaithful added, "Do you wish to join the fray? What do you think, Madara?" The bibliophile Ghoul replied, Madara is currently in a critical phase of resurrection, merging body and soul. So he likely won't chat with us for a while." Tony the Unfaithful conceded, "All right. That shameless ace keeps seeking out Yunyao under the pretext of teaching her combat techniques. Those two probably won't have time to chat either." Aphrodite, the god of love, remarked, "It seems I, as a deity, have been unwittingly drawn into this place. Could it be the mischief of those half-god Valkyries? A bunch of despicable characters." The god-slaying Pegasus Saint inquired, "Sharna, is that you?" The serpent-bearer, who had once defeated Seiya, questioned, "Are you Seiya?" The god-slaying Pegasus Saint affirmed, "Yes, it is I. Weren't you in the sanctuary? Why didn't you inform Athena about joining this?" The group admin uploaded files regarding the chat group's purpose and task mode. The unrivaled Vegeta declared, "For Athena's sake, I am the Pegasus Saint Seiya. Greetings." The god-slaying Pegasus Saint asked, "Are you the group admin? Did you establish this group?" The unrivaled Vegeta replied, "No, I was merely invited to join." To my surprise, it is Seiya who has entered the group chat. I wonder whether it is the youthful Seiya or the peak, mature Seiya. The disparity between the two is indeed significant. However, there is no doubt that with a name like Godlayer, he must be the fully grown Seiya. In the realm of Japanese shonen manga, particularly in Saint Seiya, whenever evil descends upon the world, a saint representing hope invariably emerges. Their fists can tear through the heavens, and their feet can shatter the earth. The Pegasus Saint, Seiya, possesses an indomitable spirit and fighting will, making him undeniably the strongest of the saints. He has battled against the sea god Poseidon and wounded the underworld king Hades, repeatedly fighting for the goddess Athena. The Godslayer, now in the chat, states, "I shall upload a photo of myself." Tony, not one to be distracted, remarks, "This is somewhat impressive. The unyielding spirit reflected in his eyes is truly unforgettable." The Silver Spear on the White Horse comments, "Golden armor. I wonder how formidable this newcomer truly is." Aphrodite, the goddess of love, interjects, "Did I not expressly forbid ignoring me? You wretched mortals dared to provoke me time and again." Aphrodite feels an overwhelming rage, especially at the audacity of the newcomer who has chosen the name Godlayer. Truly, ignorance can be bliss, for they have no comprehension of divine strength. The Grim Reaper schoolboy remarks, "This newcomer's time limit is but a day." What is the meaning of that? Aren't those who join the chat supposed to be permanent? The chat group announces a mission, Assist the Valkyries in vanquishing the lofty gods and achieve victory in 3 battles. The mission's difficulty is rated at 10, classified as hellish. The reward is 5 million points, limited to 2 participants. The most ferocious sprite expresses a desire to test their mettle against the gods. Curious about the effects of their time devouring. The Ice Queen, is death, muses gods? They must be incredibly powerful. I want in. The strongest in the dimension accepts the mission, with the Godslayer, the Pegasus Saint, being forcibly selected to participate. Aphrodite retorts, how dare you lowly humans attempt to challenge the divine? When you enter my realm, I shall personally ensure your demise. The invincible Goku adds, indeed formidable. You are certainly no match for him. Do not accept the mission, rather. You may come to witness my battle. Qingfeng acts in their best interest. For others, both Thor, the god of thunder, and Zeus, the king of gods, are insurmountable foes. The Pegasus Saint, who slays gods, inquires, may I ask what exactly is happening? Surely the deities of that world do not seek the annihilation of humanity. At the moment Starry questioned this, a conjecture began to form in his mind, for he had rebelled against the gods on multiple occasions. The underlying reason remains that the deities wish to eradicate humanity. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, declares, they are too feeble, merely observing them disgusts me. The weak deserve to perish. Is this not a natural order? In Aphrodite's view, humanity is but a lowly species, surviving only at the mercy of the gods' whims. Gogeta, the unrivaled, affirms, indeed, the deities of that world also desire to destroy humanity. Aphrodite, playing the role of the Valkyrie of the end, proactively proposed the collective destruction of humanity during the divine assembly, securing unanimous consent among all gods. The Pegasus Saint, who slays gods, remarks, I see. This clarifies why I was invited into this group chat and compelled to accept this task. Tony, the unfaithful, queries, why? Is there a reason for this? The Pegasus Saint responds, when it comes to resentment towards the gods, I may be the strongest in the universe. I must win this battle to save humanity. The book-loving ghoul asks, Big Brother Seiya, the deities must be incredibly powerful. Do you believe you can defeat them? The Pegasus Saint replies, I cannot say for certain, as I have yet to encounter the deities of that world. However, my small universe shall never be extinguished. I am a warrior of Athena. Aphrodite proclaims. A horde of filthy ants kneel and admire the beauty of this goddess. In her mind, with her divine beauty and allure, merely seeing her image would render these foolish men intoxicated with excitement. Indeed, her expectations were met, and they gazed upon her in awe. Aphrodite continues, oh, have you surrendered to the goddess's beauty? Perhaps the lowly humans lack even the qualifications to serve as my servants. Japan's weapons are formidable, but I, a proud Chinese with modest assets, am not to be underestimated. Tony exclaims, how did you manage to provoke me? The jealousy of women is indeed fearsome. Jealous of her? Isn't such a burden rather cumbersome? It disrupts normal life. Retorts the one seeking support. Let us settle this one-on-one. Ace, the Fire Fist, asserts. Tony interjects. Are you out of your mind? Must you always resort to violence? What else can I do? I cannot out-talk you, so it is easier to fight. Besides, she may be slightly larger than Yunyao, but I prefer the petite. Is that your concern? Mine is not small either, but hers is just excessively so. The one seeking support replies. What kind of reasoning is that? If you can't argue with me, you resort to fighting? Is there no sense of reason? Tony retorts. Dagu simmered the soup. Just as I find myself with nothing to do, I shall go and witness the battle between the great ones and the deities. The serpent bearer, having easily vanquished Seiya, remarked, it appears to be a grown-up Seiya, yet he is not from my universe. Let me see how formidable the future you has become. Seiya gazed at the sky above the sanctuary, standing tall as the pinnacle among the 88 saints. Undeniably the mightiest of all. Revered as the legendary Gold Saint, he had found a sense of tranquility in recent days, yet he yearned for a thrilling battle. On the arena of the god of war, the factions of gods and humans were seated on opposite sides, with the deities looking down upon the mortals with disdain. They scoffed at the idea that humans could ever triumph over the divine. In stark contrast, the eyes of the people were filled with fervent prayers. For this battle was a matter of life and death for humanity. Should they fall to the gods, humanity would face total annihilation. It was a fight they could not afford to lose. Next, the mightiest of the Norse gods was announced, Thor, the god of thunder. The herald of the apocalypse excitedly introduced him, for Thor was a legend among deities. No one had ever witnessed him unleash his full power, as no one had ever compelled him to do so. Who would dare to face Thor on behalf of humanity? As a tall figure slowly approached, wielding a massive halberd, he evoked the image of a primordial beast charging forth. However, before he could reach the arena, a flash of golden light illuminated the sky. A formidable man radiating golden brilliance appeared, standing on the arena like a sharpened sword, exuding an indomitable spirit. I, Seiya of Sagittarius, shall be your opponent. Seiya's unexpected entrance left the Valkyrie Brunhild in a state of disbelief. Where had this man come from? He was not on the list of chosen humans. So how had he arrived here? Brunhild's eyes flickered with murderous intent. She did not believe this man possessed the strength to defeat the mightiest Thor of the Norse pantheon. His absence from the annals of human champions indicated that he was unlikely to be formidable. His reckless entry might lead to an early defeat for their side, an outcome Brunhild could not tolerate. The human camp was equally bewildered. No one had ever heard of this man. Did he wish for death? His demise was inconsequential. But should he cause humanity to lose the match, they had no desire to accompany him to his end. Liu Bei remained composed, unlike the others. He sensed boundless martial spirit emanating from this man, reminiscent of his own subordinate Zhao Yun. If Zhao Yun embodied the audacity to march forth against millions, then this man before him conveyed the impression that regardless of whether they were gods or demons, all obstacles in his path would be vanquished. Is this truly our representative as humans? Has anyone from any dynasty ever encountered him? I have never heard of such a warrior. Upon the arrival of Seiya, a grave expression flickered in Thor's eyes. This man emanated the aura of a formidable warrior, a worthy adversary that compelled him to summon all his strength. Before any clash could ensue, Mjolnir awakened of its own accord, and thunder resounded through the heavens, enveloping the arena in a boundless tempest of lightning. Thor, entwined in arcs of electricity, resembled a deity descended from the skies, exuding an undeniable sense of invincibility. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and his companions materialized within the arena, fortuitously encountering Brynhild at the entrance to the contestants' passage. "Who are you?" she inquired, surprised to find such an unexpected assembly. Once Seiya had already been astonishing enough. Now, several enigmatic figures had breached the fabric of space to arrive here, leaving her bewildered about the unfolding events. As the mightiest among them, and a warrior who had fought tirelessly throughout her life, his death took the lead. "You need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply know that we are here to assist you." Brynhilder's gaze ignited with a murderous intent, while his death's eyes blazed with fervent battle spirit. Both women sensed the formidable strength radiating from one another. Brynhilder was enraged that they had disrupted her plans, while his death was merely eager for a fight. Tony Stark, clearly reluctant to let the two engage in combat in this unfamiliar territory, felt a lack of security without the presence of his allies. Perhaps we should observe the battle instead. Today as protagonists are not us, and we ought to refrain from overshadowing the main event. Given the circumstances, Brynhilder's tone turned somber. Does he not require our assistance? Without our weapons, mortals cannot harm the gods. Indeed, she perceived Seiya as exceptional, yet she held a steadfast belief that since time immemorial, earthly weaponry could not inflict harm upon divine beings. The notion of challenging a god clad merely in armor seemed preposterous to her, no matter how powerful he might be. Victory was unattainable, which fueled her skepticism towards Seiya. Observe closely. This is a saint, the most loyal guardian of Athena. The words of the serpent-bearer struck Brynhilde with confusion. Was not Athena a kin of the god king Zeus? How could his guardian possibly assist humanity? In the deeply sunken eyes of the exalted Zeus, a fleeting glimmer of insight passed. Even he could not comprehend the identity of Seiya. Is this a mortal? Or a deity? Without a hint of hesitation, Seiya's hands traced the trajectory of Pegasus, unleashing his signature technique, the Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless fists, traveling at the speed of light, surged towards Thor, whose anticipation of Seiya's strength was eclipsed by the sheer velocity of the attack. With no time to counter, he raised his awakened Mjolnir to shield himself, bracing for the impact. Even Thor, upon taking the full force of the blow, found himself staggering backward, the onslaught of luminous fists driving him into the wall. The arena's barrier shattered, burying Thor beneath a cascade of rubble, while a cloud of dust obscured the spectator's view. The onlookers from the human faction were left in a state of disbelief, grappling with the illusion of such unfathomable speed emanating from the man named Seiya. Had he truly vanquished Thor with but a single strike? Meanwhile, the powerful deities, including Shakyamuni, Zeus, and Odin, turned their gaze skyward, their attention diverted from the clash below. Qingfeng stood majestically in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon the throngs below, his expression exuding an air of aloofness and superiority. After departing from Earth, Qingfeng resumed the form of Gogeta, opting not to reveal his true visage. He intended to enter the fray as the second combatant. Eager to witness the prowess of Seiya, the man who had persistently challenged the deities. What extraordinary strength would he unveil against the gods of this alien realm? Anticipation filled Qingfeng's heart for Seiya's performance. Just as humanity felt assured of victory, believing Seiya to be an invincible force, the shattered walls erupted violently, and a figure emerged from within. To everyone's astonishment, Thor not only withstood the monumental blow, but also appeared relatively unscathed. Merely wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, he casually discarded his gloves, which had seemingly contained unimaginable weight, causing the hard surface of the arena to cave in. From her vantage point, Sharna gazed at Seiya in a daze, astonished that this youth she had long looked down upon had grown to such heights. With her keen insight, she recognized that Seiya had donned the golden cloth and that his punches were delivered at the speed of light. However, could he truly contend against a deity? Uncertain. Sharna nonetheless chose to believe in Seiya. The tide of battle shifted unfavorably for humanity. While they initially thought Seiya could triumph over Thor, it soon became clear that Thor had not even exerted himself seriously. You are strong. At last, my life has become less mundane, Thor mused as his mighty hammer pulsated with life. Leaning back, he assumed a battle stance and swung his awakened hammer with all his might. A sight even the gods had never witnessed before. The hammer soared through the air, aimed at Seiya, who deftly rotated his body to evade the strike with grace. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Seiya propelled himself towards Thor, ready to unleash an offensive, only to sense an intense heat approaching from behind, forcing him to halt and sidestep. Harnessing the force of his returning hammer, Thor executed a devastating blow, a technique he had previously reserved for his arch-nemesis, the Serpent J. Mungandr. The overwhelming force of this strike reverberated through the audience, leaving both gods and mortals unsteady in their seats, almost swept away by the sheer pressure. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Countless meteor-like punches converged into a singular point, the combined force of the comet punch unleashing an endless tempest. The residual energy from the two assaults erupted into a cloud of dust, shattering the arena's surface, leaving no intact ground to stand upon. Such a clash captured the attention of Zeus, who had been observing Qingfeng, now fully engrossed in the battle below. Even a deity as formidable as he could not help but admire Seiya's formidable capabilities. Few among the gods could rival him. Alas, he faced Thor, the mightiest of the Norse gods, murmured Zeus. Were they evenly matched? No, Thor emerged victorious. The comet's fist shattered, and Seiya found himself uncontrollably retreating, stepping back 9 paces before finally halting. A surge of fresh blood rose to his throat, yet he resolutely swallowed it down, his eyes gleaming with indomitable fighting spirit as he gazed upon Thor. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, was astonished by Seiya's formidable strength. How could a mere mortal withstand such a blow? Only a select few among the gods could endure it, and those were entities that stood atop countless deities. Yet, she was certain he could not triumph over Thor, destined ultimately for death and obliteration. As Aphrodite recalled Seiya's self-introduction, a thought blossomed in her mind. It would be a pity for such a man to perish at Thor's hands. She discreetly signaled to a subordinate, whispering instructions to bring that god over. Are you not a warrior loyal to Athena? She is here as well. If you swear allegiance to me and the Greek pantheon, I can ensure Thor spares your life. The mere thought of the arrogant Seiya bending the knee to her ignited a thrill within Aphrodite. She harbored a disdain for humanity, perceiving them as too weak to capture her interest. However, Seiya was different. This powerful man intrigued her, even though he had once slandered her. Aphrodite resolved to grant him a chance to pledge his loyalty. Should such a strong man heed her command, the might of the Greek deities would undoubtedly amplify, and Zeus would firmly secure his position as the ruler of all gods. Upon hearing her inquiry, Seiya's gaze swept across her presence, landing on a young girl with violet hair standing beside her, who regarded him with a disdainful look. The girl, identified as Athena, appeared flushed with excitement as she pointed a finger at Seiya. Though she could not recall when she had acquired such a powerful servant, she knew that only one Athena existed in this world, and that was her. Your strength pleases me greatly, since you claim to be one of Athena's saints. If your loyalty to me is genuine, kneel before me now and demonstrate your submission. Seiya remained silent, merely observing the maiden with unwavering focus. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly oppressive, and no one could foresee the choice Seiya would ultimately make. Unlike the earlier vehement denunciations from the human faction, the crowd now yearned for Seiya to vanquish Thor. Odin's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the goddess of love would pose such a question. He was acutely aware of what it signified should a human ally themselves with the Greek pantheon, with his own son, Thor, present. He had always been reluctant to acknowledge Zeus as the supreme deity. Yet, should Zeus acquire a warrior of Seiya's caliber, the Norse gods would stand no chance of overthrowing him. Even amidst the tempestuous winds, which could easily sweep away the king of gods, Zeus's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. A stark departure from his usual demeanor. The goddess Aphrodite, noticing Seiya's indifference, and with her sister Athena silent, once again tempted him with a tone of bestowal. Regardless of your allegiance to Athena, in the presence of the divine, you are but a sycophantic hound. Should you pledge your loyalty to us? I can persuade my father to grant you eternal life. In the eyes of the gods, no matter how formidable an individual may be, they ultimately cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, living no longer than a century like ordinary mortals. This was the very reason why, despite his strength, Seiya was not regarded with any seriousness by Aphrodite. Throughout history, countless souls have willingly bowed to the gods in pursuit of immortality. She was confident that Seiya would acquiesce. No one could resist such an alluring temptation. Aphrodite cast a challenging glance at Brynhildr in the audience, her intent unmistakable. Brynhildr's countenance changed drastically, yet she felt powerless, unable to intervene against the prospect of human immortality. After a prolonged silence, Seiya spoke with unwavering conviction, enunciating his response. I refuse. You are unworthy. If you are equally devoted to Athena, why then do you reject my sister's invitation for the sake of your master? Our father is none other than King Zeus. This answer caught Aphrodite off guard, entirely unexpected. How could anyone possibly decline the gift of eternal life? In truth, it was not only she who was astonished. Even the audience from the opposing human faction was left dumbfounded, questioning themselves. Most would likely find it exceedingly difficult to resist such a temptation. Even if it meant becoming a servant of the gods, the immense benefits would seem worthwhile. Only the ancient wind high above let out a cold laugh. For he had always been certain that Seiya would never betray. If there were anyone in the vast cosmos who harbored a profound hatred for the divine, Seiya would undoubtedly rank among the foremost. The gods had repeatedly sought to annihilate humanity and had inflicted harm upon Athena, inciting Seiya's deep ire long ago. Even in alternate universes, Seiya harbors a profound disdain for the gods. As for his allegiance to Athena, in the eyes of the ancient Qingfeng, that notion is nothing short of a jest. I fight solely with my own will. I am not one to unconditionally obey commands. To me, she is not the goddess Athena. She is merely a woman named Sarikido. Upon uttering these words, Seiya's demeanor transformed once more. Where he had previously exuded an aura of sharpness and fierce determination, he now radiated a presence as vast as the cosmos itself. His sacred armor detached and soared into the air, reassembling into the resplendent form of the Sagittarius armor. Burn, my small universe, Seiya shouted, as the Sagittarius armor blazed forth in brilliance, enveloping the arena in a golden glow. Even the perceptive Shiva could not discern the extent of Seiya's transformation. When the radiance subsided, the armor adorned Seiya's form, distinctly different from the previous golden armor. At this moment, the armor was infused with the essence of divinity, with golden wings sprouting from its shoulders, and its design became exquisitely refined. From Seiya emanated an infinite small universe. The mere pressure of his presence was sufficient to rival the force of a small-scale cosmic explosion. For the first time, the gods felt a pang of fear. They sensed in Seiya a looming threat of death, a power capable of annihilating them. Beneath the arena, the Valkyrie Brynhildr, upon hearing Seiya's declarations, could not help but feel envious of Athena. To fight not as a warrior of the goddess, but for the sake of a beloved woman, truly. It is a fortunate and enviable position for a goddess. Beside her, Sharna's expression was as dark as the depths of water. Acutely aware of the glaring green hat perched atop her head, her gaze fixed intently on Seiya. She felt exposed, having been seen by him. She was left with two choices, either to eliminate Seiya or to become his bride. During this time, the young Seiya had been tirelessly fighting for Athena, and she had genuinely believed his endeavors were to protect the goddess. However, the realization dawned upon her that it was merely for his own selfish desires. Yet, upon reflecting on her desire to vie for a man against the divine Athena, she questioned whether a mere silver saint like herself stood any chance. Tony Stark and the others felt a sudden chill sweep through the air, involuntarily shivering as they instinctively took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Sharna. A woman could be frightening, but a jealous woman was even more terrifying. In the arena, since Aphrodite had spoken, Thor had remained motionless, finding everything rather dull. Only the man before him could satiate his boredom. With a mighty leap, he executed a powerful strike, leveraging the weight of his hammer, delivering a blow of considerable force. Seiya clenched his right fist and retaliated, engaging in a pure contest of strength. This time, however, the outcome saw Thor being pushed back, with a white imprint appearing where their hammer and fist collided. The two warriors engaged in close combat, and amidst the melee, Seiya's power surged significantly, granting him a considerable advantage. The spectators in the arena were left in awe, their mouths agape at such speed and strength they had never witnessed before. In another fierce clash, both combatants retreated momentarily. Thor, gripping his hammer with both hands, suddenly raised one hand towards the heavens, straining to pull something down. Instantly, darkness enveloped the sky, thick clouds of thunder gathering ominously, as countless bolts of lightning crackled and roared, converging upon Seiya. With the speed of atomic lightning, Seiya was imbued with a fierce combat spirit, his small cosmos erupting forth, showering golden light that shattered the tempest of thunder above. His assault did not wane. The storm clouds were dispersed, and at some point, Thor's hammer became enveloped in lightning. It was the first time Thor unleashed his full power, delivering his mightiest blow. As their eyes locked, an indomitable fighting spirit ignited within both. Seiya's small cosmos surged once more, seemingly boundless, reminiscent of his long-awaited battle at full strength. It had been ages since anyone had compelled him to don his sacred armor for combat. With outstretched hands, he traced the trajectory of Pegasus, igniting the ultimate eighth sense in a brilliant explosion. Pegasus Meteor Fist, Thunder Destruction. The two cataclysmic attacks collided head-on, the lightning being swiftly obliterated by the golden light, sending Thor crashing into the wall once more. The god of thunder lay gravely wounded, and the victors were the human faction, led by Seiya, the golden saint of Sagittarius. The referee announced the result. Thor's body lay shattered, his bones fractured, and within him lingered the divine slaying power that belonged to Seiya. Without decades of time, recovery was utterly impossible. This was the very reason for his swift defeat. The Pegasus, having wounded deities in ancient times, bore the essence of divine annihilation in each of its reincarnations. This power was uniquely his, and in this lifetime, it was manifested to its fullest extent, rendering him capable of battling any god. A deity does not scheme, does not congregate with others, nor relies on anyone. That is the essence of divinity. A golden-haired man ascended the high platform, the colossal arena already in disarray from Seiya's battle. Upon his entrance, tumultuous waves appeared from thin air, engulfing the entire arena. The Harbinger of Doom felt a tinge of displeasure. The moment one battle concluded, Poseidon announced his arrival, offering no respite.